Welcome to the European International Championship. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their prize cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. But let's not forget the main attraction, the fierce and thrilling battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are here, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set, excitement fills the air, and history is unfolding right before our The International Championships have served as a global arena where the world's best competitors converge, showcasing the ultimate Welcome to the European International Championship. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their prize cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. But let's not forget the main attraction, the fierce and thrilling battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are here, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set, excitement fills the air, and history is unfolding right before our eyes. Since 2017, the International Championships have served as a global arena where the world's best competitors converge, showcasing the ultimate in Pokémon match play. This weekend, we're all part of that same story. Get ready to see amazing skills and strong will in the upcoming Pokémon battles. Last year at the Excel in London, a beloved favorite from France left his mark in the world of Pokémon Go.
This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for World.
Blast burn on a low health Stempus for the 3-0 sweep.
Over on the VG stage,
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion!
Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
last season, Talibobo believers etched their name in history as the inaugural winners of Unite at EUIC, proudly claiming the EU EOS Cup title.
In the end, we just pulled through and we were all so happy. It means the world to us.
This season, the EOS Cup is welcoming competitors from all regions. Hailing from the USA, Alex Szymanski made an impact in Pokémon TCG, triumphing over Tord Rekleb and winning the EUIC Champion Trophy.
I never really doubted my strategy this weekend, just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me.
Who emerges victorious in this clash of trainers is a thrilling uncertainty, as each competes with determination and skill, aiming to rise up and seize the title of International Champion.
Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Flutter Man. It does get caught with the freeze drive. Risk 2-0.
Does he get to win in time? Yes, he does, because it's huge.
Can they get somebody's points in? They got it! That goes in!
Hello and good morning to all the Pokemon fans joining us from around the globe. We are live here at the Excel Center in London, UK. I'm Chip, and we are itching to get our second international event of the 2024 season underway.
I'm Zoe, and let me just say on behalf of the entire casting team, we are honored to be the ones here welcoming you all to watch and compete in the Pokemon titles this weekend.
Lifting the trophy at the end of a long-fought tournament weekend is an unforgettable moment that's made all the sweeter by the prize money earned for your efforts.
That's right, trainers will be competing for their share of the staggering prize pool exceeding $500,000. Additionally, top performers will earn enough championship points to secure an invitation to our prestigious Road to Worlds campaign in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year.
We have more than 4,000 trainers competing this weekend, and we are about to kick things off to see who will make it to Saturday Night Rumble for Pokemon Unite and to Championship Sunday for the Pokemon trading card game, VG, and Pokemon Go.
This is Pokemon Unite's first live event of the season and their very first open bracket event. That means we'll have the best online teams joining together with the top open bracket performers to see who will reign supreme.
The weekend is set to be a showcase of non-stop excitement with the Pokemon trading card game and video game, each offering its own epic storylines and dynamic battles. Amidst these, Pokemon Go stands as a vibrant part of the event, contributing its unique flair and engaging gameplay into the mix.
Calling all competing trainers, you are about to embark on your journey towards international championship glory. It's time to head over to the play tables. For everyone else, stay tuned with us here as we transition to our expert casters who will get us ready with the pre-game shows and set the excitement for the weekend tournament ahead.
And here's a teaser for you. Tune in to the end of Championship Sunday for our closing ceremonies to learn more new information about Worlds 2024 and what to expect. You are not going to want to miss it.
Now be sure to catch all the action this weekend at pokemon.com/play. Use the hashtag PokemonEUIC to join the conversation online. And most importantly, follow this very channel if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch.
We already know this event is going to be one for the history books. So let's kick off the first day of the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships. Casters, over to you.
And welcome everybody. We are here, of course, for the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships. We heard it right there. It's going to be an ecstatic weekend, no doubt about it. I myself am Costa, and I am joined by the ever so lovely Mr. Lee. How are we feeling?
Incredible, mate. I cannot wait to get into all of the action this weekend. It's brilliant to be back here in London for the European International Championships. We've got such a huge amount of players this weekend and so much to unravel as we get into the tournament itself. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. This so far, generally speaking, European International Championships tend to be my favorite event, if I haven't emphasized that at any other point. So just being able to be here once again in the flesh is just such an amazing opportunity. But of course, we do have a bit more information that we could go ahead and break down in terms of the tournament. We do have the championship points on display with the breakdown ahead of us.
Yeah, of course, there is the championship points that you need and have the opportunity to get this weekend. A huge amount of points because it is an international championship here. We've got 500 championship points for the first place, 400 for second, and then you can see as you go down, you're still going to accumulate a huge amount of championship points, meaning that players have the biggest chance this weekend to kind of close out and get those Worlds invites for later in the year.
Oh, exactly. It's the opportunity for you to be able to capitalize off of getting those day one, tier one invites as well. So a lot of points to be going ahead and breaking down and awarding to a lot of players. However, we do have a format video that we could go ahead and chuck on to break this down into further detail in terms of how the tournament itself is structured.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing electrifying Pokemon VG matches all weekend from London, United Kingdom. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cup matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss round will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination Top Cup bracket, where these 8 trainers battle until we have only our 2 finalists remaining, who will compete on Championship Sunday to secure the EUIC trophy and a place in the history books. Who is taking home the title of European International Champion? Can Paul Chua defend their crown? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live.
What a great overview there to see us through this weekend. But you can see not only the structure of the tournament, but we have the prizing up for grabs for these players, what they're going to be able to play for this weekend alongside those championship points in the Masters division. First place, $15,000 Costa.
My Lord. It's just so much. Like, it's been such a great bump ever since the previous season going into this one. You know, being able to give more incentive and even more rewards to our trainers is something that definitely everybody wants to go ahead and try to embark on. So over 50,000 in total prizes as well is nothing to ignore there. But yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for everybody to be able to go ahead and start getting that snowball effect moving on.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, even if you go right down to 32nd place, you're still picking up $2,000, which is a huge amount of money for these players, especially if they're aiming to get to that Worlds in Hawaii later this year. You know, it might not be the paid trip, but the prize money is definitely going to help you get there if you can just get that invite, reach the bar, and get that invite sorted up, locked in this weekend.
Oh, exactly. And I think there's ample opportunity for everyone, of course, to be able to go ahead and continue on with future events that will be coming up as well. But before then, we do have a bit of a weekend forecast, should I say, coming up with a couple of hot topics. One being, of course, boiling point. Will Ogerpon Hearthflame evaporate Wellspring usage? Lee?
Personally speaking, I can't see this happening. I mean, I love both the Hearthflame and the Wellspring forms of Ogerpon, but I just feel like that Wellspring Ogerpon has been performing so well recently. I just feel like it's a little bit too far out of grasp for the Hearthflame, but it depends what players are bringing. You know, I think we've seen the Hearthflame Ogerpon have a lot of success in recent tournaments, you know, with that attack boost that it gets to it, especially if we are seeing the increased usage of Sun this weekend. I think that's going to further boost those big fire type attacks, and it becomes an easy button to press to just delete things on the opposite side of the field. So it's really hard to kind of look past that, but I feel the supportive options that you get with the Wellspring Ogerpon, as well as that offensive pressure as well, the speed of that Pokemon in general is very good. It's going to be naturally, depending on how you've trained it, be able to outspeed big threats like Landorus Incarnate. It is Landorus Incarnate. I'm getting it mixed up with the Therian form, but it is Incarnate this time around. So you've got the option there to be able to have a real utility Pokemon that can support super well as be an offensive threat, whereas the Hearthflame feels more, in my opinion, like just an all-out attacking option.
It does, and I think being able to combine it, like you said, with the Sun Weather is just something that completely capitalizes off of the amount of offensive pressure that you could get pushed onto it. But yeah, we'll have to see the stocks, how they go up or down, but we do have our next topic worth mentioning being, do you have your head a bit in the clouds, Lee? I'm not sure. In the clouds, maybe. Will Calm Mind. Will Calm Mind, Raging Bolt, rise above other variants. Other variants, of course, naturally being Assault Vests. We've seen even Life Orb at some point. We've seen Magnet, where they fall into sets which are a bit more for the offensive, immediate pressure. Maybe even Booster Energy. But no, we've got Calm Mind. It's a wind from the east with Japan balance.
This is true, and I think it gives players a different obstacle to think about going into tournaments. Of course, we have open team sheets, so players are going to be aware of it before going into the match, but it does prevent you from giving it any room. If you allow it to get one Calm Mind up, then it can start to really snowball, start to get that momentum swing, and you really want to try and stop that as soon as possible, because even with the more kind of common variants with the Assault Vest, it's hard to manage. But when you're putting those attack boosts on top of it, it just becomes a little bit too hard to handle. So maybe that's what players are bringing this weekend. It's a little bit different. It gives you the option to maybe run Protect on there as well, which is a nice option. But those Assault Vest variants, very good defensively, but it's easy for the opponent just to target into that slot because you know you're going to get damage off onto it, or you're going to catch a switch in. Maybe that is going to give you the momentum swing, whereas if the Protect's there, it gives you another obstacle to kind of think about.
Yeah, and I think we also did see Brady Smith get that second place at Vancouver, where he was able to have that sort of pivot action going with the Rillaboom core and the Incineroar. You get the pivoting going, where at the point, you just have so much offensive pressure.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're bringing up the Incineroar and Rillaboom, because that double fake out, the pivot between those two is so strong in this format. We've got the Volcarona as well that's been picking up in usage, utilizing that Quiver Dance, a bit similar to the Calm Mind there with the Raging Bolt. So both rely heavily on that Protect, and then the pivot out, have the fake out support, pivot out, have the fake out support, and it's very difficult to deal with.
It is, but I'll tell you what we do have in store. We have our game one being readied up right now, and of course we already have the players right on the stage getting ready as well. Gabriel Adachu versus Francesco Rossini, and what a hot start this is.
It's a brilliant match for us to kick off with today. Two of my favorite players. I love seeing both of these play. We've had Gabriel coming off a top 4 recently over in Brazil, a regional over there, and playing a very similar team as well this weekend to what he played out in Brazil for that regional, getting the top 4. And then we've got Francesco Rossini as well, another very well-versed player, obviously well known for a top 8 finish in the 2023 Malmo Regionals, top 32 in Barcelona special event earlier last year, and the Gdansk Regionals, top 32 there. So both players well familiar with the setting and scene that we are going into this round one.
Yes, they are, and Gabriel, we already have his team on the screen. We've got that Ghost Terra Incineroar with the Will-O-Wisp that has been increasing in usage recently, but the other members of the archetype are Chien-Pao, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, and the Goldingo.
Yeah, the Goldingo, this is the change up to Gabriel's team from what he ran in the last regionals. Like I was saying, he was using the Volcarona there, but opting for the Goldingo coming into this tournament this weekend, going with that Fairy Terra typing that we've seen so commonly used in that nasty plot as well. With the double fake out, it's a really nice option. We touched on that a little bit at the top of the show, how useful that is to be able to pivot between the Incineroar and the Rillaboom to allow things to be able to set up. And again, we are seeing the Raging Bolt here used by Gabriel with that Calm Mind. So lots of setup options here and impressive options with that Chien-Pao as well with these physical attackers.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the natural thing of being able to just quickly plaster a Chien-Pao Focus Sash onto your team, especially when you've got those physical attackers that can completely benefit off it. And obviously, you have to be a bit cautious with Ice Cold Crash. It does have the chance of missing, but it does have the chance of picking up a flinch.
It does as well, and that's a huge benefit. But we'll take a quick overview of Francesco's team here. He is running the Torkoal, that Ogerpon Half-Flame Mask that we've already mentioned, the Incineroar, the Cresselia, Fluttermane, and one of your favorites, Costa, the Ursaluna.
Oh, there it is. I mean, you can't go wrong with it. It's just such a great Pokemon, and it does have the Ghost Terror there, so opting for more of a defensive strategy there in order to forego any weaknesses to fighting types. We know Urshifu is such a big thing, either variant in this meta, but the Sun focus is really key here, and even though Ogerpon, like you mentioned before, it's very offensive, especially when powered by the Sun, it has the redirection option if you want to perhaps get a Trick Room mode going, or at least allow another Pokemon like a Fluttermane for burst damage potential on the side.
Especially with that Choice Specs item that it's holding as well, a very common item that we've seen, but players recently kind of opting for that booster energy, so nice to see the Francesco going back to the more standard, more reliable item in that Choice Specs item to allow, like you say, that burst damage when needed. But Gabriel has a lot to worry about because he's got to prevent that Trick Room going up. If the Trick Room goes up and you get something like the Torkoal onto the field, his team's going to really struggle against that. The Goldingo not really going to appreciate taking Eruptions. The Raging Bolt, not so bad there, especially if it can get a Calm Mind up. So that's maybe a route that Gabrielle goes down where it is able to boost its special defense while the Trick Room is maybe getting set up. If you go down the option of saying, I can't set the Trick Room up, but I'm prepared to stall this out. You've got the options there between the Incineroar can switch into those fire type attacks. But then you look at the other side of the field and Francesco has that Ursaluna. And then both of those Pokemon are really not the ones that you want to be bringing against the Trick Room mode. So that combination of the Torkoal and the Ursaluna, if Francesco can position those onto the field in a Trick Room environment, it's going to really pin Gabrielle in and make it difficult for him to get any momentum. And I feel like that's one aspect, one direction that Francesco could go in this match to be able to close things out. But of course, Gabrielle, a very well-versed player, knows what he needs to do against Trick Room, so we'll see how he sets up into this one. Definitely has options and ways to be able to make it difficult for Francesco to get that kind of grip of the match.
No doubt about it. And I think you touched on a really key strategy there. Francesco is well aware that Gabrielle, you know, being the runner-up of last EUIC in 2023, he's definitely got a few tricks up his sleeve in terms of experience. So that may even sort of opt Francesco to try to go on the offensive, wanting to counter Gabrielle's adaptation. So I could see Gabrielle easily bringing, let's say, a Golden Go lead, perhaps. Maybe sort of like try to taunt things up and go for Nasty Plot. But we're going to have to see. There is no Golden Go, but I'll tell you what, there's Incineroar and Chi and Power over on Gabrielle's side versus Francesco's Fluttermane and the Ogerpon. This is the beginning of the EUIC.
This is very exciting, and Francesco coming out with a very offensive lead here where he's got that passive lead with the Cresselia to set the Trick Room up. You might think he goes down that route, but no. Coming out, trying to get, like you say, that burst damage with the Fluttermane. Got the option there, pressuring down that Chen Power with some big fairy type attacks and the Incineroar, and able to go for the fake out this turn. We're going to see the Follow Me from that Ogerpon, pulling all attacks away from that Fluttermane here as the Icicle Crash goes into that slot, doing huge damage, Costa.
Doing huge damage, but Dazzling Gleam does the exact same, at least bringing the Chien-Pao down to its Focus Sash. But more importantly, the redirection there will allow Fluttermane to go untouched, but of course, at the cost of the Ogerpon. So we already see Francesco applying that immediate strategy in wanting to go ahead and whittle away Gabrielle's answers to any sort of direct Trick Room setup.
Yeah, a big turn here. Gabrielle obviously taking a huge lead, getting rid of that Ogerpon. Ogerpon not really getting too much return there, but protecting the Fluttermane, which is great. Now able to bring in the Cresselia in a position to maybe try and set that Trick Room up, set the stage for the later part of this game. But going to have to get through this Chen Pao. It is down to its Focus Sash. It will be vulnerable going into this turn, and we are going to see the Incineroar on the back of that switch out for Gabrielle. He's going to keep it for later on in this game as the Rillaboom now hits the field. Going to set that grassy terrain up for 5 turns and offer fake out support going into the next one.
Yeah, and I do really like the fact that Francesco has identified bringing that semi-Trick Room mode in the back, but no, actually Icicle Crash picks up the one-hit KO onto the Fluttermane. It's not even able to go ahead and fend for itself there without the redirection support, and all of a sudden we've got the Trick Room actually being set up right now. This is looking like your Ursaluna wanting to get the sweep action going.
Yeah, that's a really nice play from both players here. The Icicle Crash coming out, and you can see how valuable that is, just taking the Fluttermane down straight away. But Francesco getting some value out of that turn, getting the Trick Room set up, getting this Ursaluna onto the field in a perfect position. But the Ursaluna has to be a little bit careful here because if it doesn't Terastallize, it is going to be vulnerable to that fake out for a turn, and it will be susceptible to those grass type attacks that are now available from the Rillaboom that has just switched in. The Chen Pao in not the greatest position, but it has got access to protect, can stall out a turn, maybe use that pivoting option between the Rillaboom and the Incineroar to try and wear down this Trick Room turns. So Francesco really needs to take advantage of all 5 turns here to get back in this game.
Exactly that, as we are going to have the pivot action going right now. Bringing the Incineroar in will at least be able to start mitigating the damage output potential from this Ursaluna. So it is down to -1 right now. Facade does come out, target the Rillaboom, but we know, of course, the burn is not in play. There was no protect there. Moonblast trying to target down the Chien-Pao to pick up the KO, but Woodhammer, no terror, of course, of the Ursaluna. It goes down straight and out for the count in game 1. Wow.
No messing about here from Gabriel, just going straight for that Woodhammer, not wanting to go for the fake out because of the Ghost Terrestrialization possibility there on the Ursaluna, just going for the damage to try and remove that big Trick Room threat. And here we are, Gabriel taking a huge advantage in this game one, and as we see, taking game one in this round one here at the EUIC Championships.
Yeah, Gabriel's not playing around. He's definitely on form. He's on peak right now, and he's going for it. Like you said, there's a lot of different intricate mind games to take into consideration there. So it's sort of the situation where we see, okay, here's the obvious level 1 play. Right, I'll take you a step up. Francesco's like, okay, I'll make the level 2 play, so I'll be able to sort myself out. But then that leads to Gabriel saying, okay, I'll take the level 3 play, which is essentially equivalent to level 1, but it's in the acknowledgement of level 2, and I'm just going to straightforward attack and pick up the KO, and that's exactly what he did.
And sometimes that's the best way to approach these games. You know, you don't want to take too many risks, and I don't think he needed to there. The Icicle Crash coming out turn 1 into the Ogre-Pon, of course, getting some big, useful damage there, and then the double up, not going for that fake out with the Incineroar, just doubling into that. Took in return, of course, that Dazzling Gleam damage, but really protected the Chen Pao very well there, being able to utilize that Icicle Crash, the turn 2 onto the Flutter Mane, taking that huge damage. And Francesco not really able to get any of a momentum swing there, even though getting the Trick Room up, looking like he was in a good position, especially when that Ursaluna came in, but really Gabriel in a very comfortable position, and all to do for Francesco going into game 2.
Yeah, and I think that Chien Pao KO, one-hit KO onto the Flutter Mane was quite crucial because it depends on the bolt of the Flutter Manes. Chien Pao's naturally with the Focus Sash, they've opted to go more on the adamant nature side. Whilst the Flutter Manes, you would expect choice specs, it should have enough bolt to be able to survive most of them, but that's sort of why you go for Icicle Crash over Ice Spinner. You've got that additional base power. Obviously, you've also got the chance of not being susceptible to any sort of Rocky Helmet situation, so that could have been a sort of calculation based on training, anywhere between, let's say, 12.5% to, I don't know, even like a guaranteed one.
Yeah, exactly, and I think just for that reason alone, it's worth running the risk of that lower accuracy move just for the fact that you can potentially pick up the knockout, and it's so pivotal in those situations there because we saw the speed interaction between the Chen Pao and the Flutter Mane not really going to be something that Francesco may want to rely on going into this game too. Maybe going to look at something like the Incineroar from his side of the field, kind of match the Incineroar that's brought out, and maybe go down more of a Trick Room route from the start because the Ogre-Pon, great, it is coming out, but you're not really utilizing it to its max potential, right? You're using the Follow Me. It feels a bit wasteful where it's just going down for the fact that you're not really going to be able to get much out of it, and we are going to get straight into game 2 and a change up from Francesco, going with that Incineroar, Flutter Mane, and Gabriel sticking with the tri-trusted combination of that Chen Pao and the Incineroar.
Yeah, really nice adaptation here from Francesco. Sort of makes a lot of sense being able to at least get that Intimidate down onto both of these physical Pokemon over on Gabriel's side. Have the fake out option. It sort of forces Gabriel into a position where he has to consider Ghost Terror if he really wants to try to capitalize off of this. But now that the Intimidate is on the field, at least on the Chien Pao, most likely the Icicle Crash will not be able to pick up the KO onto the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, and I think it is going to be susceptible, like you mentioned, to the fake out from the opposing Incineroar on Francesco's side of the field. So it has to take that into consideration. Don't want to lose that too early on. We are going to see an immediate switch here from Gabriel, taking the Incineroar out of the limelight, bringing that Rillaboom onto the field, giving him maybe access to a fake out the next turn to alleviate some pressure onto that Chen Pao with that fake out. Going to see the Chen Pao just go for the protect here, not wanting to even entertain taking that double up.
Yeah, as the Dazzling Gleam comes out, no fake out here. This may be a great play from Francesco, opting to go for a parting shot, perhaps into the partner Pokemon, anticipating the protect there. No, but it's a Flare Blitz at -1. It's enough, and Rillaboom all of a sudden is completely out of the scene.
Back against the wall, Francesco has to make some plays, and he's done exactly that. Calling the Rillaboom coming in on that Incineroar. Great play there, doubling up on it, and then the Chen Pao in a position now where the Incineroar is going to come back onto the field, but kind of in a more preferable situation where the fake out is more reliable here, but the Chen Pao is still going to be threatened by that Flutter Mane firing out those Dazzling Gleams. Will be taken down to its Sash, of course. Will it be enough to take down the Flutter Mane after that Intimidate? Francesco's Incineroar has dropped onto his side of the field.
It's a great play from Francesco. Now sort of at least leads you to the point where Chien Pao is still at -1 of its attack, but it sort of allows Francesco to have a bit more breathing space. He can at least guarantee that Gabriel's pieces are limited, as we have the Ice Storm Crash coming out, does connect onto the Flutter main, giving us a great indication there of roughly the roles that are taken into consideration as the Dazzling Gleam comes out, will of course once again be bringing the Chien Pao down to its focus sash as Flare Blitz doubles up, guarantees a KO, and Francesco's Incineroar, at least for now, indicating that's a bit faster than Gabriel's.
Yeah, this is much better here from Francesco, picking up a key knockout here from that Chien Pao. The Incineroar already showing its worth here. We are going to see a parting shot from Gabriel's Incineroar onto the opposing one, lowering that attack stat even further now going into the rest of this game, and going to be able to reposition it back onto the field, activated with that fake out again. But the Flutterman in a much more preferable position here, with able to take that Icicle Crash so comfortably after the Intimidate.
Yeah, and Raging Bolt actually being revealed as Gabriel's final Pokemon, having booster energy, heightening the special attack output. Sort of one of the sets that we were talking about, Lee, where we weren't anticipating seeing much of them coming into fray, but maybe Gabriel's got something in the kitchen that he's been cooking quite well right now, being able to have that immediate offensive pressure. But Gabriel's still down to his final 2 Pokemon versus Francesco's 4, so it's tough.
It is very tough, and I think one of the things that we have to mention is the fact that he doesn't have that pivot between the Incineroar and the Rillaboom anymore, so the support options there are very limited for Gabriel. No switching any longer in this match, and Francesco in the driving seat here really got that momentum swing, just really needs to capitalize on it now, especially if there is a Cresselia in the back, maybe even that Ursaluna that's going to come in and be in a really favorable position against both the Raging Bolt and that Incineroar.
And I do really like the adaptation of actually bringing the Raging Bolt, because you're able to at least anticipate Francesco maybe not wanting to opt out for the Ursaluna strategy straight off the bat. However, we do have a switch up from Francesco. It is going to be the Cresselia, which naturally does give a bit of an indication that Ursaluna may be in the back.
Yeah, and we do see that Thunderclap there into the Fluttermane, but not catching it there as it is going to be wasted. A really useful parting shot coming out from Francesco's Incineroar here, going to be able to lower that special attack on the Raging Bolt, which is so vital going forward in this match for everything that he wants to be able to do to execute and bring this match back to 1-1. What are we going to see in place? Is it going to be that Ursaluna? Is that the Pokemon in the back? If it is for Francesco, he's in a great position here. Gabriel doing all the right things here. We've got the Incineroar waiting to go for an attack, if it wants to go for a parting shot or if it wants to go for some just damage on to Francesco's side of the field. But Francesco just taking his time, and it is the Ursaluna coming out onto the field here for Francesco.
Ooh, Flare Blitz focusing down on that. Ursaluna actually dealing respectable amounts of damage there, as it hadn't actually fallen susceptible to the Intimidate drop prior, but this doesn't change things right now. The burn has been forced via the Flame Orb, and all of a sudden, we've got a very safe spot from Francesco. The momentum is completely in his favor. Raging Bolt really doesn't like this position, especially the fact that it didn't even get a Calm Mind up.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that it's taken a parting shot already, and you've got the Incineroar pretty healthy in the back to bring in at any point to utilize that again. We are going to see Gabriel just forfeit this match. Francesco taking a real handle of that game too, not wanting to lose this first match easily and tying it up, taking us to a Game 3, Costa.
This is like, it's just so high. Like, I've got to say, because we saw Gabriel just completely taking all of the momentum in his favor and just starting so strong. And then Francesco was like, okay, right, let me just grab that momentum real quick and just swing it your way in the form of that Incineroar lead, which all of a sudden just broke down Gabriel's lead of the Chien Pao and Incineroar there. And yeah, it just really put Gabriel in the position where he needed to try to take additional steps in order to bring the momentum back in his favor. It's just, he was outpaced.
Yeah, and I think that really the key turn was that turn 1 where the double up was into the Rillaboom to catch that, and then obviously being able to be in a position where he was able to knock out that Chien Pao the following turn after that with the pressure, knowing that the Chien Pao had just went for the protect the previous turn, and just in a really dominant position. It was almost like you say roles reversed in this match, where Francesco was able to get real value out of all members of his side of the field, whereas Gabriel just wasn't. The Rillaboom really didn't get any return, came in, got knocked out. Chien Pao got maybe one Icicle Crash off, got knocked out, and then you're down to 2 Pokemon. The ability to pivot out and utilize the tools of your team would be completely limited. That's why we saw Gabriel probably go for the forfeit very early here, take it to a Game 3 for Gabriel to readjust. I think we saw Francesco readjust in that Game 2 so well, but it's up to Gabriel to now readjust to the problems he's facing on Francesco's side of the field, namely that kind of fast mode, especially when supported by Incineroar. You can see the value there, and then that Trick Room mode in the back that you need to have answers for as well, not allow things like the Rillaboom to be taken down so easily.
Yeah, and I think you've got a couple of different considerations. Maybe Gabriel could think about bringing Ursh for Rapid Strike. You know, you're not susceptible to the Intimidates via use of Surging Strikes. You do have the Poison Terror on it as well, so that will make it resist any Fairy-type moves coming out from the Flutter main. Could be a potential. It may force Terras as well, which is great stuff. And I think in this sort of battle of attrition between Francesco and Gabriel, you need to try to force your opponent's hand as soon as you can in order to give yourself that breathing room and potential advantage going into the subsequent turns.
Yeah, and I think you make a really good point. I think with that Poison Terastallization there on the Urshifu does make it a really viable option going into this game. And then we are going to see that adjustment from Gabriel, bringing the Chen Pao and the Urshifu to the field in the face of Francesco's Fluttermane and the Ogerpon Half-Flame.
I love it. I think it makes a lot of sound sense, and we actually see Francesco not bringing the Incineroar as a lead. So reverting back to the Game 1 lead, they're having the redirection potential alongside that Fluttermane burst damage. And in this position, you may feel, if you're Francesco, perhaps if I get enough damage, I could guarantee a 3-hit KO onto a Poison Terror type Urshifu. It may allow myself to better place myself because it's not Choice Scarf Urshifu, it is Mystic Water, so I will be able to outpace it. And at this current point, it doesn't look like there's any immediate speed control over on Gabriel's side.
No, not at all, but we are seeing a bit of a precarious turn here from Gabriel, just not wanting to take any risks. We are going to see Francesco switch out the Fluttermane, an option to bring in that Cresselia. Just keep that Fluttermane for maybe later on in this game and try and get that Trick Room set up as we see the Chen Pao go for the Protect, and then a Detect is going to come out from this Urshifu as well. Just wanted to scout out what Francesco is trying to do this turn.
Okay, it makes very sound sense right here. You are wanting to sort of maybe check out if you have already forced a Terastallization from Francesco's side in order to have that additional damage output perhaps from the Fluttermane. But the fact that now Francesco is in a spot to just easily redirect, set up the Trick Room, bring in the Ursaluna, already spells a bit of trouble for Gabriel.
Yeah, but I do feel like the Urshifu is in a position where it does have that priority attacking move in Aqua Jet, so the Ursaluna has to really go for the Terastallization if it does come onto the field. Probably not so much of a problem for Francesco, but like you say, in a good position now where you've got that redirection to take advantage of it. Even if the Ogerpon does go down here, then that's kind of fine because you get your Trick Room up set up for free. Cresselia is going to be in a nice, healthy position going forward, and if the Ogerpon does go down, you've got that Ursaluna to come in and cause a lot of problems going forward.
Oh, but we've got the Aqua Jet dealing so much damage thanks to that Sword of Ruin, but the Ice Steel Crash misses. This is one of the main reasons why you need a double check to see if you want to run this move, as Ivy Cudgel will be dropping the Chien-Pao down to its Focus Sash, and this may... Oh, we see the double up into the Chien-Pao, picking up the KO. You can see Gabriel's face of dismay there, why that is such a pivotal point to actually lose in this Game 3.
It's a huge, huge turn here for Francesco, getting the big knockout on the Chen Pao. You think going for the Trick Room here, but not going for it just yet. Really playing it very well, Francesco, taking his time and picking the right moment for it. Probably wanting to get rid of these big physical threats before going for that Trick Room, because in the face of Chen Pao and that Urshifu, especially with the Sword of Rune ability active, you don't really want to get your Ursaluna onto the field in the face of the Urshifu and that Chen Pao. Yeah, you can go for the Ghost Terastallization, but then you come susceptible to the Sucker Punch that the Chen Pao has access to. So you really want to remove those threats first, and doing a very good job of it. Gabriel's back against the wall here and has a lot to do. Fake Out coming out into that Ogerpon.
Fake Out into the Ogerpon. There's no Terastallization at all from Gabriel's side, just wanting to guarantee pick up the KO onto at least the Ogerpon. So Cresselia is in a point right now. It is free to set up Trick Room, and Ursaluna will still have its Terastallization option intact and no longer be susceptible, like you quite nicely identified there, Lee, from the Sucker Punch on the Chien-Pao's side, because it was sort of like a pin-sear strategy from Gabriel with the double priority axis of Aqua Jet being super effective versus the ground typing, Sucker Punch being super effective against the ghost typing Terastallization.
Yeah, and I think here as well there's another pincer movement here where the Cresselia has the option now under this Trick Room to go for that Moonblast, and then the Ursaluna has the option to go for a ground type attack, so it really pins in the Urshifu where it can't really freely go for that Terrestrialization. Yeah, you can avoid and make the fairy type damage not very effective, but at the same time, if you do that, you're making the ground type attack super effective. You do have the Rillaboom on the field as well. It does give you a little bit more support going into this turn, but if you are Francesco, you've got the time now where you can maybe stall out, get that Flame Orb activated, get the burn, so you can do more damage the following turn with your Ursaluna.
Yeah, so Gabriel wanting to get the cycling going of the Intimidates here to be able to slow down Ursaluna's horses, but if this is going to be a headlong rush into that slot, it will be super effective versus this Incineroar. However, it does have the Shuka Berry, an item we don't commonly see nowadays from the Incineroar.
Yeah, not an item at all, and I think it's going to be really useful if Francesco does scout that switch out here, and it's a pretty easy move to go for the headlong rush. It is into that Incineroar, and there's the Shuka Berry activating Incineroar, taking that so well.
Wow, and this is at a point where the Woodhammer may even pick up the KO here. It will depend on the training of both this Rillaboom and the Ursaluna. Moonblast trying to focus down into the Incineroar, but this is the real moment right now that's so crucial. It just misses the KO, so you will be able to get a tiny bit of recovery due to the grass terrain, but you are now susceptible to the Grass Glide KO, even though you're immune to Fake Outs.
Yeah, and this is real tricky here for Francesco to take any advantage of the Ursaluna, getting some good damage off the Incineroar, but you can see the value of that Shuka Berry here that Gabriel's got on that Incineroar. The Rillaboom now getting the Woodhammer off as well. Huge, huge turn. Yeah. Not opting for anything else, not wanting to mess around, just going for the straight up damage. So close to picking up that Ursaluna, and now the Grassy Glide is a huge threat to that Pokemon. Taking it down will be a step further forward for Gabriel to try and take this game one.
And it sort of forces Francesco now to have to go for the Protect and Luna Blessing play, but the Cresselia is now susceptible to the Fake Out from the Incineroar, so it is a bit of a pincered moment for Francesco. He does have the option of trying to switch in the Flutter Mane, but you're already under Trick Room, so you're really having a tough time trying to play out with those switch-ins and switch-outs.
Yeah, and it is risky, of course, switching out here, because if Gabriel picks up on this, can go for another Woodhammer potentially into that slot and potentially even pick up a knockout here. We do see the Fake Out into the Cresselia and the Grassy Glide taking huge damage onto that Fluttermane. And like you say, that pincer motion coming into play here from Gabriel. Fake Out into the Cresselia, preventing that Lunar Blessing, which is huge. And then the Fluttermane taking huge damage from that Grassy Glide. Now pinned in, because what have you got in the back to switch in if you're Francesco? So Luna's going to come in. Yeah, that'll go down to a Grassy Glide. So it's very easy now for Gabriel. Now he's got this board position set up to just continually go for that Grassy Glide into that slot. Whatever comes in there is going to get knocked out.
Yeah, the slot's locked out. That's it. There's always going to be a KO that's going to be picked up there. So if you're Francesco right now, you really wishing, first of all, you had Ally Switch on Cresselia, but you're going to have to really take into consideration which Pokemon you want to try to rely on right now, the Fluttermane or the Ursaluna, and if there's any mileage that you can get out of being able to turn this round.
Yeah, and it seems very difficult at this point, with all emphasis being on that Cresselia. Has it got the damage output to take down the Incineroar? And not only that, the Assault Vest Rillaboom, which is also even more bulky than what we've seen the Incineroar be already. We are going to see the Fluttermane switch out, the Ursaluna take the field once again and take that Grass Glide for its troubles and get knocked out.
Yeah, gets knocked out. So Francesco opting to have the Fluttermane in the back, maybe hoping that the Grassy Glide is a roll to not guarantee pick up a 2-hit KO from that range, as Flare Blitz will be focusing down onto this Cresselia. And if there's a focus of the Moonblast that leads into the Incineroar, it will whittle its HP down even further. But no, Lunar Blessing wanting to be safe, wanting to get that recovery going, because Cresselia needs to enable its partner Pokemon and at least try to salvage this Game 3 to allow Francesco to get his Game 1 win.
Yeah, it's very difficult from this point. The Fluttermane going to come back in, but going to be susceptible to the Grassy Glide once again. The Grassy Train's still on the field, and if you are Francesco, you need to be able to stall that out. Unfortunately, because it has got the Choice Specs item, doesn't have that option, so it is really all down to the Cresselia. And Gabriel, what has done is being able to preserve the Terrestrialization here and has it waiting for potentially that Urshifu to come in, Terrestrialize into the Poison type, and then the Cresselia is going to be locked out, not able to really do any damage to it going forward. And you're just going to whittle down with the remaining resources that you have left.
And there it goes. Fluttermane is now out. Poor Cresselia is on its lonesome self versus the Fearsome 3, being the Fire, Water, Grass core of the mischievous Pokemon over on Gabriel's side. Flare Blitz trying to do as much as it can on a very buffy, very bulky Cresselia. It's trying to bring it back, but unfortunately for Cresselia, even though special attack drop definitely does not matter, it just seems like Gabriel has been able to just really take control of this Game 3 in an exceptional way, to the point where he just based it off of those first 2 turns, and it was able to unlock the rest of the game for him.
Yeah, I think that was the key for Gabriel, and keeping the Rillaboom and the Incineroar were vital cogs in being able to close this Game 3. And Cresselia, really unfortunate for Francesco, but it is not the Pokemon that you want as your remaining Pokemon to be the one for offensive damage, especially against these really defensively built Pokemon like the Rillaboom with that Assault Vest, with the Incineroar as well. It's just taking neutral damage from those Moonblasts.
Yeah, as Urshifu is going to be brought back in, we are going to see the Cresselia just trying to battle this out as best as it can, dealing respectable damage to the Urshifu, to be fair, whilst getting another drop. However, Flare Blitz, is this enough to pick up the KO? It is! And all of a sudden, we have your round 1 winner of the stream match being Gabriel Agachu.
What a phenomenal performance to kick off round 1 here for us today at the EUIC 2024 Championships. Gabriel Gatti, a finalist last year, and kicking off in great form again in this tournament to hopefully take on and go all the way again this year. But really unfortunate for Francesco. Had a really good adjustment in Game 2, but Gabriel showing his qualities really as a player, being able to just take his time in that Game 3, not fall for those kind of the same problems that he had in that Game 2, where he was just so unable to kind of overcome what Francesco was doing. The adjustment to bring the Urshifu there was just fantastic, and then, like you've mentioned throughout that game, the utility, how he used the Rillaboom and that Incineroar to really pin down and get that pincer movement onto the big hitters once that Trick Room came up from Francesco's side of the field.
I think just being able to have the option of the Poison Terror on the Urshifu just proved too much for Francesco to have to take into consideration. There was, of course, the Ice School Crash within that game, actually, from Gabriel's side. So even though Francesco had a very strong start and was able to capitalize off of that by getting rid of the Chien Pao, he just wasn't able to sort of navigate that mid towards end game scenario where Gabriel was like, okay, cool, Chien Pao's down, but at least I still have the backbone of the Fire, Water, Grass with the fake out disruption to rely on.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems with the Ursaluna is when you're bringing it, especially if the Rillaboom's still active on the field. I think we saw in Game 2 where the Rillaboom was taken care of so easily, where the Ursaluna is just kind of so much more free in that sort of situation. But with the Incineroar cycling in those Intimidates and then the Grassy Glide being so pressure point, you know, it makes it so difficult for the Ursaluna to get any sort of momentum there. And the Wood Hammer was the critical turn here.
Such a nice play.
Going for that big damage, even with the Terrestrialization doing so much damage and really pinning in that Ursaluna, making it unable to get any sort of momentum swing going forward. And as you see, the Rillaboom doing big work for Gabriel once again.
I think that would be the highlight turn, if I'm completely honest, where Gabriel, he had his own back against the wall. He was able to completely capitalize and just knock down any sort of additional resources the Ursaluna could provide there by just going for it. He has the Sugar Berry on the Incineroar, something we don't commonly see at all so far, and just being able to completely play into that in the exceptional way that he did. You've got the Intimidate drop onto the Ursaluna, but then you've also got the Shuka. And what did it take, like 40, 50 HP's worth of damage? I was like, that's insane.
It's just not enough, is it?
No.
And I think if you were Francesco in that situation, you really needed to preserve the Ogerpon for that particular situation. Because if you had the switch into the Ogerpon there, then you've got a great switch into the Grassy Glide. You've got a great switch into the Flare Blitz. So without that, it makes it very difficult.
It does indeed, but we're going to hear from the man himself, Gabriel. So we're going to go ahead, throw it to the stage for a winner's interview.
Thank you so much, and welcome, trainers, to the EUIC VG stage. I'm here with your winner of that thrilling round 1, Gabriel Agati. Gabriel, that was tense. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, yeah. Winning on stream, especially on round 1. I was never on stream on round 1, so yeah, that's pretty cool.
Excellent stuff. It's you managed to keep your cool just like that Chien Pao, and that's what I want to start with talking about. Game 1, Chien Pao, Ice Claw Crash, left, right, and center. It was getting such crucial knockouts. That must have felt good in game one.
Yeah, I was very surprised that Psycho Crash picked up the KO into Fluttermane because I was expecting it to be very bulky.
Right.
But yeah, I was really happy when he just got a KO.
Made the path a whole lot clearer. But then, game 3, that Icicle Crash missed, arguably the most crucial one, but you still managed to win. So when that missed, what were you thinking?
Yeah, when I missed, I was a bit worried, but then I realized that I could still win because Urshifu was great against what he had, especially with the Terra Poison, because I can use it against Fluttermane as well, and the Cresselia only had Moonblast. So yeah, I just tried to stay calm, and it worked.
Well, there you go. Take it from the pro. You need to stay collected in order to triumph in the end in this game. Game 2, of course, that was a loss for you. How were you feeling after the first turn of that game?
Yeah, my opponent did a great read, and I pretty much lost game on turn 1. I think I tried to play it a bit too safe after winning game 1,
Sure.
so maybe I need to be a bit more reckless.
Yeah. Francesco really managed to turn up the heat on you there, Gabriel, but your tournament's off to a really good start. So, Gabriel, very shortly we'll let you get progressed in the EUIC. I want to know, first of all, would you choose Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
As a kid, I choose Charmander.
Okay.
But I like all the trees, so... Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with Charmander. Keep a little tally over the weekend. Finally, Gabriel, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, thanks to my friends that helped me get my team for this event. So, Pedrinho, Hashiki, Katel, you guys are amazing. Yeah, thank you all for the help with the practice as well. Pedrinho, Eduardo, yeah.
Takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Well, I'm here with last year's EUIC runner-up, and we're one little step closer to see who will be lifting the EUIC Cup. Costa and Lee, back to you.
Thank you very much, Charlie and Gabriel, of course. We're able to hear a lot of great stuff there. Congrats once again to him. And we had a bit of a sneak peek of favorite Pokemon being that Charmander, Scorching Fire Hot, as we saw from that match in round 1.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, we've seen previous champions in Sword and Shield. Leon using the Charmander there to the Charizard. So
Eric Rios won the world champion. Oh, sorry, the EUIC, of course, in 22. Yeah, with Rinya's son, if I'm not mistaken. So
fitting Pokemon for a fitting player, I think. So yeah, nice to get a little bit of insight there. But Gabriel's such a great player. Obviously, the finalist. We've mentioned it a few times already on the broadcast. I'm sure it won't be the last time we say that today. But having a great start against a very difficult opponent in that game 1 in Francesco. So hopefully Francesco can kind of find his feet going forward in the match, but Gabriel off to a flying start with a really solid team as well. And I think the good example in that last game was the adjustments he was able to make, you know, under the pressure, where that game 2 really fell apart and we saw a very early on forfeit there, you know, realizing quite quickly, okay, I've not prepared well for this. I know what I need to do, so let's just reset. Let's go again, and I'm going to close this up as quick as I can, and that's exactly kind of what we saw play out.
And that's sort of what you need to be able to do and execute on the get-go, right? You need to be able to have that cool mind to be able to just understand what needs to be done and come back to it, you know, shake it off, say, okay, cool. That game 2 was a train wreck. I'm aware of it, but how can I fix it? Go into game 3, and that's what he did.
Yeah, and I really like the poison terrestrialization on the Urshifu as well, because not really something we see too commonly used, right? So a really nice adaptation. Let's see how it plays out throughout the weekend, of course. But the one thing you would mention is previous tournaments, we've seen finalists always have a poison terrestrialization Pokemon be a key part of their team. So maybe that plays out this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. But we do have the top 12 Pokemon in the usage stats for day 1. So we can have a quick look and get into this, Costa.
Ooh, already spicy. Where is that Ogerpon? It's gone down. We've got Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Raging Bolt now being the true first 3 Pokemon. Raging Bolt, like we said, the stocks just kept on rising with this Pokemon. People started picking up on why it's just so good. And the fact that it had so many different sets that you can play around with just goes to pay virtue as to why it's been so heavily utilized.
Yeah, this is no surprise to see it as the top, I would say top dog, but it is the top cat, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's so good. We saw how useful it was in that first game for both players. You know, when they brought it, utilized it to its potential, you can see how good it is. We didn't really just get to see that Will-O-Wisp come into effect in that last game, but I think it's something that you touched upon, which we might see a lot of players leaning on a little bit this weekend. The Fluttermane, of course, is Fluttermane. It's been so good throughout its usage in every single format it's allowed in. And then the Raging Bolt there, sitting up, propping third place. And right behind that, I do like to see Landorus Incarnate's usage on the rise still. And I think a really, really important Pokemon. Players have to really be prepared for that because of the ability it has to set the substitutes up and then throw out those big sheer force boosted damage.
Yeah, and being able to have Poison Terror as the most common type allows you that super effective move and choice of Sludge Bomb onto those grass types, which we know are very common nowadays. You know, have the Ogerpon variants, we've got the Rillabooms. We do have a Moondress, but it's not on this top 12. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw it going into day 2 in the top 12, though.
That's definitely something I kind of expected coming into this, either day 1, but definitely day 2. I feel like that Amoonguss should start to creep into these usage stats because the ability it has to just really disrupt opposing teams, threaten with that Spore, the Rage Powder, of course. We saw how useful the Ogerpon, even though the Hearth Flame in that first game didn't really get much offensive pressure out, it was very good at being able to utilize that redirection with the Follow Me. Right. So really good utility where the Amoonguss just feels like a better fit for that. Obviously as well, the Ogerpon will spring back up on the 5th spot there, so that is another really good utility. And the Amoonguss that we've seen as well kind of start to be played more with like things like Sludge Bomb that are good against these grass types that are being utilized heavily by players.
Yeah, and I mean for good reason, because Sludge Bomb, like, surprisingly from a Moondress, it actually deals respectable damage. You wouldn't expect it from the little mushroom, but what I do want to press on as well is, once again, we've got Urshifu Rapid Strike dominance out of the variants. We did see that they were very closely tied in Vancouver. We did actually see Ogerpon Wellspring in day 2 of Vancouver completely drop, and we had the switch up of Urshifu Rapid Strike leaning on top. So it just feels like the tournament play difference between day 1 and day 2 just shows that Ogerpon's just so easy to splash with its great defensive capabilities, but then maybe that starts petering out in day 2, so I'd be quite curious to see if we have a very similar pattern going into tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. The Urshifu Rapid Strike still a really key Pokemon for a lot of players, and I think players now starting to figure out ways to get it back onto teams because the utility that it has, there are big threats in this format. In particular, the Urshifu, the Rapid Strike, so good against that Landorus Incarnate. You've already mentioned that the Steel Terra typing is an option on it alongside that Poison Terra typing. So if it goes for the Steel Terra typing, now you've got the option with the fighting type attacks. Obviously, sitting at number 1 is the Incineroar, not going to be enjoying any of those same type attacks bonus that it would get from the fighting or the surging strikes. Right. So really good utility, and just the combination of having those attacks that hit multiple times in one turn are useful, especially against things like the Chen Pao as well, with the Focus Sash that we've seen so heavily used on a Pokemon like that.
Yeah, and I think we do have our fellow EU caster, Jamie Boy, actually bringing Chen Pao, believe it or not, Assault Vest. Surprise, surprise, right?
Well, no surprise.
Yeah, I know. With Electric Terror. So actually there are some more nuanced ways that you could run Chen Pao, but obviously there's the common standard that you're just able to blast on any team.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good example of you don't have to go down the same route as every other trainer. If you are wanting to use these powerful Pokemon, they're powerful in their own right. They do have a lot of other options which might not have been explored yet. Like you say, the Chen Pao with that Electric Terra typing from Jamie has had success with that in the past. So bringing it again to this big tournament, must feel confident about it being able to do a job once again.
Yeah, but of course I do want to give a shout out to the Farigiraf over on the end there, being able to sneak into top 12. You know, we had actually seen it drop out, so being able to see it rise up once again just pays a bit of a dividends to the rising surge of the priority moves, especially with that Raging Bolt. It's just such a great way to be able to shut down the Thunderclap.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw in that first set there with Francesco, if he had something like the Farigiraf there instead of Cresselia as an option, then the Grassy Glide wouldn't have even been an issue there. He wouldn't have been able to utilize that because of the Armtail ability where it blocks that. So it's really good utility where it's able to twist the dimensions, set those trick rooms up, support Pokemon, but it has a a much better offensive presence as well than something like the Cresselia.
Indeed, but for everybody at home, we do have a couple of giveaways that are up for par to be able to check in. We're going to start off with VG being the Marco Silva's Iron Hands, legendary hands in that finals. Didn't even use Fake Out, but we do have the code of Fake Out EUIC.
Yes, and this one is available in your copies of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now. Use the passcode in the mystery gift section, Fake Out EUIC. And this event, this giveaway, will be running until the 8th of April at 23:59 UTC. So make sure you grab this while you can, limited time only, but what a great gift to pick up to celebrate EUIC this weekend in celebration of Marco Silva's win in LAIC earlier last year.
Indeed, and something to note as well, you do need to be able to reach a section of unlocking mystery gift to be able to unlock it. But next, we do have TCG giveaway being that Raging Bolt EX. We've already seen it, you know, cause waves in VG. Starting to see it bursting onto the field for TCG is also very exciting.
It's a beautiful artwork.
It really is.
It really is. Code that you need to use for this one, again, is Burst Raw EUIC 24. This one is going to be running until the 15th of April, so a little bit longer, but it is limited to the first 100,000 players that do redeem this one. So make sure that you do get in there quick if you would like to pick up this special art Raging Bolt EX card. And I'm a bit jealous. I kind of like that myself. It's so beautiful, isn't it?
It really, really is. But of course, we do have Pokemon Go finally as well. We've got Twitch drops in particular, so you can watch and earn throughout the broadcast. And we do have, of course, the shout-outs there of it being LND's winning LAIC team up for a couple of raids and drafts. So being able to go ahead and earn those drops is a great way to be able to build up on getting those pandas as well.
Yeah. Watch and earn for Pokemon Go. I'm a little bit jealous that I can't take part in those because I would like to pick up a few of those myself. So some great mystery gifts and events to take part in to celebrate EUIC this weekend. So make sure whatever game you're in, and maybe all three of them, you want to just take part in all of them, grab all of them.
Open the streams on the side, you know, multiple, you know, you could do it.
I can't do it.
I mean, you can't do it. I'll do it on the side. But of course, we have so much more action in store. We're going to have to go ahead and cut to a short break whilst we are having everything being readied up. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot, and I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shransky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win, and all of a sudden I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second, so being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
My name is Marco, and I'm from Italy.
Traveled, comes to compete against the best, and he'll leave having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion. Not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
I watched the anime a lot when I was a kid, and then, when I had the opportunity, I started playing the video game as well. I started by watching some YouTube videos, and then I got really interested into that, and I looked for all the events that were held in Italy. I definitely look up to Wolfie Glick. In fact, for the last 10 years, every time I see him playing, he basically never does any mistakes, and every day I try to get on the level. My number one goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. Last year I came close, I got top 16, but yeah, I hope that next year I'll be able to improve that.
It goes for the heat wave, connects on both Pokemon. That's a double KO. Marco Hamantha Caldula Silva is going to be advancing into top half.
It definitely would mean a lot since I've been playing for the last 5 years competitively, and that would really make me happy. The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most about competing, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Pokemon trainers, welcome to Charlie's Chill Zone here at the Excel Centre in London. We've got Swiss Round 1 already out the way, and we cannot wait to see what action we will have coming up later on. I am Charlie Merriman, your host for the weekend, and I'm joined by the wonderfully talented casters, the cataclysmic caster, and the lovely Lou.
Thank you very much, Charlie. It's so exciting to be here. It's EUIC, and honestly, round one's just gone underway, and it has kicked off the action phenomenally well.
It absolutely has. Welcome to the stream, Lou.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful to see you here with us today in the couch area. And Costa, you were casting that game.
I was.
I mean, tell us about how that experience was.
It was a bit spicy, I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's just like we were just talking about. The rate of speed of each of those games was just like bap, bap, bap. It was just like so quick. And all of a sudden you think like, oh, okay, well, Gabriel's just, he's ready. Like, he just came off the flight. He's like, all right, let's go. Let's just do this thing. And then all of a sudden we see Francesco actually doing the exact same. He's like, no. Let me show you how this is going to play out. Did an incredible job. But then game 3, it just sort of came down to both of trainers butting heads to the point where at least Gabriel was able to capitalize, even though he was at a bit of a deficit in the beginning with an ice cold crash miss. He was able to just strategically place himself to the point where Ursaluna could not do as much as it should.
Well, for sure. Gian Power so chilling in that game 1. Incineroar turned up the heat in game 2. Then it all came down to Rillaboom's drum solo there in game 3, wrapping up that gig. Well, I mean, if that's just our first game of the day, trainers, you know that it's only up from here, and we can't wait to see what's coming out. Now, of course, Gabriel Agati is one of our players to watch this weekend here at EUIC, the runner-up of EUIC last year, and there they are alongside the champion last year, Paul Chua, and of course, Aurelian Sula from the EU scene, Lou.
Aurelian Sula is a player I've had my eye on for a long time. They have had a phenomenal record this season, most recently at the Utrecht special event, going into that grand final, going 16-0. What a phenomenal run, getting through undefeated. Unfortunately, wasn't able to go all the way and become the champion, but they have that chance here on the international stage, and they're definitely one to watch.
I felt so bad talking to Aurelian just before the Utrecht final, because I had to say it. Aurelian, just so you know, you're currently in a position that no trainer has ever been in Pokemon history. If you go 17-0, I have to bring it up, but you know, don't let that play on your mind too much.
I mean, it's just one of those things that it just naturally will play on your mind. You know, Aurelion has done a great job to be able to become a 3-time finalist, I think.
Yeah.
So they've always been that one step just before the title. So it did feel like it was Aurelion's moment, but I'm honestly not going to be surprised at all to be able to see Aurelion do an incredible job going into today.
Aurelian is just on the cusp, you know, has always been so close, and we cannot wait to see what Aurelian has in store for us. And of course, Paul Chua was there as well, last year's EUIC winner. A player who's really, you know, got a lot of legacy experience behind them, and having won EUIC last year, Lou, do you think that maybe just knowing that they've done it once, that will give them the advantage this time?
I think definitely, and considering so far in the 2024 season at LAIC, for example, Marco Silva being able to take a second international championships, previously winning an OCIC, that's kind of unprecedented, you know. There's already an elite pool that win it once, to win it twice is just like amazing, but that might then inspire other players to believe that they can do it too. And the one thing I love is this friendly rivalry we have across the pond, you know, EU versus NA. And I remember when Paul Chua won last year, that was the first time that NA had taken the EUIC title. And so there's this really nice kind of rivalry coming up. You know, it's a bit like Gary and Ash back in the day. Who's gonna bring it home?
Well, to touch on that point as well, we had a UIC first, right? But then Alex Gomez was able to just go ahead and steal it back in MAIC a couple of months later. So a bit of back and forth.
Yeah.
The question for you though, Lou, is Gary or Ash EU, and which of them is NA?
Oh, that's pretty good. I'm trying to think, which one drinks tea?
Which do you think is more likely to drink tea? I think
Gary.
I feel like Gary's more likely to have a little thermos flask with some tea in it on the go.
Yeah, Ash might be running around a little bit more with kind of like some soda or something
Gary
like that. Yeah, Gary's just like, he's
No, I love it.
sophisticated with his cup of tea, you know?
Yeah. And the next thing I'm wondering is if Paul Chua does happen to win again this year, do we rename EUIC the Paul Chua International Championships?
I mean, it's definitely one of the contenders. It has to be, just naturally, right?
Yeah, it's not EUIC, it's CHUA. Paul Chua, making their mark at EUIC. And of course, we all have our eyes on particular Pokemon, don't we, coming into this weekend. We've all submitted the Pokemon that we think have potential. It's not necessarily our cast of predictions, but unique Pokemon that could do well. Costa, take us through yours.
I mean, you say it's not our caster predictions, but all I see is Slytherin and Gastrodon first.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean is that we're going with a different angle on this, right?
I will have you know that there are a bunch of Gastrodon out there, and I haven't seen their full runs through round one, but there are some who are currently undefeated in the tournament. So, you know, I know it's early days, but let's not count Gastrodon out.
Or it's 17, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
so
that would be amazing.
17,
good amount,
okay.
good amount.
That's a hefty number
we take
of Gastrodon.
those. And it's one of the Pokemon that, yes, it's not necessarily meta right now, but I will defend it. It has won it's been so many World Championship winners. It's just an incredible Pokemon when the meta is full of water-type Pokemon. And let's be honest, there are a lot of Urshifu running around at the minute.
That's true, and I gotta say, even though Articuno won Utrecht with Freeze Dry, fewer of them around now, so Gastrodon is breathing a little sigh of relief there, as of course are those Ogerpon Wellsprings that are there. And then you've also got Dondozo, Hisuian Lilligant, and Iron Crown.
Yeah, so Dondozo is definitely the Pokemon that I think a lot of trainers, you know, always have to make sure they account for in their team building. And it's a Pokemon that has kind of dropped off a little bit, but I can imagine it being a really safe and steady pick for a lot of trainers that are maybe kind of comfortable using that Dondozo Tatsugiri synergy. For me, the Hisuian Lilligant's there a little bit because of the weather wars that we're anticipating coming into this event. I think Sun is going to be on the rise. You know, Pokemon like Torkoal are going to be out there. And Lily Cole has won internationals before, Ashton Cox at LAIC. So I think it's the kind of Pokemon that will sneak into team building, and people won't necessarily expect it. The same with the Iron Crown. That Iron Crown and DD combination, again, it's a very tried and tested synergetic duo, and I think it will catch a lot of people off guard.
That's fair enough. When you said Lily Cole there, I was like, who's Lily Cole? No, I see.
New entry.
Yeah, Lilligant Torkoal, there we go.
Lilligant and Torkoal. Yeah, I think those are really good picks. The Dondozo and Ting Lu core that we've been seeing rising up is so powerful. Costa, that's an Excadrill on your predictions. That's a Terrakion. That's an Iron Moth.
That's very beige.
Thank you. I'm a very colourful person with my attire as well. But yes, Excadrill. I think it is just so well placed going into the current meta. It completely is immune to Raging Bolt shenanigans. You know, like even if you got Fairy Terrestrialization from Raging Bolt, oh, I've got an Iron Head that I could go ahead and click onto you. So, you know, pick up a Flinch or whatnot. But if you have a core of, let's say, and we were like strategizing about this with Lee yesterday, you can drop a third move. So let's say normally you'd have Iron Head, maybe Earthquake or Stopping Tantrum, such. But then you'd have a third move, maybe like Swords Dance or perhaps something else, Filler, Rock Slide. But you can put Terra Blast with Ice in order to counter the Landorus issues. So you've got an all-round Pokemon that could really battle against the Fire, Water, Grass core there.
Doing its best Reggie Alecki impression there with the Terra Ice. And Costa, I imagine you can dish out some pretty heavy-hitting Iron Heads as well. Got no hair there to soften the blow, have you?
Hey,
it's just,
that's the strategy, you know? It's like, this is... I perfectly calculated for this moment to hear and receive this point from you, so thank you, Charlie, for it.
It's what, 10 a.m. on the first day of the UIC? We're getting it out there already.
I'm going to get a choice band as well, just to like, add the damage.
I need to get one of those hats in the Pokemon Center of like the Bulbasaur or something like that. It'd be great.
Keep your eyes out for Costa's Iron Head, their Pokemon traders. And then we moved away from that before I was able to talk about my caster predictions there, but I want to talk about Frostmoth. I know that no one else wants me to.
No, I want to hear it.
Okay, great, thanks, Lou. Well, I just feel like Frostmoth combines Volcarona and Articuno, right? You can set up the Quiver Dances with Frostmoth behind Aurora Veil and with Ice Scales as well. It's so bulky and so it's so safe there, but then you can blast out Blizzards like the Articuno that we saw doing so well in Utrecht. And super effective Ice-type damage hits a lot right now, and it could do very well. Ice Bug is a terrible defensive typing, let's not lie.
But that's why we have Terra. That's why we have Terra.
I mean, Articuno has a terrible rock resistance.
True,
as well, right?
yeah. But Terra Water, Terra Blast into Incineroar, that can deal with that. And then you've got Sinister there because it can switch in and, of course, restore a little bit of HP. Anything behind screens, those Carmine Raging Bolts as well, of course. Very bulky, making it even harder to remove Skeledirge. We saw Dylan Salvanera do incredibly well with in Vancouver just a couple of weeks ago, and with Unaware set up Torch Song. It doesn't matter about things like Carmine coming out from opposing Pokemon. And then Kingdra. No more needs to be said about that.
How many Kingdras?
No more needs to be said.
Day one, Charlie.
There is technically one running around in plushy form. I see it, you know, always by your side, Charlie.
You made my heart leap there. I thought we had a Kingdra out there on the field.
Yeah, you didn't see the 0 that I put earlier, did you?
I will say, juniors and seniors are tomorrow. There's still hope.
True.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. And by we, I mean me. No, I don't think anyone else is wanting to see Kingdra right now, but I certainly am. Well, really thrilling predictions there. I can't wait to see what's coming up. And we've been seeing earlier, just looking at those team lists, some of the spicier Pokemon that have been coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I always like looking for that one interesting niche Pokemon, particularly at Regulation F at the moment. Everything's kind of balanced, right? People have found their kind of leverage with the Fire, Water, Grass core. There's like, I think, a cheeky Incineroar hiding in the foliage back there.
Oh my lord, I did not see that.
Unless you weren't aware, Pokemon trainers, we're going to see a lot of Incineroar this weekend. It's sometimes those are more unique choices that come in and challenge the Fire, Water, Grass core that I think are really interesting to see, you know? And particularly the fire types, I mean, it's a cat, right? I love seeing it. There's never any issues over here. But sometimes it's nice to see that cheeky Heatran in there as well, instead of being the Incineroar.
So what were you doing there? Trying to fake out the Incineroar?
I was.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm glad you noticed. I was just trying to like cover it, you know, like maybe put like a quote or something.
Oh, just like it's not here kind of
like
thing?
it's not real.
Got a lovely fluffy Catonian Arcanine there instead.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, yeah, look, we got this a Pokemon of past, I will kind of want to say.
What a good doggo.
Every single time that Incineroar gets released, this poor pupper needs to go away.
Well, it doesn't need to go away. It just unfortunately does.
But as I say, it does.
What about its Hisuian form, though? We still see a couple of those.
A couple. It's not the same as it used to be. Hisuian Arcanine was, to be honest, just winning regionals left, right, and center, and now it's kind of been replaced by a kitty cat.
It's true, and I'm sure you're thrilled to see it.
I really am. Yeah.
But, I mean, there's kitty cats, and then there are dinosaur Pokemon with those past paradoxes. You were talking, Lou, about a team that you saw with Walking Wake on it, Ogerpon with the Cornerstone mask as well.
That's what's really cool. I think everyone at the minute is looking at Ogerpon, and obviously it's the Wellspring form or the Hearthflame mask. And they're really the two that are dominant, but people are still believing in Cornerstone. A couple of kind of the teal mask have had a lot of good utility getting into top cut finishes at different regionals, but Cornerstone still has to be cracked, right? Like, everybody's trying to find it and like open up where its potential lies, and this could be the event to do it.
I think it's just Ogerpon Cornerstone is just one of those Pokemon that you could completely utilize the sturdy ability for it. So paired up with like a Chi-Empower that has Focus Sash, you've got double Focus Sash, you know? Like, you're having to try to force mind games into your opponent, either having double spread moves or having to try to double up with single target moves onto one slot. So all of a sudden just allows more room for offensive pressure on the get-go.
Speaking from experience, I believe Costa is someone who did very well in one of the global challenges with an Ogerpon Cornerstone mask.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, those were like the two normal Pokemon, then I just led like hard Trick Room, delayed stuff, you know,
Oh,
that's the thing.
Cannot wait to see if we see some Gallade this weekend as
That
well.
would
But
that would be cool.
how is our Worlds race going? What about our Tier 1 invites from the NA region to Worlds coming up in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year? Well, here we have the standings right now. Riley Factura, don't know if he wants to dish out one of those invites to one of us. I'd take it. He's got about 4 or something at that point, approaching 4. Of course, Joseph Ugarte having a party there as well in second place. James Evans, Chopper Cross, Giovanni Costa, and, you know, James, Chopper, Giovanni, we saw those 3 trainers win regionals very recently in this 2024 season.
That's the thing, though, but when you look at their championship point score, it's not just that regional win. They've got so much consistency throughout this season, and, you know, trainers as well like Chopper Cross being so unanimous with the Dondozo, for example. And I really like seeing trainers, particularly the veterans of video game, really trying to find their kind of comfort zone within the team building, and no matter what the regulation is, because, you know, that keeps changing all the time, they're finding that one consistent thing that they're so good at and almost unstoppable at as well.
Would you say then that Chopper, at least for the Scarlet Violet era, has sort of become has channeled Giovanni Costa's Eevee energy from, you know, past seasons?
A little bit. I mean, Giovanni's definitely gone more into the Dragonite phase of his trainer journey, let's be honest. But you're right, there's definitely Pokemon that become synonymous with trainers as well. You know, think of Wolfglick and his Incineroar.
yeah, absolutely. Wolf will be thrilled when he watches
I know.
you say that, Lou, yes. Forward Chopper, I certainly would not be cross with that standing. But how about the EU tables? How is that going down? Well, there is Marco Silva, of course, the LAIC winner of this season, out there in front, but followed very closely behind by Eric Rios, Eduardo Cunha, Niels Dunlop. I mean, these trainers are synonymous with fantastic finishes at events, Costa.
They really are, and I think we've already got the first 3 being international champions in their own rights across regions. It's just insane, because we already know when you reach that sort of world-class level, you just have that consistency, and the consistency is really such a key attribute to any great trainer to be able to try to, you know, like put in their say for getting a world championship. So seeing these names, no surprise. Niels, I love his playstyle. He's just got such crazy techs where you go up against him, you're like, oh, okay, what's he gonna bring this time? And then like he just like blows your mind with weak armor, armor rouge, U-turn, Urshifu rapid strike, you know, proc into female and DD, psychic terrain, double expanding force, a +2 special attack with psychic terrain. It's just insane.
It is absolutely insane, and Nils was one of the first trainers, I believe, in Regulations at E to fly the flag for Reggie Drago. I love to see that Pokemon. Dragon Energy can just be a delete button into the opposing side, but there are quite a few counters. Looking at you, Fluttermane. And then if we cast our eyes down later on in that table, of course, Simone Sanvito there as well, the winner of the Lille Regional Championships earlier this season. But now, in our other key regions, there's Thiago Latanzi. Lou, of course, you were there at LAIC, seeing Thiago reach the finalist position.
Honestly, and with Reggie Alecki,
yeah,
no
exactly.
less as well.
Oh, wait, Lou, sorry.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming there, Costa.
Sorry, can you repeat that Pokemon?
Okay, so with the really cool electric type Pokemon that's very happy to be here.
The counterpart of Reggie Drago.
That starts with the name Reggie. Reggie I can't do it. Reggie Alecki.
No, Reggie Alecki.
That Pokemon was able to finish in second place at that event, and it was such a phenomenal run. You know, in a meta as well, where there again was a lot of consistency, having a completely rogue pick like that, I think was really, really inspiring. And he was so bold and brave, just clicking these moves that have a chance to miss, and it was brilliant to see. Other really notable names, obviously Paul Ruiz, previous world champion. Very unsurprised to see him up there in the top rankings. Gabriel Agati, we've already shown today, but Sebastian Escalante is a trainer that even from like earlier formats, 2017, I remember seeing them really kind of establish themselves as a phenomenal player, and to see them back competing at such a high level is just truly amazing.
Yeah, it's stunning to see, and if you want to see more Pokemon pronouncing antics trainers, maybe there'll be time for that later on over the weekend. So many regions that we have doing so well in the World's Race, and at this point, we're sort of 3/4-ish of the way through the season. People are, some trainers here, not necessarily looking to win the entire event, but just need that little bit more in the championship points race in order to qualify for Worlds. So whatever any individual trainer's goal is this weekend, it's all to play for.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think this is the opportune moment to be able to do it, especially when we know that the points and placements going after this event, like the lockup for the stipends for North American International Championship, they end this Sunday. So, you need to try to put in your best performance and appearance to be able to try to get those travel awards.
That's a really good point, and particularly when we looked at the EU leaderboard, that top 8 race, particularly in Germany, you know, Barishak Josh and then Michael Kelch as well, our runner-up from the previous World Championships. They're very, very, very close, and Simone Sanvito is only just ahead of them as well. So the thing I love about an international event is it's not just about the winning, it's about the placement and those championship points, as you said, not only to be able to be in that day 2 race, but also even just to get your invite. So sometimes it's, you know, about just getting that top 64 finish in order to lock and secure that in.
Right, exactly. And it can also be, of course, about the friends we make along the way.
Oh yeah, that as well, for sure.
And there are so many trainers here battling it out, and of course there's a lot on the line, but fundamentally we're here to have fun. Pokemon is all about enjoying yourself with this fantastic game, getting into the nuts and bolts of team building. There's so much creativity to be had. And, you know, even if a trainer doesn't do especially well here in this event, the people you meet, you're bound to be sharing ideas, pooling those resources, coming up with interesting picks, how to counter what's going on in the metagame. Pokemon is a very difficult game to do well in alone, and I think that's one of the most heartwarming things about it.
I think one of the things I always say kind of on that line of the community is that, particularly at an international event, you've got trainers from all walks of life, different parts of the globe, and it doesn't matter what your background background is or, you know, what language you speak this common language of Pokemon. Everybody's here for, like, their joy and love of this game, whether it is just from playing it as a child, collecting cards, collecting plushies, or actually, you know, the competitive sphere. Everybody's here with that common thread, you know, spectators, families, and it's just such a beautiful thing to see, particularly tomorrow when the juniors and seniors get in and you see that future generation of Pokemon trainer. It's honestly the most wholesome thing, and I think that's the big takeaway from such amazing events like this.
History, present, and future is all going on here at EUIC. And a quick little London fact for you there,
Oh, let's
based
go.
on what you just said. Apparently London is the most linguistically diverse city in the world.
I'm kind of not surprised.
Yeah, I believe it's more
makes
than
a lot of
300 languages spoken.
Wow.
Yeah, and everyone is so very welcome here. And we've got so many trainers from all over the globe looking to make their mark at EUIC. Well, don't know about you guys. I think it's time we headed over to Lee and Sierra at the caster deck. So thank you for joining us in Charlie's Chill Zone. Now, let's start to ramp up the action just a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Charlie. For those of you just joining, my name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure now to be joined by the wonderful Sierra Dawn. Sierra, it's great to have you here. Be behind the desk. It's been a few years since we had the pleasure to be next to each other and be able to have the honor to cast some games.
Funny enough, in London at Worlds 22, and I'm back and here with you, so that's super, super exciting. I'm so glad to be here, honestly, being at the internationals. Being able to see the energy here, I mean, regionals are so much fun. Don't get me wrong. This is another level.
It's so hype out there this morning. We've got so many players as well. It's 972 masters taking part in VG this weekend, which is absolutely incredible. So way bigger numbers than what I was expecting to come in, but the players don't disappoint, do they?
Oh, definitely not. Even the first match didn't disappoint. Like, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, and if that's how we're kicking off the event, it's just going to get so much better throughout the day. So it's really an exciting time, especially, too, with the growth of the game. I mean, players keep leveling up event after an event, so not only is the game expanding, but that skill level, that skill ceiling just keeps on improving.
Yeah, I said to Costa before we came on this morning, I was looking through the roster of the players, and I said, oh, please, I'm not playing today. The amount of high caliber players that we've got coming into this tournament, it's such a tough field for our players, and whoever does come out on top, kudos to them, because they are going to have an incredible run this weekend to get through all of these amazing players from all around the world.
Especially, too, with the fact that this is the largest event and we have over 900 players. We do have that extra round of Swiss now on day 2, so it's even one more step that players have to take. You think you're good? No, just kidding. You got one more round to be going on, and it's incredible. And players traveling from all around the world as well. I mean, we got to see Agati in that first round as well.
Yeah.
And we were even talking about during that break while the other wonderful casters were filling, even just the amount of NA players that came over 100 NA players making that way across. So that's incredible.
It's incredible, yeah. And not just the number of US players, but the amount of high quality US players. Another thing I was talking about with Costa earlier on as well, I get your opinion on it as well. I think it's going to be very difficult to see past a US player winning this event, and I might get a lot of hate for saying this from the EU community, but when you look through the list of US players that we've got attending this weekend, it's like such a hard task to get past them. So EU players and other players from other regions are going to really have a hard task this weekend to overcome the group that have come over from the US in particular.
I mean, EU's always cooking, though. I mean,
they're always cooking.
You guys just had Articuno win an event.
Yeah.
I actually don't think it's like that sort of stuff and that sort of innovation. I think is actually really important in this game, especially when especially on the NA side, we get to see more so a lot of balance coming out. So I think it's interesting. So I mean, there can be the NA bias, surprisingly from you of all people.
I know,
That's
right?
incredible.
I'm normally all pro EU, but
what is this? But I think there's so many talented EU trainers, and I feel like there's always that little extra motivation going into an event that you kind of want to keep the title here. Like, you're not looking for this, like, a second year now for an NA player to come over and steal that title away.
Well, I think that's the big task, I think, for our players coming into this event. Obviously, Paul Chio won it last year, so I think a lot of the EU players in particular are probably looking to reclaim that back. If we look back at previous EU championships, we've got all of the previous champions from EU events that we've had since 2017 are in attendance and playing this weekend, which is absolutely incredible. So, you know, the experience is there for these players to come in and say, right, let's reclaim this back this year. But it is going to be, like I say, a tough task. You know, we've watched the regionals unfold this season. We had LAIC. I mean, Marco Silva in particular taking that one. So that's really nice. So, you know, the torch is carrying on with Marco into this event. Can he take another IC? That's a big question. But I do think the task is at hand for them is very, very difficult.
And like we're talking about, oh yeah, there's so many international champions here. There's world champions here as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Like, it's so incredibly stacked out there. I'm even more, like, I'd love to be out there representing Slitherwing. One person out there in the field that is, by the way. But at this point, so many good people. I'm okay right here.
I'm glad we've got the Slitherwing in, because looking at the caster predictions, I liked a lot of your picks. I think the Slitherwing, I'd love to see that get day 2. I don't know if I could quite see it, I'm sorry, see it winning the tournament, but, you know, might sneak in there, which would be good.
Yeah, I'm not really, you know, counting my chickens on that one, but I liked your picks too. We were both on the King Gambit.
Yeah.
And talking a bit about like the King Gambit even picks that can come out. I mean, when we look back at Vancouver, it was a King Gambit Gouging Fire team that won, and those two Pokemon in particular, whether they're together or separate, make up such strong teams, not necessarily part of the balanced team, so you don't necessarily see the highest usage like you would those other balanced Pokemon, hence why they don't necessarily make top 12 too often. But I think there's such strong contenders going into this weekend.
Yeah, and I think the one thing about King Gambit that I really like, and I think a lot of the players can lean on quite heavily, is the fact that it's so good defensively as well. It's got that offensive presence that you have to really respect when you're playing against it, but it's so hard to take down, and I think we saw in Vancouver, like, players adapting the different terrestrialization types with it. We saw, I think, Ashton with the flying terra type, and then James going for the was it the dragon terra type on it, or the other way around? I can't remember, but
a little jet lag.
Yeah.
But dragon is quite popular. I can't remember if James quite had that, but it is a pretty popular type too.
Yeah, but what I mean was, like, a few formats ago, we were seeing primarily dark terra type to really capitalize on that kowtow cleave damage there and really make sure that you're maximizing that on the other side of the field. But I think the more defensive typing suits the King Gambit in this format in particular, and really allows it to kind of have that bit more flexibility for players to really utilize it and make it such a threat going forward.
Especially too, like looking at even King Gambit in particular, you got the sword stance to boost the damage, so you don't necessarily need to go for an attack heavy terrestrialization at that point, or paired up with the gouging fire with the howl, so you get a +1 attack to both Pokemon. There's so many different ways to get your damage up in that sort of way that you don't necessarily need to spend an offensive Terra on it. And I think too, we're going a little bit more back into defensive terras, just more so in the case of we have a little bit more balance. You got to make sure you have that longevity. If you're kind of throwing everything at a defensive terra and you're not getting that KO, you're not getting that momentum, it's kind of just wasted, especially when you look at a lot of those Pokemon being a little bit more defensively frail.
Yeah, definitely, and I think a good point to make on the sword stance in particular is we talked about some of the setup options that we're seeing. I mean, we saw Gabrielle utilizing the Raging Bolt with the Calm Mind, and then you've got the Goldingo as well in there with the nasty plot, but that main pivot around those is going to be the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. It'll be interesting to see if any players have leaned on that this weekend in and around the King Gambit to allow it room to be able to get those sword stances off, as well as maybe some other options on the team.
Yeah, there's still so much to dive into, so it'll be an exciting weekend to see what's been popping up. But looking at a couple of the matches that we have coming up next, the notable matches here for our round 2. Oh, there's so much good stuff here, but I think we picked the right stream match.
I think so. This is a very exciting one. David Conieta against Marcus Stata, and it's going to be a really great one, but not one just to notice. You know, we've got some other really great matches going on. We've got Nick Schrott against Victor Mendina, and we have Judy Azzarelli as well, one of those top US players, referring to a little bit, going up against Maxime Lebrun from France in this next round. And Len coming in with the Tyranitar again this tournament, which is great to see, representing, having a good start to the tournament here.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I go crazy talking up this Slitherwing, but Len was the OG talking about, hey, this Garchomp, this Tyranitar, he's stuck with it all the way. He's been actually just doing better and better at our NA events as well. So being able to show up then at an international, having what would be considered in the field a more unconventional pick, but something that works really, really well for them. I'll be really excited to see kind of how far that goes forward. There's my NA bias there, and I think caster bias too, looking over here at Len, but no, there's definitely a stacked field, and these are some great matchups ahead of us.
I'm fully behind you on the US bias for Len. Tyranitar, one of my picks, so I'm like, yes, Len, come on, carry the torch for us going into the rest of the weekend. But I mean, you make a good point with Len in particular, because he is one of those players that does go back to what he's comfortable with, and it always seems to work out for him, showing, I think, not only what a good high-level player he is, but how comfortable he is with the team in general, and how he can adapt it to different situations, different formats, and different regions as well. So, I mean, if he comes into this event, makes it into day 2 first, obviously the first step for all of our players, but it will be an incredible feat with this maybe not so common selection makeup of Pokemon.
I like how, too, like, it's not like we've really dived into a couple of players' teams. It's just more so, like, we know what Len's going to be running. We just know at the end of the day this is what it's going to be. He's not really going to be hard switch to press off of there, but we gotta put the Tyranitar aside for a second. It's not what we're featuring. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine. Well, it's all right. We've got better things to talk about. We'll circle back around to it, because, yeah, we've got a great match here. Obviously, previous champions going head-to-head in this round 2 and representing the EU region, where I've just been bashing. So hopefully I can redeem myself in this next game and not take too much of a bashing for that comment. But I think these are 2 players in particular I think on their day could really go all the way and potentially take this sort of event. So really going to be great to kind of highlight both of these players going in. Obviously Marcus representing Germany and David representing Italy. So clash of the 2 nations going into this next one, and some really interesting Pokemon on both sides of the field for these players as well.
100%, and we're talking about a couple of the picks that we were talking about. David having that Gouging Fire, so definitely one of those Pokemon that I'm expecting to see on kind of more and more teams. It has to, I think, Gouging Fire, where it can maybe struggle sometimes with being slotted into a team, is you kind of, not necessarily to fully build around it, but there has to be that awareness. It's not quite plug and play like a Wellspring Ogerpon that you're just like, oh, I don't know, throw it there. Oh, throw a Fluttermane in there. I don't really care. Like, there has to be a little bit more around it. But even just looking at the composition of this team, I actually think it's quite interesting in comparison to how I've seen Gouging Fire teams be built.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we look back at the recent Global Challenge tournament as well, and David finished 2nd in that overall, which is just absolutely incredible. We know that he was utilizing the Tinglu and the Dondozo in that tournament. We didn't know the other 4 Pokemon, but probably likely to be these 4 that are surrounding it. But the big talking point about the Tinglu in particular from this side of the field is that Tinglu was really the talking point of last year's EUIC, where I think it was 3 in top cut finished. Obviously, both finalists had Tinglu as well. So a Pokemon that players are kind of slowly coming back to in this format as well.
Well, especially, too, it's slowly coming back because the format's been slowing down, right?
Yeah.
So being able to have that, you can bring the Tinglu, it's not just going to get completely pressured, and you can really just kind of make it so the whole pace of the game is how you want to be playing it. And when you're having it paired with something like the Dondozo, the Solo Dozo too, no Tatsugiri in sight, obviously you're not getting the boost for the Dondozo. So being able to further mitigate the damage that's being done really just kind of set the pace. And having like the faster and slower mode of the team, not so much in the speeds, but in terms of the damage output you want to have, I think gives you actually quite a few options. Because I think an issue that I see with some of the Tinglu teams is it's kind of all in, and that can be exploited.
Yeah, definitely. And I think pairing up with some of these really powerful options next to it, the Goldingo would feel quite good, I think, in this team generally if you were to see a nasty plot variant going into this match. But David not opting for that here, going for the choice specs item. Of course, we'll get into the intricate details in a minute, but I do think you make a really good point. The Solo Dondozo is such a difficult Pokemon. You can't ignore it. You've got to really respect it going into the match, because in particular, the Yawn there is such a threat. And if you haven't really got good ways, mitigations to kind of be able to switch around, get around that sort of threat, then it can become a problem. It allows things like the Goldingo, some of those bigger attackers like the Gouging Fire, to really capitalize in these positions in the match. And it sometimes just becomes a little bit too overwhelming, especially if you're a bit sparse on options yourself to be able to deal damage to these big defensive Pokemon.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be careful about going into this match, but even just looking at Arceus' team, this is something that has a lot more offense and it has a couple more pivoting options. So there's definitely ways to be dealing with this, and players on the stage getting ready for the match. This is where we can really deep dive into both of these players as well.
Yeah, and we've got on Marcus' side of the field, we have that Tornadus, the Fluttermane, Amoongush, the Urshifu, which is actually the Rapid Strike variant, the Incineroar, and the Landorus Incarnate.
Yeah, and looking at this team too, I mean, you have the speed and you have the damage output. We talked about, oh, well, some things in the format slowing down. This, not whatsoever. So that's something that's really going to be something that David has to be looking out for, because you have physical and special attacking threats here. Both the Urshifu and the Landorus don't need a setup. They can both deal an absurd amount of damage right out the gate. And the biggest blocker to Urshifu Rapid Strike nowadays, the Wellspring Ogerpon, nowhere in sight. So you don't necessarily have that redirection, that water absorb to stop this Pokemon from going haywire.
Yeah, and I think in those particular situations, it's a really good identification, frees up that Pokemon in particular. But we'll take a closer, deeper dive into Davida's team with the Goldengo here, the Ting-Lu, that Chen Pao, the Gouging Fire, Dragonite, and that Dondozo. We've touched on a few things here, but I really do like the combination with that Gouging Fire, one of your top picks this weekend, Sierra, and the ability to have its attack boosted with that Howl, the Protect on there that we don't generally see so much of with the Gouging Fire, but being able to boost things like the Chen Pao, the Dragonite, and even that Dondozo, coupled up with that sort of Rune ability as well, is very, very potent.
Especially into the Dragonite, considering it's the inner focus. So it's not that you're going to be howling and then your opponent can swap an Incineroar and Ardent Shot and make it so things aren't getting dropped. With that inner focus, you can't be intimidated down. So the damage on the Dragonite, the attack is going to stick on this Dragonite. So you're not forced into something like this choice band that we see a lot of Dragonites have for that additional damage that they honestly quite need at times. Instead, the Assault Vest. So this is going to be even more so adding to that bulk that it has. So that could be a potentially devastating combination and something that really has to be looked out for.
Yeah, I think a really good identification, especially if the Dragonite is the Pokemon that Davida decides to Terastallize here, because that Fairy Terastallization really, I mean, it limits the options for what Marcus can do on his side of the field. It obviously comes down to what the Amoonguss has. It does have that Sludge Bomb, so would be able to hit it for super effective damage there, but doesn't really want to sit in front of a Terastallized Dragonite, especially if it is boosted by that Howl. And then you do have the Landorus Incarnate as well, obviously just going over the team once again. The Tornadus Incarnate, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, and the Landorus Incarnate.
So much speed on this team, both just a natural speed and things like this Fluttermane. You have the booster energy as well. We'll have to see whether that is going to be for that special attack or for that speed. But Choice Scarf on the Rapid Strike Urshifu, and of course Tailwind to set everything up. So this team, I mean, you can be outspeeding absolutely everything. You don't even necessarily need to get the speed up. And something like that Rain Dance can really just enable that Urshifu Rapid Strike to just kind of start to roll through Avid's team here. So definitely something to be careful of. And even if things are going to be slow, you do have that pressure, even with the Amoonguss, to have that redirection, or more importantly, that Spore.
Yeah, and in particular against this slow mode on Davida's side of the field, I think the Amoonguss is going to be really pivotal here, because it can kind of come in and just mitigate a lot of the damage, especially from that Ting-Lu and maybe some of the slow Pokemon like the Dondozo that could come in and be a bit more disruptive. You've got your own disruptive tool there in the Amoonguss, where can really play a huge part in Marcus's team, because like you say, with that Rain Dance there that you've got active with the Tornadus alongside something like the Rapid Strike Urshifu, although initially not going to be something that would be hitting everything on Davida's side for big damage, it's not something that you can ignore because of the kind of stacking that you've got with the Rain Dance, with the Terastallization that you've got an option, and then the Choice Scarf, which is the natural speed there, which just allows it to freely go for attacks without having to set any speed control up initially.
My favorite thing I think about this matchup is we get to see kind of a new way that players are playing this game with a lot of old tools when you're looking at the Ting-Lu and that Dragonite, but now with the addition of the Gouging Fire. In comparison to something that, not quite of old, I feel like that's a little disrespectful, but that Tornadus with that Tailwind in particular, since we have seen a little bit more of a fall off of Tailwind, not completely fallen off the wagon, but of course, with a lot of priority out there, things like this Raging Bolt that has that priority move, Chen Pao with priority, we haven't necessarily seen quite the most of it. Players may be preferring to go for those priorities and the pivoting and the fake out. So with that more team of new and team of old, I really, really like this just facing off against each other.
Yeah, and see how these players will adapt against each other going into this first game. I think the Landorus Incarnate, in particular for Marcus, is going to be such a key player for him, because if he can protect it well against things like that Chen Pao and the Dondozo to a certain extent, is going to be very effective against the Goldingo, maybe forcing a Terastallization into that slot. It'll also be able to hit anything that does decide to Terastallize. There's obviously the Fairy Terra typing on the Dragonite, so maybe makes Davida think twice about going for that in this match. The Poison Ting-Lu as well, that's going to be an issue, especially if the Landorus Incarnate does get that that substitute setup, because that will be so detrimental for being able to remove that threat from the field so freely like you would normally be able to do. And then you can't really disrupt it with the yawn as well, because into the substitute, the yawn's just going to fail. So I think that's going to be something that Marcus can maybe fall back on. Maybe we won't see him lead out with it, but you never know. If he suspects something like the Goldingo to be something that Davide kind of goes with initially to just get damage onto the field, utilizing that choice specs item, then the Landorus in that scenario could be quite a good option to try and remove that, or at least pressure it into going for that terrestrialization. Again, another Fairy Terror type there, which makes it difficult in front of that Pokemon that's so versatile at the minute in this format.
The one thing with the Landorus, though, there is ways to make sure that it doesn't quite get set up, or at least just constantly pressuring into it. It does have the Steel Terrestrialization, which fares into things quite well, like the Chien Pao when you're looking at the super effective ice move, Icicle Crash in this case. But there is great coverage here when you have something like that Sacred Sword. You can kind of pin it, make it terrestrialize, and hit it. You don't let it get set up for free. So that'll be something when we're looking over at that Landorus that I prioritize, make sure it can't get set up, because that will be a checkmate win situation.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that Marcus could do to kind of counteract that a little bit is utilize the Incineroar and the Amoonguss there, because between those two, you've got the fake out pressure on that side of the field when the Landorus comes out, and then you've got the switch to the Amoonguss where you can then use that redirection and even pressure with something like Spore in certain scenarios where you can slow down things on Dave's side of the field.
Yeah, which, oh man, I'm just even looking, one thing we haven't necessarily touched on, which I think is a quite interesting thing over on Dave's end, is this Goldingo. Because this Goldingo, we do see the choice specs, so you get that damage output right away. This is definitely a good way to make sure you have that offensive capability on your own end, but you have the trick as well. So when you're looking at something like this team over on Marcus's end that has something in a potential setup at this Landorus, you have all these different Pokemon that, hey, maybe you don't want to get them, let them lock into a move of choice, something like the Amoonguss. You do have the option of tricking away that choice specs and kind of locking them up. So we might not see it, it is pretty niche, but if you get caught off guard, it could be devastating.
Yeah, in particular with the Goldingo in front of that Amoonguss, with the good as gold ability, you're kind of happy for it to click in and lock in with its Spore, and then you could really catch it out. Like you say, with that trick, give the Amoonguss choice specs item. Of course, at the same end is that you kind of want to preferably put that item onto a Pokemon that maybe doesn't have a threatening special type attack that would be maybe a bit of a detriment to some of the Pokemon on your side of the field. So the Amoonguss, I'm kind of curious now to see what the damage output would be like from that Sludge Bomb.
A choice spec Sludge Bomb?
Yeah.
That would be the craziest match of all time. You all of a sudden lock it into a Sludge Bomb because you don't want to get spored, and the Sludge Bomb just runs through your team.
Please let this happen this game. I really want to see this now.
It's like, you know, it's like a needle in a haystack worth a chance, but it could be pretty funny. Obviously, when you're looking at a couple of things, it's not like you can lock an Urshifu into a Detect, since this one does have the choice Scarf, but even making sure it's not necessarily getting the speed on its own end, or the fun little interaction where you try and get the speed on your own end, be a way to be slowing things down there too.
Yeah, I think that's quite a nice option there, where you could say maybe, all right, the Urshifu is locked into something that I've got to safe switch it to in the back. Maybe it locks into close combat. I think it's something that Marcus is going to have to be quite careful with, because if you lock into the close combat, you get that choice spec switched onto you, and then you've got a nice switch into something like the Dragonite, and then your Fairy Terrestrialization Pokemon are in a much better position, so it can really be used to the detriment if David is quite controlled about how he approaches this match, doesn't dive in too quickly, and tries to control things with that sort of aspect of his game plan that he's got access to.
Yep. And hello, everybody. It's back to us. We're waiting for the players to finish getting set up with team things. A second round, where everybody's waking up here, but no, it lets us talk a little bit more about the event and stuff like this. And the fact that I think that we get to two really strong players with such different team ideas, such different Pokemon on each end, I think is actually a really good sign of a good meta that we have going on right now, where it isn't, oh, you have to be locking a balance, oh, you have to be locking this, oh, Tailwind's gone, you cannot use that. Like, there is a lot of really viable options out there, and when we are looking at the largest field that we have out there,
yeah.
good.
And I think as well, when you're looking at such a large event, you want to try and make things as easy as possible for yourself going into a tournament, because you don't want really to play something brand new or something that you're not super comfortable with, because then it puts that extra strain on you, especially like you mentioned, we're going to have an extra round of Swiss tomorrow. So if you do progress into tomorrow, you need to try and alleviate as much of that stress today as possible whilst also progressing. Not an easy task, of course, but I think it's a big thing to consider when coming into these big tournaments. Making those Pokemon choices that you're more comfortable with a way more sensible thing to do.
especially too, like, as cool as this Tinglu, Dragonite, Gaijin Fire team is, and that maybe you could expect it to be new, it is something that Dave has been using in like online events, the global challenge, stuff like that. So even though it might be a little bit more unconventional to what other players might expect, it is something that is then comfort and familiar. And I think players kind of sometimes get wrapped up in their heads going into an event of moving away from their comforts into what's going to break the meta, what is going to be the next thing, what counters the best thing out there. And sometimes that works. But other times, you're going to find yourself in a unfamiliar matchup. You're going to go up against the Dondozo Gaijin Fire you never expected, and if you don't know the matchup, then
Going to be pretty hard.
Yeah.
Especially against Dondozo, and things like Tinglu as well are just so hard to break down if you don't know the lines that your team has to go through to get through those big behemoths, you know. It just becomes so difficult. And then that one bad match that you may come off the back of would tilt the rest of the tournament. It's hard to recover from that point. So, like you say, a really good, important thing to think about. This not just the team aspect, it's being comfortable with it as well. And it's something that we do reiterate on these broadcasts a lot, especially for the new players coming in. Get familiar, get comfortable with your team. But I think Dave, in particular, has that experience from the Global Challenge recently. All those games there and finishing second, especially if it is the exact same 6 or a similar 6. He's going to feel good coming into the tournament this weekend.
Especially, too, when you're looking at all that experience in the Global Challenge. I know that it can be varying opinions about how valuable that closed team sheet best of one practice can be. But the thing is when you're looking at that best of one closed team sheet, you have to be prepared for every option. It's not like the open team sheet, the best of 3, you can adjust. So he's got the experience. Let's see if he can make it work now. It's time to get into game 1 here of our round 2 right away. That is a slow start coming up from Dave, Tinglu, and Dondozo.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Amoonguss on Marcus' side of the field with that Urshifu. So big attacking presence there. Going to threaten the Tinglu if it doesn't go for the Terastallization. But more importantly, the Amoonguss here going to be able to disrupt things on Dave's side of the field with that Spore. And it has got access to that redirection, can protect the Urshifu. It does feel threatened this next turn. But I think that both the Dondozo and that Tinglu need to be careful around that Spore coming out potentially here. But we're just seeing a protect.
Yeah, this was the opportunity where maybe on that first turn you could see a Terastallization and make sure you're not going to be spored, especially since the Dondozo is the Grass Terra, but no protect, and that's going to be the Amoonguss instead. Big hit into the Tinglu to start chipping away some damage. Little chip in return with that Rocky Helmet, but Sand Tomb into the protected Amoonguss. Now Dondozo, last to act on this turn, will go for the Yawn, the attempted double up into that slot.
It's a fantastic play here from Marcus, really identifying that Dave knows that the Amoonguss is going to be one of those key Pokemon to take down early, protecting it here and getting that free close combat off, making the Tinglu in a position now where it is going to be knocked out if it takes another one this next turn, so can't really be that carefree with it here. Close combat comes out into that slot. It will be at the detriment of Dave in losing one of those really big, pivotal, key defensive tools that he has access to.
Yeah, and that's where things are going to be tricky because you can look at that era, but that's still potentially so much damage. You are going to see that this Urshifu is locked now into close combat since it is the choice Scarf. So you do have at least a little bit of predictability into this case. And the Amoonguss, surely not going to go protect this time. So this could be safe to just try and double into it again.
Yeah, and we are going to see a Terastallization come out from this turn too, and it will be onto Dave's side of the field. It will be the Tinglu, potentially going for that Poison Terra type to take less damage from a close combat that could be fired out from that Urshifu. Of course, we know it is a choice Scarf, so it will be locked into that move here as the close combat comes out into the Dondozo here, doing some respectable damage, just taking it down about just above 50% health, but it does leave the Amoonguss open now. No protect coming out from that side as the Sand Tomb comes out and misses again.
First time it protected, second time the miss. The Amoonguss does not want any part of it. The Yawn, though, of course, will make it drowsy, so we'll be falling asleep next turn, unlike the automatic response and return. Spore into the Dondozo.
The Sand Tomb there was so unfortunate because you get the Yawn off into the Amoonguss, right, and then you trap it onto the field. So really key for Marcus here. He is going to be able to switch that Amoonguss out. It does open the door for maybe Dave to try and target into that slot, catch something on the switch in, but if you go for maybe one of those stomping tantrums or something like that, you could get full foul of maybe one of the Tornadus or the Landorus coming in on that slot, especially now the Dondozo is asleep and rendered useless.
First thing to be swapping out, it will be that Urshifu, bringing the Flutter Mane into the field. Booster energy for that Photosynthesis, that will be a special attack. So looking to go on to the offensive there. And the double swap out here. You did have a double lowered stats from that close combat. You were yawned on the Amoonguss, and with two very passive Pokemons coming out from Dave's end, I don't dislike this whatsoever.
Yeah, and now we do see the Incineroar come onto the field. The body press coming out. Really good switch here from Marcus. Not affected by the ghost typing on the Flutter Mane. So free switch here for Marcus, which is not something that you commonly see. Marcus playing this very well, making it difficult for Dave to get any sort of momentum in this game. Already spent that terrestrialization as well, and the Dondozo takes another turn of sleep. So it'll be interesting to see. There is fake out here from the Incineroar. Will it go into the Tinglu to prevent it from moving this turn? Probably likely. And that frees up the Flutter Mane to get a big attacking option off onto either of these targets that have taken a lot of damage already.
And that's the issue when you're looking at these slower teams where things can go wrong so quickly. Dondozo is going to be taking that second turn of sleep, so an attempt at the protect not going to happen. And no protect from this Tinglu means Shadow Ball will hit into it, bringing it down real low, not getting KO'd quite yet, considering that lowered special attack. Parting shot into the Dondozo, and a chance again for Marcus to pivot.
Yeah, and a really nice option here, getting that attack drop again onto the Dondozo, making it even less useful from an offensive point of view. Coming in probably is going to be the Amoonguss again, coming back onto the field, going to be able to utilize, but it's not the Amoonguss, it is the Urshifu wanting to go for that offensive damage. The Ruination coming out from this Tinglu, going to be able to do 50% damage to its current health, taking it down just below 50% of its health now. Marcus sitting in a very dominant position here. The Dondozo on not great health. The Tinglu going to get knocked out with whatever comes out from Marcus' side of the field. So Dave in a bit of an awkward position here going into this next turn.
That's 100% it, and considering the speed that Marcus has on his team, you have the speed options, but even just with the natural speed of these Pokemon, the Choice Scarf onto that Urshifu, Dave won't even have a chance to really respond before these get KO'd. So we'll see a terrestrialization now coming out from Marcus at this point, and considering the Pokemon on the team, not surprised necessarily to see an offensive Terra, the Fairy type onto the Flutter Mane. This one is not choice locked. It is that booster energy, so it can be swapping into something like a powerful Dazzling Gleam, or just the Moonblast.
Surging Strike coming out, picking up the knockout onto the Tinglu, so that is one Pokemon down, leaving the Dondozo a sitting duck almost here from that Flutter Mane that is just terrestrialized, boosting those Fairy type attacks, so going to be able to do some big damage. Is it enough damage to remove this and take Marcus one step further to closing this game out? The Moonblast coming out, and it is into the Dondozo.
And that will be a KO. The Vessel of Ruin removed, so the Dondozo will be taking full force of the damage and double KO on this turn. Now we get to see the back Qianpao Dragonite. This is definitely a very aggressive core.
Yeah, really strong pairing here for Dave as it comes out onto the field. And something, if you are going down in resources, you want to bring these two onto the field together with that sort of rune ability. Of course, next to the Dragonite, it is holding that Assault Vest item, so it is going to be able to take those attacks a little bit better from the Flutter Mane than we would used to be able to see. But the terrestrialization's been eaten up here by that Tinglu. Dragonite not going to be able to go for that and is going to be susceptible to those Fairy type attacks.
And even looking at something like Qianpao, I mean, you have the Choice Scarf onto the Urshifu, it's locked, but you're still going to be taking so much damage. And I think that even though this core of two Pokemon can be doing a lot, it's still a big ask going into this. Protect on the Flutter Mane to be kicking things off, and Surging Strikes into the Qianpao. Of course, you get the 3 hits, so the Focus Sash won't matter. I don't think it's going to be enough quite for the KO, but it can be picked off next time around.
Yeah, it's a big turn here, and showing the utility of that Choice Scarf once again. The Sacred Sword coming out, picking up the knockout onto the Urshifu, but it's got a lot of value out of that turn for Marcus. Flutter Mane obviously going to go unharmed here with that Protect, being such a good utility that we don't generally see on at Stomp and Tantrum, the option that Dave goes well with the Dragonite into that slot. But it's such an easy switch now for Marcus just to bring the Incineroar in, drop an Intimidate, and have access to that Fake Out, in particular into the Qianpao. Not going to be effective into that Dragonite with that Inner Focus.
And with the Qianpao too, when you're looking at what you can maybe do if you're trying to get out, if you don't maybe think that there's going to be the Fake Out, even something like the Sucker Punch is not really going to be dealing much to the Flutter Mane after the Intimidate and whatnot. So Protect on this turn definitely makes sense. See what damage you could be dealing with the Dragonite. Not going to do extreme speed. It's not going to be doing quite as much damage as a Choice Band variant would.
No, and we are going to see the fake out into that Chen Power. It is not going to be affected this turn. The protecting it here for at least one more turn. The extreme speed coming out, but like you say, not as powerful as that choice bind variant. The Floodman taking it, returning with a Moonblast.
This into the Assault Vest Dragonite, regardless, going to be more than enough for that one-hit KO. Aim down to final Pokemon, Chen Power, and just a sliver of health.
Yeah, and now you're looking down at a full health Incineroar. I mean, if that was the only Pokemon Marcus has got, he's in a really good position, but also got the Fluttermane there. Icicle Crash going to come out into the Incineroar, fishing for that flinch, but yeah, can't ignore the Fluttermane. It is going to come out with the Moonblast and pick up a knockout, taking game 1 for Marcus Stadter as we are getting into round 2, and things are really heating up, Sierra.
Such a fun match. I think, too, that there's a lot of different ways that things could have gone for that match, which I think will be really, really fun for this game, too, here. We got to see, from Marcus's end, really well playing around that options over on Dave's end that we're trying to slow things down. You Sport into that Dondozo, so it can't essentially yawn lock you. Of course, that Sand miss was unfortunate. That does have to be called out as well, because that would have been a trapped Amoonguss on the field, as well the Terastallization. It was on a Ting-Lu that... well, then the Urshifu ignored it for that turn. If it was on something like that Dondozo into that grass, well, then you wouldn't have been Spored. So I feel like there's a lot of kind of rough 50-50s in here to where there's 2 paths we really could have gone down. And with that information now, we'll be really intrigued to see how they go into this game too.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, that Sand was really pivotal there. The first time going into the Protect there, so really good Protect from Marcus turn 1, catching out Dave so heavily here with that close combat, which was almost for free, putting the Ting-Lu in a position where it almost has to Terastallize to survive that next turn, and then the Sand miss and following on from that, and the utility of that Urshifu with that Surging Strikes, with the choice Scarf item was so good in this game, getting the Ting-Lu, getting the Chen Power later on, not picking up the knockout, but getting it down to a point where it was easily dealt with after that.
Yeah, and it's rough. I think actually Marcus had a really nice lead into things, because when you have the Urshifu going next to, I love that zoom in, by the way, that's awesome. But when you have the Amoonguss and the Urshifu, you can't necessarily protect over on Dave's end to see what Marcus is trying to do, see what he's going for, because then you're just going to be taking unnecessary damage from that Urshifu with that Unseen Fist ability. So great lead coming out. Of course, having that information, you could try and lead something a little bit more aggressive on your own end to kind of pressure back.
Yeah, I think if you're going down a different route, I think maybe the Dragonite would even be a good option from Dave going into game 2 to potentially look at least where it does pressure things like the Amoonguss and the Urshifu pretty well with that Aerial Ace in particular. You haven't got the choice band we've already mentioned, but of course you can do some big damage, and then if you're pairing that up with the Chen Power, almost you feel like Dave would have been in a better position if he'd kind of swapped his Pokemon round and led with what he kind of ended the game with. But we'll see what comes out here as Marcus leads off with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss.
There's definitely an adjustment going into this game too, but not coming out from Dave, instead from Marcus. Urshifu either left at home or in the back. It'll be Incineroar to start things off with the Amoonguss. So a round of Intimidate, but that's about it. You do have the fake out pressure on this turn, but we could even just see a quick double protect.
Yeah, and I think that's what's coming out from Dave. Just wants to kind of get around this fake out, which is going to stop him from potentially going for a Sand Tomb, which is exactly what I think he wants to probably do onto that Amoonguss. Trap it on the field, get the yawn off, and really sort of nullify it. So it's not an offensive threat. It's just a wasted Pokemon on the field for Marcus, and that really limits what Marcus then is able to do. But can Marcus see through that? Maybe try and switch the Incineroar out here, as we do see the double protect coming out from the Ting-Lu and the Dondozo this turn.
Yeah, no swap coming out, so the Incineroar sticking around for this turn. Amoonguss as well. The attempt to fake out here, attempted into that Ting-Lu slot. So I feel like Dave at a really nice spot here. You have kind of all the information going into this as well, and you haven't used your Terra, and I don't really think you're pressured in this Ting-Lu to have to waste the Terra over on that end either.
No, and like you mentioned, in the downtime between games 1 and 2 here, I think the Dondozo would be a good option to Terastallize here. Of course, in front of an Incineroar, it does make it difficult because you do come susceptible to those fire-type attacks if you go for the grass, but it could be enough to give you the room where you are able to avoid a Spore for one turn, and that would then allow you to get that yawn off, potentially the Sand Tomb as well, and you can still pressure with the Wave Crash as well into the next turn if you do go for that grass terrestrialization, but it does give you a bit more room and an option if you are Dave. Not seeing that though. Parting shot coming out from the Incineroar, just wanting to get off the field.
Yeah, and now you're not going to be pressured by a potential Flare Blitz on the next turn, so you are going to get a round of lowered attack, special attack on this time around. And now Marcus can pivot into something that could maybe deal with a little bit more offensive pressure going on to this next turn. That will be that Urshifu. So Terra not spent, you have that going on forward, but Santu, another miss into this Amoonguss. You get the Yawn, but it just has free capability of swapping out next turn again.
One of the drawbacks of the Sand Tomb, it's a great move when it does hit, but it is really costly when it misses. And again, the Dondozo falling susceptible to that Spore. It does get the Yawn off, but it's an easy switch now for the Amoonguss to go out, get rid of that Yawn. It's not going to fall asleep, get something else, and we know the Incineroar's in the back. We know as well that the Tinglu doesn't have Stomp and Tantrum. It can go for a body press, of course, but then if it goes for that, it is going to be susceptible to a move from the Urshifu on the other side of the field. What does Marcus decide to go for? Does he go for the Surge and Strike here into that slot? Because, well, if it does terrestrialize, then you're still doing very good damage with it, of course.
And when you're not being able to lock this Amoonguss in, and you're just getting spored for it in return, you just fall so far behind because now your Dondozo is asleep. The Amoonguss, of course, who could have seen this one coming? Gonna be swapping out, bringing the Incineroar back in. It's a move we would see all the time anyways without that threat of Yawn. So another round of Intimidate for the road. Close combat, unterracialized Tinglu, a lot of damage with that super effective hit.
Yeah, and Marcus not opting for the Surge and Strike here, just wanting the pure damage into that Tinglu here, and a really useful damage as well. The Sand Count coming out though, it does connect, trapping in that Urshifu. It has taken those defense drops from using the close combat, of course, so it will be taking more damage going forward, but it is all down to that Dondozo to wake up. Of course, it does spend a turn sleeping there, the residual damage coming out, and now the Incineroar back on the field has access to that fake out for this next turn.
And even when you're looking at the Urshifu, sure, you're locked onto the board, so yeah, your defense, your special defense is gonna keep getting lower turn after turn, but when the Dondozo is asleep and another hit into this Tinglu can be finishing it off, I don't necessarily think it's the worst case scenario at this point. If something were to wake up, it'd be a little bit of a different story, but sure enough, fired off into the Tinglu. That's gonna be taking the first KO of the match.
Yeah, and that's a big knockout here. Dave not wanting to commit to the terrestrialization on the Tinglu like in game one, so allowing it to go down. The Sand Tomb obviously being able to trap it in, but the effect may be wearing off after the Tinglu goes down. The knockoff coming out from the Incineroar going to be able to be a vital knockoff because it takes away some recovery from the Dondozo with that Citrus Berry and the Yawn fired out into the Incineroar, but probably not the Pokemon you want to be going for the Yawn into. So known for just pivoting in and out of the field so much, so easy switch out again for Marcus this next turn.
At least where things could be interesting, bringing a Gouging Fire this time around. Qianpao left at home. Now you have the option of maybe trying to put some pressure off, and this is going to be booster energy into the speed. So how about the potential of the Dragonite swap in? If you are then forcing that Incineroar to be swapping out because of the Yawn, you could be taking advantage of a little bit more of a passive turn coming out from Marcus.
Yeah, and you're not really locked into a move that you preferably want to be in with the Urshifu as well, because that close combat is lowering your stats the whole time. And like you say, if we do see the combination with the Howl, the Dondozo switch out, it is now awake, of course, and the Dragonite come onto the field, taking that Howl with that inner focus. You know, essentially it's going to be very difficult for Marcus to get through these two threats that are now out on the field. I think the adjustment to the Gouging Fire makes it difficult for the Fluttermane, if that is the remaining Pokemon on Marcus' side of the field, to come in and be as effective as it was in that game one.
Howl will be the first. That's going to be +1 attack to both the Dragonite and that Gouging Fire in close combat into the Dragonite slot. Of course, not going to be too effective. And now this is the third round of slower defense and special defense onto that Urshifu. Parting shot into the Gouging Fire. That's just going to be bringing that attack back to neutral at this point. Well, Marcus can have a Pokemon come in, whether it is that Amoonguss or whether it is that fourth final Pokemon.
Yeah, the Amoonguss could come in here. Nice switch as well, because it does give you the ability to redirect if you want to this next turn to protect that Urshifu even more well. You could get maybe the Incineroar back onto the field, reset those stat drops, or you could just commit to the close combat again just to chip away at both of these Pokemon on Dave's side of the field, because I think that the primarily you're going to have to start doing at some point is just whittling down these big threats now, especially if Howl is one of those options that Dave's going to rely on going forward to boost and further boost the attack power on it and the Dragonite.
Well, this is going to be the point in the match that we're going to see terrestrialization coming out. and it's going to be that Amoonguss. That is into the water type here, making sure that it's not going to be taking a super effective hit from something like an Aerial Ace or a Heat Crash.
Yeah, really good terrestrialization here, and does put it in a position where it can go for the Spore into that Gouging Fire. The question is, can it take an attack from this Dragonite? The Urshifu going down to that breaking swipe here, and the attack drop not really going to affect the Amoonguss too much. A Dragon Claw coming out, but the Amoonguss hanging on just barely, activating that Citrus Berry, going to get a bit of health back in return, and then open now to going for a Spore.
Sure, you had that +1 to your attack, but having that Assault Vest, wanting that longevity into this match, going to be costing you. The Amoonguss holding on and getting to recover a little bit now. Flutter Mane now coming out. And it's tough because you want to kind of keep the Dragonite around to heal up, but it's also heavily threatened by the Flutter Mane. You also just need to pivot at some point to reset, to make sure that, hey, this Flutter Mane's not going to be taken out. So
yeah, and I think it's a really nice position now that Marcus is in, especially putting that Dragonite to sleep, because you've almost rendered it useless, right? Where it can't attack this next turn, where you can get a Dazzling Gleam off if you decide to. It's going to be neutral damage into the Gouging Fire as well. Obviously not resisted. The partial Dragon typing there makes it a bit more vulnerable to that move. So Marcus in a position where he's quite safe to potentially just take full advantage of the Flutter Mane, take advantage of the redirection support from the Amoonguss here, and make it difficult for David to kind of get any sort of momentum swing here. But like you mentioned, getting that Regenerator activated is key here, and dropping another Intimidate onto that Gouging Fire going to be very important as the Incineroar hits the field.
especially too, maybe the Dragonite's not going to be threatening the Flutter Mane too much, but a Heat Crash definitely could be doing some damage into that slot. Protect that time around though, just to keep it safe though. Now it's already burnt that. Dazzling Gleam, that'll be trying to hit into both targets, nothing into the Gouging Fire, but into the Dragonite. Super effective, even with the Assault Vest, is going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, and this is another turn where the Dragonite has the opportunity to potentially wake up and get an extreme speed off into the Flutter Mane. We saw what the extreme damage was like pre-Howl the last turn. The Fake Out coming out into the Gouging Fire. The Dragonite stays asleep though, as the Flutter Mane going to be able to get an attack off.
Yeah, that's the flinch. That's going to be the sleep. The Dazzling Gleam. Dragonite taken out. No attempt at trying to speed into something like that Incineroar. That's just a tough spot. Now, it'll be the Dondozo to come back out onto the match. Just the final two Pokemon. I mean, these are definitely Pokemon that could be doing a bit more, but when the Dondozo doesn't have the Citrus Berry, you're not having the Tinglu to stop the amount of damage coming up from the Flutter Mane, and you do have that booster special attack boost on that Flutter Mane. It's definitely a tough situation.
Yeah, of course as well, and I think the Amoonguss as well with that water terrestrialization in the back, probably such a preferable Pokemon to bring in against the Gouging Fire and the Dondozo, especially when you're cycling in the Intimidate from the Incineroar to lower the attack on the Gouging Fire, keep it in check so you're not really threatened by some of those more neutral damaging attacks. You've got the ability to bring it in, put things to sleep again, and really disrupt with the Flutter Mane when the time is right. So you're not taking too much damage from your main attacker, but using your pivot tools, your defensive tools to come in and really disrupt the remaining two Pokemon on Dave's side of the field.
Howl from Gouging Fire to try and make sure these last two Pokemon are set up for the best success that they have going on here, where Incineroar with the parting shot, instantly lowering it back down, coming out from the Dondozo. And I think this is the game that we're going to be seeing coming out from Marcus. Make sure that the Gouging Fire can't let these two Pokemon get set up. And now you have the Amoonguss, you have that pressure. So, I mean, when you're, Dave, you need to start trying to get rid of that damage of the Flutter Mane. But a Yawn into this as well to force that to sleep is also nice.
Yeah, the Yawn there is a nice one, but it's so easy for Marcus now just to switch out that Flutter Mane into the Incineroar, drop another Intimidate, and then go for potentially another Spore with the Amoonguss into either the Dondozo or that Gouging Fire to potentially render them useless for at least one turn before they're able to wake up again. And I think that room that Marcus is able to do with that particular Pokemon are just going to allow him to close this match down very slowly with the Flutter Mane. But I think Dave, if anything, needs to really pressure while he can with that Yawn to make it difficult for Marcus to keep things out on the field.
You need to keep that pressure up, but it's tough because the Pokemon that Marcus has left, they are pivoting Pokemon. You want to be pivoting this Incineroar in and out. And when the Incineroar pivots in and out, the Howls just keep getting negated. Of course, bringing the Incineroar in, you now get into Howl after, and depending on where the Yawn goes, it could be the Amoonguss then that is forced to be swapping out. So you'd have to be, you're making sure that the Incineroar kind of sticks around. But Spore now into the Gouging Fire, that is going to disrupt the plan.
Yeah, very disruptive, of course. Now you've got the ability to switch out the Amoonguss, of course, here. You don't want to go into sleep swords. Obviously, the Fluttermane's going to come in on that slot, but the thing that you have nice next to it is the fake out from the Incineroar. That's an easy target into the Dondozo here. Get that Fluttermane back onto the field, and then you're in that same position the next turn where you can maybe go for another parting shot into the Gouging Fire, and then you've got the Intimidator cycle in. You've got a nice safe switch from the Fluttermane into the Amoonguss, which is now in the back. Got that Regenerator activated once again. It's full health going forward in the match. And it's going to make it very difficult for Dave to kind of get a foothold here if Marcus continually is able to do this rotational cycle with the Incineroar, the Amoonguss in particular.
The thing is you have to catch a awkward position for Marcus here or hope that a mistake is made. So hoping maybe a fake out's not going into the Dondozo on that turn, so you get that heavy slam on that Fluttermane swap in. But of course, the fake out hitting into that slot, nothing is going to be free at that point. So Marcus doing really, really well to make sure that with the couple of steps ahead that you are, it's not going to be finding any momentum. Another turn of sleep, and Moonblast does so much damage. Parting shot now into the Dondozo.
Yeah, parting shot into that Dondozo. Going to take its attack stat down to neutral. Again, the Gouging Fire just surviving that Moonblast, as we are going to see the Amoonguss enter the field once again. But what is the Dondozo doing? Is it locking in that heavy slam into the Fluttermane? And is that parting shot going to be enough to allow the Fluttermane to survive? Oh, it's not. It picks up a huge knockout here. Marcus losing one of the key aspects of his team to be able to get the damage onto Dave's side of the field. A massive play, Sierra.
100%. That's going to be evening the Pokemon count 2-2 now. Incineroar and Amoonguss. The Dondozo has taken, the Gouging Fire has taken so much damage at this point. The Dondozo has not. You do still have that Terra, though obviously going into that Terra means that Incineroar can be doing a lot more damage into you. Wake up as well on this turn, the Gouging Fire. It will be protecting past this one. Make sure that you're not going to be faked out.
Yeah, that's a huge turn there. Huge wake up as well, because it allows you now to go for that Howl and start boosting up the attack on that Dondozo and the Gouging Fire. Like you say, the damage done to the Gouging Fire, it's probably going to go down to either a Sludge Bomb or even maybe will it go down to a Flare Blitz? Probably not from the Incineroar, maybe, but you never know. Probably a knockoff will be enough to get that, but then the Dondozo is kind of free to have to deal with the Amoonguss. I think that's the big problem here. Can the Dondozo deal with the Amoonguss? And I don't think so because of the Spore there. The Amoonguss has got access to that Sludge Bomb, which will be able to chip down slowly the Dondozo as we go forward.
It's definitely going to be a slow, grindy game here at this point. Breaking Swipe, lower the attack onto the Incineroar. Knock off, that'll be enough for the KO at that point. Already brought down so low from that Fluttermane. So now it's the solo Dozo all alone on the field. Yawn into the Amoonguss. No more pivoting capability on Marcus's end, so they are the final two. So the Drowsiness is going to be sticking. Sludge Bomb to just start dealing a little bit of chip.
Yeah, and I think Marcus not really taking priority of putting it to sleep here, just going for the damage, because I think another knockoff Sludge Bomb combination going to be enough. And we do see Dave lock in the forfeit. Marcus going to take round 2 here as our winner at the EUIC Championships.
I know it was only a 2-game set, but it was starting to feel like a 3-game with how long that second game went at some points, but really well played. Definitely looking at the Sand 2 misses from the beginning, both Game 1 and Game 2. It's definitely so unfortunate. It's the risk that you run with teams like this, and when you're going up against a team that loves pivoting, it makes it even more difficult. And Marcus really just gave no room for Dave to capitalize on any errors.
No, definitely not, and I think so well played by Marcus there, made it so difficult for Dave to get any sort of momentum in that game. Just being able to pivot between the two, the Amoonguss and the Incineroar there, which works so perfectly, and I think the Terastallization in that game too as well was so perfect come to the end game. The Amoonguss being able to position in front of the Gouging Fire, that Dondozo so well, and then really disrupt with the Spores, and then just pivot out to the Incineroar when needed to kind of nullify the Howls. And it did feel like at points where it was going on, and that felt like it was going to drag right out. But I think Marcus being very patient there. I mean, there was one point where I thought the Dragonite was going to extreme speed into the Fluttermane, but it hadn't terrestrialized. I was so confused. So, I mean, the way that Marcus did that was just so well done, and just David just couldn't get any momentum in that game, which was so difficult to see.
And especially when you're getting into those longer games, I mean, I know from Dave, you have this team that is operating a little slower. So you're going to be used to these longer games to where you can make a little bit more heads-up plays. You could be looking for your opponent to maybe make a wrong read, take the wrong 50-50, just make a wrong play. And there was a couple of turns where Dave, hey, had Marcus made that wrong play. I mean, that first time he tried to heavy slam into the Flutter main, but there was the fake out to cover. You try and find any ways back, but Marcus just did a really, really good job of making sure he was always like, he was 2 steps ahead from the beginning and he never lost that momentum.
Yeah, and even when he did take the heavy slam in the end, he got such a good return there and putting the gouging fire into that knockout range where anything really coming out that following turn was going to pick up the knockout. So at the best, if you were Dave, you were only going to get 1 howl off. And then from that point, it's a 2 versus 1 situation. And it becomes very difficult from that stage on where you've got the Incineroar at speed and it's always going to be able to get damage off if you miss the knockout onto it. And then you've got to worry about the Terra Water Amoonguss, which, you know, with heavy slam and wave crash, I don't feel like you have a way to beat that really if it does come down to the one-on-one.
And gouging fire, where it can struggle and why we do see some success, but not quite the widespread everyone's using it, is when it matches up against something like this Incineroar, that is where it is tough. Because of course the Incineroar, it's stronger, it's gonna be swapping in and out always. And you're just then, okay, I'm clicking a move so I don't fall behind, essentially. You click the howl so that you're always going to be neutral after this Intimidate. And I think that's a really, really tough spot to be in when you're that gouging fire. If you can take care of that Incineroar sooner, all great said and done, but also didn't really have the window to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem there with the ability with this slow team, especially on the Ting Lu. If normally you would see something like the Stomping Tantrum on there, Dave opting for the body press, you don't really have a really solid way to deal damage to the Incineroar to take it out. You know, you would have to commit to doubling in with something like the Dondozo, with the Ting Lu to be able to get the knockout on that Pokemon. But the way that Marcus pivoted it around so well, I mean, it just made it impossible to really get any sort of foothold there. And yeah, all credit to Marcus.
100%. And it's time for us to go talk to Marcus now. Charlie's got him over on the stage.
Round 2 of EUIC, and it's done, and your winner is Marcus Statter. Marcus, how are you feeling now?
Feeling really good. It was a very intense battle against a very strong opponent, but yeah, in the end, I managed to pull through somehow.
Your Urshifu and your Fluttermane were, it seemed, the MVPs right there, dealing all of that damage. Urshifu training in the dojo, Fluttermane moonbathing apparently, soaking up that fairy power. Talk us through in game 1. I mean, the Urshifu was dishing out the close combats and the surging strikes.
Yeah, so my opponent Dave is a very strong player, of course, and I knew that he had a lot of success recently with this archetype, with the Dondozo Ting Lu combination. I think he finished like 3rd in the last global challenge, the online tournament. So I had a little bit of an idea what I was going to go up against, and against this Ting Lu and Dondozo, I gotta be honest, you have to make some reads at some point because they're just so bulky, they will put you to sleep, they will trap you with a Sand Tomb, and to counteract against that, I really needed to find those key moments where my Urshifu or Fluttermane could do a lot of the damage. And yeah, it was tough to predict, was he going to go for terrestrialization or not, but yeah, I think I played around that quite well, and yeah, managed to win that.
Certainly did, made the right calls in the end. I mean, you mentioned Sand Tomb, but in that game it was more bland Tomb, really. It wasn't really connecting in the way that your opponent wanted it to, but had it done so, what would your game plan, how would that have changed it?
Yeah, absolutely. So also when I looked into this archetype, that was something that I realized I didn't want to deal with because, of course, Sand Tomb is such an integral part of that strategy, trapping in your opponent and then putting them to sleep with Yawn. Of course, we really didn't see that go off as Sand Tomb missed a couple of times in that set. I think, if it had connected there, then it's, I think, in one time, like, multiple Pokemon would have been asleep, so then it's kind of a little bit up to who wakes up first, right? But yeah, I was fortunate there that it did not connect, so I don't think anything on my team fell asleep at all during that set, which is usually not what happens against this team.
Same cannot be said for Dondozo, that was living up to its dozy name in that game. But then, speaking of switching out, Amoonguss and Incineroar, the two social butterflies par excellence of VG, normally like to be in and out, intimidating and recovering with Regenerator. For you in game 2, at the end they were just stuck on the field there. They're not known for their offense. Were you confident that you'd still be able to close that game out?
Yeah, at some point I got a little bit worried when I realized that he was starting to rack up more howls and boost up the Dondozo. I can't parting shot it to lower the attack, but you can't intimidate it, of course. But I was pretty confident that even if it came down to Amoonguss versus Dondozo in the end with Terra Water, I was going to be really safe. So yeah, I felt confident.
Yeah, and you certainly had the more offensive, faster mode available to you on your team. Do you feel generally confident going into these slower kind of archetypes?
Yeah, I think because it's very, very unforgiving. Like, you make one mistake, you let them catch you out of position, and it's going to be over very quickly. It's really tedious, and you could see there, I think in the second game, I was in control pretty much the entire game. And even with like the Santu missing, it was still like very like a long grind for me to take that win. Yeah, I feel confident in those, but I also have to say that I'm not 100% like fully knowledgeable about the whole dynamics of this matchup. I think they go very, very deep. So yeah, I was fortunate that we didn't go to game 3, and I just like I had my two things that I wanted to try. Those worked out, and then I was like, okay, thank you.
Great. And next. And speaking of next, Marcus, how are you feeling heading into the rest of the day?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I mean, 2-0 into the day, of course, that's always a good start. But yeah, I want to take it one match at a time. Who knows who's going to be next? And yeah, I'll try to keep on winning, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we wrap up, Marcus, something I'm asking everyone, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Oh, that's a very difficult question. I think I'll go with Bulbasaur.
Okay.
Because, yeah, it has the dual typing for a first partner Pokemon. That's pretty unique.
You've got some support from the crowd there as well with that answer. Gabriela Garcia earlier chose Charmander. We'll see how all of them stack up towards the end of the tournament. Finally, Marcus, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout-outs to everyone who's listening and tuning in from home, to the first row down there who's cheering for me, my family, my fiance, and just everyone who's supporting.
Huge congratulations to you, Marcus. We'll let you get ready for round 3. So, Marcus status through round 2. Lee and Sierra, back to you.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Great to get some insights from such an experienced player in Marcus, and good luck to Marcus in particular for the rest of this tournament. If he's playing like that, he's going to be a hard opponent to take down, and someone to definitely watch throughout the rest of this weekend.
100%. It is a long day, though.
So
it is definitely great form after round 2, but you have 7 more rounds.
We need those like before and after pictures, don't we? This is what the player looked like in round 2. This is what he looked like in round 1. Not 9.
That actually be really good. Or like after you play up against like a really, really difficult matchup, after you go up against like the size spam that you didn't necessarily prep for, and then just like the before and after. I like that. It's a good idea.
We should do this.
Yeah, no, it's a good production. If you're listening, we got Lee's got a great idea for you. I endorse this. 100%.
I don't know how much the players would appreciate this, but for everyone at home, I'm sure they would love to see it as well as us. So.
That's where they get their viral posts. You know, so you know. There's that. And of course, we want to hear from everybody, not just players before and after the matches, but those who are at home watching, or anyone who's spectating and joined the event. We want to make sure we can hear from you as well. First off, we got a post coming out from Benjamin. This is where the fun begins. You are so right, Ben.
Just at the top of the day, and it looks so great from this angle, doesn't it? You got the iconic giant Pikachu on the ceiling, which I always love to see, and I always feel like it just represents these big, huge events and just brings so much excitement. Pikachu's ready to go, we're ready to go, and yeah, Benjamin ready to go with all the fun this weekend with everyone else that's here in London to celebrate EUIC this year. It's very exciting, of course.
That's where the beginning, the OG viral picture was under that giant Pikachu, where you're like, yo, this is my before picture where I'm still happy, ready for the day, you know? Whether that happiness continues after, if you get after that round 9, you went 9-0, take another picture there, but great stuff coming out. Benjamin, hope that you are having fun. Guzma, ready to go 0-3. Oh no, not the 0-3 drop post.
No.
But hey, there are some really good players that post that they're going to go 0-3 drop, they're going to go 0-9. And I mean, Tang was the first to do it from what I can remember, where he actually won the event. So hey, Guzma, maybe you're cooking.
I feel like it's like a secret recipe now, isn't it? I might try this at the next event I go to, and then see how I get on. I'll probably end up doing what I say in my tweet. But I do love the logic behind it. Yeah, when you're going in and you're not giving yourself huge expectations going into a tournament, I sometimes think that can take off the pressure a little bit and you perform a lot better. But I love the little Glycopod, but pre-evolution there.
The baby Glycopod, the
baby,
Wimpod.
The Wimpod, yeah, the Wimpod.
It took me a second too. I'm glad I had a second to think about that.
I've been catching them all weekend in Pokemon Go, so I shouldn't know, but yeah. Hopefully Yuki has a great run this weekend, and I don't think the 0-3 drop is a thing. Have belief in yourself, players.
We believe in you, Yuki. We believe in you, Guzma. One last post, I believe. We're talking about the giant Pikachu. This is another giant Pikachu. Day 0 of EUAC at the Pokemon Center pop-up was electric. There was so much great stuff at the Pokemon Center. I am so proud of myself. I had the best restraint. I only bought 2 things. And, you know, it was a great time. It was really difficult. The Pokemon Center is huge.
It is massive. It's so good. And this Pikachu is so huge as well. I mean, it's so big, you can't even see the top of its head or its ears in this photo. So great picture here from Jack showing off this giant Pikachu, welcoming in all of our trainers here this weekend. But like you say, the Pokemon Center is very exciting. There is some nice items in there. And I was not as restrained as you, Sarah. I picked up more than 2 items.
No, but, you know, it's all worth it. You don't have to worry about, you know, an overstuffed suitcase on a flight home.
This is true.
So
I could have shipped stuff for you, though.
That is true. They apparently, I think they offer that as well.
I saw that.
If you buy too many things, they give you a little notice like, hey, if you need help shipping this home,
We'll post it to
respect.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's understandable. I just wonder, though, that giant Pikachu, how much that costs?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think as much as that giant Slowpoke that's in there? I've never seen a plush as big as that. I feel like that is bigger than the Arcanine.
No, it is. I don't,
Huge.
like, I've seen pictures of the Slowpoke, and you're like, yeah, that's a big plushie. I don't think anyone is prepared for how big and how heavy that plushie is. It is incredible. That is a big plushie. It's worth its weight, that's for sure.
If you were looking for a bed replacement, that is going to be the top of the list, I feel. It's big enough for you to sleep on.
Or
definitely.
a cat bed, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
Rose has the giant Slowpoke and their cats use it as a bed, which is a really...
I love that.
No, I love it. It's beautiful. You know, pets enjoy Pokemon too. But of course, we want to make sure, hey, if you have pets watching, you're enjoying the event, we want to hear from you. #PlayPokemon over on Twitter. And we might showcase your posts throughout the event. And of course, wherever you're watching, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube at the moment, want to make sure that you're following the channel. Click that notification bell, not so you just hear that sweet ding, but as well, we have multiple days of EUIC. There's still quite a few events that we have for the rest of the season. You don't want to miss any of that action.
Of course, yeah, we're just in day 1. We're 2 rounds in. We've got today, tomorrow, which is Saturday, and then Championship Sunday, which is going to crown our EUIC 2024 champions. It's just so exciting, and it seems like it's far away now, but it really isn't going to be far away. But of course, not just this event, we've got NAIC to look forward to, as well as a plethora of regionals here in the EU and NA, as well as other regions around the world.
But we still have so much more action for today, so don't you worry. We're going to be taking a quick break before we're back with round number 3.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokémon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokémon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done.
We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the European International Championships. Round 3 just around the corner. Cannot wait. The competition is stacked. The teams are amazing. And so is my co-caster. I'm Sierra Dawn, returning here with the wonderful Lou this time around. How are you doing?
I am so excited to be here, Sierra. It's EUIC, my highlight of the event calendar, and to be casting with yourself again, following, back-to-back internationals. I'm so excired. It's going to be great.
I'm so excited. One cast wasn't enough at LAIC.
Oh yeah, no. I need more Sierra time, please.
I begged and pleaded for this.
Well, it's because we're both like Team Gastrodon, but different Gastrodons. So it's an interesting dynamic, but that's what friendships are for. We prevail.
Exactly. So there's only, I believe, 6 Gastrodon. I know you've been watching them out in the field.
There's one out there doing amazingly well. I've definitely got my eye on it. The others maybe need to play catch up a little bit, but we'll see how the competition goes.
There's a lot of time for the catch up. Maybe you don't win your round 1, maybe you don't win your round 2, But hey, you can afford to lose 2 games on the day. Of course, it is a long day of Swiss. 7-2 is the record the players are looking to hit to make it into day 2. So there is still a chance for that Gastrodon redemption arc.
Definitely, and although it's not meta at the moment, there are still plenty of water-type Pokemon out there that are doing incredibly well. We've seen, a little bit of Dondozo, and there's plenty out there on the field, but of course, all eyes are going to be on Urshifu. It's really kind of king of the water crown right now.
Especially, too, Urshifu is actually quite interesting because it was very dominant by the rapid-style Urshifu to be kicking things off for the longest time, especially paired up with that Tornadus that we also got to see. But then as time went on, the archetype size spam kind of was a little bit more, as well just the sheer damage that the single striker Shifu could do. We kind of saw that there was, hey, a little bit of a fight for that top spot. Single strike just started dominating at one point, and then all of a sudden it went back into the rapid strike. So a little bit more even on this end, 30% in comparison to the 20% when we're looking at our day 1 usage here. I think my biggest surprise actually taking a look at this is the first time I've gotten to see this today. The Farigiraf here, just squeaking on here. That's, when you're looking at Pokemon's on and off the meta, that definitely is one that don't always get to see on this graphic.
Exactly, and it's one that's really, like you say, just snuck in at the end there, and I think Trick Room is definitely still a contender, but for me, Farigiraf, the reason why it's there is because of the fact that it blocks all that priority with its Armor Tail ability, just stopping a lot of the extreme speeds or the thunderclaps from that Raging Bolt in number 3 position from coming through and being able to get momentum in the match. I think when you look at those top 6 though, Sierra, there are no surprises. These have been around the block once or twice. Incineroar in that number 1 spot, Fluttermane really unhappy to have been knocked down to 2nd, but still such high usage at this event.
I think the biggest surprise about this top row is not necessarily that these Pokemon are here. I think it's the percentages that it's at. Landorus Incarnate has been slowly creeping up more and more. I believe it was about 30% over at Vancouver. Obviously, we're looking at a very different amount of players at this event, but having 40% of the field at the largest event that we've had for Pokemon VGC, I think is actually really indicative of just how strong this Pokemon is.
It is, and I mean, we've seen Fluttermane before as well, running stats like, 75% usage, for example, and actually seeing it drop down to 42 does show that there is maybe at this international stage, a few other trainers maybe trying to shake things up a little bit, bring something a bit anti-meta, and yes, it won't be in these day 1 top 12 statistics necessarily, because it will be a much ranger pool of Pokemon, but it's interesting to see what might indeed come to the forefront.
The biggest thing that I'm looking for here, another Pokemon that the usage surprises me, is Ogerpon Wellspring. At one point, there was one event where I think it topped out at about 66%. It was absolutely incredible. That one is a little bit more of a one-off, but to see it kind of above that 40, kind of kicking around 50, isn't necessarily the most uncommon, and that kind of contributed to the downfall of that Urshifu Rapid Strike, considering the last thing you want to do is be firing off his Surging Strikes into a Follow Me Water Ring Ogerpon with that Water Absorb. But to have it at 36%, that's still a really good amount of the field. But going into day 2, it's whether the Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to be bouncing up in usage in our day 2, or if it'll be that Ogerpon Wellspring. That's like the big Titan battle here.
I completely agree, and I also want to mention, where's Amoonguss? Like a lot of trainers have really had to make sure that they're accounting for Amoonguss in their team building, throwing on a Grass Terror or a Safety Goggles here or there, but it's actually not in this top 12 usage, whereas when you kind of look at maybe what the NA meta was looking like, there was a bunch of Amoonguss there, but pulling it back to, I suppose, like the European Championships where Rillaboom has really asserted dominance, that's maybe where we're not seeing it so much, but it's definitely still out there.
Yeah, the Amoonguss, it gets disrespected and it starts popping back up, and then people respect it too much, so it kind of disappears again. So I guess we're kind of in our disrespect era right at this moment.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. But that's definitely a really, really strong point about the amount of grass types out there. So you have Safety Goggles that you can see on the Raging Bolt or the Incineroar, but we have 3 different grass types on this graphic between the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and that Rillaboom. So it can be definitely a little bit tough, especially since there is a lot of things that can be, well, really heavily damaging that. You have the Chien Pao, the Ice Spinner, Incineroar, of course, you can fire off the powerful Furlets at any mean. An Ivy Cudgel from the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon.
That's gonna hurt.
It will hurt so much. So I can understand why it's maybe not the top pick into this.
And I think that's why Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask has risen up the ranks a little bit. I mean, again, the European meta didn't really have it back in Dortmund, but at the most recent Utrecht Special event, it did sneak into that day 2 top 12 usage, and it's been pretty dominant coming up through as well in Vancouver most recently because it's so offensively powerful. Being able to get the Embody Aspect boost as well, getting it that +1 attack, and as you said, the Ivy Cudgel certainly hurt into all these grass types running around. It gives you such great coverage.
as well, you have an offensive Pokemon that can still take advantage of something like a Follow Me. It's not necessarily on every single Hearthflame Ogerpon. It depends on where you want your coverage. It depends on what you kind of value. But at the same time, to just have that capability to stop something like a potential priority attempt, a Thunderclap, Sucker Punch, etc., is really nice, as well as redirecting when we do see something like that Spore. We have to start talking about what we're going to see coming up next, though.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically, our notable pairings.
I'm so excited. Honestly, Flavio Del Pidio, a previous EUIC champion, one of the trainers trying to go and get the double, win this title again. He is a name to watch, and he's going to be going down against Adam Shafawi from France. Fantastic player as well, really well known in the local scene. Always brings something a little bit interesting, so I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup for sure.
Also known for the self-freezing Annihilate by accident on broadcast. So, hey, redemption art coming out here.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody needs a, a second chance, let's say, and we're better than the international stage. But it's not the only exciting matchup, of course, in round 3. Alberto Lara versus Francesco Pio Pero as well. Ashton Cox versus Carmine Ragone. And Paul Chua, the reigning EUIC champion, versus Arasho Mardi, a previous world champion.
It's crazy when you have a field of so many players here, how many stacked matchups you can have in a round. And this is only a handful of them. This field here, it is so incredibly strong. But I'm really excited for an upcoming match.
Yes, exactly. And I want to wait until we know they're on the stage already. I'm waiting to dive a little bit deeper. But I mean, one thing that's always interesting when you see these trainers come through, trainers like Flavio as well, they won their European International with a very kind of standard team. I think, if I remember correctly, the 6th Pokemon was actually a mirror in that grand final. And he's shaking things up a little bit more today. So his playstyle, showing his flexibility about being able to go with tried and tested standard Pokemon and then something completely out of the left field does show his caliber as a player.
And we're talking out of left field, for real.
Oh, you just wait.
So just wait. It's actually amazing. So this is the moment where you can start speculating, start thinking, just so you can see how off guard you could be caught. Bonus points if you can't actually guess it right.
Yeah, I'm on the desk, so that might be a hint to one of them.
And it's not even the craziest thing.
Yeah, that's so true, actually. It's not.
I was not necessarily surprised to see one of these things that we had going on here, but yeah, nothing could have prepared me for the rest. So I can't wait for this.
Yeah, me neither. And particularly at this point in the competition as well, it's kind of, working up to midday here in London. So these trainers have already had that morning of anticipation and adrenaline and getting their first couple of matches out. And for some trainers, not the ones we're showcasing right now, but some trainers will be at 0-2. At this point as well. And if you want to try and get into that day 2, you need to get that 7-2 record. So it's a real uphill struggle for them, but it has happened before.
Yeah, normally at this point in the competition for us, we're focusing on our undefeateds. We're looking at the people that have followed this record so far on the day until we get to the tail end of the day. But definitely when we look at our day 2, we start retelling a couple of the stories like, hey, this person took that round 1 loss and they had to bounce back. People can take that round 1, even a round 2 loss, and still make those day 2 runs, win the event. There's been multiple regional winners that have lost their first round of Swiss to kick off the day and just win the entire event. So maybe there aren't stories that get told here necessarily on the day 1, but hey, there's a lot of stakes out there.
Exactly, and particularly on this international stage as well, wanting to really put your best foot forward, particularly on the broadcast, and really show what you can do as a trainer in an open team sheet format. This is one of the first times we've been able to have this international with that particular strategy, and we are seeing such a balance of, veterans and their consistency, but then some new faces who just get to grips with the game so quickly and are able to really, really just fly off and do amazingly well.
Especially, too, we necessarily haven't seen it quite at the international level like we have the regional level, but it's more and more common now that we are seeing these new players just rise through the ranks. And then this season, we've seen a lot of, the older players in the game, people that have been playing for the past 10 years, coming back and then dominating as well, which really just kind of showcases that it really can be anyone. It's really incredible to see kind of how overall general in the game, everybody has risen up to the occasion.
And even the newcomers, I remember last season, obviously Justin Tang breaking out and winning 2 regionals in the same season in such close succession was incredible. But also even this season already seeing Wolfglick take his 8th regional. We've seen more recently as well, Marcus Statter be able to take a regional as well. And then in this season, there's just so much consistency. And I really think the international stage is now where the trainers want to take it to that next level, right?
Especially, too, because you're not just competing against people in your own region.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a couple of people that might, skip across the pond. You might see a couple of Americans showing up at your EU events and vice versa.
but it's not at the same caliber at these internationals, especially too when you're looking at players that actually do make long journeys out, because we're looking at Australia, we're looking at everywhere around the world, we're looking at LATAM. So it's then, okay, these newer players, they get to really test their skills against a variety of people from around the world, and I think that's actually one of the coolest parts about the internationals.
Definitely, the fact that you get to play against maybe trainers that you've looked up to in the past, you've maybe, you know, been inspired by their team or their records, that you actually get the capability to not only meet them, but possibly face them as well. And I know there's always that anticipation, you know, you don't want to necessarily get someone outstanding for round one, but think of the learning experience you can get as well, and that's kind of invaluable to your progression as a trainer.
I'd rather take that learning experience in the grand finals rather than like
okay, yeah, fair.
Round one of the competition, go up against like this world champion that I would never thought I'd ever face.
Imagine if you win though. Like, what a confidence boost at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, but we're looking at the odds here, you know.
the odds may not be in your favor, but you know, anything is possible at these events. You know, we've done well in some events ourselves from time to time, but never quite, you know, made it past that day 2 hurdle.
I for TCG, okay, yeah, not for VG. That one's still kind of eluding me. So
but your TCG was pretty good, right?
Hey, I made it day 2, so once, so we take those. But no, there's a reason we're here. I even had the conversation with Lee as well, like with how strong these events are. I'm very happy being here.
Me too, and even in rounds 1 and 2, I got to walk around a little bit as well and kind of feel that atmosphere and see some of the matches. And it's like some of these end games, like game 3, and you can see the crowds around these trainers, and it's so intense. It could be they've got to wake up from a sleep turn or something like this, or, you know, call a thunderclap correctly. I don't know how they do it. It's so intense. I'm so glad that I don't have to make those split-second decisions, particularly as it is that Game 3 tournaments on the line and you're just trying to see the seconds tick down. Huge kudos to these players to have that resilience to go through this kind of experience. It's amazing.
We were talking about, too, like people kind of gathering around, and especially at EU. Like when I attended Liverpool, it was actually really cool to see the amount of people that kind of pooled around the tables, get the NA events as well, but I feel like the atmosphere kind of in EU be a little bit like more different. It's a little bit more intense, and that's at a regional level as well. So then to have that at an international level, like what we get to see on broadcast, having the players on the stage, witnessing these moments is incredible. But even if you're here as a spectator walking around, especially among those higher tables, there is also such an electrifying energy there.
That's one thing I've loved seeing is like the juniors and seniors don't start until tomorrow, but they're still here in the venue today, you know, soaking up the atmosphere. They're there as a family, all kind of cheering along who's going to be able to battle it out tomorrow, and maybe they've got their coaches, you know, battling today, and they're there supporting them, and it's a really nice dynamic seeing like these kids that have maybe been trained by masters now are like rooting for them to do well, and I really love that team spirit you have with Pokemon.
It's a really big community game in that aspect
big time.
too. It's not just friends. Sometimes there is like family. You have like, of course, obviously their coaches and the students and stuff. So it's really cool just to see all like the different levels out there.
Yeah, and the team building anyway within the Masters is a big thing. Like we were kind of talking over the weekend about, you know, different regions and different metagames. What we actually think is really going to come to this tournament is the team building groups. You know, they're the ones that are going to have the unique team, and you might see it on maybe 4 or 5 different teams, and it'll all be from that group of trainers that work together on it specifically.
Yeah, because that's a big conversation that we have that like, oh, there's, I mean, the most infamous example, I think, is the French Ninja,
Oh,
right?
yeah. No one's going to forget that in a hurry.
Exactly. So maybe not relevant right now, but kind of an example about, like, regional kind of team building.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays, you still have some of that, especially I think Amoongus is a really prime example on, like, the regions that kind of respect it a little bit more, disrespect it a little bit more. But I think more and more with how, like, big the game has gotten, that you really just see these particular breakout groups instead. But we're not talking about the groups anymore. Let's talk about this match and the Pokemon. Lou's yelling about the Gastrodon, but a Pheasantipity. If you got that right, incredible, kudos.
Honestly, the involuntary scream of excitement to see the Gastrodon. It is Sierra's personal choice of Gastrodon form. However, I will take it because we are at EUIC and I am excited. It also has great color coordination with that Pheasantipity that I have not seen in a hot minute. The rest of the team, though, as well, very interesting on Flavio's side. Baxcalibur, something we saw in the grand final of EUIC last year, piloted by Gabriella Gardi, but wasn't able to take the win. And to kind of complete that classic Firewater Grass core, with Gastrodon being the water of that core, is the classic Rillaboom and Incineroar. But on Adam's side as well, some very interesting choices.
Oh, 100% here. There is quite a few of these typical Pokemon that we're looking into this. So we talked about that Landorus, the Landorus Eye, that has been going through the ranks. And I think we actually have just a really, really well-balanced team when we're looking over at Adam's end. But let's not talk about a typical team to kick things off. Let's talk about this, because Flavio's team, no words. And something that's been talked about is the Gastrodon with the Storm Drain. When we've seen something like that Wellspring Ogerpon be kind of popping up more and more in usage because of water absorb, well, the Storm Drain takes that one further. Of course, there is a lot of grass types that can threaten you out there, but we have the bug terastallization, which is absolutely amazing.
Exactly, and as well seeing Heatran come back, and I remember everyone kind of joking when terastallization first came in last year that Heatran was kind of the ultimate grass type Pokemon because you could give it that really amazing defensive Terra typing and then still be immune to fire type moves thanks to Flash Fire. We have seen this transition into turning into the fairy typing because of the rise of Ogerpon being able to have that Mold Breaker ability and just cut through the Flash Fire. So it's nice to see that change and nice to see Heatran back on the field.
100%. We also see the Baxcalibur coming out, Clear Amulet, make sure that your stats aren't quite dropped. You have some priority with that Ice Shard. You also have the capability of setting up with a Sword Stance. So a Pokemon that can definitely take a hit or two. And hey, it can be so dangerous if it gets set up. I'm still so intrigued about the Pheasantipity, Toxic Chain. You can be dealing just such a great, you can just be poisoning things out there, and it can deal like a good amount of damage. We'll have to see how it pairs up into something that's a lot more of these conventional choices when we're looking over on Adam's end of the field.
I really like to see this team because yes, it is conventional. You've got again that Fire, Water, Grass core with Rillaboom, Incineroar, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. But take a closer look at that Urshifu. It's running a really unique set. You turn obviously to pivot out of there, but instead of running something like the Aqua Jet, it's running Ice Spinner, and I really like this. Ice is an incredibly good offensive coverage move, but also Ice Spinner gets rid of terrain, and where there is Rillaboom, where there is potential Indeedee, it's a really nice additional tech.
What I really like tier 2 when we look at that Ogerpon Heart Flame, talked about, hey, you don't necessarily always see the follow me because you might want to go for something else. Sword Stance, you can take advantage of a passive turn, but this is where we also see that double grass core come out because you do have that grassy glide. So you have the Rillaboom to set up the terrain, and you have a potential of a double priority here, which your opponent then really has to be watching out for. That cannot be disregarded whatsoever.
I completely agree, and I like the Incineroar as well with that cheeky Will-O-Wisp on there. As long as it's able to connect, it can be a really effective way to completely shut down opposing physical attackers when you pair it up with that Intimidate ability too. The Pokemon that really is the talk of the town is this Raging Bolt. It has certainly torn up the scene since it's come into effect, and running that Calm Mind can make it an incredibly specially defensive wall if it is able to get positioned correctly.
Especially when you have the leftovers and that grassy terrain recovery. We saw Brady Smith at the Vancouver Regionals. Raging Bolt knocked down to 2 HP, and it managed to get back to full health before the end of the match because of how he adjusted and played around. So that Raging Bolt, you can get that special attack boost with that Calm Mind. You can kind of sit around, let that health regain. That it can be such a difficult Pokemon to get through.
Exactly, and particularly in this meta, coming into a tournament, we always ask our trainers, you know, do you go for the tried and tested comfort picks, the things that are currently on meta, or do you try and completely break the mold? And this is a really nice matchup between 6 very standard Pokemon and 6 that are very, very uniquely formed. I don't think many people have teched against Pheasantipity or, to be honest, Gastrodon coming into this tournament, so it's going to be interesting to see how Adam adapts.
Yeah, when we talk about, hey, comfort is key because you want to know your team inside and out so you're not caught off guard by something. It's this type of team coming out from Flavio that I'm talking about because you won't know the damage rolls coming out from Pheasantipity. If you do, you're incredible. You know all 1,000 plus Pokemon in
Let's go.
The rolls because that is something different. That is something really unique. And it'll be really fun too. And you even have the Toxic, you have the Yawn, you have a couple of different ways to try to be slowing down or just kind of outlasting the opposing team, which is really quite nice.
That's where we see a good balance as well between kind of these fast, heavy hitters and then maybe the more slow and steady, you know, going for this Toxic, going for some Protects and just kind of ticking away at the damage stats can be a really interesting strategy. And I like the fact that Flavio does have that flexibility within his team.
100% here. I definitely don't know if we'll see the Gastrodon going on in this one. I'm so sorry, but do you have double grass?
Yeah, I totally feel that. And I mean, I do know that the Gastrodon is running that Bug Terra type, which is very, very interesting. But as you've said, you know, the fact that there's a Rillaboom on the field and Grassy Glide forces you to go for that terrestrialization on the Gastrodon. It depends if Flavio thinks it is worth it in the matchup. We'll have to see.
That's exactly it. It feels bad when you bring a Pokemon that is so dedicated to that, though the one nice thing would be that you are then hard locking the Urshifu Rapid Strike from using the Surging Strikes whenever it hits the field. And that is something too that Adam is going to have to respect. You might be, hey, maybe I won't necessarily see that Gastrodon, but at the same time you have to be certain. And an issue with that bug terastallization on the Gastrodon, when one of the grass Pokemon that is threatening you also has that Fire Heavy Cudgel to fire off into the bug attack either, well, that's not looking great either way.
Definitely, and the Urshifu, as you've mentioned, has such great utility as well. You know, yes, it's running Surging Strikes, that's something Gastrodon is going to be able to negate it from using, but Close Combat, Ice Spinner, and even the U-Turn to pivot out of there, bring in something like the Incineroar or the Rillaboom to apply some pressure, does make it, you know, not really that afraid of the little old slug. But again, taking a look back at Flavio's side, there's some really good calls you can go for here. I like the idea of the Incineroar and potentially even Baxcalibur, trying to use that fake out to enable a Swords Dance and then really make Baxcalibur an offensive threat on the field. Because things like the Ice Shard and also the Glaive Rush, that can have some really good coverage here.
It also then, if you are expecting to see the Landorus Eye on the other end, well then that's also going to be forcing Adam's hand in that Terastallization, since that is going to be 4 times weak to that ice type, and you are going to be outsped before you could even get something like a substitute up. So if you are expecting that Landorus and you can force then Adam into that, that is going to be a Terastallization that the rest of the team can't have. And you can be dealing with that poison type, since you can hit a lot of things into it even neutrally, or you have something like an Earth Power from either the Heatran or the Gastrodon to just deal with it that way.
That's where my mind was just going. Where's the Earth type damage that could come through to a potential poison Landorus? And it's only really on that Heatran and the Gastrodon. So maybe Gastrodon has some play, or that could still just be wishful thinking. Heatran, I think, has a lot more viability here, being able to go for something like the Magma Storm as well, Heavy Slam. There aren't any Flutter Mains here, so Heavy Slam's kind of null and void. It's going to be difficult if that poison Landorus comes into play now. I'm thinking about it.
When I'm just looking at this team, I think the biggest notable thing to me is just the potential power difference coming out from these Pokemon. So I really think how these Pokemon pair up together and the cores and how you can kind of checkmate Adam is going to be the biggest thing here. Because when you look at these Pokemon just kind of one-on-one, well, I mean, this Landorus could just go crazy. The Urshifu, if there's no Gastrodon around, could go crazy. So I'm definitely more intrigued with how Flavio decides to play this in comparison to the Pokemon that he's brought doing that potential outdamage by themselves.
I think setup's definitely going to be quite key for Flavio, but also the potential on Adam's side, something like the Calm Mind can go down there, or even the Sword Stance on the Ogerpon I think would be really, really nice to give Adam some offensive pressure. For me, turn 0 is going to be incredibly critical. Where is the line of thinking going to go for these trainers? Are they trying to gain momentum straight away, get a very clean KO, or are they going to really try and take that step back, take the time to be able to get set up to sweep through later in the match? And if they've both got a similar strategy, calling turn 0 correctly is going to be critical.
Especially when you're Adam, how you build upon in this set, I think is going to be key. Because there's a couple of different leads coming out from Flavio that could potentially catch you off guard. So it's going to be how you adjust, and I feel like that's where Flavio definitely has then a potential upper hand going into this. Kicking into this match, it's going to be that double grass, Ogerpon and Rillaboom on one end, Baxcalibur and Incineroar on the opposing.
Great Pokemon choices from Flavio to counter a double grass duo with an ice and a fire type Pokemon. A lot of fake out potential on the field here from both Incineroar and that Rillaboom, but of course both Pokemon and partners here are the ones with Sword Dance. There could be some setup here, Sierra.
And the thing is, too, is maybe if you're anticipating a potential fake out into that slot, then even the Protect. The Rillaboom having the faster one, you do have to be careful if you're Flavio of that going on forward. But you can also just kind of be like, okay, well, he'll expect to Protect them, so I can just try and go for a setup and start dealing some damage.
Exactly, and you can see the Ogerpon switching straight out here, wanting to make the adjustment, knowing that it was in a very vulnerable position from both of these Pokemon and can reset that Intimidate. Urshifu joins the field, though, as the fake out goes down into Baxcalibur. No setup for it today.
And that is just going to be a fake out, which is only going to be good for a little bit of chip into the Urshifu. So great swap coming out from Adam. And now something that can be pressuring in quite a variety of ways going on to the opposing end. We do get to see your favorite, the double favorite with the blue Gastrodon in the back too. So Adam has to be so careful. And Flavio, I mean, if you bring that Gastrodon in too early, there is still the Rillaboom on the opposing end that could be hitting a powerful attack into that slot.
At the minute you're playing the guessing game, if you are Adam, do I go for Surging Strikes? Is there going to be a Gastrodon in the back? There is indeed. We've got that sneaky inside, and it is the EC Gastrodon as well. Flavio has decided to try and switch that in. Let's see if there is potentially going to be that Surging Strikes, because it must be so tempting on Adam's side to go for that into the Incineroar and just remove it straight away from the field. It is Choice Scarf. It's going to be a very fast Urshifu, but there's the Baxcalibur leaving. Here it comes, Sierra. I'm excited.
We'll have to see if the Gastrodon swap is worth it or not. Close combat from the Urshifu Rapid Strike, I don't think a bad choice either way. And that is going to be what's targeting into it. A lot of damage going into the Gastrodon. It will be a stage of lower defense and special defense over onto the Urshifu. U-turn from the Incineroar, so Gastrodon at least safe from the double up. Won't get killed this turn around, and Adam gets a pivot.
The issue is, though, Gastrodon has now been exposed, that information is revealed, and Adam is going to be cognizant to it throughout the rest of the match. Of course, the Urshifu is going to be locked into close combat. It is going to have its defense and special defense dropped by this, and the Incineroar still has the utility to go for a move in this turn. The one thing I like about the way Adam has played this, though, is he didn't fall into the trap of going for those surging strikes and has enabled to have that rotation with the Rillaboom. So Fake Out can come into effect later, and now Ogerpon can rejoin the field unintimidated.
This is so much damage potential that could be coming out, though. The parting shot will at least bring this to a -1. So if you want to be back at neutral, you do have to go ahead and be terrestrializing this Pokemon for that embody aspect. And instead of swapping out, you do have the opportunity to bring the Baxcalibur in or bring this Pheasantipede in and show us what it's got. I think the Gastrodon on the field is in a very terrifying position, though, since there is still the Grassy Glide, since the Heartflame Ogerpon does have that in its arsenal.
Yes, I completely agree. It's definitely a difficult time for the Gastrodon. I wouldn't be surprised to see it switch out in the next turn for something like that Incineroar to kind of drop the Intimidate down. You know that the opposing Urshifu is locked into close combat as well, so it doesn't have that guaranteed critical hit. The one thing I like is the Pheasantipede on the field. I want to see it maybe try and get some pressure down on the field. It can always go for something like a Toxic or even a Sludge Bomb and start applying pressure.
As well, too. I'm not quite sure how much damage this thing is going to be doing, but you do also have the Toxic Chain, so a potential chance to be badly poisoning a Pokemon over on Adam's end. And you do actually have moves that can be critically hitting. A Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom surely is going to be doing a decent amount of damage here at this point.
Yes, and it is, you know, a reasonably bulky Pokemon, but you want to make sure that it's able to have that longevity on the field too. As you've mentioned, set those poisons up and start ticking away at the timer on the opposing side. It can be a slow and steady way to win a match, but at the end of the day, you deal damage to get the knockouts, and that's how you win.
And I mean, where it struggled for me is it's slow and steady, but you're going up against a team that has so much power to it. Even more so, Lando I going to be swapping into the field as Gastrodon go ahead and take its leave here.
Yes, Incineroar is replacing that Gastrodon. A really nice play by Flavio, being able to throw that Intimidate down onto the opposing Ogerpon. But as we know, the Landorus Incarna is running that special moveset, so isn't going to worry about that at all. The first terrestrialization of the match is coming through, though, however.
It will be, and it will be that Heartflame Ogerpon in body aspect, and also going into just a pure fire type at this point. And body aspect will be bringing it back up into neutral after the previous Intimidate at this point. Though I believe it was down 2 after the Incineroar coming back in, so this is still going to be dealing significantly less damage than you would hope coming out from this Pokemon. Ivy Cudgel, get this started. Pheasantipede taking the hit quite well.
And it's going to be able to take another one of those as well, as long as there isn't a cheeky critical hit in there. The Sludge Bomb not dealing too much to the Ogerpon, and of course the grassy terrain going to be able to enable those grounded to get a little bit of recovery.
Great job dropping that grass typing, and even with the Toxic Chain and the potential of badly poisoning, you're not going to be hitting it this time around. And that's, I think, one of the biggest issues with Pheasantipede is you're not necessarily getting the crazy damage output to start. And if you're not hitting that Toxic Chain, then it actually just kind of feels bad going on forward as well.
You really do need to keep your fingers crossed and try and get those secondary effects coming into fruition in order to allow Pheasantipede to shine. Incineroar being out on the field, though, in a position where it can maybe try and go for, you know, the parting shot again, just try and lower the offensive power that Adam is threatening on the field at the moment. The Ogerpon, yes, it has, you know, had its attack start drop by 1, but there is the potential of the critical hits on those Ivy Cudgels.
There definitely is. There's going to be Fake Out onto the Landorus first to be kicking things off. Swords Dance, though, so you're not going to necessarily have to rely on a crit. You can just try and be getting that damage up. It's going to be a +1 attack now after that one, but it's not going to be allowed to just sit here and run amok for free. Toxic fired off into it. It's going to badly poison it, so it's going to be taking more and more damage as things go on.
You know, I really like this play by Pheasantipede, knowing that the Sludge Bomb may not even get the poison on it. It's not going to be able to get anywhere near a KO. Let's just guarantee that the poison happens on Ogerpon with that Toxic. And I mean, one way to be able to negate your Intimidate drops is by going for that Swords Dance. So I believe Ogerpon is now at +1. It's going to be incredibly formidable with those Ivy Cudgels into Pheasantipede. So I'm glad it got the Toxic off there when it had the chance.
I'm still just worried about the amount of damage that Adam can be doing. Sure, your Pokemon is poisoned, but if there's ways around it. And if there is a passive turn coming out from Flavio, there is still the potential setup coming out from this Landorus to get a substitute to make things even more difficult. If you can get a Toxic into it before that case, it would be great. But at this turn, Pheasantipede is just going to protect.
All eyes on Landorus and who it wants to target down. The Ogerpon is going to go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar. This is at +1, normally not doing too much damage, but it's a significant chunk, over a third, as the Landorus was targeting down again into this Incineroar. The double up gets the KO. Flavio is down a Pokemon early doors.
Shuka Berry not going to help you there. Enough damage coming out from that Ivy Cudgel to be picking up that double hit to take it down. And that was a big Pokemon to try and be eliminating the amount of damage that Adam could do here. Pheasantipity stayed safe, but for what?
That's the thing, Pheasantipity just going for the protect, but it wasn't even targeted in that turn. So you actually called it, Sierra, saying about the passive turn potentially from Flavio, and that's exactly what came into fruition here. The one thing he does have access to now, though, is that free switch into the Excalibur that joined us in turn 0. Able to apply pressure to that Landorus with something like the Ice Shard with that priority to threaten that 4x super effective damage. You know that Adam cannot terrestrialize it.
But Adam as well can look at potentially just swapping something out here, or even just protecting and trying to deal with that Excalibur with a hit coming out from the Ogerpon, because that certainly is going to be hurting as well.
That is very true. A lot of options for our trainers here. You can see the terrestrialization being hovered on by Flavio here, wanting to give it that water typing, so it's not going to have to take so much damage here, and just able to, you know, give that bulk in its position against something like the opposing Ogerpon. It is going to be dealing a lot of damage with those Ivy Cudgels, but you got to make sure that you don't accidentally catch a grass type move.
Well, water, terrestrialize, and Pheasantipity, not the words that I thought I'd ever say here at
there you go.
UIC, but hey, we're saying it, and I cannot wait. Protect on Excalibur, make sure that you're not going to be taking a powerful hit this time around. It's Pheasantipity's time to go onto the offensive, but again, hitting into the not protected Pokemon. Ivy Cudgel is not good, it shouldn't be doing too much, but that's still a significant chunk of damage after the terrestrialization. Citrus Berry will get a little bit of recovery up though.
The terrestrialization was incredibly necessary there. You can also see the follow-up from this Landorus with the Earth Power, but it was going into the Excalibur, so a nice protect on Flavio's side. But it really, for me, is about this Pheasantipity. It goes for the Sludge Bomb, not doing too much damage, and of course, Ogerpon just already poisoned, takes that little bit of chip.
It is going to be toxic damage that is stacking up more and more, though, especially with the grassy terrain no longer on the field. So you're not offsetting a little bit of that recovery. So there is a potential that even on the next turn, it is going to be close, I believe. The Landorus attempting to hit into the Excalibur, it is still so scary. But you do have the information now if you're Flavio, hey, that was kept around. You can be swapping out, but the Gastrodon is already still low on health. But you also don't want to be hitting into a potential swap and doing knock.
And I don't think you have to be worried about the Gastrodon if you're Adam. You have that Rillaboom in the back nice and safe. That can also bring back that grassy terrain that has left the field, give your Pokemon a little bit of recovery, as well as apply that fake up pressure. So Gastrodon isn't really playing a big role here. So if you are Adam, you can kind of almost feel like Flavio's down to 2 remaining Pokemon. The Gastrodon isn't going to play a strong offensive role.
It will be Rillaboom swapping in over on Adam's end in lieu of that Landorus Eye. And of course, that will be the grassy terrain set back up. So that'll be a little bit of recovery. Could make all the difference in this turn. Not the only swap, though. We got to see the hover and the poor Gastrodon, your poor Gastrodon, coming back onto the field to stare down this big bad Rillaboom.
Hey, it's trying its best. You're going to see the Ivy Cudgel come through from the Ogerpon. It has got the attack boost, however, so as much as the Gastrodon would normally really resist this attack, it's not going to be able to hang on here. Flavio will be down to the last 2 remaining Pokemon. And the thing is, the Excalibur left as well. You would have liked it to try and target down into that opposing Rillaboom, because although it has got the poison from the Sludge Bomb, you can see how little damage that Pheasantipity is actually dealing out on the field, particularly as it is a Water Terror now. There's not a lot it can do to Rillaboom, and there's a lot Rillaboom can do to it.
And that'll be the grassy terrain recovery to be coming in for all of these Pokemon before that damage tick. And that is going to be the Ogerpon Heartflame surviving past this turn and only a smidge done into this Rillaboom. I think that there's just a little bit too much momentum taken by Adam, so sure, both of these Pokemon are toxic, but then what?
Excalibur on the field now, and it's in a position where, again, you've got the fake out potential from the Rillaboom, so it's very difficult for Flavio to try and navigate this. The Assault Vest on the opposing Rillaboom as well just means it's going to be able to take anything Pheasantipity throws its way with those Sludge Bombs really, really well. You saw how little damage that previous one did. If you're Excalibur, yes, you can go for something like the Ice Shard for the priority, maybe just try and get the KO on that Ogerpon.
You could go for it. Make sure the Ogerpon doesn't have the capability of attacking, because it does get one more attack off before it does get KO'd at the end of this turn because of that toxic damage. No amount of grassy terrain recovery is going to be helping you at that point. There is still swapping potentials, though, and Adam's been so good at calling the protects. Pheasantipity will protect to start this one off.
Let's see if Adam has called this one correctly. It's actually going to be the double. Maybe Flavio just trying to scout out what the opponent wants to do, as well as burn the fake out on this Rillaboom. You can see it was going down into the opposing Excalibur here, just trying to stop it from maybe even going for something like a Swords Dance, as the Ogerpon also goes for damage to no avail. The other nice thing about the double protect is the poison stacking up.
You get through the fake out, you get through this Ogerpon, and you get a little bit of more recovery on this Pheasantipity. It was taken decently low to about a third at one point, but with the Citrus Berry and the damage, the heal over and over. It's been getting up, and now Ogerpon has been dealt with. Slowly but surely, getting your way through the team.
I actually really like that observation by Flavio, playing it very, very safe. You know, there was no need to go for sending the Ice Shard into the KO because the double protect enables it anyway. The only way Adam could have got around that is by switching the Ogerpon out, and you don't necessarily want to do that with the boosts. You now as well get the free switch into one of your healthy Pokemon in the back.
Exactly. You still have healthy Pokemon, though, and Pokemon that can be dealing a lot of damage, too. You do have to be careful with that Landorus in particular, though, because of the fact that you don't have that Fake Out anymore with the Rillaboom already being on the field, and you are at mercy of the Ice Shard. Of course, it can protect while you try and just deal with the Baxcalibur and deal some damage into it. Looking at this Rillaboom, though, it is just going to be those grass moves and a Bug-type move in that U-turn.
My question is, though, what stops Adam just going for a Grassy Glide into the Pheasantipede that's also just protected, unlikely to be able to get that double protect, and at the same time, the Urshifu with that Choice Scarf can go for a very speedy, very powerful close combat into the Baxcalibur. It looks like all the momentum really is on Adam's side of the field.
And it has been from the beginning, too. This is definitely a slower team, and when we have these Pokemon that are just so powerful through, that can just kind of KO through your team before the poison damage kind of takes hold, that's where things can kind of fall a little bit short, and that's where Pheasantipede has kind of been struggling in this meta just a little bit.
Yes, Pheasantipede kind of hasn't shown its full potential necessarily. Yes, it's got the poison on the board, but Adam just has all the counters to Flavio's team to not enable him to play as defensively as he would like. We actually see the Grassy Glide go down into the opposing Baxcalibur, giving it the chip to enable and guarantee and lock in the close combat KO onto the opposing Baxcalibur.
I mean, the Pheasantipede has not been the biggest issue all game. The Baxcalibur definitely can threaten. So getting rid of that in that order. Pheasantipede doing something, though. That will be the 1 KO over onto your Shifu. Okay, that was at a lowered special defense, but Pheasantipede will take a KO. But since the Baxcalibur has been taken down, it won't be able to deal with the final 2 Pokemon.
Yes, and it was nice for Pheasantipede to show us that it can get those big knockouts as well. Moonblast, a really nice choice of move on there to cover for all of the Urshifu that are out there. But this is the Pokemon you've got to try and get through. A Pokemon like the Landorus with the Life Orb and that Sheer Force can just do so much damage with something like a Sludge Bomb at this point.
And this Rillaboom has been taking damage more and more after turn, but offset with that Grassy Terrain recovery again. It's not anywhere near being taken down. Grassy Glide to be dealing the damage first. Super effective because of the Water Chastisation will do so much. And Adam too, you can keep it safe. Sure, you can go for that double hit into it, but a substitute as well will make sure that you're good going on into the next turn. Sludge Bomb will deal the damage. We will get the round of Grassy Terrain recovery though, and I don't know if the Toxic is quite enough yet to take care of that Rillaboom. It's gonna be close. Ooh, but no dice.
Yeah, and even if you go for the Protect now on the Pheasantipede to maybe try and get the KO onto that opposing Rillaboom, the fact that the Landorus has set up that substitute really does secure Adam's victory in this Game 1. I think Flavio can see the writing on the wall here and is just ready to get into Game 2.
100% here, and Flavio, I mean, hey, I'm impressed the Pheasantipede got that 1 KO, that one Moonblast KO, you know? Wasn't your Shifu that had the special defense drop, but see that there is a potential little bit of damage and how much those poisons can be stacking up. Unfortunately, not just enough. So that's where I'm curious with how things will be adjusted. I'm sorry, Lou. I think the biggest thing for me is that the Gastrodon never got an opportunity to do absolutely anything. It was there to kind of scare Adam off from the Urshifu. Well, the Urshifu with the close combat still feels so good into so much of the team that I feel like you just have to take the Urshifu the old-fashioned way, or the old-fashioned way for Flavio, which is the Pheasantipede.
100%. I do have to agree with you. As much as I love the Gastrodon at this particular juncture, it just doesn't have the capabilities to be able to deal with the opposing side on Adam's side. It really does only have the potential to threaten that opposing Urshifu when Adam wasn't playing. It wasn't going to risk going for that surging strikes and falling into the trap. This was a really nice play by Adam as well, going for the sword stance there, being able to just offset those intimidates and parting shots that Flavio was really trying to utilize, and it just meant that the offensive pressure was constantly coming out from Adam's side.
Especially when you're looking at the constant protects that Flavio did to get that poison chip as well, get past through some fake out turns, etc. You have the capability to go for that sword stance, and you weren't really threatened too much with that Heartflame Ogerpon after you Terastallize anyways. The Sludge Bomb, we got to see how little that was doing. Incineroar is not threatening it with anything other than a potential parting shot. So it was definitely more than safe to make sure that, hey, sure, you've pivoted in and out multiple times, but that's about where it ends.
You know, Rillaboom was having a great time on Adam's side when you think about it. There was a Gastrodon, there was a Water Terrestrialized Fezandipity, both Pokemon that Rillaboom has no trouble clearing off the board. As well, when you take a look at the Baxcalibur, you know, its only Ice-type move is that Ice Shard, not known to be able to deal a huge amount of damage. So generally speaking, the Rillaboom was pretty safe, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Adam make sure that that comes to Game 2 as well.
I think the biggest thing that we haven't necessarily talked about when it's Flavio's team versus Adam's as well is just how fast and the amount of priority coming out from Adam. Adam's Pokemon are quite speedier than Flavio's, even just on a natural level here. Getting into Game 2, another speedy, strong lead coming out from Adam. Double Grass yet again. Fezandipity and Incineroar to start for Flavio.
Do you know what? I really like this adjustment by Flavio. Bringing the Fezandipity out front and center, it can try and get those Toxics off a little bit earlier in the game, as well as the fact it doesn't have that Water Terrestrialization anymore. It's not going to be worried about taking these Grass-type moves. The Intimidate, being able to kind of apply pressure to that opposing Ogerpon, and now the Fake Out's on the field.
Where it's tough, though, is Adam has the faster Fake Out, so there is the Fake Out potential into the Fezandipity or into the Incineroar, and even just setting up with his Ogerpon for a Swords Dance. So it's kind of a lead that maybe is a little passive coming out from Flavio, and there is a potential for Adam here to take just a big lead here. Fake Out will go into the Fezandipity. No Fake Out from Incineroar, 3 Swords Dance.
This Swords Dance is huge early doors in this Game 2. No Fake Out coming out from the Incineroar. Instead, it's going to go for the parting shot and just try and bring that down. Does enable Flavio to get the Incineroar off the field to Intimidate a little bit later on. And this free switch could be really nice to bring in one of these utility Pokemon in the back. I would not be, I am surprised to see Gastrodon still there, but Excalibur definitely the perfect choice against 2 Grass-type Pokemon.
Yeah, this can definitely try and make a little bit more headway here. You do have the opportunity of just trying to intimidate Cycle 2. Rillaboom is now down to -1. The Ogerpon is at +1, but if it wants to keep that +1, if there is the Intimidate, it would have to Terrasilize. It is the +1 now, but you want to be trying to eliminate if you're Flavio, because the Ogerpon hitting into that Fezandipity is going to be so much damage.
That's very true, and you can see the Excalibur in a position where it can go for some offensive damage. It could always try and go for a Swords Dance of its very own, try and get a lot of pressure on the field, but I think if you're Flavio, the mistakes in Game 1 was the fact that you weren't getting enough damage down on the board. So if you are Flavio here, you want to try and make sure you're not recreating those errors and just trying to get a lot of damage out. Something like the Rillaboom that's able to switch off with a U-turn as well. You want to make sure it's not coming in nice and healthy in the end game like in Game 1.
And that's where we'd see the hover. Do I not with the potential Toxic. Spiky Shield this time around coming out from that Ogerpon. You have your +1 attack. You want to make sure you keep your health as well. Toxic into the Rillaboom. The way to badly poison it so the damage will start stacking up slowly. Emphasis on slowly, but surely here. U-turn now into the Baxcalibur. Adam has a chance to pivot.
Nice to see the speed advantage of the Fezandipity there, just being able to get the damage on the board before the Rillaboom is able to leave. That just kind of puts a little bit of a spanner in the works for when it rejoins later on. The Urshifu, however, definitely a difficult Pokemon to deal with into that Baxcalibur with the close combat, considering as well Baxcalibur wasn't able to go for any damage. The Glaive Rush going into the Spiky Shield, it takes damage itself for its troubles.
Yeah, that's definitely a rough one there, especially when you're in Flavio's end. You need some of that damage, and now staring down the Urshifu, this is the situation you were in before, and you're swapping out into the Gastrodon to make sure you weren't hit by a Surging Strikes. Well, close combat is just as good if you're Adam at this point. You're still going to be dealing so much into the Excalibur. You deal so much into the Gastrodon, so you're not even threatened too much of it by that point.
You just have to watch out for the close combat coming through from the Urshifu, particularly if you are that Baxcalibur and you switch out for maybe something like the Incineroar. Being able to throw an Intimidate down sounds great, but you are going to have to take that close combat. Of course, with the Intimidate, you are likely to be able to still hang on, particularly with the Incineroar, just being able to have that extra bulk, but it's a difficult situation. It would take a lot of damage from Flavio very early on.
Did get to see that the Moonblast from the Fezandipity could have dealt a lot of damage if there is the potential of the close combat. Instead, though, it's going to be Incineroar. Still wouldn't appreciate a close combat, but it will be a round of Intimidate. Bring this Ogerpon back to neutral. Bring this Urshifu down to -1 and lowering a little bit of that damage. Terrestrialization now, though, coming out.
Yeah, it's going to bring some sparkling to the EUIC stage. It's once again that Ogerpon being able to get the Embody aspect, boost up its attack stat, as well as drop that grass typing, making it a little less vulnerable to this Fezandipity.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the Fezandipity is doing as little as possible, and if it wants to be getting the Toxic, it has to do it the old-fashioned way. Nice U-turn coming out from Adam here as well. That's just going to be doing a little bit of chip into the Incineroar, but you no longer have that attack drop, and you can pivot back out. And that kind of covering, too, no matter what was coming out over on Flavio's end.
I honestly like that for the Incineroar as well. It's able to get in relatively safely and can apply fake-up pressure in this next turn. The Ivy Cudgel as well doing negligible damage. This really was a nice turn for the Incineroar. Not so nice for the opposing Ogerpon, not dealing too much damage and getting the poison from the Toxic on the Pheasantipede.
What I think the funniest thing is with this Pheasantipede is that you know that the Toxic chain is just not reliable, and really prioritizing getting that Toxic off, having to go for that. So you're not doing any initial damage off of it, even though you have an ability that's kind of built around that.
Yeah.
But you're relying on it so much. But that's 2 of Adam's Pokemons now that are now badly poisoned. Sure, while the Grassy Train is up, it won't be the biggest thing, but it could... This goes on longer and longer, and Adam hasn't had that same damage potential yet in Game 2 as he had in Game 1. The longer the match goes on, the better it is for Flavio.
That's the thing, the Sand Timers have only started ticking away against these toxic Pokemon, and the Rillaboom's even in the back where it's not going to be affected by that at all. It only takes effect when it's on the field. So Ogerpon's still got a lot of HP remaining. There is the potential of this grassy terrain as well, and even if it goes down, Rillaboom can reset that up. No surprises to see the fake out, however, go down into that opposing Landorus Eye, and of course Ogerpon utilizing the opportunity to get another Swords Dance up.
Yeah, just going for it, trying to make sure you could be doing as much damage as possible as 3. Now, after that, the Landorus can't be setting up at all. Sludge Bomb just going to be good for a little bit of damage here. It's slowly but surely, but I'm worried about this Ogerpon at this point. Plus 2 attacks, sorry, but that is still a lot.
Yes, definitely. Ogerpon is a formidable threat, but there's a lot that Flavio seems to be doing to try and target it down and remove it from the field. The issue for me, if you're Flavio, is the fact that this Landorus is now really unchecked. It can go for something like the Earth Power into this opposing Incineroar, or it could even try and get something like a substitute set up, because there's not really a lot that Incineroar or Pheasantipede can do to it. So if you can get the substitute set up and keep yourself a little bit protected on the field, that could be a really good endgame strategy for Adam.
100%, and that's going to be one of the things too. And I think you were pretty safe there coming out from Adam to kind of try and set up either one of those Pokemon. Protect on Pheasantipede this time around. We saw Adam was very good at predicting where the protects were the first time around, but this time will be hitting Ivy Cudgel into that Pheasantipede. The bird staying safe. Landorus, though, that'll be the substitute.
That's exactly what Landorus wants to get, and although there is the newfound confidence from Pheasantipede going for these protects, it's not really going to be able to deal too much damage at this point in time. The Incineroar going for the parting shot. This is a nice way to start negating some of that pressure that the Ogerpon is building and allow Flavio to bring in a Pokemon from the back. That Gastrodon is still secret. It is still safe for now, but Flavio is wondering, is it the moment? And I really think the only time to bring Gastrodon in this matchup is when that Urshifu is in play. So really nice to bring the Baxcalibur in.
Yeah, the Gastrodon's in a really rough territory otherwise. The Baxcalibur coming in. You have the pressure onto the Landorus at this point, especially since it is behind the substitute, so it is kind of stuck here at this point to where you can break that and try and deal a little bit of damage at this point. Grassy Terrain is going to be ending, so that's going to be done with the health healing this time around, so the toxic damage is going to be stacking up just a little bit more and more. And you can't be attempting to go and just try and preserve this Pheasantipede and just trying to intimidate cycle a little bit.
I mean, we talk about preserving and protecting Pheasantipede, right? It's sitting there with a full HP bar. Flavio definitely has done well conserving it a little bit more in this game too compared to game 1, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Adam start switching onto the offensive a little bit more. That's what really gave him the momentum in the first match. And Ogerpon, it is ticking away. That poison is stacking up, and it needs to be able to start getting the big damage out as soon as it can. Pheasantipede just went for protect. It's going to be a little bit more exposed. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Ivy Cudgel come that way.
It's going to be the Pheasantipede swapping out this time around, though. The Ogerpon has gotten enough Sword Dances. You want to make sure that damage is lowered for when it does start going on the offensive, because you're right, there is a timer on it. You want to make sure you can do that damage now. So that is going to be Incineroar swapped in. That'll be a round of Intimidate, and Ice Shard into the Landorus. Priority will be acting first to go ahead and break that substitute, not letting this Landorus just sit there unchecked.
And with the health that Baxcalibur has as well, we'll have to see how this goes down here, but it's in an interesting spot the next turn to go for another one of those Ice Shards. Okay, maybe not. Critical hit comes through. Baxcalibur is out of there. So yes, the Incineroar is now alone on the field. Flavio not happy with that play at all.
Earth Power targeted into as well. Shuka Berry just helping the Incineroar hold on. Just 4 HP left.
I mean, the Landorus is in prime position right now. It, yes, lost its substitute, but it doesn't care. The Ogerpon's got it back, get rid of its biggest threat, and then is able to apply so much pressure to that opposing Incineroar. I mean, things are looking very dicey for Flavio. You do still have the Gastrodon and Pheasantipede at full HP, but let's not be kidding ourselves. These are not the offensive powerhouses that Adam has on his side of the field.
We'll have to hope that Gastrodon can be a powerhouse and fast, though. Hitting the field definitely have to be relying on it. The Grassy Terrain is gone, so you aren't going to be hit by a potential Grassy Glide priority over onto the Ogre Pawn. And you do have the potential still of Terra on your end to try and get out of a potential grass weakness there. It does feel bad that you might be potentially checked into that, but at the same time, you do have the coverage moves to actually deal some damage going on. Ice Beam, considerably too, could actually effectively deal with this Landorus.
I want to say when there's a Gastrodon, there's a way, but it's a very long way for Gastrodon to be able to come back into this. However, that being said, let's look at the potential. Gastrodon is running Ice Beam. That's something that the Landorus does not want to take. The Ogerpon as well no longer has the Grassy Terrain on the field, won't get that priority Grassy Glide, but I think its natural speed is going to be able to allow it to go before that Gastrodon regardless, but at least it won't get the boost that you get from Grassy Glide, and maybe there's some hope for the Gastrodon, particularly as the Terrestrialization has not been used on Flavio's side of the field yet.
Definitely have to be hoping, and with that bug terrestrialization, gonna make sure that you are gonna survive through a potential Grassy Glide. You do have to be careful though, because now you are gonna be weak to an Ivy Cudgel, and that could be fired off if there is even a prediction, or even if just the Gastrodon can't do anything on this turn. Going into this is the Grassy Glide, so Gastrodon will stay safe for now, but it's not the only one that's going to be staying safe, as the Landorus did go for the Protect, so no Ice Beam there, and you are not in a great spot going into the next turn. At least the Parting Shot can lower this attack just a little bit more.
This might be the cutest thing I have ever seen, the bug-type Gastrodon on the field. You're right, though. It was a fantastic Terrestrialization call in the face of the Grassy Glide, but now that Ivy Cudgel is in prime position to be able to get the KO on the Gastrodon in the next turn. A wise defensive play from Adam, stopping that Ice Beam from being able to get the knockout. The one thing that's nice, though, Ogerpon's gone. It's completely out of there, so maybe Gastrodon is crawling its way back into this match after all.
The more and more damage from those Toxics coming on through. Going to be enough this time around to take care of that Ogerpon. So actually, Terrestrialization coming up from the Gastrodon looking good on that turn. And sure, the Rillaboom's still in the back, but the thing is now since, hey, it's a bug type, that Rillaboom's actually going to have a hard time actually dealing with that Gastrodon. So this is quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the power that the Landorus can naturally deal out anyway is still going to be able to try and put the Gastrodon in check, but if Gastrodon's able to hang on and just go for one Ice Beam, then that opposing Landorus is gone. The one issue that's coming into fruition though as well is the Rillaboom coming back. It's got that fake out. It's going to be able to stop the Gastrodon from going for that here, but it does have the utility to go for a Protect, and I almost wouldn't be surprised to see Flavio once again just go for the double Protect, burn that fake out, enable a little bit of damage from that poison on the opposing Rillaboom to tick down.
You can either just go for the double Protect or try and make a call. You definitely don't want to be on the wrong end of the fake out and have that Pokemon potentially taken out. But if you can also get the call right, it could be potentially huge going in on this turn. So you definitely have a decision to make. When your Pokemon aren't the same strong offensive Pokemon that Adam has, it could be a risk worth taking.
Yes, if you are the Gastrodon, you want to kind of, I think, avoid the Rillaboom at this point. The Woodhammer, Grassy Glide, U-turn not going to be doing too much. You've got to find a way to get the Landorus down and maybe enable the Fezandipity and the Incineroar to deal with that partner Pokemon in the form of the Rillaboom.
Swapping out the Fezandipity, though, Incineroar just on a sliver of health is going to be coming on in. That'll be to Intimidate, drop down the attack of the Rillaboom. Fake Out does go into the Gastrodon this time around. Critical hit Fake Out as well to deal that extra little bit of chip. A Sludge Bomb into the Gastrodon is going to be not near enough to take that out. A little bit of recovery now, and Flavio has the Fake Out pressure on this next turn.
I think Flavio really hoping the fake out was going to go down into that Fezandipity slot, enabling the Ice Beam to come out from that Gastrodon. Was not happy to see the fake out come through, particularly the double up as well. I think Adam realizing that the Gastrodon needs to be taken down because, dare I say it was the threat at that point in time. And with the Fezandipity in the back, it's not up in a position where it can start applying that pressure, something like the Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom. Yes, it's not going to deal too much damage thanks to the Assault Vest, but it will start stacking up, and Flavio needs to start getting the knockouts. His Pokemon are relatively unhealthy compared to Adam's.
That's the thing. All the Toxics in the world aren't going to help you if your Pokemon get taken out at this point. And with these two both on a sliver of health, and just the Grassy Glide pressure coming out on the opposing end, and just the speed coming out from the Landorus, and both of these Pokemon actually in the first place, is definitely difficult. Protect over on this turn coming out from the Landorus, so just going to be the Rillaboom to go ahead and attack. Actually, not even. Fake Out will stop that this time.
Nice call from Flavio going for the fake out into the opposing Rillaboom, with the Ice Beam going into the Protect on Adam's side. So Adam, I think, playing phenomenally well. Again, as Assault Vest Rillaboom, it couldn't protect even if it wanted to. And at the end of the day, there's not a lot that either of these Pokemon can do to get through it.
And if you're Adam, you don't even feel bad about that because, hey, you're not necessarily taking the most from the Toxics so far. Flavio would have to hit 6 Protects in a row for anything to be happening over that with your Poison. So take the one turn of Fake Out. you're still fine. You still have all that offensive pressure in the world over on this next turn, and I do not see the Gastrodon being allowed to get away with an Ice Beam at any time.
I think that turn in particular where Adam doubled up into it just stopped its momentum in its tracks. It actually had a lot of pressure on the field, but having to take that fake out and the sludge bomb just meant that it's not as threatening. And at the end of the day, I think if you're Flavio and you lose that Gastrodon, you don't really have a way to deal with this Landorus, and it's just going to be able to sweep through your team. Defensive plays on this Gastrodon at this point in time, very wise. The sludge bomb was coming into its direction from this opposing Landorus, and the Rillaboom, however, is not going to be able to KO the Incineroar. I was going to say, just ignoring the Gastrodon, trying to get an easy knockout, but it was not to be. The Incineroar is still here.
Hey, Incineroar is known for one thing, and it's being incredibly annoying. This time in the way that it's going to be surviving past this turn, and now parting shot into the Landorus, and a chance for a pivot coming out from Flavio.
The one thing I like about the parting shot as well is it is lowering that special attack too. So that is something that is going to be affecting the Landorus and making those sludge bombs, the earth powers, just a little bit more underwhelming. And the issue is the Landorus is so strong, it can easily afford to take one parting shot and still be a formidable threat. Gastrodon reaping the benefits of the grassy terrain, and now Fezandipity in a prime position to try and maybe get that Moonblast off into that opposing Urshifu.
Yeah, you definitely need to deal with something here. There's been so many turns of not much coming out from Flavio, and both players have been really good at protecting their king, so to say. Landorus over on Adam's end, and dare I say it, Gastrodon over on Flavio's. That king swapping out, Incineroar going to be swapping back in at this point. You have another round of Intimidate. You also have the fake out pressure or to eat a hit going up that way.
Yes, and I like the fact that the Incineroar is on the field just for that Intimidate, but it's really null and void considering the U-turn not only gets the KO here, but is going to be to enable the Urshifu to reset that Intimidate coming back in later.
Flavio did not look happy about that one. Fezandipity does have a chance to attack here at this point, but now Rillaboom hitting the field once again, and Fezandipity will be taking a hit first. Firing off Retaliation, lasted just chipping away. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Yeah, and I like the targeting there because it must have been so tempting to go down into that opposing Urshifu, particularly if you were thinking maybe it's going to go for something like the close combat here and lower its defenses and special defenses, but instead just going into this Landorus, because at the end of the day, Landorus is the Pokemon that I think Flavio is really going to struggle to remove. You can kind of play the stalling game a little bit against this opposing Rillaboom, but not only is the Landorus difficult, that full health Urshifu in the back is so formidable now. I mean, how do you deal with it?
Well, this Rillaboom, you have the fake out pressure over on Adam's end, but we got to see the lock-in from Flavio, just making the call that I need to do something here at this point. Swap out her from this Landorus. We saw the double attempt into that, but the Urshifu is going to be coming into its place instead.
Let's see how this plays out. The fake out will stop one of the Pokemon on Flavio's side from moving. It's going to be the Fezandipity. So all eyes with the 3 minutes left on the clock are on the Gastrodon. Only a little bit of chip with that Ice Beam. No secondary effects coming through. It's of course going to just be getting a little bit of recovery. I think Fezandipity though, if it can get that Moonblast off, will be able to get that KO.
That's going to be the if, though, and the 3-minute timer here at this point, we have to start looking at Pokemon counts, and it's been a long time that Flavio has been on these two Pokemon, and of course, when you have a team that is more slowly built, that'll be a big thing, and Adam has to be really worried about the preservation. Thing is, though, that the Moonblast could actually be in a range that you could potentially pick up the KO if there is that Landorus swap, and if you can get it down 2-2, we're going to be going off the HP bars of Pokemon, so there is still a win condition here.
That's very true, and the Gastrodon still stopping, thanks to its Storm Drain ability, the opposing Urshifu from going for those surging strikes that must be ever so tempting for it. It is Choice Scarf, so it will be locked into whatever it goes for. Possibly even see something like the Ice Spinner here just to be able to get some good damage on the board without dropping your special defense like Close Combat would enable. Or at the same time, now with only 2 minutes left on the clock, do you want to keep rotating those Pokemon and preserving them? Could see something like a U-turn, but from the Gastrodon, it's just to protect.
Flavio needs a KO, and it's not going to be from the Gastrodon this turnaround. Ice Spinner instead into it. This point, it'll be the Moonblast. Fire off. Not nearly enough for a KO since no special defense lowered at this point. And now, sure, you are safe past the Rillaboom, but with that Unseen Fist taking that damage, you can't take the KO now. You lose this match, and I don't think I'm just going to let it happen.
Honestly, it's always so devastating to see a Protect that then the Urshifu targets down into. I think if you're Flavio there, you're really hoping that Adam's going to try and capitalize on the Fezandipity and just get it off the field, because those Moonblasts are indeed very threatening, but instead just trying to wash this Gastrodon away.
And that's the thing. You just need to get even just the HP down. If Adam doesn't lose a Pokemon and gets enough HP done, like, he's good. If you get enough HP down and you lose a Pokemon, then you can still be good. Urshifu, Estus, that is going to be enough to take down the Gastrodon. The Vezendipity won't be able to take 2 KOs, so as the time ticks down, Adam can start celebrating this 2-0.
Gastrodon put up an epic fight, but now it is really all eyes on this Vezendipity. It's able to get the KO, but there's still, as you've mentioned, Sierra, a 2v1 Pokemon deficit for Flavio. And as those seconds tick away, the trainer who has the most Pokemon remaining will be able to come out victorious.
Yeah, and at this point, just under 30 seconds left. Won't have an opportunity to go for another turn in battle. It was such a cool concept coming out from Flavio with this team, and I'm really not surprised to see a timer. I'm not going to be surprised if this is a theme throughout the day when we're looking at a team with this Gastrodon and this Vezendipity, and I think played as well as it could. It's just a tough thing. We're going to not even get all the Pokemon on the field before the timer runs out at this point. Landorus, Rillaboom, I mean, that is done, but wow, what an insane match.
Huge congratulations to Adam for being able to completely battle through that tireless match. Is the victor. I think he just needed to double check for a second, make sure, but huge congratulations to Adam, winner of this round 3 match.
The relief on his face, like, oh my goodness. Like, that was a long match. That was a 2-0 match, and I thought our last match seemed like it went on for like a 2-1, like a 3-game set. This one seems like it went on for 2 sets worth of Pokemon, but so well played. I mean, when you're bringing a team of the best Pokemon and such strong powerhouses, I mean, it's tough. I really do applaud Flavio for this team. I think it's so creative. But looking at the Pokemon matchups just one by one, it was so tough. In the Gastrodon, I mean, didn't really get to fire off any moves.
Do you know what? I'm going to say game 1, Gastrodon, it didn't really do what it was supposed to do. It was having a difficult time, okay? But I have to say, the way Flavio worked with his Pokemon in that game 2, even though things obviously didn't go his way, the way he was able to still find those win conditions with the Vezendipity or the Gastrodon going for that bug terrestrialization, I think did just show the high caliber of player he is and the way that this very unique team operates. Being able to see the Vezendipity early doors going for these poisons, I think was a really great adjustment by Flavio, knowing that yes, it's going to be a long game. He wants to make sure that he's able to get that damage ticking away throughout the match. And if he's able to play defensively enough, he's going to get those knockouts.
One thing that I think is tough, even just in this current meta, is we got to see the Toxic get hit multiple times.
Yeah.
But the Grassy Terrain consistently making it so, hey, what maybe should have been KO'd a lot sooner is now going to be surviving 2-3 extra turns there was kind of difficult. Even in that first game, we saw the Rillaboom swap back in on the pivotal turn where the Ogerpon Heartflame would have been KO'd. But it gets that recovery first, so it's still going to be sticking around for one more match. And I think that's just really tough. You already weren't dealing too much damage with that Vezendipity, and you were locked into using Toxic because you needed it. It was pivotal, and you couldn't rely on the Toxic chain.
I completely agree, and I think that match moment where the Baxcalibur went down was so pivotal for Flavio. It's a little bit like the story of Gastrodon in game 1. Baxcalibur in game 2 really didn't do a lot, and it just meant that, you know, Flavio was very early on with these 3 Pokemon. But of course, the Gastrodon was there. I was delighted to see it, particularly in its bug terrestrialize, and I know a lot of you guys at home engaging with our social media will sometimes share some awesome art. I'd love to see some art of the Gastrodon with its little bug eyes on. I think it'd be so cute.
It's the best Terra Jewel by far. The little bug. The heart's also really cute on like the small Pokemon, but I think maybe the art is the most that you're going to see from Gastrodon going on forward. I think it's very clear why Ogerpon Wellspring kind of overtook it. You can actually have some more offensive pressure. The Gastrodon's just a poor little guy. He's trying his best. It's just too slow, and I mean, you can just play around it.
But I think as well, that really showed how well Ogerpon Heartflame is doing in the meta at the moment. Even though there were, you know, parting shots and intimidates, one Swords Dance can really swing at the momentum.
Well, we got to see how relieved Adam was after that match. So let's go hear from him over on the main stage with Charlie.
Bienvenue, trainers. Welcome to the stage here. I'm here with Adam Chafoy, your winner of the EUIC Swiss Round 3. We're all invited to Vezendipity's Sinister Masquerade Ball. But for Adam, it was not the last dance. How are you feeling now, Adam?
I'm feeling great, because it's my first time I won on stream. I was in 0-3 on stream, and now I break the curse, so I'm very happy about that.
Félicitations to you, Adam. That's fantastic. So, you see a Vezendipity on the team sheet across the table.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
It's funny because a friend of mine, Aurélien Le Fur, played played Faisancy PT in this tournament, and I played some best of 3 against that, so I got experience.
Oh wow!
I know some damage of my Pokemon, etc. So
something you weren't expecting there, and the home crowd here is cheering for out of no end, showing their support. So, game 1. Your Ogerpon, of course, was taking part in all of the masquerade dancing as well, going for the swords dance.
Yeah.
How crucial was swords dance for you here in this match?
When I saw his team, I was like, okay, Ogerpon is very, very huge because he outspeed everything in the team. And the main issue was probably the hit run if I terrestrialize my Ogerpon. And I saw he didn't bring them. So I think I just need to deal a lot of damage, force the terrestrialization to avoid mind games, and I can clean easily, I think.
I see. Sure, and yes, the Ogerpon terrestrializing, giving it that boost in spite of the parting shots coming out from the Incineroar. And then that last game, it went to timer. I mean, your opponent, Flavio, really timed out there. The orchestra was winding up their music. But how were you able to maintain that stamina, that mental focus?
Yeah. Last time on stream at the tournament, I was not very focused on my games, and I know I have the shot to have the game if I play slowly, and because Gastrodon deal no damage, Faisancy PT too. So if I'm able to keep my Pokemon, I know with the timer I can win the battle.
Okay. Fantastic. Yes, you're able to stay resolute in your game plan. Well, that's excellent to hear. And now, how are you feeling about the rest of the day?
I hope I can make day 2, and maybe more. We don't know. And yeah, I enjoy the tournament. I really like UIC. It's one of my favorite tournaments. So I hope I can keep the momentum.
Yeah, well, we've got our fingers crossed for you, Adam. Let's hope you can as well. Now, tell me, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, which one is for you?
Bulbasaur.
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 Okay. We've got some support out here for Bulbasaur as well. We've got 2 votes for Bulbasaur, 1 for Charmander so far. How's that going to shake up over the weekend? Finally, Adam, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah. Can I do it in French?
Yeah, bien sûr.
Alors, tout d'abord, merci la team PE, on est là, voilà. Ensuite, toute la commu FR, French community in general. And my mom, my dad, my sister, I hope they watch the stream. And yeah, all my friends, IRL friends, like les potes de clé, j'espère vous regardez le stream. Voilà. And that's it. Just one. Yeah. And big shout out to how to say like no, I don't know how to say.
Well, in French, what is it? Yeah, not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure.
And Esper is my favorite Pokemon. It's the best.
Which one, sorry?
Esper.
Espeon.
Esper.
Esper, okay.
Esper.
Not running an Esper this weekend, though. That's a shame. We'd love to see it coming out. You were showing out Team Peru at the beginning there in French. Is that what you were doing? Said Team Peru out in the beginning to the crowd.
No, French.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I
French.
see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Well, okay, Adam, thank you very much for
Thank
that.
you.
Merci beaucoup, and bon chance for the rest of the weekend. Well, that's EUIC, that's round 3, and of all the things, we saw a Pheasantipity. Sierra and Lou, that's all from me.
I love the comment about the Esper as well. I think I even spotted the little Esper plush sleeping casually on the desk there while, the trainer was getting those KOs and getting the wins.
It's like that meme where it's like that one person taking all the arrows is like the Esper just sleeps calmly. You have all these Pokemon just carrying through so the Esper can just sleep calmly. I'm glad Adam does not have an Esper on his team. We're okay with that. We've gotten to see enough space. No, we've not. I want to see more. But this was such a strong team, such a strong showing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always here for all the cat-themed Pokemon. Incineroar, the Chimpao, but, Esper, haven't seen that one around too much in the VG meta. But, who knows someday.
I hope not.
Maybe if it's like a little cup, that would be so cute. All the little
Okay.
Pokemon coming through, it would be adorable.
Okay, that is the only scenario. Literally the only scenario. Other than that, please do not bring us. I mean, you know what? Like, use your favorites, but if Esper is your maybe like the evolution.
Well, the evolution had a little bit of play at one point, but I think there are definitely some stronger Pokemon out there at the moment. But great to be able to get the shout out for his favorite.
100%. But as we're waiting up here for round 4, I don't believe we'll have to wait too long, in all honesty, because that's what happens when we go to timer in our games. But we're gonna have a couple of rounds of. Who's that Pokedex entry?
Yes, now we did this in LAIC, and I remember I was really bad at this, so I'm going to be leaning on you so hard for this one. Let's go for the first one. It is a flying transporter that carries small Pokemon in its beak. It bobs on the waves to rest its wings.
I'm thinking offhand Pelipper, because it's like a pelican, you have the beak, and it's like in its beak, right? What else can you like fit in your beak?
Food?
Like it could be like the other one that like actually actively puts Pokemon in his beak is Cramorant, but I don't think it's on a flying transporter. That's kind of, it's more malicious than anything.
And Pelipper would bob on the waves, because I was kind of thinking of like Bombardier a little bit carrying, because it's a bit like a stork.
Okay.
But then I don't see it in the ocean.
Also, Bombardier is like really violent. I don't think you remember in the game where it's throwing the rocks
Yeah,
at
no, I
you.
do. I remember that vividly.
Pelipper has never thrown a rock at me. It's thrown some nasty hurricanes, it's fusions, but never a rock. So.
Okay, Pelipper. I'm happy with Pelipper. Let's go. Yeah.
I like Pelipper. I can't think of any other Pokemon.
Final answer. Pelipper it is. Let's go.
You could fit a whole Esper in there.
You could fit 2 Esper.
You can fit that. Okay, you can't. That's Slowpoke from the Pokemon Center.
There's no way you're getting that in.
No chance.
You'd need like 6 Pelipper trying to carry it along.
That's the art we want to see, not the Gastrodon with the
Pelipper carrying a massive Slowpoke.
Perfect. All right, next one. It's said to made Pokemon that look like itself from a special ice mountain, rocks, and magma.
It's said to have made Pokemon that look like itself from a special ice. So is it made of ice, rocks, and magma?
I'm like,
do we get a clue?
Am I reading this? Can we get a clue? Can we pretty please? It's said to have made Pokemon that look like itself from a special ice mountain, rocks, and magma.
So the ice mountain starts making the Pokemon, and then they throw in rocks and magma and cook up a Pokemon.
Well, I'm assuming like it is said is like assuming like it's the Pokemon that is then made Pokemon that look like itself. So I'm assuming like one and then different like kind of form type things.
Can you think of an icy rock Pokemon?
No. At all.
I want a clue. I want like, you know, like you get a picture puzzle and there's like 8 tiles and they take 1 tile away and you can like see a sneak peek of the Pokemon. I want to see that and try and get a clue.
Yeah, something. I see our director typing, please.
Please
help
give us
out.
a clue.
No, I think Cam's is confused because I said that. Yeah, camera is guessing because like the Reggies would be like the one thing that is like ice, mountain, rocks. Magma.
That's good.
Or unless like the steel coming for the magma, but like steel gets destroyed by magma, so it's like I don't know because like Regigigas is like my best guess. I'm kind of on the same line as our directors, but I still don't necessarily get the magma part of it.
I'm trying to think of a Pokemon that makes other Pokemon. So clearly, I'm thinking of like Camerupt where it might erupt.
Yes.
Is it?
I'm just kidding.
Do you know? it's not a bad shout.
It do make Pokemon.
It's the best we got so far.
I don't know. I feel like it'd have to be like Regigigas, but I still don't feel like that's right.
No, ice rocks and magma. We're really stumped on this one.
Well, like,
save us, please.
Production.
Save it.
Production literally told us the answer, and we're still like, what's making out of steel doesn't get made out of magma, right? Did I fail science like back in middle school?
I don't know. I mean, we were saying Regigigas. Why did we think it wasn't?
Well, like we didn't like necessarily say it like it wasn't. Like I just said that was like probably the best one. So it's.
I will. We should move on.
We should move on, but I still think we got it right because we did in fact say it.
I'm gonna say Sierra got that one right. I was literally flailing over here just in panic.
We're a team. We're a team.
Okay, next one.
Launches itself into battle by flipping upside down and spewing frigid air from its mouth. Baxcalibur.
It's Baxcalibur.
I also feel like we've had this one before, but also it was.
But we just saw it, right?
We did.
And we didn't get to see Glaive Rush, but it's a very vivid animation where it jumps upside down. So yeah, Baxcalibur, it's gotta be.
I feel like this might be one of the ones where like I was guessing them with Joe Brown and I was like, it's Baxcalibur, and he's like, no, you gotta like think about it, it's Baxcalibur.
Or they've just taken so much pity on us after Regigigas, they're like, let's just give him an easy one.
Yeah, they're just like, you know what, they could have done any with Regilucky. I would have gotten it wrong because I always get all of those wrong, but you could have gotten it right. It's Baxcalibur, run it.
Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy Baxcalibur. We got that one in. That was easy.
It's Jigglypuff.
Imagine if it had been like the pre-evolution and then it was like so close.
I don't even know. The Frigibax, Artibax, I think that's what they're called, right?
Yeah, Frigibax and the little baby one.
The little baby Baxcalibur.
No, it's Frigibax then Artibax, because I remember it in Pokemon Go. Artibax is a thing. All right, next one. The green head has turned vicious due to the spicy... Oh, it's the spicy plant.
The Scovillain.
Yeah, stimulating its brain. Once it goes on a rampage, there is no stopping it. I'm assuming it's that.
I don't see what else, because it's like spicy chemicals.
And it is a spicy pepper.
Yeah. If it's like spicy chemicals, because they're just describing a way for like angy feelings, like, it'd be crazy, but no, I think this is pretty...
I also have this image of it with its feet going on a rampage, like just full on steamrolling through the meadows of calm.
It is what it's called, right? Like everything is...
Scovillains.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, send it. Easy, we got it.
There we go.
There we go, little peppers.
I want to know what the redhead does, because if the green head turns vicious, what's the redhead, like the calming influence? Because being a redhead myself, I doubt that.
Yeah, I was about to say, you being a redhead should know that it probably just means more vicious.
Yeah, probably. Too vicious for the text box.
I've seen you before your tea. I know that is not the calming part.
That is so true.
All right, next one. Always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it's thinking about. It's good at fishing with its tail.
The first part I thought, is it me? You know, like just lost in thought into the distance.
It's be Slowpoke, right?
It's got to be Slowpoke.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
Easy.
Slowpoke.
Slowpoke, let's go.
Weren't we just talking about a Slowpoke? Did we like manifest this?
I think we've manifested a lot of these.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's the cute little Slowpoke and the massive Slowpoke you can get at the Pokemon Center. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, we did quite good. 4 out of 5. Well, 4.5 because the red.
I think it was right. I think I was thrown off by the fact that like our director's like, oh, like this is my best guess. Like it's like when it's actually the answer. Right? You get thrown off because you're like, wait, it can't be that.
To be fair, I read it as don't think Reggie, so I was like, it can't be the Reggies.
The Reggie.
But it's not the Reggies. It is the Reggie.
Yeah,
you know?
I think we got thrown off of that one, but. Yeah, we did pretty good. I think we're doing pretty decent with our caster predictions as well going into the weekend. Okay, varying degrees, because we did see Gastrodon lose, but it got to 2-0 before it lost, so...
At least it's here, unlike the Kingdra on Charlie's side, you know? Don't mean to throw some shade, but I got to defend my boy.
That's true. I think that's the only leg you have to stand on with that one, you know? But
what about you and Slitherwing? How's that doing? I know you've been keeping an eye.
I haven't gotten to keep an eye because I've been so engrossed in these matches, but there is one here.
Okay.
But the other picks here, there has been quite a few players with the Pelipper, quite a few powerful players as well. Alberto Lara, who has played a lot of Rain, is running that Pelipper. Gouging Fire, King Gambit, of course. We got to see quite a few of them in the field. We got to see a Gouging Fire at the beginning of the day. A little bit more of a tough matchup, but it's not like there's only 6 of them in the field where that's going to be a tough blow to the Gouging Fire stocks.
Yeah, I mean, Gouging Fire was one I was nearly going to put on my potential Pokemon list as well. I think, you know, particularly seeing James Evan win with it in Vancouver kind of has maybe catapulted it a little bit more onto people's radars. And, you know, he's here for a good time. He's Pardiente. He's just ready for action. And I have to say, when I look at pretty much all your Pokemon here, taking a look at the King Gambit and the Slitherwing and the Pardiente, they've all got their headpieces on, right? They're, like, ready for a good time, a party here at EUIC.
Yeah, and they can all get to that party at EUIC being transported in the beak of Pelipper that likes to do that with small Pokemon.
It likes to transport Pokemon and then bob in the water.
Perfect.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to get a Gouging Fire in its beak, though. Unless it's like a teeny tiny one.
Yeah, we might have to hold off on that one.
Or maybe like when it's on land and Pelipper's like a little bit tired, it like rests on Gouging Fire's back and it like rides through the fields.
I think we're so lost in the sauce right about now, but I believe we're about ready to send to a break here as we have our next round of Swiss here at EUIC, so don't go too far.
Terrestrializing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the results of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use terrestrialization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive terrestrialization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through terrestrializing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastallization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terastallizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terastallization drops your original typing weakness for the type you Terastallize into, which can completely change your type matchups. And Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao Terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, Terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful, since there are situations where Terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you Terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to Terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on Terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon Terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to embody aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a Terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other Terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of Terastallization to help push your way to the top?
How ferocious does Gimmighoul look there, getting its gold, getting itself ready, and I have to say, there's a few Golden Go out there on the EUIC tournament floors, so very excited to see which Pokemons are indeed going to be able to go all the way. Honestly, the show so far, Costa has been phenomenal. I've traded one commentator out for another one, bringing in Costa Dynamis. Of course, I'm Luak Josh Chromie, still here, and I'm super excited to keep this show rolling.
Yeah, I think so far it has been an amazing show. We've had a lot of variety when it comes to not only the players with such great heavyweight titles and accomplishments, but also the teams. You know, Pheasant Dibbity wasn't on my bingo card for today.
No, Gastrodon was on mine, obviously. But I have to say, although it wasn't victorious, you know, Sierra and I were saying how it could hold its own a little bit, but the unique team building choices, we really saw this clash of like one trainer in the form of Adam bringing really meta standard Pokemon, and then complete wildcard choices from Flavio.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of, and I was speaking to Lee about this as well when we were just watching it in the back. The way that Flavio handles himself as a player, he's sort of a player that doesn't give up.
Yeah.
And you could definitely see that with how he was just desperately trying to find a really good way to, you know, be able to break down Adam's team composition. And even though it felt like, okay, well, that was a 2-0, Adam was able to just go about it. It was a very hard-fought one because of the fact that, you know, like Flavio was so stubborn in trying to make sure he can always play safe to his outs, as well as try to guarantee that win condition, which Terra, Bug, Gastrodon, it's extremely cute. And I'm very sad it didn't win.
Honestly, it was so adorable, and you could see the viability in it.
Yes.
You know, there's a reason why it's there on the team. It just didn't quite work out in that particular matchup, but I think you make a really valid point about how, you know, Flavio never gave up. He constantly was searching for those win conditions and a way to be able to come back into it.
Yeah, and for good reason as well, right? He's just one of those players. He's a previous European international champion, of course, so, you know, he's still, even though he's not the current holder, that is Paul Chua, he's looking to try to get that number 2, but we'll see. So far, 3-1. That's still a really good record so far. Adam Shafawi, 4-0. That's looking really spicy for himself.
Exactly, and heading into round 4 as well. Round 4 of 9, what an established day we've got. There are some amazing, notable matchups, and you were just talking about, like, you know, champions of the competition. This is an epic match. Ashton Cox versus Marco Silva. Both these trainers have won the Latin America International Championships previously. I mean, both of them have had the double whammy, right?
Yeah, they really have, and I think it's so great to be able to see the different generational champions butting heads essentially against each other. You know, Ashton, you gave it a bit of a comment about it when we were on the lounge earlier. Lilicol back in 2017. So I don't know if Ashton's doing the same thing, but it'd be pretty cool if he was able to bring something as spicy.
He's normally pretty creative. Maybe sometimes a balance of like 5 standard choices and then 1 complete rogue choice. So I'm so looking forward to seeing this as our stream match. But it's not the only hype one here. Giovanni Costa from the US, a regional winner this season versus Morris Utek as well from Germany, a phenomenal player from the European scene, as well as the Spanish showdown, Alex Gomez-Berna versus Miguel Martí de la Torre.
Yeah.
Fantastic to be able to see that. If you're out in the stage, as much as you might want to be able to watch the main screen, try and maybe catch a little glance there. 2 international champions as well. Alex Gomez, the reigning NAIC champion, and Miguel won the very first EUIC back in the 2017 season.
I feel like it's just champions wherever you look at this point. Like, it's actually insane to be able to see them doing so well. You know, they've got that consistency. They did become champions for good reason, and they're just sort of capitalizing off of that right now and maybe feeling really good in this regulation at the moment.
Yes, and Lenduel versus Joseph Ugarte, another incredible clash of titans from the US. Phenomenal rosters, and it's such early doors at the minute. You know, these trainers, yes, they're 3-0. That's a fantastic start. It's got to give you a good confidence boost, but it's a long way to go.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and we've seen time and time again trainers maybe getting to like the, I suppose like the 5-0, 6-0 point, and then something just doesn't work out, and you get that 6-3 record towards the end. So you've got to stay with strong endurance, and you've got to try and not think too far ahead. 1 game at a time, right?
Yeah, 1 game at a time. I mean, I was speaking to Francesco Bardini, and we were just talking about, you know, it's just 9 rounds, 9 grueling rounds of just competition at an exceptionally high level. You know, this is at the moment officially the largest VGC tournament we've ever had. So that is absolutely insanity.
I love it.
But he was just saying, you know, just 1 game at a time, just, you know, I'm making sure I'm taking my breaks, I'm going out for some fresh air, making sure I'm keeping hydrated. Some people may actually opt out on eating during it. It just depends on, like, if it sort of messes up their balance and whatnot, but other people may be able to do it. So just whatever works for you, essentially, is what we're trying to get at. And you just need to be able to find that out as you go through and actually embark on these experiences with such, prestige tournaments.
I mean, we even do it as commentators, right? We're always trying to stay hydrated, have our little snacks hidden everywhere, and, keeping the little gremlins, like myself, happy.
Hey, so you've got to at some point, right?
I love how you're laughing because it's true, and you're like, I'm glad you said it, Lou.
I know, I was just like, whoo, dodge that bullet. But no, I think, there's a lot to it. It's not just all within the game itself, but you need to be able to have that clarity of mind to be able to, go through the lines, go through your flowcharts, and just recognize, where you need to try to make those guaranteed, riskier plays versus your safe sort of structured plans that you may have laid out based on, certain matchups.
And it's so easy to get distracted here at EUIC because not only do we have, of course, the amazing Pokemon video game, but Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite are all here taking center stage, and the atmosphere is just electric. Yeah. We've got our spectators, we've got our families rooting for the trainers who are battling, and it's just such an amazing atmosphere. And speaking of trainers, Costa, Ashton versus Marco, if you have plans, cancel them. You're going to want to see this.
You really, really are, especially with, the level of play that you can anticipate. We just see these names, and you already know it's going to be a guaranteed great set, right? We got Ashton over on his side of the field, Chien Pao, Fluttermane, Moongus, Hearthflame, Masked Ogerpon, and we've got the Urshifu as well as that Raging Bolt. It's been the talk of the show so far versus Marco 6 being the Incineroar, Landorus Incarnate, Tornadus Incarnate, the Amoonguss, Urshifu as well as the Fluttermane.
Yeah, a little bit more standard from Ashton than what we've seen in the past. Going for some really key, strong Pokemon. I want to talk a little bit about Amoonguss, because Amoonguss has been a Pokemon that both trainers are bringing, but it's really kind of fallen off the meta a little bit lately, Pokemon rising up in dominance like the Chien Pao, and obviously the Utrecht special event winning of the double ice team, Articuno and Alola Ninetales, I think made these grass types absolutely run for cover. And Pokemon like the Hearthflame Ogerpon that also has that fire typing can maybe counteract them a little bit more. Ashton running this really interesting team, and just behind the graphic, if you get a look at the table that they're at again, he's got that cheeky little Torkoal plush, a Pokemon that has led him to international victory before.
Yeah, and for good reason. Torkoal is just one of those Pokemon that you really need to be able to look out for. There are different sets you can run. You've got either choice specs if you want to go hard Trick Room mode. You've got the eject pack if you want to go for some sort of a sun hybrid sort of mode. But we've already got Fluttermane with the booster energy on Ashton's side, so no need to be able to get any sort of setups on that front. But Calm Mind, one of the sets that I do really find interesting.
Very interesting for sure. And of course, Ashton, no stranger to the international stage, was the LAIC champion in 2017 and 2018. But the current reigning LAIC champion is Marco Silva, who also previously won in 2020 the OCIC championships. His team looking pretty interesting with a little bit of genie magic on the field. I'm interested to see the Tornadus back, because this was a Pokemon that was very dominant at the beginning and has kind of dropped off a little bit. It's nice to see it here with that Rain Dance. Going to be able to boost up the water type attacks of that Urshifu Rapid Strike, maybe give an extra pack to the punch behind a Surging Strikes, as well as enable that speed control with a Tailwind.
Yeah, and the fact that you've got these different sort of options available to yourself just means that you need to be able to kind of get into your opponent's head. What is Ashton going to be anticipating Marco leading off with? Do you want to try to go on the immediate offensive of the burst damage potential, or just try to go and get a setup going? Because you've got a variety of options here, a couple of disruption choices as well. Incineroar, we know it's just such a great Pokemon. And when you are able to have a safety goggles versus an opposing Amoonguss, at least you start limiting the options of which your opponent is going to be able to function around.
Exactly, and speed control has been such a critical thing in the video game format. Of course, Marco with that Tornadus can go for that priority Tailwind, boost up the speed on his side of the field very, very easily. However, Ashton has that utility as well. Icy Wind on the Fluttermane, Electro Web on the Raging Bolt. Not only does it enable those speed drops on the opposing Pokemon, but it does that bit of chip damage as well. And as we really saw in our previous game, chip damage does stack up and can be that winning momentum.
Yeah, and it's sort of being able to get into the position where more towards the mid and end game, the finite details do stack up. So that's dependent on the training, if you're able to, calc to survive certain hits or certain range of hits. Hence why, we see a variety of options when it comes to the bulk in certain Pokemon. And, you're able to essentially hide that's that. It's open team sheets at the moment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're aware of how an opposing Pokemon may be built.
Exactly, and diving a little bit deeper into Marco's team here, one of the things I really like to see is I suppose the knockoff on that Incineroar. Incineroar, since it's jumped back into the fray post-DLC, it's had a really kind of rotation of what moves traders want to run on it. We see Will-O-Wisp sometimes, even sometimes like that cheeky helping hand, and obviously the standards, fake out, parting shot, flare blitz. But often that dark type move can be very interesting. Is it going to be something like a knockoff? Is it going to be something like a snarl? There's so many different options it can go for. But knockoff's really nice when you want to remove pesky items from the opposing side. Things like the Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt. Having difficulty getting through it with your special attack as well, then knock off that Assault Vest, you're going to have a little bit more wiggle room. Choice Scarf on the Urshifu. You don't want it to be fast anymore, boom. Take its fashionable scarf off. I know it's London, I know it's cold, but, you know, it needs must in this situation.
Yeah, and I think you've got other options as well. I've seen a lot of trainers drop knockoff completely and actually opt to go for Will-O-Wisp. So you can sort of better focus at disrupting the physical offensive prowess of your opponent's Pokemon. So being able to sort of play around a bit, you know, the helping hand slot has sort of died out a tiny bit. It's not as commonly used right now, but there still is, even with such a staple Pokemon, variety in how you can run it. You know, Terra Water isn't something that you normally see when it comes to Incineroar, because recently it's just been purely Ghost Terra.
Yes, and Ghost Terrestrialization has enabled it to avoid those close combats, but let's not avoid anything anymore and jump into the Swiss round 4 match at EUIC. Ashton Cox with the Raging Bolt and the Amoonguss on the field against the Amoonguss and Urshifu of Marco Silva.
Indeed, we've got a mushroom face-off here from both of these trainers. With a Raging Bolt in the mix, you know, it feels like it's in a good enough position right now. However, you've got to take into consideration the Spore threat, which is great at this point. But U-turn focus here, of course, no redirection of any sorts, given you've got both grass-type Pokemon on the field. However, we're in a spot where the other slot is susceptible to being spored, but not for Marco being able to bring that Incineroar with the safety goggles now.
Exactly, that Spore pressure was very dominant, so nice to be able to just quickly U-turn off the field and then bring in this safety goggles Pokemon. The Draco Meteor is going to connect though. Incineroar doesn't get in freely, does over 50% damage. We don't have to worry about the second one getting the KO thanks to the special attack drop. Even the double up is not enough, but the poison, poor Incineroar having a rough time out here on the field.
Yeah, just a tiny bit, as we actually see both of the Amoonguss opt to go on the offensive. They don't want to be playing around with any sort of Spore focus there. And we got another poison on the field. These Amoonguss actually going through and, you know, paying off quite nicely with that secondary effect there.
Don't write them off as just support Pokemon. They can get that damage on the board as well, and this is something that both traders have to contend with. At least it's a little bit even Stevens. They've got it on both Pokemon respectively, and that Incineroar is in a very precarious situation. It doesn't have an access to a berry like we see Incineroar use a lot to be able to regain that HP. Once it's gone, it is gone. Now Marco can go for the fake out here, but you have to watch out for that poison chip. Is it worth losing your Incineroar here, or do you want to preserve Intimidate for later in the match?
Ooh, as we have Electro Web not being quite enough to pick up the KO on the Incineroar, as it will be able to survive and get a move of its choice set off here. However, we actually see the Amoonguss move first from Ashton's side. Flare Bits following up right now, not quite enough to pick up the KO, but dealing substantial amount of damage at the cost of its own usability. Will be knocked out right now, but Amoonguss on Marco's side is also free to try to focus down with a Spore if he really wants to try to slow down this Raging Bolt.
Incineroar really trying to put Amoonguss back in its box here with that Flare Blitz, but gets KO'd to its own effect. The Raging Bolt, again, now in the same position Incineroar was previously, very precarious on the HP bar. These Amoongusses relatively unchecked. Yes, the Amoonguss on National side took that Flare Blitz, but it actually enabled a knockout, and it had its Citrus Berry in its back pocket, able to be able to get a little bit of HP recovery. And if you really want to get that HP rolling back up, you can switch it out and use that Regenerator ability.
Yeah, and the Raging Bolt didn't actually switch out there. I was expecting it to because of the -2 special attack drop, but wanting to try to stay in and at least sort of clear the field out for Ashton's Pokemon likely still on the bench. So that's sort of the role of this Assault Vest Raging Bolt. They tend to try to stay on the field as much as they can, get speed control focused down, because they're just so bulky. It's really tough to try to corner it down and pick up a KO onto it.
I completely agree. It's a difficult situation. I love the way the Amoonguss on both sides are actually the ones going on the offensive. Landorus, however, on Marco Silva's side might be able to help it out a little bit, give it a bit more oomph, because Landorus has such great coverage. Going for something like the opposing Earth Power will do a lot of damage into that opposing Amoonguss, or even into that Raging Bolt to guarantee the KO. I like this play by Ashton. You want to use that Regenerator ability to get the HP right back up on your Amoonguss, as well as bringing the Ogerpon onto the field. this again is a Pokemon that can deal so swiftly with the opposing Amoonguss.
Oh, as it actually opts to go for the redirection here, not wanting any sort of focus onto the Landorus. It wants to try to be as squeaky clean as possible as the Earth Power nearly picks up the KO onto the Ogerpon, but most importantly, the Snarl connects onto the Landorus, being able to bring it down to -1 of its special attack now.
Honestly, that was so much damage into the opposing Pokemon. Yes, you're able to get that Citrus Berry back onto the Amoonguss, but the Landorus in a prime position here. I think the key thing for me is the fact that you've also got the Ogerpon not going to be affected by the Rage Powder as well. It can just straight target down that opposing Landorus. So I think now the speed is going to be incredibly important. Ogerpon took so much damage in that turn, and it really does now look a little bit more difficult for Ashton. You can see the Chi-Pow in the back. Yes, that's a Pokemon that can deal really well with the Amoonguss and with the Landorus, but with that Urshifu, not so much.
It's kind of tough because Ogerpon was sort of getting into position to be able to be a hard sweeper and at least try to make sure that it covers the Amoonguss and can pick up that direct KO. It depends on the training of the Ogerpon. They tend to be a bit faster than Landorus, but only if you try to invest fully towards speed. However, in this spot, the fact that you're so low on resources means that Ashton has to feel forced to try to make certain plays that may be anticipated by Marco.
I love the Chi-Pow coming into the field, though. It's going to bring that Sword of Ruin ability and boost up all the physical damage on the field, which is only on Ashton's side. The Amoonguss can go for that Rage Powder all day long, but of course, we know that the Ogerpon will not be affected by it, and it was going for the Ivy Cudgel anyway. Goodbye, Amoonguss. You're out of here.
Yeah, completely out for the count in game one. Through, of course, that very nice combination there as the Landorus opts to go for the substitute. So it has been able to get it off freely right now. We do know that the Urshifu is Choice Scarfed on Marco's side. So this is going to be a big threat that Ashton is going to have to really try to find a way to position himself out to getting rid of.
This was a great turn for Marcus because, for Marco, because you're able to go for this substitute. Landorus is now breathing a little easier in the face of the Chi-Pow that's just joined the field. The Urshifu with that Choice Scarf can apply some good damage. Something like the Close Combat is easily going to take that Chi-Pow right down to its Focus Sash, but at the same time, a Surging Strikes is going to be a good option to lock into. You only need one to completely bop that Ogerpon away, but also for the Chi-Pow, it can put you in a position to try and get that KO.
It can, and you do have the redirection option on this Ogerpon, so Marco can easily try to opt to go for a U-turn here, dispatch of the Ogerpon whilst being aware of the threat of the Amoonguss in order to better position himself with that final fourth Pokemon he has in the back. But of course, we do have the Terrestrialization, and it is going to be the Urshifu into the Water type, so maybe going for the full offensive play here.
Yes, really banking on this Urshifu to be able to get the deal done with these Surging Strikes. But it's going to be a Terrestrialization apiece. This is the moment that our trainers want to shine on the stage as Ashton goes for the Chi-Pow. So this is actually going to be bringing the Terra Stella, going to be boosting up all of its different move pool attacks.
Yeah, and this is great on such a Pokemon that, of course, has 3 attacks, which may not be, obviously, completely covered by its dual typing. But we do have redirection on the field. Surging Strikes, of course, will be able to pick up the KO here. So Marco opting to try to break that Focus Sash down on the Chi-Pow. Ashton, in return, wanting to deal as much damage onto this Urshifu. If he has completely ignored the Landorus, but no, actually it seems like the focus is going to be on the Landorus, so the Terra Stella there is actually wasted in terms of the Ice-type move focus into the Landorus, which you'd say there's times 4 weak, so it doesn't really matter, but it depends on what other options Marco may have available.
You're right, it's an interesting choice to go for the Terra Stella there because you don't get any defensive capabilities from it. And you've now, like you said, burnt through that ice move option that you have. And really to no avail. Yes, of course, you're able to break the substitute, but you could have done that with your eyes closed. You're a Chi-Pow and it's a Landorus. So it kind of is a little bit null and void, although very spectacular. But I think really for Chi-Pow, the boost is going to come through on the Sacred Sword and the Sucker Punch potentially. You want to be able to get that extra damage on the Dark-type Sucker Punch in order to maybe cultivate a KO, because you're looking at Choice Scarf Urshifu here as well. You know it's locked into Surging Strikes. That's going to be able to get the Chi-Pow in one shot. This is the key, though, Amoonguss. You can bring that onto the field, go for the redirection. It's not running Rocky Helmet like we've seen previously, and it has already used its Citrus Berry, but it's still going to be able to take 3 attacks.
Yeah, and the important thing is getting that redirection from the Urshifu. It is going to be moving first due to its Choice Scarf, so you just want to be able to at least pick up the KO onto the Landorus, but it's going to be a bit of a mind game between whether Marco's Lando goes for the Protect or not, and you need to try to identify what the correct play is here, but no Protects Lou.
Yes, just the Rage Powder from the Amoonguss doing what it does best and drawing in all of those attacks to protect its partner. Of course, Urshifu with the Choice Scarf locked into the Surging Strikes will go first, and as you can see, even though it will be 3 guaranteed critical hits, Amoonguss can take those all day long.
Yeah, as naturally, the fact that we've got Ice Spinner on this Chien-Pao and not an Ice School Crash, if the focus is going to be targeting that Landorus, it will be picking up the KO, and it does indeed. So Lando is out for the count in game 1. Urshifu left on its lonesome self. If Ashton really wants to, can try to get a Regenerator proc again, but it just needs to really take into consideration having ample amount of HP remaining on this Amoonguss.
I don't think Ashton needs to, though. You can go for the Rage Powder and kind of sacrifice this Amoonguss. Yes, go for some damage using the Chien-Pao, and at the end of the day, you have your Raging Bolt in the back. You can go for that priority Thunderclap and just get the knockout. Yes, you can see the Surging Strikes come through. I think maybe the third one will even get the knockout here, but Amoonguss has put in the work, and the actual beauty of it being KO'd is now that Raging Bolt can just come in and clean up game 1.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the power of Raging Bolt, right? You know, the fact that this Urshifu is completely locked due to its choice stuff just means it's a checkmate scenario no matter what the Chien-Pao does. So, of course, there is the poison to take into consideration, but regardless, at this situation right now, Raging Bolt, at least it does have enough fuel in its tank to be able to dispatch, especially with that 2-hit KO that was provided by the Chien-Pao.
And this is why priority moves are so important. The Sucker Punch is enough to get the KO. Doesn't even need the Raging Bolt. It's just there for style points more than anything. Pure intimidation against a water type in order to secure game 1 for Ashton. And I mean, what an amazing way he played out that endgame.
Yeah, it was just very nice play. A stellar performance, some would say. So
I see what you did there.
Oh, did you? But I think the positioning there is key. We felt like initially, due to the fact that Rage Bolt took so much damage, also had a poison infliction onto it as well, you surely started feeling like, oh, okay, this sort of leaves less room for Ashton to be able to better position himself. We saw the Ogerpon, it took so much damage from that Earth Power on the Landorus, but it was able to at least guarantee the spot where you're able to whittle down Marco's Pokemon to the point where Chien-Pao gets brought in and it just goes for the damage. And the Ivy Cultural here is such a really nice touch because at least you guarantee pick up the KO on Amoonguss or deal so much damage onto any switch-ins.
And I really like the way that Ashton preserved that Amoonguss for later. You can see here the Chien-Pao being able to get these solid KOs, but it was only really enabled because of the support that Amoonguss was able to give it, guaranteeing that it wasn't going to be outsped by something like the opposing Urshifu and just clean KOing that opposing Landorus.
Yeah, and I think just being able to completely understand that and try to build a strategy on subsequent turns going into it, it's sort of key right now. You know, these are both LAIC champions, and you already know that they've proven their worth, that they're able to easily be one of the great candidates to be able to pick up another title to put into their trophy case for this. So you already know that you're at that level. So at least that sort of gives you a bit, if you're a great trainer, it gives you that visibility that you know your opponent will 100% identify either the correct or the more probable plays, and you can make your own bets on that. And that's where we have so many mind games that are played out on that level.
That's very true. And the other thing I like about the team compositions here is the fact they're both running Flutter Mane, but they're nowhere to be found. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see them not come into this match either. And it's where we have seen this shift in the meta. You know, Pokemon like Urshifu being given that Choice Scarf are just able to really get the KO, particularly with Terrestrialization Water, with Surging Strikes onto the opposing Flutter Mane. Again, Pokemon like the Amoonguss just able to put it to sleep, doesn't have to really worry about the Fairy type attacks. And also, you know, Raging Bolt being given a lot of bulk and turning into a Fairy in its own right with Terrestrialization just becomes such a special defensive wall to the opposing Flutter Mane, so it becomes very difficult for trainers to navigate with it on the field.
It does, as we've got our game 2 leads going into this. Marco bringing the Incineroar and that Landorus Incarnate versus the Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon. But more importantly, we've got that -1 attack over on Ogerpon immediately.
Yes, Ogerpon in a difficult spot, particularly as Incineroar on Marco's side has the utility to go for this fake out. That means that the Raging Bolt, particularly with the Assault Vest that can't protect anyway, is maybe going to be stopped from going for something like the Electroweb to lower the speed, or even we saw the devastating Draco Meteor in turn 1 of game 1, that could potentially be stopped. The Ogerpon isn't running the Swords Dance, so like we've seen in previous matches on this broadcast, it hasn't got the capability to boost its attack back up. It's going to have to switch out and come back in order to be able to benefit.
As the Spiky Shield comes out right now from Ogerpon, wanting to try to go on the defensive, maybe get a bit of damage dealt onto Incineroar via fake out, but wow, nearly picking up the one-hit KO. The Landorus Earth Power into that Raging Bolt that did not terrestrialize away from it. Draco Meteor doing equal amounts of great damage onto Incineroar, automatically putting it in a spot where Marco's going to have to be really cautious on switch-ins or switch-outs to be able to sponge up damage.
Landorus is insane. Being able to get that big damage across onto the opposing Raging Bolt just really puts Ash in a difficult position. It also takes the parting shot for its troubles. Now, Marco, I think, comes out in such a commanding spot. You can bring your Amoonguss in. Yes, you have to worry about the potential Ivy Cudgel on the opposing side, but then again, it is at -1. And now Amoonguss can go for that redirection, support Landorus, and maybe getting a substitute up, or again, even a KO with something like another Earth Power.
Yeah, you've got a cascade of different plays that could be played here. Marco could try to go for the easy switching of the Incineroar and get another Intimidate drop onto the Ogerpon, or Ashton could try to read into that, go for the terrestrialization, bring in that Chi Power, focus in for the KO onto the Amoonguss, anticipating Marco not making that switch, which may actually pick up the KO onto the Amoonguss.
It would be kind of funny here if the Amoonguss had gone for the Sludge Bomb into that Raging Bolt to try and get the knockout, and now might have the potential to break a Focus Sash on the Chi Pow. We have yet to see. But this is one way to be able to stop that Intimidate from wreaking havoc in your plans. Go for your Embody Aspect ability, boost up your attack, so it's now back at neutral.
Yeah, back at neutral, but you do have to be cautious on whether Marco's opted to go for the Protect on the Amoonguss as well or not, but no Protect. Ivy Cudgel focuses onto the Landorus. Is it enough to pick up the KO? Oh, just barely misses out, allowing this Landorus to do the exact same onto the Ogerpon, knocking it out, one-hit KO, and all of a sudden we've got Ogerpon, such a great utility Pokemon with redirection, just completely knocked out.
The Master schools the student there, not able to get the one-hit KO on Landorus, but it shows it how it was done, gets that knockout, and also the Amoonguss critically was going for that Sludge Bomb, breaks the Focus Sash on that Chi Power. Marco coming back with a vengeance in this set in Game 2.
Oh, it's doing it in such a great fashion as well. Even though Chi Pow, it does have its Focus Sash broken, at least we've got Amoonguss that can try to vie for any sort of, you know, like damage control in certain ways, but when you actually look at the board state, Amoonguss could easily switch out now if it so wants to avoid Ice Spinners into the Incineroar. And then Marco's got that rotation available to himself in order to slow down Ashton's sort of comeback efforts even further.
And I think this is a wise adjustment here. You can bring the Incineroar in. It's a Pokemon that isn't going to worry about taking any Ice-type moves from the Chi Pow, and at the same time, the Safety Goggles stop it from worrying about a Spore potentially from that Amoonguss. So a really nice adjustment, as well as applying Fake-Up pressure in the next turn. Chi Pow also protects here, so it is going to have to run the risk of a Double Protect in the next turn if it wants to avoid that Fake-Out. As you can just see, once again, the Sludge Bombs coming out here from one Amoonguss into the other.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, the Master Ball variation of Amoonguss seems like it's trying to do the best it can versus the Pokeball. Obviously, the shiny form's being called out there.
It's a rivalry, right?
It's a bit of a rivalry, right? But something that I did want to make note as well, Lou, is Amoonguss over on Ashton's side does not have Protect. It has Pollen Puff, and that's the difference between Marco's, which does have Protect over Pollen Puff, so that could be a key player.
Oh, definitely. It doesn't have that defensive capability. It's definitely more of a supportive role. I like the Raging Bolt coming in here, kind of, you know, being the willing sacrifice to be able to take that Fake Out and enable the Chi Pow to have a little bit more flexibility in the endgame, because you need that Chi Pow for the Landorus. Amoonguss does, of course, go to Spore, but it's not going to affect another Amoonguss. That's just not how the game works.
No, it is not. But there is some sort of scenario that I could see here. If Ashton wants to capitalize off of a potential defensive play from Marco here, going for the side Pollen Puff, maybe trying to bring back that Focus Sash, and as it wouldn't be naturally broken, right?
Yeah, exactly. It hasn't kind of been utilized fully. If you can restore it back to full HP before it, you know, gets dropped down to the 1 HP, then you're still able to capitalize on that item usage. So a really good observation there. Amoonguss definitely in prime position to help Chi Pow out, particularly if Ashton's is maybe a little bit faster. Chi Pow could potentially deal with the opposing Incineroar. Something like a Sacred Sword will be able to get that knockout. The only thing is there's no terrestrialization this time on Ashton's side. It's been used on that Ogerpon, so no Terra Stella here today.
No, not today, not at least for this game, but we do have the switch out here. Incineroar, wanting to keep those Intimidate cycles going, is willing to give that Lando as a KO tribute in this case, as the Protect does come out from Amoonguss. Ice Spinner does try to target down at least on that slot, but if this is a Pollen Puff play here, this will be such a great advantage for Ashton, and we do get confirmation the Focus Sash is back, ladies and gents.
Absolutely love to see this on the Chien Pao. You kind of think, the Sacred Sword must be tempting, but then the Amoonguss could easily go for that sport into the Chien Pao. So the Ice Spinner had to go into it in order to try and get it off the field before it had the potential to go for that sport. Amoonguss being the perfect partner here for the Chien Pao, enabling it now with some support of redirection as well. Although that's not going to affect the opposing Amoonguss, you can draw in the attacks of the Landorus, enabling the Chien Pao to go for the Ice Spinner into the opposing Amoonguss, and then you don't have to worry about it. It'll be gone. And even if you want to switch in the Incineroar, it doesn't have a lot of HP remaining, and Ice Spinner is still going to hurt.
It really will, as it's quite curious to see which Pokemon it is. It is indeed Incineroar getting that additional Intimidate going, but like you mentioned, Incineroar's already at such low HP right now. It just comes to depend on which focus there is going to be here. Ice Spinner does try to at least guarantee that, but Sludge Bomb, surely if there's a double up, will be enough to pick up the KO. Earth Power focuses on the Chien Pao. Now does truly break that focus, Ash, bringing it down to that final 1 HP it has available. So Ashton really trying to take the further offensive and actually picks up the KO on the Landorus, so allows that Incin to stay on the field, which will subsequently mean Amoonguss over on Marco's side gets another regenerability proc, apologies, and will be back on the field, maybe at a later time, but Urshifu's in though.
I think Urshifu's going to give the Amoonguss a little bit of a rest at this point, and I think a perfect timing too, because you have that Choice Scarf, you're able to try and deal with this Chien Pao. Even if it wants to try and protect, Unseen Fist is just going to be able to steamroll right through it, and Ashton only has these 2 Pokemon remaining. Even if you want to go for the redirection, Chien Pao isn't going to be able to deal with the Urshifu and the Incineroar and the Amoonguss in the back all at the same time. It only has single target type moves, particularly when you have the Incineroar going for the fake outs. And now Urshifu free to just go for that Surging Strikes, bop it away, and now it really is a 3v1. And Amoonguss has done many miraculous things in this set so far, but I don't think knocking out all 3 Pokemon is going to be one of them.
Yeah, it's very tough even for the little mushroom that can try, and it does usually on the time actually do a really good job about it. But yeah, at this point, you just don't have any offensive pressure that is quite useful to be able to pick up the necessary KOs you need. Nevertheless, in the mirror versus the other Amoonguss, but we do have Terrestrialization from Marco's side, just wanting to guarantee to speed the game up just a tiny bit.
Yes, but I do like this as well from the Urshifu, you know, giving it that extra little bit of oomph behind the damage, because you're going into an Amoonguss, it really doesn't mind taking those Surging Strikes, and so you just want to do every little bit you can to help, like you say, Costa, close out this game, because we're going to be seeing a Game 3.
Oh, it's just been so great so far. Like, the back and forths, you felt like, once again, Ashton, it just seemed like he was so commanding in that Game 1, and Marco was able to just grab that momentum, just shift it back as he does go ahead and pick up that KO, which does guarantee that Game 3 onto the Amoonguss.
You know, one thing in this game too that really stood out to me was actually that turn 1, where the Landorus just completely decimated the opposing Raging Bolt, put it in such a precarious position that we actually only saw it rejoin the field in order to take a fake out and get KO'd.
I needed a double take just to see if it had a Soul Fest or not, because I was like, wait, that was a bit too much damage, Lando. What are you doing there?
Well, that's the thing, you're always thinking, is it Mold Breaker? No, wait, it doesn't get that ability. I mean, Sheer Force, again, it was just demonstrating what a Sheer Force it really is, if you know what I mean. You know, it's able to do that additional damage. It will stop the secondary effects coming into effect, but then if you stack it with the Life Orb, it's just such a force to be reckoned with. And that's why I do really like the way that Ashton is bringing that Chien Pao and trying to play with it as safely as possible, going for that Pollen Puff, because he knows that the Chien Pao is the secret to be able to get rid of that opposing Landorus.
Yeah, no, 100%. As, yeah, there it is once again. The Earth Power just dealing so much damage, leaving that Raging Bolt on 15 HP. But the Ivy Cudgel, really nice focus here. We do know, of course, there was a heightened critical hit ratio that could have come into play and guaranteed the KO, so that could have immediately changed up this affair, maybe even giving Ashton enough room to go and lock it out in Game 2, but it didn't come to be. That Intimidate cycle was so important.
Exactly, and these Ice Spinners just not finding their mark on the correct Pokemon thanks to the way Marco was able to play this. I love the way the Amoonguss did manage to get his little KO though. Always really great to be able to see it, you know, providing more than just a supportive role. But it really came down to the powerhouses here. Marco playing so incredibly well with that Landorus, as well as the Urshifu, preserving it right to the very end where it can come in and just sweep through, clean up the end game nice and neatly.
And it's quite interesting because in Game 1 we saw Raging Bolt in the first 2 turns. It was still brought down to so little HP, even with a poison status, but it was a bit of the shuffling of the switches that Ashton was able to position himself in a quite nice spot where he can actually completely utilize Chien Pao. And in this Game 2, it just felt like Marco found ways to really shut it down. With the Intimidate cycles, which is such a key player here, maybe it could be that Ashton could perhaps take into consideration the Urshifu Rapid Strike over on their side of the field, you know, try to get that rotation going. You need to try to find a way to break down that core of the Incineroar and that Amoonguss, which feels like is sponging up all of the offensive prowess that Ashton has in his arsenal.
And I think it leads into a good point about the lack of speed control that we're seeing from these trainers. Yes, you've got the Choice Scarf on Marco's Urshifu, but other than that, there isn't really a lot of different utility being used. As we jump into Game 3, are things going to be completely shaken up by our trainers? One thing's for certain, though, Ashton's not messing around. Both trainers have brought their Amoonguss on the field, no surprises there, but Chien-Pao versus Landorus, that is Chien-Pao's territory.
It really, really is, and already on the offensive, you know that Marco may feel forced to try to go for defensive plays here, whether that being a Protect and a cycling of the Intimidate, which can open the room for reads from Ashton's side. You know, allowing yourself to go for Sacred Sword in anticipation of an Incin switch in here, but you've got to be very cautious of the Amoonguss. It is sort of given free reign to be able to spore into that slot, unless Ashton does consider having the Odrapon in the back for free switches in order to be completely immune to those spores.
I mean, the Chien-Pao has its choice of Pokemon here. You can go for the Ice Spin into either one of these for super effective damage, and even maybe try and follow up with a Sludge Bomb into the opposing Amoonguss to try and get the KO. The issue is you're not really going to be able to. The Citrus Berry is going to be able to give it that extra bit of longevity. The Ice Spinner instead, it does indeed go into the Amoonguss. As I said, not going to be enough to get a knockout. Is going to be able to activate the Berry, and now you're in this dangerous spot with your Chien-Pao where it could indeed take a Spore.
It could indeed. Now the question is the read there or is it not? The double up is into the Amoonguss. No spores coming out here, just a Sludge Bomb focus here. It's sort of very tumultuous, the fact that Marco needs to take into consideration all of Ashton's choices to be able to negate any spores focusing onto any of his slots.
It's a bit like the Amoonguss don't recognize there are other Pokemon on the field. They're just going for Sludge Bomb across.
They just see the other mushroom and they're like, wait.
Yeah,
What do you
I
mean?
will be the dominant mushroom here. You know, I'm going to be victorious. But Incineroar's also going to join the field here. The Intimidate's going to be able to pay off against the opposing Chien-Pao. You have the Fake Out potential now to break the opposing Focus Sash, as well as just apply a lot of pressure with those Flare Blitzes. We know that there's not a lot that either Pokemon can do to the Incineroar, particularly considering it is holding those safety goggles.
Oh, as we've got the Urshifu being able to switch in here, take that Ice Spinner quite nicely, but this opens up Ashton focusing down, doubling onto it, but no, actually, I take that completely back. Flare Blitz, more than enough to pick up the KO onto the Amoonguss, so all of a sudden, we've got one of Ashton's key players knocked out of this Game 3, but we got a new opponent, and it is Fluttermane.
Honestly, Marco has checked the Ashton Cox book out of the library and is reading him perfectly in this game. Fluttermane joining the field, though, is a very interesting adaptation. The issue is that is still a Choice Scarf Urshifu on the opposing side. It hasn't taken an Intimidate. It's going to be formidable with something like those Surging Strikes. There is no Amoonguss to redirect them. Chien-Pao and Fluttermane very exposed right now.
Yeah, they really are, but I feel like Ashton does, at least from his side, he has a bit of a shutdown locked play that he could go for. He could go for Sucker Punch in anticipation of Water Terrestrialization in combination with a Moonblast focus onto it, but that does sort of allow Incineroar to kind of do its own thing, and we know that Marco does still have a Amoonguss available, so Ashton really needs to be cautious on when to make a very aggressive play here, as Marco still does have defensive plays that he can try to utilize.
Exactly, particularly with the type coverage that you've got there with that Fire, Water, Grass core. It does give Marco a lot of flexibility. This is one way, though, to be able to swing the momentum into your favor. Ashton going all out with this Fluttermane, the Fairy Terra type, boosting it up. Going to be able to hit hard with something like a Moonblast here.
Oh, as the focus, actually, there's an Aqua Jet that comes out first, so wanting to at least guarantee perhaps a double-up KO with a Flare Blitz if the Incineroar does survive this turn before it moves. Moonblast will definitely dispatch of that Urshifu, but what does the Chien-Pao lock into? Does it lock into Sacred Sword? No, it goes for the Ice Spinner, maybe in anticipation of an Amoonguss switch in here, which allows Incineroar room.
Exactly, you have to go for the coverage here, but it doesn't pay off. Chien-Pao actually gets out unscathed. Fluttermane was the target there, and I think that was wise from Marco because the Fluttermane coming in, a final switch up here for Ashton, you know that he's going to be banking on it to get the knockouts, and yes, it did. But at the cost of that Terrestrialization, I almost don't know if it was needed to get the knockout. It's a little bit dicey for sure.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like it's, if you're Ashton, you're thinking the Water Terrestrialization may be a big focus to try to be able to be aware of. However, we know, of course, that the Sword of Ruin being in play does mean that the Flare Blitz was able to at least pick up that KO with the chip damage. But we've got a situation now that Ogerpon is on the field. It is next to a Chien Pao, which is definitely what it wants to be doing, especially when it has access to Stomping Tantrum that it can directly threaten that Incineroar with. Ice Spinner, quad, super effective versus Landorus. It just depends on how Marco is going to try to adapt to that defensive play.
Exactly, and Incineroar really capitalizing off the effect that Chien Pao brings to the field with that Sword of Ruin. So now I think Ashton switching things up, bringing that Ogerpon in, that is also a Pokemon that can capitalize on it being a physical attacker, will maybe give him a little bit more momentum. Landorus, I think, is the only one who didn't get the memo on how to attack here with Sword of Ruin in play. But Chien Pao's Focus Sash also still intact, so Marco is going to have to double up into it in order to try and get the knockout, and Chien Pao can easily get a KO apiece here. If it wants to go for the Ice Spinner, it can go into the Landorus or Sacred Sword into Incineroar. Which one is it going to go for?
And I think both trainers are very aware of the protect potential from this Landorus, so there's a lot of further mind games and subset layers to take into consideration here. So Ashton, if he tries to get the correct play right now and ignore the Landorus, he could double focus into that slot for now, the Amoonguss, and pick up a KO as the Ice Spinner is the first step for this. Not enough to pick up the KO, but the question is, does Ogerpon focus? Yes. It does! And it picks up the KO and forces Marco down to his final 2 Pokemon.
You could see Ashton nodding as soon as that Protect came through on the Landorus, and I wasn't sure if that was a good nod or a bad nod, yeah. But definitely confirmed to be a fantastic play there by Ashton, doubling up, calling the Protect correctly and getting the KO. Incineroar joins the field, is able to go for that Intimidate. We've seen it before, but this is the question now. Ashton has the defensive capabilities. You can go for a Protect on your Chien Pao. You can always go for the Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon. You don't have to worry about opposing Urshifu with Unseen Fist at this point. Yep. The issue is, can Landorus read into that and go for a substitute?
But it does also have the option of terrestrialization still. It can try to go for steal, so this adds another layer to mind games on, does Ashton try to focus down on a Sacred Sword with a Sacred Sword rather than an Ice Spinner? But naturally, you're going to see the double Protect play here, or the Spiky Shield, as you want to be able to play things up, but I feel like the subsequent turn right now, the one coming up, is going to be the main crucial one.
Yes, and you have to burn through this Fake Out as well. Both trainers are down to their last 2 remaining Pokemon, so there can be no switching off the board. Landorus was indeed going down into the Ogerpon. I believe the Fake Out was targeted there as well. So Ogerpon seeming to be the threat. You know, it's able to go for some big damage with something like the Ivy Cudgel, but Chien Pao to me is definitely the one more in the driving seat. It's fast, it's got its Focus Sash. It can get knockouts here. It could be Ashton's game.
It definitely can be. I don't recall if we've seen whether the Ogerpon outspeeds the Landorus or not. There could be, once again, speed interactions here to take into consideration, but it's whether Marco wants to try to terrestrialize into steal or not with this Landorus. Does it want to try to forego the Ice Spinner? Because Ice Spinner, surely at -2, it can still likely pick up the KO onto the Landorus if it does not opt to go for the Terra, as we actually just see a safe Protect here. Both trainers feeling things out.
I like that, though. Marco does have to play carefully with this Landorus, and the double up was actually going into it. A fantastic Protect by Marco, now enabling this Incineroar to go on the offensive, go for that Flare Blitz, go into the Chien Pao, bring it right down to that Focus Sash.
Yeah, I mean, critical hit. The main point here, folks, is the fact that Chien Pao, it's got one leg it can finally stand on. It needs to be very cautious on this next turn. This is the main deciding turn right now on who will be able to win this and go straight through with a 4-0 record.
Exactly. I mean, the Incineroar taking so much damage and recoil as well for its troubles. That was a lot of bulk on that Chien Pao. And now it's in a vulnerable position where, unless it's an Ice Spinner going into it, almost anything from either of these Pokemon is going to get the knockout. The issue is the Landorus. We've seen how much damage it can do, particularly to that opposing Ogerpon. The Ice Spinner connects. That's a one-hit KO. It is gone.
Oh, critical hit. No terrestrialization option at all. The Lando is completely gone. You can see Marco is dismayed there with the amount of reads that had to be taken. Ivy Cudgel, sure, it doesn't pick up the KO, but at this point, any attack from Ashton's will. So many critical hits, Lou. I'm losing my mind right now.
Honestly, just such epic action at EUIC. Of course, Incineroar will fall victim to its own recoil from the Flare Blitz. A valiant effort, but it wasn't to be. Ashton Cox, with 1 HP on the board, is able to take this set.
And in what fashion as well? You see Ashton in a bit of disbelief as well as us. I mean, I'm definitely in disbelief. The amount of different interactions that just fell through one after another. You know, there's just so much we can dive into with this, but Ashton going for the aggressive plays, Marco also going for the aggressive plays and saying, no, you know what, I'm not going to play safe. This is the moment that I need to try to push you off your balance.
Exactly, and I'm honestly wanting to slow down that last turn just a little bit to kind of really take it all in, because once the Landorus was gone, that's where things looked really, really good for Ashton here. You didn't have to worry about that devastating Earth Power that we saw KO the Ogerpon in the previous game as well, and just the fact that Chien-Pao was able to utilize that was incredibly strong. I mean, imagine if there'd been something like a Flare Blitz burn on it. That would have just been completely shaking things up, making the momentum go back onto the opposing side. But just the way that that came through in the end game was fantastic, and I really have to appreciate the way these trainers played.
Yeah, 100%. I think Ashton opting to go for the more offensive brings and leaving Raging Bolt on the bench in order to have that Chien-Pao Flutter Mane and Ogerpon mode just means that, you know, he was taking into consideration the speed interactions, and he just wanted to capitalize off of momentum. So we actually see, of course, here the Flutter Mane being able to pick up that one-hit KO onto a non-terrestrialized Urshifu, which we were talking about. It didn't feel like it impacted as much, but it was more so wanting to guarantee certain plays and adaptations from Marco.
And it gave Ashton some more speed momentum, right? You got rid of the Choice Scarf Pokemon that in the end game could just start sweeping through your team, especially even with something just like the Surging Strikes that can deal so much damage. This play was very interesting, going for the defensive options, but Ashton just going straight for the double in here. The Amoonguss hanging on, just hanging on, but then the Ogerpon got your back, buddy, gonna be able to clean this up. And I really like the way actually both trainers went, hey, Amoonguss is really annoying. Let's get rid of it a little bit earlier in this game 3 than we have done previously in set. That was the first big KO of that end game. Oh my goodness, Costa.
It was very high octane. That last game. Like you said, I feel like there was so much Amoonguss action going that both trainers they just got fed up. They're just like, let's just throw everything out of the pram and just go for it.
I mean, it's around 2 p.m. here. Do you think they got the vibe that they were like hungry? They're like, hey, we got to get some lunch before our next round? Because we're at the halfway mark, you know, approaching it. Once we hit that round 5, you're literally at the halfway point, and you've got to, you know, fill up the tank a little bit and find a way to get through the rest of that. But I mean, we definitely need a little bit of a break after that as well. But I'll tell you, someone who's not having a break is Charlie on the stage with a phenomenal winners interview. Let's hear what they have to say.
You're so right, Lou. We do need a break, but before we let Ashton have a little break here, we're going to have to hear from them. Ashton, tell us right now your immediate thoughts. You were just telling me beforehand now.
Yeah, so I was so close. If you could see, it came down to like the last turn of the last game. It was exactly as long as it could have been. And I'll tell you, I got to that last turn, and it was all about, does he protect? Where are the attacks going? I got the double protect read when he did not substitute. He could have gone for the substitute, but I call him not to. And then after that, it was in the back of my mind he could get a double protect, but I said, you know what? If that's how I lose, I'm going to go for the attack.
Yeah, well, there you go, and you made absolutely the right call. The only two-time international champions facing off against each other, and that's the first time you've ever played.
As far as I know, yeah, at least in recent times.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's absolutely phenomenal.
I was very excited to play this match. Like you just said, I won Latin America 2 times. I believe he won Latin America, and what did he win UIC here?
It was OCIC.
OCIC, yes. So they've got 2 as well. And at least at those events, I didn't get to play them, so it was really nice to be here, be the only 2 people who've done that, and say, how's it going to go? How's this matchup going to go?
Yeah, now you've got that experience under your belt, and it was a game of such fine margins. If it wasn't the focus sash, then it was pull and puff, restoring the focus sash. That cat really did have 9 lives, and Chien-Pao, in the game 1 especially, seemed to be the MVP for you.
Yeah, sometimes Pokemon like that, you know, they won't take more than 1 hit. So you take 1 hit that does like half of your HP, and you might think like, why would I restore that? It's going to get knocked out anyways. But like you said, with the Focus Sash, I've actually done that twice today, where I took about 40%, healed back up, and then got knocked down to the Focus Sash, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah. Well, it's a tech that I hope that trainers are taking heed of at home. Game 2, of course, didn't go your way. Seemed like Landorus just sort of had that game on lock.
Definitely. The pressure of the Steel Terror is so tough, because obviously I have Ice, I have Water, but the minute that goes Steel, suddenly now he resists, or at least neutral, and it's just a coverage monster. It can hit everything. It hits my whole team.
Sure, and then in that game 3, as you said, just making those calls at the right time, and then in the latter stages of the game, the critical hits coming left, right, and center as well. Your Chien-Pao managed to clinch it out on just that 1 HP. Well, once again, that cat having seemingly more than 9 lives. And you've gone for Stellar Terror on the Chien-Pao. Talk to us a little bit about that.
So, like we were talking about with the Focus Sash Pokemon, right? Chien-Pao is really good at getting like 3 hits. He gets about 3 hits, and then he's gone. Well, he has 3 attacks. Stellar boosts them each 1 time.
Yeah.
You know, that seems worth it in my opinion. Yeah, so the coverage basically, normally you're clicking Ice Spinner once and then you go, oh, I'm on my Focus Sash. I might as well Sucker Punch. So it might as well be stronger as well. And you don't have any double ups. Like, I don't have 2 Ice moves, I don't have 2 Dark moves, so it doesn't really make sense to be like that. But Stellar, not the best Terra type, but it definitely pulls weight on Chen Pao, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those offensive Pokemon can really benefit from the Stellar Terra. And I know you've gone for Ice Spinner over Icicle Crash on your Chien Pao. Talk to us, it's always the chilling choice that Chien Pao presents, right? Talk to us a bit about that.
I don't like missing.
Yeah.
Straight up. Yeah. And Psy Spam is a little crazy. You know, the Indeedee, I can't handle that. I only have 1 Dark type. I have to get rid of that terrain.
Yeah. And exactly, Ice Spinner does provide that utility. Of course, Icicle Crash, you get that flinch chance, but you're not getting rid of the terrain. So, Ashton, absolutely phenomenal performance. How are you feeling going into the rest of the day?
Well, another fun fact, I have never made day 2 at EUIC.
Okay.
I've been coming here since the start. I've gone 6-1 to 6-3 3 times. I have also been on stream at every EUIC.
Okay.
But I've never made day 2.
Okay, well, we're really hoping that you break that curse here, Ashton. Yeah.
So close, right? Yeah.
Keep your fingers crossed for you. Now, slightly more abstract here. Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
I'll say it one more time.
Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Ooh, that's tough, that's tough. I'll have to pick Charmander.
Okay.
Though when I'm playing through Generation 1, my favorite Pokemon is Jigglypuff.
Okay.
So
yeah.
That's my go-to.
Love to hear a little bit of love for Jigglypuff, though. We've got 2 Charmander, 2 Bulbasaur so far. Squirtle, no love for that one yet, so stay tuned to see if that changes, trainers. Finally, Ashton, any shout-outs you want to give?
Well, shout-outs to my building partner, Luca. Today he's not having the hottest day, but he, you know, at least made half, if not more, of this team idea. So really, I wouldn't have any of it without him. And shout-outs to my friend David. He just wants a shout-out.
Cheers, David. There's your shout-out for you. Thank you so much, Ashton. We'll let you get ready for the rest of the day. Well, we've had 2 previous international champions on stream, and Ashton right now is living the dream.
All right, and of course we heard it there, folks. Ashton chose Charmander. Why is Charmander winning, and where is the love for Squirtle?
I mean, I was Charmander girl myself.
Oh!
I mean, to be fair, I have Pokemon Yellow. I play Pikachu, obviously.
Okay, of course.
But then, you know, you have to figure out which one you would choose from Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. And yeah, I like Fire-type Pokemon. What can I say?
I'm not surprised.
There's something that's a theme, right?
There might just be, won't it?
I don't know. Lots of other people picked Squirtle, so I wanted to be a little bit different. But there wasn't a lot of love for Bulbasaur when I was growing up.
Well, actually, Bulbasaur is my favorite Pokemon. So,
well, there we go.
I just felt bad for the Squirtle squad and all that. It's just like, it's just on its own. Just simmering away.
I mean, there's definitely a fan base out there for Squirtle. Charlie just maybe hasn't got them in the winner's interview yet.
Maybe not. Yet. Maybe a Blastoise will pop up, who knows. But of course, we heard from Ashton. I do really like a couple of the points that he made. Ice Spinner was an observation that we mentioned that, you know, it's either going to be Icicle Crash to avoid Rocky Helmet, allow potential for flinch, and just not be sort of engaged by getting your Spiky Shield broken, or Spiky Shield breaking your Focus Sash. But Ice Spinner being the choice there, being able to get rid of the terrains is really nice. And that's sort of the point of trying to tailor the moves and the types of, like, let's say, Pokemon that you bring around the general archetype and team composition that you're going to be bringing.
And he sounds super prepared for this tournament, right? Like, I actually hesitated for a second when he was like, yeah, I've not made day 2 at EUIC. I was like, really? What? Did you want to check? Like, really?
Started, like, checking on the side.
Yeah, but it's actually wild. That's been such an event that's been difficult for him to overcome and reach that day 2 limit. So I'm really interested to see if he's able to go all the way with this one. He definitely has put a very firm foot forward in that potential.
He has indeed, but we do have a lovely little graphic that'll be giving us a bit of a leadership view of the Tier 1 invites for the NA region. So far, as it stands, before, of course, we get the final results from this tournament over the weekend, we do, of course, have Riley with a couple of invites already under his belt.
I think that's all you just have to say. We have Riley Factura.
Yeah.
Do we need to say any more? He's just been from day 1, literally day 1 in the 2024 season, just straight out of the blocks, winning that regional, and then now is still top of the leaderboards. The consistency and the grind that he is on is just phenomenal, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the history books keep evolving for him in this season, as well as all these amazing other established trainers, Joseph Ugarte, James Evans, and Chopper Cross, Giovanni Costa as well. Lots of regional title names in here, but if we actually look at the other side from the 9 to 16, there's a lot of players that if you have been following the North American regionals on the broadcast, you'll be very familiar with. Trainers like Alberto Lara, James Beck, Neil Patel as well. Really interesting to watch their journey throughout this season, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much further they can go.
And at this point, you know, we've got the NA team, you know, coming over from across the pond. They're wanting to be able to prove that they can hold on to that title, at least region-wise, from any other opposing factions. But we've got, of course, EU, the current home region. Marco being the top, we did just see him right now. He was failed to Ashton. I'm not sure if that's a bit of a sneak peek preview, perhaps, of title contentions, but at least for now, he's still got a lot in his gas in terms of remaining rounds.
A little bit closer, I think, in the race here for EU, particularly in that 1, 2, 3 spot as well. You know, they're definitely fighting it out for the podium positions. Who's going to come out in #1? But when you actually get down to that top 8 situation, it's very, very close. And with EUIC being the kind of big main event to be able to swing that momentum towards Travel Awards and things like that as well, it's really all to play for. I believe Michael Couch, #10 there, are, you know, runner-up at last year's World Championships, is currently on a tear here at EUIC.
I'm kind of not surprised, if I'm completely honest there, Lou, because Michael is just one of those very innovative players, being able to bring Dragapult out of nowhere to second place at Worlds is absolutely insane.
And a very reflective player too, really does allow that development and to win from the losses, or sorry, learn from the losses, as well as our other amazing key regions from Latin America. Some really key names out here. The one that I always highlight is Sebastian Escalante, a player from 2017 who I always enjoyed watching, was incredibly inspiring, and has recently kind of come out of retirement, returned to the scene in order to test his skills in an open team sheet meta.
Yeah, and there's also Renzo Navarro, where we've also been able to see Renzo do incredibly well with the online official tournaments, being the Players' Cup. I believe he had gone ahead and actually won out one of them, and being able to see him as well on stream during LAIC a couple of months ago was great to be able to have his opinion. So I'm pretty sure that he'll be looking to try to reach that top section bracket of the Latin America invites.
And Nicholas Khan from Oceania as well. I remember Nicholas in junior division as well, and now, you know, really showing that skill and caliber right up through into the Masters division. But of course, what is it these trainers are all battling for? It's not just the glory, it's not just the title, it's the prizes as well.
Yeah, and a lot of prizes to be able to hand out to all of these fabulous trainers. Masters division, 15,000 straight off the pot. Like, I mean, you can't go wrong, and you can just sort of go ahead and start snowballing to any other events, cover travel, accommodation. So it really opens up the room to be able to further promote yourself and open up chances to do well in other future tournaments.
You're right, it gives you so many opportunities for what you want to do with the rest of your season, particularly if you get that #1 spot. You already lock in your world invite, so maybe you want to sit back, relax, take the rest of the season easy, and just, you know, start your prep super early towards the World Championships. But this season in particular, the stakes really have been elevated with those prizes.
They really have, and it's great to be able to add even more incentive to not only this community, but also just all of the trainers. Everyone's excited. There's so much more hype, so much more energy that I feel like we keep on bringing season upon season upon season. It just keeps on growing. And I was having a chat with someone out on the floor as well, called Ricardo, and we were talking how the game just feels like it keeps on growing to the point where, like, oh my lord, I think we need to like book out even more room in the XL if we ever have another EUIC here, just because having so many players across all games is insane. It's great to be able to see so many passionate people come to the fore and actually really enjoy it, whether they're playing or whether they're just spectating, coming for the side events, or even going for the Pokemon Center, a shopping spree, which, might I tell you, it's very, very tempting and dangerous.
We all took advantage of that. And, you know, EUIC does just keep getting bigger and better. But my breath is literally being taken away by the amazing matches. So I think it's time to kick it to a break. Don't go anywhere, trainers. We'll be right back.
Trainers, you join me at the Pokemon Battle Lab, just one of the things you can get involved in if you're attending an event like this one. you can speak to one of the highly trained members of staff. There are 2 modes that you can go for. If you're a complete beginner, you can learn how the basics of Pokemon battling work. And if you have a little bit more experience under your belt, you can challenge one of the experts we have here. And they can talk you through how the abilities work, how different moves work as well. They will provide you with a team, or you can bring your very own and try it out against the very best. And for your troubles, you can earn yourself some stickers and some pins as well. So why not come down to one of our fantastic events and get involved in the scene just like this one? I'm going to give it a go myself. See ya.
I am Lorenzo. I am a VGC player from Milan. I compete since 2016. This time I managed to win a regional in Stuttgart, Germany.
Grassy glide, not enough for the knockout onto the Rillaboom. Here comes a Choice Band Flare Blitz. It's enough for the knockout. We have our winner here in the grand finals of Stuttgart. Well played to Nils, but your champion of the Stuttgart Regional Championships is Lorenzo Silvestrini.
I faced a lot of different teams. I think that I was not fully prepared for all the teams that I faced. I managed to do 8-1 in day 1. That is a good score if you want to advance to day 2 with a boost, let's say. It was really difficult because Nils was my only loss of the day 2. I lost 2-0 in the Swiss, and I didn't manage a way to beat him. So I tried to figure out another way. I found some little spot in which I can handle the most difficult Pokemons of your team and try to take them out as soon as I can, and then try to reposition myself and play in a confident way. I love to play Pokemon. I play Pokemon from when I was a child. I love that much, and when I discovered the VGC, the competitive scenario, I found a lot of friends, and they were all cheering me up during this regional. And yeah, the motivation is just because I travel with my friends, and yeah, it's just amazing.
Let's hear it for Wolf Glick!
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on. And, my mom and I watched it. I loved it. And I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards. I had, action figures. I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older. And I really fell in love. And, yeah, I mean, ever since then, I've just kept playing. And it's just, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, like 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, surprised, or they're thinking, okay, well, why? Why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Let the battles begin indeed, and oh, have they begun. We are here on the precipice of round 5, which will be coming up in a short while. I am Costa, joined by Lee, and we are here for the 2024 EUIC.
We are indeed, and we're pretty much just past the halfway mark now, really, of day 1, which is very exciting. We've had some incredible games so far, and we've still got a bunch more to go till we get that deciding factor for who will be progressing on into day 2 of this tournament. It's very exciting, and like you say, we've had some fantastic games so far today.
Yeah, we have, and for good reason. I feel like this is one of the ICs that, at least in my recent memory, we featured so many international champions and we're not even past round 5.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's like every round, isn't it?
No,
pretty much.
It pretty much is, isn't it? Like, maybe one we haven't, but the rest of the 3 have been guaranteed. And being able to see that sort of LAIC standoff between Ashton and Marco is just something that you wouldn't normally find at any sort of regional level. It has to be IC and above, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it so special, these sort of events where you have these high caliber players coming together from all around the world and then being able to kind of duke it out on the big stage, which is so exciting. And what a game as well, going all 3 games, taking it all away, and it looked like it could have went either way right until the very latter stages of that game 3 as well. So yeah, and what is in store for us for the rest of the day. So it's, I think we've got plenty of big champions ready to feature, and Sid, hello, cute kids.
And potential future champions as well later
go.
on down the line. Hello to you. Hey, well, we're all waving at each other. Hi, guys. Hope you're having a fantastic show and experience so far. We definitely are at the moment. But yeah, those are like the sort of cute moments that I really, really like. You know, being able to maybe inspire future generation trainers to be able to sort of take their gauntlet bout out to actually compete and give it a shot.
Well, they're in prime position to get and take in all of the games, all
Quite
of the
literally
the
in the
principles,
stands.
yeah. From all of our top players, yeah.
No, and I think it's just one of the great sort of things that we do talk about, we do joke around about, you know, saying, oh, well, you know, they're going to be the trainers that are still in the process of learning, the younger trainers and whatnot. But like we've seen that junior division and senior division trainers actually very ferocious. Like, like nowadays, they get a lot of good training, maybe because of siblings that are older than them by themselves, or maybe a lot of like coaches and whatnot. So being able to see them keep on increasing their own pace and quality just goes to show that this game is really hitting its stride and being able to produce qualitative players on a constant rate.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, like I was saying, you know, in prime position there, they take an example from our top caliber players, you know, and really take an example from them, seeing what teams they use, how they play them as well, and absorbing it all and taking it into their own games. And like you say, they're so ferocious, you know, that when they level up especially, we've seen it so many times where these juniors and seniors come into the next age division and they just have an absolute great time, don't they?
Yeah, you said a word there, a couple of words, level up. I've never thought about it. There are 3 divisions. So it's like a 3-stage evolution, isn't it? Yeah. Juniors, seniors, masters. And for some reason, I was picturing a Charmander. I'm not happy with myself about it, if I'm honest, because I was hoping that would be a Bulbasaur, but for some reason, Charmander popped up.
Charmander feels right, turning into a Charizard.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. It was just that pose of strength and power, right?
I feel like the Blastoise could get away with Venusaur, maybe not so much. It's kind of.
Although I love Venusaur, well, that's sort of the vibe that I get from it. It's just
please do that again.
It's just trying to like barely get ahead. It's unless it's like got sun around, you know, probably not here in London, but.
Can we do an impression of it in the sun as well?
It's just a bit faster. It's actually exciting. It's like, oh, I can finally move now. I'm not dormant and just like.
And today on Guess That Pokemon.
Can you imagine?
It's a good impression. I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, I didn't really try to go for the cry, and I will not.
We'll leave
to do that. We'll leave it for a later, maybe on the Analyst.
Maybe Charlie can get that out of you. Yeah.
I'm good with that. But of course, we do know that we have a couple of great trainers that we will be able to feature for our round 5 that are currently in the process of going ahead and getting everything ready. But it is going to be Renzo Navarro versus our very own across the pond, Len Jewell, fellow co-caster.
Yeah, it's such an exciting game, and I think when you look at both teams, I mean, we can probably, for those of you that follow along with a lot of the events that we broadcast, you probably know what team Len is bringing to this event, so know what to expect from him. But it's a very exciting team nonetheless. But then you look over Renzo's side of the field, and he's got some really obscure picks. Not bad ones, very good ones, I think, and personally, niche. Some of my favorite ones. Very niche, yeah. So it'd be good to get into this to see how Renzo kind of faces off against Len, because we've seen so many times before when Len has been going to events with this team, so comfortable with it, he just knows what to do against a variety of different matchups, and even in different formats, he's still continually doing well, showing what a great player he is, you know, and continuing to have a great start to this tournament, and hopefully he'll be wanting to continue that going into this next round in particular.
He's sort of like a master craftsman that, you know, really works and takes his time onto being able to generate even more quality crafting experience, that being Len, with running the consistent team and core that he has. It just means that he better improves his own position and knowledge in being able to go up against any sort of array of matchups and whatnot. So the moment that you reach that point where you already know what to bring, and you got that sort of surprise factor of your opponent just looking at your team, and a team such as Len's, it's like, oh, do I have a clear answer to that? Can I even land a move on a Garchomp, perhaps, if it's available with sand available? You know, kind of like an Articuno situation, but a bit different.
A little bit different, because I feel like Garchomp, well, Articuno, that we've seen recently with that Choice Specs item, do hit very hard, but Garchomp generally known to hit extremely hard, and Len known to run the substitute option on there as well. So a little bit like that Landorus Incarnate that we're seeing playing and making the rounds at the moment, where if you give it a little bit of room, it can really take advantage of that, put itself behind that substitute. It's got a layer of protection there. It's got the protected play on as well. It can really create a lot of room for the other things on Len's team to operate well. Like you say, even when you are targeting into it, if the sand's in effect, then you've got that sand veil to contend with, and then you've got to actually hit it. So yeah, you might break the sub, but then are you going to hit that second one? Are you going to hit the third? It really complicates things, and I think taking advantage of a viable strategy right now in the format, and obviously off to a good start, proving it with that 3-0. No, 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah, taking one away from him.
You better not.
Sorry, Len.
But
so good I have to scratch off a win.
Yeah, you reckon? But of course, you know, going up against Renzo, I think you did mention there are a couple of niche picks.
Yes.
And I did notice the dog.
Okidogi, yeah. I think it's fantastic in this format. I've played it a lot myself personally, so I'm a little bit biased on it, but I think it's just a fantastic Pokemon in the right position into this format in particular. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's a favorable matchup into the sand as well. Has to be careful around the Garchomp, I think, but for a lot of the other components of the team, it does pretty well, so something that Len's going to have to keep an eye out for. But we can take a look at some of the notable matches outside of the one that we'll be featuring in this round 5. Obviously, we are featuring Len versus Renzo, but we have some fantastic other matches that will be going on in this round 5, namely that Guillermo versus Taran. So Spain versus UK off right there.
It's a great match, isn't it? I think Guillermo, of course, being the runner-up at Worlds London here a couple of years ago, I believe 2022, you know, still in the game, still trying to push all of the boundaries that he can. He came so close to be able to get that World Championship title, only being failed by none other than Eduardo Cunha, but really trying to chase that. But we do have other great matches that we mentioned. Matt Maynard, a bit of a staple here in the UK community scene, so really, really strong showings that he's been able to display on a very consistent level, going up against another runner-up of a Worlds, but now for the Japan, Michael Telsch.
Yeah, very exciting game again, and going up against Michel. I mean, you know, we saw how well he performed in Japan last year, and continue that run of form on into this season as well, having some really strong results. So carrying that on today and starting the tournament extremely well. But the other match there was Oliver Askelin as well, another player to keep an eye out for in this tournament.
Yeah, indeed. A previous runner-up as well of the European International Championship, only felled by Eric Rios. But we do have the trainers now in front of us with the matchups. Renzo on the left with Rillaboom, Ogerpon Wellspring, Landorus Incarnate, that Okidogi, Gouging Fire, and Chienpao versus Lens, Lycanroc. Yes, midday form. Corviknight, Dragonite, Tyranitar, Amoonguss, and that pesky little Garchomp.
Pesky little Garchomp.
I say that now.
Say it now. Is this a foreshadowing for what we'll see? But really interesting matchup, because if you look at Renzo's side of the field, he's got some good answers to a lot of the big threats on Len's side. You know, you look at the Corviknight, you say, well, where's the fire type? Well, you've got Gouging Fire there. Perfect answer for the Corviknight, really. Almost forces a Terastallization in some situations. You've got the Chienpao for the Dragonite, the Garchomp as well. Really have to be careful around that. And including that as well is going to be the Tyranitar. But the Chienpao going to have to be careful because it has got that Focus Sash, so the sand will chip that. It will break that Focus Sash throughout the battle. So you've got to be really careful if you are wanting to utilize that to its full potential in this game, and be careful not to allow that Sash to go down and have protection alongside it. The Okidogi as well is another Pokemon that's going to provide good answers, switch-ins in particular to the Lycanroc and any sort of rock slide. Potential, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, we do have Rillaboom with the Meadow Plate, something to call out as well with that Taunt, something maybe set up in order to be able to have as your sort of anti-hard Trick Room mode. You know, you've got the grass terrain, you do have the potential of being able to at least disrupt any setup Pokemon, as well as, you know, a Trick Room setup and whatnot. So a really nice little utility pocket there of being able to dive into. But like you said, I think it's great to be able to see Okidogi in action. I do like Gouging Fire, a combination of the Howl with the Chi and Power and the Ogi Dogi, it can really push the damage output to ridiculous heights, especially when you combine the Sword of Ruin ability.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that is something that Len's going to really have to keep an eye on. And I think that taunt that you outlined there with the Rillaboom, it's something that you can utilize extremely well against that Amoonguss in particular, that Len could probably lean on quite heavily in this game to allow some of the big hitters in his team to either get in favorable positions to set up and things like that, which is going to be, I think, you know, Len could use that as bait against the Rillaboom and maybe have something like the Corviknight on the field. And you've got to look at that loaded dice on the Dragonite as well, because it has got access to that scale shot as well, which is not something we commonly see at all.
No, it really isn't, but it's such a great little move. You're able to not only have that multi-hit functionality with it, but you do have the increase of its speed at the cost, of course, of its defense. So really nice little play, but that Lycan Rock midday, Focus Sash, Endeavor, Rock Slide, Protect, and Close Combat. It gives me a bit of Whimsicott, Focus Sash, Endeavor vibes.
It's a scary proposition, really, when you look at it, because if you take it down to that Focus Sash, you've got to be prepared to take those Endeavors, because Lycan Rock naturally going to be probably the fastest thing on the field, and it does have to be careful around the Rillaboom, of course. You do have that Grassy Glide threat, which can deal with it pretty effectively, but everything else on the team on Renzo's side is going to be susceptible to that Endeavor, which will take the opponent down to 1 HP if it is on the Sash.
Yeah. No doubt about it. But of course, Renzo, we know, as we mentioned, he was the Players' Cup 4 champion. He has gotten a couple of great other accomplishments. Top 4 Sao Paulo Regionals 23, Top 8 Santiago 2023, and of course, Top 8 at Curitiba in 2024 recently. And I think we've spoken a bit about Len. He has, of course, been running this sort of archetype that we see in front of us with Sand over time, but he did actually get recently a top 16 in Knoxville Regional, so he's definitely looking on form, especially with this 4-0.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He's so familiar with this, even in this current format, this composition. He's just so well versed with it, and Len has been playing for one of the longest running players in the VG scene, history. Yeah. So I mean, very experienced player, always produces very consistent results. Extremely. Knows everything really that you would want to know about. He's not going to really get surprised by things, knows how to approach matches, not really going to overcompensate in games, and very good at kind of finding and eking out those win conditions, especially with the team and the comfort that he's got with that.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but I'm quite intrigued to actually see a bit of this Corviknight, whether you feel it may come into play here, because we do know it has Mirror Armor as ability, may be able to negate any options for Renzo wanting to try to prefer going for breaking swipes in order to get the usual attack drops, but you actually force that attack drop onto Gouging Fire itself. But it's sort of in a position where as long as it gets a Howl for its partner Pokemon, that's more crucial, and then if you're better placed to be able to go on the offensive with that Gouging Fire, then you make the play. But there are a lot of Pokemon over on Len's side that they do really threaten that fire typing, you know, being able to at least have the Lycan Rock with the speed increase with the Sandstorm in activation via the Sand Rush ability. It really just outpaces everything there is. It's just so naturally fast as a Pokemon, and the fact that it goes with a Focus Sash means that you're most likely going to be outspeeding everything on the field.
Well, talking about that Corviknight, we are getting into game one here. Len leading off with the Corviknight and the Dragonite, and Renzo leading off with the Gouging Fire and the Ogerpon Wellspring form.
Yeah, we've got the speed being heightened via that booster energy, but Corviknight Dragonite is a really interesting combination here. You do have the Mirror Armor, like we mentioned, being able to at least scare off the use of the Breaking Swipe here, but being able to have Ogerpon Wellspring straight on the field does allow you to be able to at least maneuver yourself to maybe dedicating a full Water Terrestrialization, full offensive play to remove the Grass type weakness to any sort of moves coming out from the other side of the field with the Flying types and go pure damage.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. The Terrestrialization coming out on the Ogerpon, getting that Embody Aspect ability activated, giving a special defense boost. Not helpful in front of these physical threats, but a Heat Crash coming out straight into the Corviknight. Going to do big damage here from that Gouging Fire, and it leaves the Ogerpon open to get a big attack off in return as well. There's a double up coming into this slot. And it looks like the Ivy Cudgel will be attacking into this
Oh, and it just misses the KO there, so not quite enough to be able to finish the job off. Scale Shot with its loaded dice item coming into fruition here. Not quite enough to pick up a KO, barring any sort of critical hits, but not actually fully committing and hitting all 5 of its hits. But most importantly, it will be able to start getting that speed increase in combination with the Tailwind. Surely it is enough to be able to outpace this Gouging Fire.
That's a huge survival here from the Corviknight, just barely hanging on and getting that Tailwind off. So pivotal for this next turn as well, because now it allows the Corviknight to get an attack off into potentially the Ogerpon. You can go for a Brave Bird there, potentially pick up the knockout. You have to be careful around the Spiky Shield, of course, but it does open the door for the Dragonite to get some use, especially into that Gouging Fire, that it is going to be susceptible to those scale shots.
Yeah, and it's a bit tough because you would have surely thought Heat Crash and the Water Terrestrialization Ivy Cudgel is enough to pick up the KO without any sort of terrestrializations, but we already see Ogerpon going on the redirection approach right now, just wanting to at least avoid Gouging Fire going down. Critical hit won't matter, as the 4-hit coverage would have been enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get rid of the Ogerpon here, and it does give the little bit of protection to that Gouging Fire here. Already damaged Ogerpon. The terrestrialization for Renzo's now gone, though, so that's something to consider going forward, especially if you are Len. The Dragonite taking another defense drop, but again, another speed boost as well, so speed creeping. The Breaking Swipe coming out, not quite enough, but will activate that Mirror Armor ability, and now the Mirror Armor will go back onto the Gouging Fire.
Yeah, bringing it now down to -1 of its attack. We hadn't seen a Howl activation previously either, but Len has placed himself to the point where this Dragonite is going to be outspeeding everything, at least because of the double scale shots. Now, we saw how much damage it took from the Breaking Swipe because of the -2 in its defense, but Chien-Pao already brings such a huge problem to Len's current flowchart at the point, because it has access to priority. It does directly threaten a one-hit KO onto the Garchomp, if, of course, it can connect. But the most important thing is it's forcing Len to make more of a direct and aggressive approach play right now.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. I think you've got to look at the Dragonite here, and you've got to be careful going for the Sucker Punch as well if you are the Chien-Pao, maybe trying to get rid of the Dragonite because the extreme speed's there, but not going to see that. We have the Burning Bulwark coming out from the Gouging Fire. It is going to protect itself for this turn, as well as that Chien-Pao. Just wanting to scout out what Len is trying to do this turn.
Yeah, it's a really nice scout here, as you do have a potential of picking up a burn, as it seems is the case. Len's not going to be mighty happy from that. Of course, it will be halving its damage output in half. Garchomp opting to go for the Earthquake. Really nice synergy, and I feel similar sort of archetype pairing we've seen in the past. Maybe not Dragonite, maybe it was a Salamence by the side in the good old days next to that Garchomp, but at this point, there's a lot that Len has to try to bring to the fore. He does have a final Pokemon that hasn't been revealed, but at the moment, Renzo has some really good momentum availability on his side.
Yeah, and you've got to consider as well that Len still has terrestrialization at his disposal. So the Garchomp is threatened from the Chien-Pao at the moment, but could go for that terrestrialization into that Steel type. It's pretty risky in front of the Gouging Fire, because if Renzo calls that, then goes with a Heat Crash into that slot, you could potentially see yourself at a bit of a detriment and maybe even knocked out depending on the damage output here. But we are going to see it. Costa, terrestrialization, Garchomp going for that Steel type.
Yeah, it is now. It wants to be able to at least survive the scenario. No priority coming out from this Chien-Pao that could have opted to go for the Sucker Punch there. Scale Shot targeting down the Gouging Fire, but due to the burn, not enough to pick up the KO. If it wasn't in play, it would have surely been able to with that range. So Dragonite just waiting to get KO'd here. Len not wanting to try to risk any safe switch outs there. Garchomp actually moving first. Thanks, of course, to being able to have the Tailwind on its side. Picking up the KO on the Gouging Fire, though, is so crucial, especially with this defensive switch-up of no longer being able to be susceptible to an Icicle Crash KO.
Yeah, that is a huge turn here from Len, getting the Earthquake off, removing that fire threat after going for that Steel terrestrialization. Not any risk anymore. The Icicle Crash coming out. Garchomp easily able to take that, and the Dragonite finally going down for Len. I think probably a turn too late maybe, because we have seeing what may come out in the back to support this Garchomp, but we'll have to wait and see for that final Pokemon here. But the Okidogi going to be the choice from Renzo, and this is going to be an interesting end to this game, and it is the Amoonguss.
Amoonguss has that potential of redirection, which is something that Len can really dive into utilizing here. Garchomp, we know it does have Substitute, but now that it is in its Steel Terrestrialization form, it is susceptible to those fighting type moves, and Okidogi really wants to best place itself right now in just going on the offensive. We know it's Assault Vest, it just wants to pick up the damage where it can, but what Renzo has to take into consideration is any sort of protect play that could come out from either of Len's side.
Not going to see that though. The Amoonguss going straight for the Rage Powder, going to redirect any attacks coming out, and that Icicle Crash going into that slot. Can it take it? It can just survive the Icicle Crash, and the Earthquake coming out. It is going to be enough to pick up the Chempower, and not the Okidogi, but take a huge amount of damage, taking the Amoonguss down with it.
So much damage, but what Len really needed was that KO. Thanks to the Sword of Ruin being in play, it allowed Len to try to take that play into consideration, but we see so crucial of a survival there. Okidogi goes ahead and all of a sudden wraps this game one up with the KO onto that Garchomp.
An absolutely huge end to the game. The Okidogi surviving barely after that Earthquake. You think, can it survive? It does survive.
Yep.
And the Garchomp, unfortunately, taking the Amoonguss down. That's a cost of using the Earthquake. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout there. And Okidogi being the big play here for Renzo to take a lead in this round 5.
It's a bit tough because I feel like in that situation, if Len didn't go for the Earthquake, is there a scenario where the Garchomp could at least have been able to run away with that game 1? It does have the potential of going for the Substitute. We know that it needs to get an Earthquake off at some point in order to hopefully pick up the KO onto the Okidogi, but you want the Sword of Ruin to still be available. So it sort of forces Len into a situation where he feels like he has to go on the immediate offensive whilst Chien-Pao's in play to try and pick up that win con.
Yeah, you can see the line of thought from both players here. I mean, there's a big survival here from the Corviknight. I think this was a huge turn in this game here with the double up into that Corviknight. You can see how useful that Citrus Berry is here, taking the Heat Crash and then the Ivy Cudgel as well on top of that. Just barely hanging on to allow that Tailwind to be set up and then for Len into a position where he was able to really capitalize with that speed control going forward. The Dragonite again surviving here, that breaking swipe, and taking an attack drop, but I think at this point, really in a good position with that additional speed boost to start really disrupting things on Renzo's side of the field. But he didn't panic at this stage. I think he really was quite composed throughout this game and took it right down to the wire, as we are seeing here with the Garchomp when it did come onto the field and was able to get rid of that gouging fire. But the Dragonite getting caught with that burning bulwark, and that probably a little bit of to detriment on Len's side.
Yeah, I think so. And I was trying to think if there's a way right now where perhaps instead of going for Earthquake and picking up a KO on your own Amoonguss, you could try to go for Dragon Claw into the Okidogi and force an Earthquake to come out the following turn in order to guarantee pick up that additional chip required onto the Okidogi, because it would have just been focusing Drain Punch into the Amoonguss, right?
Yeah, the other option there would have been maybe protect the Garchomp, try and get a Spore off into the Okidogi, knowing that it is Assault Vest, but it's risky because the double up could come into that slot.
But of course, we do have our Game 2 leads from both trainers. Len going for the same strategy as Game 1, Corviknight and Dragonite, versus the Chien-Pao and Ogerpon switch-up.
Yeah, a bit of a switch up here. Maybe prioritizing Renzo, the Gouging Fire for later on in this game, knowing how useful it can be in this matchup, especially with those breaking swipes, especially if the Corviknight gets into a position where it can get the Tailwind up. You know that the double up is not enough, so maybe going down a different route this game. Go for that Icicle Crash, maybe it's a neutral into the Corviknight. Will that, with the Sword of Ruin and the double up from the Ogerpon, be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Pokemon before that speed control is able to be set up?
Ooh, as we have the defensive play from the Dragonite, not wanting any sort of business with this Chien-Pao on the field for good reason due to the Icicle Crash focus there, but no terrestrialization following through with what we saw in Game 1 from Renzo. Unfortunately for himself, he double slotted into that Dragonite, allowing for a oh-so-free Tailwind setup from this Corviknight.
Yeah, it's a really free turn there for Len and a really good protect as well at the same time, catching out Lorenzo. Unfortunately for him, now the Tailwind's up and the Corviknight in such a healthy position, going to be able to threaten both the Ogerpon and that Chen Pao. That's what we're seeing. It protects here, doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage this next turn.
Yeah, you surely want to be able to stall out the turns of Tailwind until the later half of the Tailwind turns expire in order to better position yourself and have the speed advantage the subsequent turn after you go for the full damage.
Yeah, and now we are seeing the Brave Bird is going to be doubling into that Chen Pao, really prioritizing that side of the field. And for good reason as well. You can potentially see the Follow Me coming out from the Ogerpon to maybe give the Chen Pao a little bit of room, but also you want to prioritize that Pokemon. You want to get rid of the Sword of the Rune as soon as possible because it then weakens things like the Ogerpon, like that Gouging Fire, like the Okidogi that are going to come in, potentially take advantage of that ability later on in this game. So Len really focusing down on that slot. Now the Chen Pao's pinned. Does Renzo pivot it out for something else, potentially taking a double up or to keep it on the field, try and get one attack off before it goes down?
I think at this point you really need to be able to be super cautious because this game could go either side depending on which slots you want to be targeting. We do see the Ogerpon opting to go for the Terrestrialization. It wants to go for the full amount of damage, and because, of course, Len does have Tailwind set up, there's no Terrestrialization indication from his side of the field. Scale Shot does focus down on Chen Pao. This looks like if it gets all 5 hits, it may be able to just pick up the KO, but it's going to be extremely close, and it's going to be huge. And it survives on what you would think is a Focus Sash, but it is not. It is 1 HP. It may be allowing it room to go for a move.
And the Brave Bird coming out, following up into the Chen Pao, and that Focus Sash, imaginary Focus Sash, not quite enough to make that hold on there, but a huge knockout here for Len. Would have been more preferable to get that knockout with the Scale Shot and then the Brave Bird into the Ogerpon, but the Ogerpon left unscathed here, going for an Ivy Cudgel, doing some big damage to that Ogerpon and in the process, activating that Citrus Berry, giving it a nice buff to that HP stat.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Len at this current point. You've still got Tailwind pressure on the field. You've got the Corviknight at a relatively healthy amount of HP where it can avoid a Heat Crash KO from that range. So it's going to be more so how Renzo could try to really amp up the momentum and swing it back to Len's side as the Tailwind now is going to expire the next turn.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful, I think, with the Gouging Fire on the field now, knowing that Renzo probably wants to stall out these Tailwind turns. You don't want to get caught in that Burning Bulwark situation again and have either one of your Pokemon out on the field at the moment burnt. So that's something to keep in mind. Probably maybe target into that Ogerpon this turn, but then if that's the thought of process, Renzo could maybe pick up on that and not protect the Gouging Fire and start utilizing some of those big threatening attacks, namely that Heat Crash into the Corviknight, try and remove that speed control from Len's side of the field.
But we are going to see a redirection from the Ogerpon, not going on the offensive. Gouging Fire will likely be able to outspeed this Corviknight, but it's not able to do so with the Dragonite due to the Scale Shot increase. 3 hits so far right now, trying to whittle this Ogerpon's HP down. No critical hit on that 4th one, and none on the 5th. The Ogerpon does survive. It may be allowed room to maybe act as well the following turn, dependent on what this Corviknight does.
Heat Crash coming out from the Gouging Fire, and the Corviknight once again hangs on.
No, it hangs on, it goes for the roost, and it's able to also recover all of that luscious HP it did just lose as Tailwind does now expire.
Now, it is going to be in the position here where it will be threatened by another Heat Crash. Of course, does need to be careful in particular from that Scale Shot that could come out and cause so much damage to it. But you do have the Ogerpon next to it. You do have the Follow Me for that one turn to try and pull away those Scale Shots and get that Heat Crash maybe onto the Corviknight this turn, or take advantage and try and go for a Breaking Swipe, because try and lower the damage on that Dragonite, and it has taken a bunch of defense drops as well. So the Breaking Swipe, although known for a big attacking option, could be enough at this stage to maybe even pick up the knockout on that Dragonite.
It's going to be a bit close because there is also the option of going for another Heat Crash, hoping that it's a roll and hoping you can pick up a KO onto the Corviknight before it gets a Tailwind set up. But we're going to have to find out as a Scale Shot, of course, will be able to dispatch of this Ogerpon, further increasing this Dragonite's speed to +3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and it is getting a bit out of control. Doesn't need to rely on that Tailwind anymore, but does need to be careful because of that defense stat, taking yet another defense drop, but also the same time, one of the bonuses is a speed boost as well. Heat Crash coming out, and this time is enough to pick up the Corviknight. So the Gouging Fire able to remove the speed control from Len's side of the field.
But we do still have this Dragonite being able to be the fastest thing on the field, most likely. We didn't have to see, of course, the interaction, but the most crucial thing at this point is what can Renzo do in order to maybe dispatch off this Dragonite? Because you're in a certain scenario where, okay, it's very weak in terms of its HP recovery, potential, but it does have the Amoonguss, which already amplifies that via its redirection.
Yeah, you would say normally in this situation has the Okidogi, you got the opportunity to protect the Gouging Fire, you go for the attack into the Dragonite, dispatch of it that way, and then you can go from there. But with the Amoonguss, with this Rage Power that we're seeing now, it's going to pull all of those attacks to that side of the field, leaving the Dragonite open to go for that Scale Shot into the Gouging Fire.
Oh, into the Gouging Fire. We know that it is a very bulky Pokemon, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to survive. Well, guess what? Now I am sure, because we see the critical hit connect. The Gouging Fire is out. It's not going to be able to pick up a Heat Crash KO that it would have really appreciated onto the Amoonguss, leaving the Okidogi on its lonesome self, wanting to try to pan out and force a win for the set, but Len is in a really prime position to force a Game 3.
Yeah, and the knockoff coming out onto the Amoonguss, going to knock off the Rocky Helmet, which is useful, but I mean, at this stage, it's just impossible, really, for Renzo to come back with the Okidogi, and we are going to see the forfeit locked in. The Dragonite, taking all of those defense drops throughout, but, the defense drops don't matter if you're not taking any damage.
Exactly. I think it's really cool to actually see a Dragonite sweep in this sort of approach and method. Scale Shot with loaded dice isn't something that you commonly would be expecting on a Dragonite, so you want to be able to capitalize off of maybe a Choice Band in combination with a Chi and Power, let's say, or wanting to at least have normal extreme speed focus pressures onto opposing side of the field. But when you've got a Pokemon set like this, you still have extreme speed, just in case, but Iron Head is a third move of choice there in combination with Protect. You're able to guarantee, as long as you got redirection support, or at least there's a threat on the other side of your end with another partner Pokemon, it gives it room. And that's exactly what we saw Len go ahead and accomplish in a really good way.
Yeah, and I think it really comes back to that turn one in the game too, where we saw Len go for that Protect into the Dragonite and get the free Tailwind up with the Corviknight. Yep. Really went unpunished there, and from that point on, Renzo was in a really tough position there. The Ogerpon taking a lot of damage, not really able to stick around as long as what he would like it to have done to have that Follow Me support to allow the Gouging Fire. When it eventually came in after the Chen Pao, mysteriously hung on with that invisible Focus Sash that it had in his back pocket. But yeah, I think that was the real key turn, and Len didn't really give up with that momentum swing from that turn one, kept it going, closed out the game. Everything is back onto Lorenzo now to come back, readjust, and see how you can better handle the Dragonite, because that is the big threat going into this match. It's obvious the Corviknight is a threat, but once you are putting so many resources into that side of the field and trying to prevent the Tailwind from going up again, then you've got the Dragonite to deal with at the same time. It's very difficult. You've got to split your decision. You've got to really pick the targets right and not go in, doubling in to a Protect this time around.
But we do have an alert. It is Game 3 of this Round 5. Chi and Pao, Ogerpon versus that Corviknight and Dragonite pairing yet again. Maybe wanting to try to focus down, like you said, on the Dragonite straight off the bat would be great, but there is also the mind game of the Protect.
That is true. You don't want to go into the Dragonite now, fall for the same, the same sort of situation that happened in that game too. So you go into maybe the Corviknight here because you know it has to go for that Tailwind to really get that Dragonite into position where it can go for the skill shots and then start setting itself up speed-wise. We see the Protect coming out once again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bait situation, as it seems like, unfortunately, Renzo did focus down on the Corviknight, but it did miss. So that is really huge right now. You know there's a potential of even picking up a fletch.
Oh,
wait!
it's
But there's a critical hit! But there's so many things going on. The Corviknight somehow survives. You have a critical hit, water terrestrialization, Sword of Ruin, and somehow this Steel Bird has been able to survive all of this onslaught.
That's 3 times it's been able to just hang on in the set. This is huge. Getting that Tailwind off is so important, especially for that Dragonite. We saw the importance of the scale shot and how strong it can be into that Chen Pao and really be able to be that option to shut it down, take that option away. It's the first thing you've got to do, and it is coming out here once again.
Oh, here it comes. Scale shot. Is it going to be enough to be able to unite all of Len's probabilities and being able to pick up the KO? 30? No, it's a 4-hit rather than a 5-hit. Unfortunately, not being able to do so, which does allow Chen Pao to perhaps try to focus that, but no, body press completely dispatches of it.
That is a huge turn here for Len, and a huge advantage being the Corviknight. You think isn't going to be able to outspeed the Chen Pao, but takes it down, leaving the Ogre to get another Ivy Cudgel off. But this doesn't matter. The Corviknight going down now has done its job. It's set the tailwind up, and it's dispatched of that Chen Pao, making things a lot easier for this Dragonite to close out and do what it did in that game too, make it one step further for Len to taking this set.
Yeah, and it's a good way to be able to still get that focus pressure onto the field. Sure, it is quite unfortunate you weren't able to pick up the KO onto the Chen Pao, but at least Renzo could try to capitalize off of that in bringing the Gouging Fire in a bit earlier to perhaps try to deal a bit with this Dragonite.
Yeah, and now we do see the Amoonguss hit the field for Len, so he is going to have that redirection available to pull any of those big threatening attacks away from the Dragonite here. You've got to look at Renzo's side of the field as well. The Ogerpon, the Wellspring form, has got access to Follow Me, so going to be able to pull in those attacks from the Dragonite as well. Maybe give the Gouging Fire a little bit of protection. The Amoonguss has to be careful as well around that Heat Crash, and then obviously the Breaking Swipe is something that you can utilize fully here because the Corviknight and the Mirror Armor ability are gone.
They are indeed, but if it hasn't already been hyped enough, I do believe we also have the Unite stream going ahead and watching us as well. So hello everybody, welcome in. You are in the middle of a Game 3 where themes are extremely, extremely on fire.
And we are going to see a Terastallization from Len, and it will be that Dragonite going for the Terra Fairy here, removing that Dragon weakness. And if we do see a Breaking Swipe from that Gouging Fire, going to have that immunity going into this next turn.
Oh, this is going to be so crucial and big, but actually, rather than seeing the Breaking Swipe come out right now, we've got the Burning Bulwark. It does have the potential of picking up that burn, which is going to be so crucial in Len's strategy, but no, we have the complete ignore, focusing onto the Ogerpon, trying to at least deal as much damage as you can here, not picking up quite the KO from the looks of things and the range, and actually hitting 4 out of 5 times rather than 5 out of 5, but the crucial thing is at least it's in a 2-hit KO range, and you didn't fall down to the bait.
Yeah, and now the Amoonguss doing such a great job because this Ogerpon is a pure water type. It can't ignore that Rage Powder. The Ivy Cudgel pulled into that slot, further protecting this Dragonite, getting away scot-free once again. Going to be in a position where it can fire off that scale shot once again. This turn, maybe into the Gouging Fire. Does it force the Ogerpon on Renzo's side of the field to go for that Follow Me to protect the Gouging Fire? But the Fairy Terastallization giving complete immunity from that Breaking Swipe.
But the important thing here is the redirection from Renzo's side. Double redirection, now one actually being followed suit with the Amoonguss over on Len's side in order to allow this Gouging Fire to enable itself and try to dispatch of the KO that it really, really needs to focus down onto this Amoonguss. Ogerpon sort of did its job. It was able to deal real good amount of damage as well as get the redirection going. But Renzo's final Pokemon as well as this follow-up move from the Gouging Fire are going to be really crucial into clarifying who is going to be able to run away with the set.
Yeah, and the Heat Crash coming out into the Amoonguss. Is it enough? It is enough to pick up the Amoonguss, take away that option of redirection. Now the Dragonite in a position where it doesn't have that support, but Len's still got one more Pokemon left, as well as Renzo. Like you say, it comes down to what these both trainers have. We know that Renzo's got that Landorus Incarnate. Can it be enough to pull this back for Renzo?
We're going to have to see, but there is a very fresh adaptation with the Landorus Incarnate now on Renzo's side. It does add a bit of interest here. We know that Earth Power is so powerful, boosted by the Sheer Force and Life Orb, and the Dragonite is no longer a flying type. It is now susceptible to it.
Yeah, you have to be careful if you want to launch off one of those Earthquakes here with the Garchomp. You can't do so freely into the Dragonite, as we do see that Landorus just protect here, maybe scouting out what Len is going to do this turn, as we do see a Scale Shot fired off into that Landorus, blocked by the Protect.
Blocked by the Protect, but more importantly, the Gouging Fire was completely ignored. Heat Crash tries to focus down on the Dragonite. 2-hit KO does put it in a really good stead right now. Dragon Claw, we see the double up on the Landorus. Len clearly identifying that this Landorus is going to be a real big issue and thorn on his side, but we know the Dragonite still outspeeds the Gouging Fire. Question is if there's going to be another double up, can Landorus go for the double protect?
I think you've got to go for it, I think, if you are Renzo, because if you get that double protect off, it pretty much locks the game up for you. You go for the Heat Crash again into the Dragonite, you pick it up, and then you've got 2 versus 1 against that Garchomp, which gives you everything in your side of the field. But if you fail that double protect, the chances of it actually being happening, not going to happen here. The scale shot straight into it. The big question is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? Indeed, so far at this range, it seems like, except if there's any sort of critical hit that may come into play, oh, it's definitely not enough. This Landorus is really shrugging off all the damage of all those scales being shot its way. Heat Crash does finish off the job on the Dragonite, allowing the Landorus to perhaps be able to move, but once again, depends on the speed training interactions of both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and it is going to be down to the speed interaction. The Garchomp going for that Dragon Claw, picking up the knockout. So it is the Gouging Fire versus this Garchomp in the latter stages of this game.
And we've got a 1 versus 1. Gouging Fire not really liking its spot, if I'm completely honest, but we've got the breaking swipe, so a lot of real interesting situations going on right now. But a 2-hit KO guaranteed with a -1 of attack does mean Garchomp may or may not be able to pick up the KO onto the Gouging Fire, but at that range, it does not!
So close to picking up the knockout, but the Gouging Fire coming back with that breaking swipe. Taking enough damage, taking it down to -1 attack, putting it in a position now where it is going to be able to close up this game for Renzo. With one more breaking swipe, it is going to be enough.
Oh, but there's no protect, and it does pick up the KO. Surely there could have been an opportunity for the protect, get that leftovers recovery going, but no, Renzo runs away with that game 3 and gets that 5th coveted win.
5-0 going into the next round. An amazing showing from Renzo and both Len, but what a game for us to kick into this round 5. And what a way to finish as well, coming right down to the wire between these 2 Dragon-type Pokemon. The Gouging Fire looked in a really awkward position there. The Earthquake threatening so hard, but the breaking swipe, such a useful move. And being a single target attack into that Garchomp was huge because it did just enough damage. And I think you made a good point where Len could have maybe went for that protect there, but would it have been enough? How many protects would you have needed to get another Earthquake off in that situation?
It'd be tough because I feel like it would come down to a roll, surely. We saw the -1 was able to, position yourself to the point where it would still guarantee a 2-hit KO. Like you said, if there was a -2 attack on Garchomp, it still is single target, and we know it's a spread move, it's 100 base power basically, it's tough, and it's being dispatched by a very tough Pokemon, being Garchomp, but it would be extremely close. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, and we are just looking at some of the highlights from this match. This Corviknight throughout, surviving that huge critical hit. Ivy Cudgel getting that tailwind off and then setting the stage for the Dragonite once again. But the Gouging Fire, a great call from Renzo, bringing it in the back, bringing it in at the right time and utilizing it to its full potential, just picking off the pieces that were beside that Dragonite throughout, and it came down to that Gouging Fire right at the end, being the MVP for Lorenzo to close this one up.
Yeah, we saw the Garchomp actually outpacing that Landorus, being a bit of an indication that most likely the training would have been to the maximum potential for its speed. So that's sort of like the theme, the intricate detail of being able to understand and, better process the speed benchmarks, right? Garchomp does have that slight advantage, but it was enough to be able to at least dispatch of the Landorus in that case. Maybe lend up to a scenario where Garchomp can beat and 1v1 the Gouging Fire, but Gouging Fire, too hot to touch, clearly.
Yeah, I think you really got to identify that turn where Renzo went for the protect onto the Landorus and the double up came into that slot, and it allowed just that initial Heat Crash damage onto the Dragonite. And I think that was really the turning point for Renzo, where he was able to get that momentum swing, put the Gouging Fire into such a good position where it opened the door for that breaking swipe play at the end. And then you're really relying on a critical hit Earthquake there. Even if you go for the protect and you get a little bit of leftovers recovery, you manage to survive another breaking swipe. You're -2 at that stage. You really need the critical hit. So it might have been an option to play for, but even then, you're really clutching at straws.
You are indeed, but I'll tell you who will definitely have the answers, and that will be Renzo himself. So we're going to go ahead and throw over to Charlie for a quick insight over for the winner's interview.
That's the camera, right?
Thank you so much, Costa. I'm here with Renzo Navarro, the winner of Swiss Round 5. Resilient Renzo being able to take down the Tyranitar All-Star Len Jewel. Renzo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very nervous still. It was a very hard matchup, but I'm feeling very good because 5-0 is the best you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. You're doing brilliantly well. So game one, it was your Okie Dogie that was able to deliver the finishing blow, the drain punch onto the Terra Steel Garchomp. Talk to us about that game one.
I actually practiced that matchup before because I found it somewhere, and it was maybe him. I knew it was very important to take out the Corviknight first. And well, then in the late game, I would improvise, but Okie Dogie helped in that last turn, that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. But then in game three, it didn't come, but you were still able to win. Talk to us about not bringing Okie Dogie in game three.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting him to bring the same mons.
Yeah.
So I thought for the late game, Lando was better than Okie Dogie.
Yeah, and absolutely, with Dragonite going for the Terra Fairy, the Sludge Bomb was such a threat, and Len had to play around you. Of course, game two went over to Len there. How are you feeling as that match was going on in game two?
I mean, it's a pretty weird matchup because it's not something you see every day. It's not the most common team. I know he's a great player, but I think there were many 50-50s in the last turns. So unfortunately, I got them right.
Yeah, and I mean, Scale Shot being run on the Dragonite there as well. I mean, Scale Shot, is that a move? You said you practiced against that team, but had you practiced against Scale Shot Dragonite in particular?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
It hits very hard.
Yeah. The scales were really balanced in your favor in the end there, but it could have gone either way.
Yeah, totally.
Well, congratulations to you, Renzo, 5-0, an absolutely incredible record. How are you feeling about your team? Do you think it's got what it takes?
It's good. It looks cool at least.
It absolutely looks cool. You've given our viewers at home an absolute treat. Now, Renzo, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Charmander, my first starter.
Okay, that's 3 votes for Charmander, 2 for Bulbasaur, still none for Squirtle. Where are you, Squirtle fans? Okay, Renzo, finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
To all my friends watching in Peru, it's very early there, so thank you if you're watching. To my parents, my girlfriend who is there filming.
That's wonderful to hear. If you are joining us from Peru, thank you so much for your dedication to the stream. Well then, that's round 5 done. We've just seen an Okie Dogie. Here we are, having a fantastic time at EUIC.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlie. What a great interview. And to get some insight from Renzo there as well, just fantastic. And good luck to Renzo and the rest of the tournament this weekend.
I mean, he's done exceptionally well. Going up against a trainer like Len, in such a very close bout between them both, it's just sort of a testament to the quality that you would expect when it comes to the international level, especially on display right now.
Yeah, and I think like Renzo said, you know, it's not a team that you come up against too often, so you kind of got to think on your feet a lot of the time, and I think he did that extremely well, really kind of identifying, like you mentioned, the Landorus Incarnate being the better option to the Okidogi in the last game, and like Charlie touched upon there, because of the threat for that Sludge Bomb onto the Terastallized Dragonite, because it now turning into a fairy type, it was something that you had to prioritize. It took all the attention away from the Gouging Fire, which is exactly what Renzo wanted to happen, and you couldn't really ignore it. And I think we identified that turn where the momentum sort of swung, where Len doubled into that Protect. So Renzo really playing into that extremely well. But like I say, against an extremely well-versed player in Len, and good luck to Len as well with the rest of the tournament. Played extremely well. And that Corviknight, how many attacks?
It's so bulky.
So difficult to take down.
It really is, unless like you've got maybe like a Raging Bolt in that scenario where you feel a bit more confident. But it took a lot of damage, but it was able to just be such a key play, and getting that tailwind pressure immediately set up for Len's side. And it's just the fact that it didn't need to do anything else. Just tailwind guaranteed a better position, and if you could get an attack off, you get an attack off.
Yeah, and I mean, it's trained well, as you know, along the same lines, because you think with Corviknight, you probably want to put some defensive investment into it, which there obviously is, but at the same time, it was fast enough to outspeed the Chen Pao in the tailwind, which, you know, put him in a really great position when the Scale Shot just missed the knockout. The body press follow-up made sure that it was enough to take it out. It would have been nicer, I think, if you were Len in that situation for the Scale Shot to have that final hit, and then the body press to go into the Ogopon and do some worthy damage there, and then the fall. It's all context, though, isn't it?
It really is. It most definitely is.
Ifs, buts, and maybes.
I think you couldn't have put it any better.
Yes.
But of course, what we do have is whilst we're going ahead and waiting for the next round to become available, as there are still ongoing, very hard, well-fought matches that are still being battled out, we do have a bit of a fun segment. I mean, I would say fun. We're going to have to see what Lee thinks of it. Of mispronunciation. Fun. Oh, wow.
My favorite section.
All right, as a rule, we'll be letting Lee go first.
As a rule?
I'm just enforcing it now.
Okay.
Yeah, like, go.
But we've just had this one featured.
Yes.
Played a really prominent part. Okidogi.
Okie dokie? Like, let's get into
Let's
it?
not start the gaslighting.
What are you talking about, Lee? I'm your good mate. I would never do that to you.
Traumatized visions of EUIC 2023 coming back.
No, I would agree. I think it's a okie dokie.
Yes.
So I guess in this case, it's more so whether... Oh, there it is. Okay. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like we aced that.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Yeah, but easy. What's production doing? Like, I mean, oh, maybe they're sort of like building us up to the like, oh, have a couple of like free ones, and then we'll toss in a couple of harder ones later on.
There's no free ones for me in this game.
There was right there. You got that, right? Like,
I got it, yeah.
That's a win.
Oh, I know this one.
Oh my god. We were set up by production, I think, like yesterday or something, weren't we?
Farigarath.
Wait, what?
Farigarath.
Can you break that down a bit further?
Farigarath. Or Farigarath.
Which one?
Oh, this is it.
No, which one? Because there are two versions that you just you expressed there. Number one or number two?
Number two.
Number two, are you sure?
Number two, yeah.
Are you really sure?
I'm positive.
Are you confident?
It's got an I right there. I'm going to go with the I.
All right, so Farid Araf. Not Farid-Araf.
Which one?
Which one?
Yeah, which one are you going for?
Farid-Araf, the first one.
Yeah?
Yeah. Are we lucky? Are we in agreement?
Yeah, I'm
we are in agreement.
Are we actually a team now?
I think we are.
I feel like this
2
is
out
just
of 2
all
so far.
one-sided.
I know. I was just double checking.
Okay.
Okay, all right, cool. So,
teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Farid-Araf.
Yes.
Give it to us. What is it?
Oh, Raf.
Oh, there we go. Farid-Araf. Like, I think like the misconception is Farid-Giraffe.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Because it's clearly a giraffe. It's not a giraffe.
What's a giraffe?
I think it's... Oh, wait. So, GIF. Well, the thing is, there is its pre-evolution, which is Giraffarid.
Yes.
It's not Giraffarid.
No.
Which is what throws everything out in disarray, and no one's confident about how to pronounce this Pokemon anymore. But so far...
I always remember the reveal trailer for this one, and the nice lady that was doing the reveal trailer was always Farigarath. And that's why I always have it stuck in my head since then.
Oh, so you've never thought Farigarath?
Never, no.
Oh, wow. Well, that didn't work for you with Golden Go, did it?
There was no reveal trailer for that Pokemon, so...
That's the basis. That's the criteria. That's the benchmark.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, we've got 2 out of 2 so far. Wow. Okay. This is going to be
really going to make me go first for this one as well.
Okay. I will go because I'm a good team player.
I think I know this one though.
Okay, go. You're willing. I was going to say I'll go first, but shoot.
Quaquaval.
Are you sure?
Well, we're meant to be a team, Costa.
But like, okay, so...
if we're a team, we discuss this.
Sorry, I lapsed into my 23 mode. So, say it again? Just so I know, because I've got a slightly different one. Like, I'm not even kidding.
So, you could say Quaquaval.
Yeah.
Or you could say Quaquaval.
Okay.
Am I just saying it the same, but...
Like a different tone?
Just the emphasis.
I thought it was Quaquaval.
Yeah, that would, yeah.
Would you be happy with that? Or are we just going to, like, break our streak? And 2 out of 3 it?
We can't break the streak.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're very close to being in that spot.
Quaquaval.
Quaquaval.
I think yours sounds better.
Quackwavel.
We never see it on broadcast either, do we?
Like, it does have like cool Aqua Step, I think.
Yeah.
Where it essentially gets like a +1 in speed and then combine it with a Moxie boosted ability and all that. Okay, so Quackwavel.
We'll go with that. Yeah.
We'll go with that. All right, give it to us.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Quack. That's clearly what we said, right? Okay, so Quackwavel. 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 We totally said that, right?
Quackwavel.
Like, we definitely said that.
I feel like that's what I said, and then you went with...
I thought we were a team, Lee.
We are a team.
Then why are you throwing me under the bus?
There's no bus.
What do you mean there's no bus?
There's no bus.
There's an imaginary bus that you're just chucking me under right now.
No.
Okay, so...
So we got that one right. Yes?
I don't think we got that right. But if you think we got that right, sure.
3-0.
I'm down.
A moral victory, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's moral victory. Okay, all right, cool. Moral victory and 2 real ones. Okay. All right, so I'll go.
Looks so great, doesn't it?
It does. Is that the Pokemon Stadium sprite or like model? For some reason, it looks like it a bit. It's maybe like retouched on. It's Go.
Smooth.
It's Go sprite.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. If something was...
Too smooth for Pokemon Stadium.
That's what I thought, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to go with a guess of Omanite.
That's what I would have said, Omanite.
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 All right, so you're...
Omanite.
Omanite. All right, so we're happy with...
Sensible, yes.
Very. So we're happy with Omanite?
Omanite.
Is there any other variation that we could go with before we lock in?
Oh, man. No, I don't think so. No.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I was just thinking, is it like a silent A or something? Like Omnite. Like Omnomnite.
Omnite. I don't even know how it could... If this isn't right, I'm losing all hope.
It must have been the moral victory one that like swayed a potential easy one.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Unless we just completely ruin this opportunity, which has been given to us. But okay, all right.
Contracts on the line.
All right, we'll lock in.
Lock in.
Omanite.
Omanite, yes.
Wait, no. Omanite or Om-a-Night? Because that's what happened with the moral victory one.
Oh, we have to...
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're pronouncing it just like speed pronouncing it like you'd normally pronounce it.
So is it Omanite?
Omanite.
Or Man-Night? Or Ite? Or Man-Night?
I don't think Man-Night.
Or Man-Ite.
You sound like you're from Newcastle. Like me.
I've clearly got the accent.
Omanite.
Omanite. Okay, all right. We'll go with Omanite.
Yeah.
All right. We're locking in. Please.
Locked in.
Please tell us it's... Oh, God. I mean, right.
That looks like it is Geordie.
You're the expert.
Ammonite.
For some reason, I see that as but I definitely feel like that's Ammonite.
Ammonite.
So I don't think we could get away with a moral victory on this one. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, but I don't know how you can pronounce an A as an O.
Or no, the other way around. An O as an A.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like it's 4-0 now. Next one, production.
Okay, all right. You heard the man.
Here we go.
Oh, the classic. Okay, all right, so.
Well, a good way to remember this
game
is the Legends game. Yeah, and what you get at the beginning of the game is a phone, and it's called
the
Arc phone. So it's Arceus.
Arceus. All right. That's such sound logic. And it was such a great game as well.
Oh, brilliant game. One of my favorites.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Was it Pokemon ZA? Or ZA?
ZA.
Or,
yeah,
I think the kids are trying to get cool and they're saying
ZA. Are they?
Yeah.
ZA kids.
I wouldn't know. But like, okay, all right.
I mean, don't listen to me. I obviously don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, he's the pro. Definitely don't listen to me. Okay, all right. So we're saying Arceus or Arceus?
Arceus.
Arceus or Arceus?
Well, I think like they're pretty similar.
They are pretty similar, but there's one correct and one incorrect.
I feel like you're complicating this more than it needs to be.
You say that, but we just saw Manite. What are you on about?
I think they're backstage, typing away.
Okay.
Okay, I think key us. Arceus.
Arceus. So Arceus. All right, cool. All right, Arceus.
Yes.
All right, locking in. Please give us the correct answer. Thank you. Okay, it was correct.
We got it right. I got one right.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought we were like at 4-4.
Yeah, but that was one where I didn't get questioned. I mean, I did get questioned.
You did get questioned?
Yeah.
You're always going to get real money. What are you talking about? Like, that's just like a constant. That will always happen.
Yeah, always.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Well,
is that 5-0 now?
Yeah,
I mean,
morally.
Morally.
Morally, yes. Okay, all right. Do we have another one? I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. Oh, all right. This is an interesting one.
I like this Pokemon.
I mean, I love this
one. One of my favorites, yeah.
Toxic Orb sets are so good for this. But okay, all right. What's your initial thought process?
Gliscor.
Oof.
Gliscor.
Gliscor.
Yeah.
Not Glizzor.
Not Glasgow.
No, I didn't say Glasgow. We're not in Scotland, Lee. We're in London.
Yeah, Gliscor. Gliscor.
Gliscor.
That's what I would say.
Let
but
me glide
I don't
to
know.
the top and score.
Well, not glide, no D-E in it. No, Gliscor.
The initial part.
Gliscor.
So Gliscor and not Glizzor. But
It's what I'm working
valid.
with.
It's valid. No, Glizzor. You know, what if it's like a silent C?
So Costa's locking in Glizzor, I'm locking in Gliscor.
Oh, I thought we were a team, Lee.
We are a team.
Well, then why are you saying Costa's locking this and we're not locking together?
Where's the Z? Where's the Z?
I didn't say Z.
You said Glizz.
What? I'm not talking about like, yeah, sure, there is a bit of glizz about it, but like, I didn't say it. I said Glissor. That's what I said.
Okay, I'm really, I think I need to get my ears checked here.
You must.
Yeah.
Maybe like increase the volume.
Anyway, Gliscor. Okay. What do you think?
I think I will go with your version so I could chuck you under the bus if it's wrong.
Excellent.
That's like the definition of teamwork, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Seems to be the common theme.
At least between us. Okay, all right, so Gliscor.
Gliscor, yeah.
So like 2-syllable.
I can't, I mean...
Rather than one, sorry, that's what I meant.
Gliscor.
Oh, okay. Is that
is it like that?
Newcastle as well?
No, definitely not.
Okay, all right. So Gliscor. Gliscor.
Gliscor.
All right. Lock it in, please. Oh, okay, phew. All right. I was doubting myself, clearly, right? I wasn't sure if there's like a silent C or not. It's trying to like throw me off.
I kind of remember from the anime it being when Ash had one and Gliscor.
Perfect.
Yeah, was that good?
Perfect impersonation.
Yeah.
Gliscor.
My next calling.
Oh my God, yes, please. That would be great. Okay, all right. But jokes aside, we morally won that 6-0.
6. Well, probably like 4-2, right?
Okay, realistically 4-2. I think we definitely failed on 2 of them.
2 of them.
Yeah, but of course, what we will have to go ahead and see is if we can maybe go ahead and read up a bit later on so we could get full marks. But what we're going to do in the meantime is, whilst we're still waiting for the next round to come up, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Charlie so we can have a bit of a look-see of what's going on his side.
Hey trainers, welcome to Charlie's Chill Zone. Although right now we're not at the couch area, we're here on the floor and I'm thrilled to be joined by 2 fantastic competitors here. We've got Simon van der Bucht from EU and we've got Chopper Cross from NA. Don't know about you, Simon, I'm feeling a little bit short next to you, Chopper.
Well, this is going great. I'm feeling great. The event is going fine as well. I'm 3-2, not the greatest, but still having fun all the less.
Tell us what happened to you earlier on, a triple spiky shield?
Yeah, so earlier I got hit with a triple spiky shield from Ogerpom. I was trying to breaking swipe, checked if I had enough HP. I was thinking to myself, yeah, I've got enough for 2. He's never gonna get the triple. Unfortunately, got unlucky. He got the triple and my Gadget Fire fainted and we lost the game, but that is the game we play.
It happens like that sometimes, and as you said to me before, just don't lose from here on out.
Yes, that's just, I'm 3-2 means I don't lose anymore. That's just the way the dice have been rolled.
Yeah. Just bear those wise words in mind, trainers. How about you, Chipper? How's your tournament going so far?
I've got a 4-1 record so far. I just lost my first to a UK player who had a team that was very difficult to break, but ultimately just a very fair match. So still feeling good.
Yeah, very good. 4-1 is a record that you should be feeling really proud of. What are some of the most notable matches you've had so far?
I played I believe a Chilean player named Nicolas Del Campo who had a very similar strategy. You know, it was gouging fire on gouging fire, so the breaking swipes were swinging.
Hey, yeah. Gouging fire really turning up the heat there. So, of course, Chopper, player from NA, Simon, player from EU. What would you say in your experience of playing 5 trainers each so far? Chopper, you said you were up against a UK player before. Differences in play style between NA and EU?
I know I probably sound like I'm beating a dead glacier here, but I feel like everybody says European players like to use slightly more standard teams, and that is kind of what I've noticed so far. I'm just fighting a lot of opponents with teams that I've maybe gone up against once or twice, and they're just people that know how to use them really well, but they're not reinventing the wheel either.
I see. Okay, fair enough. Slow and steady sometimes wins the race. How about you, Shimon? Have you been up against anyone not from EU so far?
I've been up against one person from Chile themselves. They were playing Annihilate Gouging Fire, which was quite difficult for me to deal with, especially playing Gouging Fire myself, and matchup-wise, I was very confused what to do. So a little bit more a weird take on what has been run standard, but honestly, it worked out for them, and they won as well. Look at me, just talking about my losses.
Must have fought the same person, unless there's multiple Chileans here using Gouging Fire Annihilate.
There you go. That's another thing that linked Simon and Chopper. Annihilate, I think, is really underrated right now. What do you think, Chopper?
Yeah, I know a couple weeks ago it was very popular with some Spanish players, like definitely something I was keeping an eye on going into this event. Annihilate's problem is still that it takes forever to get going, so it's like, even hitting it with one breaking swipe and accidentally giving it that attack boost isn't necessarily a huge deal just because, low power Rage Fist, low power Drain Punch, it takes a few turns to really rev up.
Yeah, and you're so right. With Breaking Swipe being out in the format as well, you drop the attack, but you boost the power of Rage Fist it. There's mind games going on there, difficult to navigate. Now, you're both players who have qualified for the World Championships. Congratulations on that. And Simon, you've got a shirt that's ready for Honolulu.
This is very ready. Like, this is my day 1 outfit, my day 2 outfit you'll have to wait for.
Is it going to be the flower lay and trunks?
Just completely. I've got a hula skirt and everything ready. Like, I'm fully committed right now to the bit. I especially bought this just for Hawaii. So.
Can't wait to see that. How about you, Chopper? Any costumes planned?
Gosh, I haven't really thought ahead. I love my button down. It's hard to go wrong with a button down, whether it's hot or cold.
Yeah. No, I completely agree, and it's a good mixture of colors you've got here. It's sort of like this shirt evolves into Simon's shirt, I feel like, if we're talking about it in terms of Pokemon. What do you think?
No, I think that sounds right. When I saw mine, it's like, yeah, we're getting to the same place in a different way.
Yeah, exactly. You're taking the plane and maybe you're sailing. I don't know. That's if you're even able to do that from here to Hawaii. So we're going to let you get ready, get mentally prepared for your next rounds. Any shout-outs you want to give, Simon?
The whole entire Belgium community and my girlfriend who joined me today as well. Very much. Thank you for joining me.
Couldn't do it without your support. And how about you, Chopper?
Shout-outs to Sanvi and Carl and others for working on the team with me. It's been a great ride so far.
Well, let's hope it continues for you, Chopper. Cheeky Chopper, sleek Simon. Those are the adjectives we're going for. Thank you so much for joining me here. Good luck for the rest of the day. Trainers, we'll get the rest of EUIC underway.
There it is! That's gonna do it, and Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
I got first into Pokemon when I moved to Los Angeles in 2015. I was looking at a way to make friends. I was like, oh, I like Pokemon, let me try this so I can make friends, and then just been playing ever since. I transitioned to competitive play because I'm a pretty competitive person, and being able to talk to people that's also competitive, it was sort of a way to share this love. What drives me to compete in Pokemon is honestly just to have an opportunity to hang out with my friends. I only get a chance to see these people a few times a year. It's just a really fun experience to be able to spend time with these people that I honestly love from the bottom of my heart. My favorite moment from Pokemon is my 4v1 comeback with my Dragonite back at 2017. I don't think anybody thought I was be able to come back from that, but Dragonite pulled through.
But it gets the
the knockout on Hariyama.
Absolutely crazy. I could hear the crowd through the headphones. That's how loud people were.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds.
Honestly, my #1 goal is to become the world champion. I top cut worlds back in 2016. Ever since then, I've been chasing being able to get to that place again. And it only gets more and more difficult every single year. And if I can get that one title, then I can say I accomplished what I wanted to with Pokemon. One of the things I learned very early on is like I like to make my own teams. I like to just try my own things, and I think that has translated very well to other things in my life. If I were to give one advice to someone is like always march by the beat of your own drum. Do what you think is right, and I think you'll be successful no matter what you do.
Pokemon trainers, we are in the privileged position of being joined by Maurice Uteg here, who's going to give us his insight onto advice to give to newer players getting into VG. So Maurice, take it away.
Okay, so what I did as a newer player is I didn't build my own teams for a long time, for about a year I would say. I just looked at the past regional results and took a team from Top Cut, because that had to be good, right? Just tried to build it with my own spreads and stuff. And it worked out quite nicely in Bremen. I just changed like one item that was different from the standard team. And yeah, I think that is really underrated to keep working on your play instead of something else.
Went ahead and became the Bremen regional champion. So absolutely.
That's a team I'm going to be looking at.
What else would you say?
A different thing I would point out is that if you change up teams and cores, or if you're like really building your own teams, then every decision you make during the team building process have to have a reason. Even a Rage Powder and an Amoonguss can be changed sometimes if you don't need it, if you don't click it. So be careful with that and think about your decisions you're making in team building.
And definitely something that you can test during the process as well, because you maybe put a move on and maybe you're not clicking it, and that gives you opportunity to change up what you're using as well.
Yeah, I think it's sort of, you know, trainers are so conditioned to go with the moves that players tend to run, but this is where the experimentation and creativity comes into the game.
Exactly, and that would be my last point, even it would quite transition into, is like you have to look at your losses and try to identify, why did I lose this game? Was it because of my play? Was it because of team building issue? Because of reads even? And try to really focus on the non-RNG aspect of the game, because a lot of people miss a rock slide, miss a hydro pump here and there, and then are like instantly throwing away the knowledge they could have gained from this game because they say, okay, I missed this rock slide, so unlucky. But I think that's, if you really want to get better, then you should try to be on top of that.
Yeah, you've got to be critical, haven't you? It's so tempting to, when you lose a game, say, that was a team issue, I played perfectly. But of course, there's so much more going on under the surface. And I think it takes a brave trainer to really examine those things that might have gone wrong and be honest with yourself about, well, yes, I missed the hydro pump here, but if I'd done X, Y, and Z earlier in the game, then I wouldn't have had to rely on that miss. Anyway, thanks so much, Maurice. That's fascinating to hear. Hope you've learned a lot from that, trainers, and we'll be getting back to the action very shortly.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2024 EUIC here in London. My name is Lee, if you're just joining us on the desk, and I have a very special person joining me. It's been a little while, but I have the pleasure to be joined by Lou.
It has been a hot minute, but the Lou-Lee combination is back. I'm so excited because it's EUIC and the matches have been absolutely off the charts. What amazing Pokemon play we've seen with some really spicy teams too.
Yeah, it's been incredible so far. And you think we're only like 5 rounds in. We've got like 4 rounds of just today. We've got all of tomorrow and then Championship Sunday all to come. So very exciting. But what a great start we've had today in the tournament. Like you said, lots of really niche Pokemon. Okadogi there in that last round, really great to see. And earlier on we had Gastrodon.
We did. I wondered how long it would be until we mentioned the Gastrodon, and it was
Couldn't leave it too long.
Gastrodon too. I was so happy to see it, particularly with the bug terror type. Wasn't it the most adorable thing?
I know, right? It looked really cute.
So
it was like
cute.
fairy-esque, wasn't it? Without being a fairy type.
It was adorable. It wasn't victorious, however, on Flavio Delpidio's team, trying to get his second EUIC victory. But I think that's one of the key things we've seen today is a lot of European, just international champions in general. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. I think at the top of the show today, you know, we outlined, we said, right, we've got every past EUIC champion here in attendance playing this weekend, which is incredible. But it's not just EUIC champions we've got here. We've got all of the other IC champions in attendance here today, and it's incredible. The competition is just so high, and like I keep saying, I'm pleased I'm not playing because it's such a tough field out there for our players. But those players that are doing well and having great starts today, you know, all credit to them. But the job's not quite done yet. They've still got a long way to go. There's a lot of games to play. Anything can still happen. A lot of players maybe feeling like, oh, on that X and 2 kind of cusp, thinking, oh, you know, am I going to be able to make it? You've got to just put your head down and concentrate, do what you do best, and see what happens, and try and get to the end of day one. Just take one game at a time.
And it's a grueling week of end of competition, right? You got 9 Swiss rounds, like you say. We're now moving into round 6. So you're only just past the halfway mark, and for a lot of trainers who are maybe at that X and 2 position, they have to find that grit and determination, maybe with a cheeky magic card, maybe not. It's not exactly meta in Pokemon BG. I hear in Pokemon Unite, though, it's doing pretty well. And honestly, it's just about having that resilience and the determination to get through day one of competition.
Yeah, that I think it is. I think one of the things that you're going to see, like a lot of these more experienced players, is have that experience from these bigger tournaments where they know what to expect because of these longer days, these matches where maybe the competition is a little bit higher, so you're playing more games that are going to a game 3 rather than just those normal 2 games. So it is a bit of extra strenuous throughout the day, and you've got to take that into consideration as well, you know, and plan ahead accordingly. And I think that comes down even into a team building aspect where you're not putting yourself in a position where you're having to really think every single turn just to get a win con. You're comfortable with your team, and you're going to be in that place where you know your matchups, and you would think a lot of our players would be coming into such a big tournament that they're going to be comfortable with these what to expect. But then you can have players like Len who just bring, you know, stuff that you don't expect to play.
I was not expecting to see a Garchomp whatsoever. You know, it kind of took me a second guess there. But there are so many amazing notable matchups from top tier players here at EUIC. And I think you make a really good point as well about how the meta is really balancing out with the balanced teams that we're seeing. And honestly, we've seen so many international champions on the broadcast, and we are still bringing them to you. Alex Gomez is the reigning NAIC champion versus Arash Omati, the 2013 world champion.
I just, you know, when you say it like that, it just, every match has featured a champion pretty much today, and it's just incredible. You know, the ex-world champion Arash Omati from 2013 against the current NAIC champion Alex Gomez. And Alex is having a great season again this year, you know, doing well in the CP race for Europe, really chasing down that extra stipend to Worlds later this year. Consistency is the key for Alex, really. Having a great start again here today, but a really tough opponent going up in Arash this next round out.
And Alex has been runner-up at EUIC before in 2018, runner-up to Simone Sanvito, so he knows what it takes to get into that championship Sunday, but this year he's going to want to go one step further. Some other incredible matches, Alberto Lara versus Sergio Sanchez, as well as Oliver Escalin versus Wolf Glick. I know there's a lot of trainers following his progress throughout the tournament, as well as Miguel Puquete versus Victor Medina. Now, Victor Medina is a trainer I've had my eye on. I've kind of called him out to be potentially the one to take it all this year.
It's a good call, you know. I think with Victor in particular, he's always up in those higher echelons of the top cut brackets, in the top 4s. He's never quite got across the line a little bit. You know, earlier this season, we saw Oliver Escalin, a great match against Wolf Glick there, where Oliver finally got that regional win in Utrecht, Gdansk. Sorry, I've got Utrecht on the brain here. But I think it's a little bit like that with Victor. He's capable of winning a major tournament, one of these really big high-level tournaments. He's just never quite done it yet, so it's a really good call. I think he's more than capable of doing it. It would be great to see him progress and be able to finally lift a big trophy come first one. But while we're talking about that, great to see all ages enjoying this tournament as well.
It's really that kind of family experience at this event, and juniors and seniors kick things off tomorrow as well. And one of the things I like at this point of the competition is walking around the arena and you see the juniors and seniors like, checking out what the Masters are doing.
Yeah.
And maybe, like, you know, trying to see what the meta is going to be like, or try and be inspired for, you know, how they want to play. And the metas do kind of vary a little bit in juniors and seniors. There's very often a certain kind of archetype that will raise in dominance. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing in the competition tomorrow. And of course, Championship Sunday, we'll be able to bring you the grand finals of all 3 divisions.
Yeah, it's very exciting, especially those younger divisions. We talked about it a little bit before, but here we go. Is that a squirrel?
Is it a Ditto Squirtle?
Ditto squirrel.
It's
Looks
adorable,
great.
I can say
Love
that
it.
much. Absolutely love to see that. And honestly, the plushie game has been phenomenal. I loved how Ashton brought the little Torkoal. You know, got him an international win before as well. And, you know, Lee, that's one Pokemon that I really thought we'd see a lot more of here at EUIC. I thought Weather was going to be all the range, and I haven't seen any yet. Like, I know it's been there in other matches, but on my matches, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of it at all. I mean, we had Len last game with the sand, but we've not really seen anything other than that, to be honest. I mean, the sun feels like it would have been a really good call into this tournament where you're coming off the back of Utrecht, especially
With
where
all the snow.
the snow, and you think, yeah, you've got, you know, the Torkoal, the Trick Room feels like a really good option, but we're not just seeing it. But we're still early in the tournament. There's still plenty of time and a big wave out to...
I love it. Like, seeing everyone
that.
get involved. It's amazing. And also, like, the viewers at home, seeing you engage with the broadcast and, you know, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon to reach out to us all. It's been really enjoyable reading through all the messages and posts. And I love that aspect of such an international event as well, as kind of the engagement and community that you can get going here.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. It's uncomparable to anything. And that's why I in particular really look forward to this specific event every year, because it's
Me
just,
too.
it feels like a huge big family coming together, and you get to catch up with people that you maybe haven't seen for a long time. You see and meet new people. It's just brilliant. And there we go. We've got some new, younger potential trainers in the audience there viewing on. If you can give us a big wave, there we are. Brilliant.
Oh, amazing.
Hope you are enjoying your weekends.
Yes, looks like they're
Love
having
that
a great
Jigglypuff
time.
hoodie. Look at
Yeah, that's awesome.
I
I
want-
want one of those. I mean, we did go to the Pokemon Center that's here at EUIC, and I think we did buy quite a lot of stuff. I got a
did
lot
well.
of pins. I got so many pins that I don't know what to do with them.
There's so many nice pins, wasn't there? There's
Yeah.
so many. The mouse hold.
I did notice that you and Costa were coordinated. I kind of have a little bit too many other sparkles on.
Yeah,
but,
you're like blinged up.
I am. But I'm a terrestrialized.
It's
There
not-
we go.
Oh, that's, yeah.
That's the story we're going with. It's like ice terrestrialization.
Stella Terra Lu.
Oh my god, I love it. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should get that captioned along the bottom.
We should just, it's
Anytime
like in
Lou's on the
brackets
desk, there.
afterwards.
Yeah.
And then Lee, it's like the wordsmith. That would just be
The
great.
wordsmith. Not after that round with Costa there.
I mean, Pokemon-wise as well, talking about Terra Stella, Chienpao, we've seen using that Terra Stella,
Yeah.
but there aren't really any other Pokemon in the meta that are able to utilize it so well.
No, I've heard there is a Pelipper in the wild
A
with
Ooh.
Stella.
Okay.
Terra type, but we're yet to see it. We might see it on the broadcast at some point, but that is another weather Pokemon that we could potentially
With the
see.
rain.
The Arcaladon as well, another Pokemon that really takes advantage of that archetype, weather archetype with the rain. I'm a big fan of the rain, so I'd like to see
Yeah.
that, but
It
whether or
reminds
not-
me of Tommy Colleen, who I believe, I want to say top cut 2 internationals, might be 3, my memory. It was back in 2017, where this kind of Pelipper Golduck combination was really dominant. And I remember it always making top cut at these internationals. So Pelipper definitely has a place in the record books when it comes to the international stage.
Yeah, definitely, and I think for good reason. The flying type is great. It offers obviously speed control as well. I just think it's a little bit gazumped at the minute by Tornadus because of that prankster ability that you've got there, and then it's just a little bit faster naturally than the Pelipper that can struggle sometimes with that initial speed stat that it does have. It needs the Tailwind to really function well, but it is a very strong Pokemon, not to be underestimated. You've got to respect the Pelipper.
You definitely do. It has to avoid all those electric type attacks though, and that's why we always see Pokemon in, regardless of the meta, things like Iron Hands, which is actually one of our giveaways as well. You know, Marco Silva had that Iron Hands and was victorious at LAIC, although it's fallen out of the meta in favor of some other electric type Pokemon, like, you know, Raging Bolt. That's a Pokemon we're seeing a lot of. It's still a very awesome memento of such a prestigious victory.
Yeah, great Pokemon to pick up. Remember that this event for the Mystery Gift is running until April the 8th, 23:59 UTC. Use the code INMYSTERYGIFT in your copy of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Fake Out EUIC, and you'll be able to pick up Marco Silva's Iron Hands that he piloted in the Latin America International Championships earlier this season, which is a great Great mystery gift. I need to pay. Have you picked yours up yet?
Not yet. I do need to do that. I will be getting that done this evening. You can guarantee it. And I find it kind of funny that, you know, Raging Bolt has kind of replaced Iron Hands, because on the TCG side of things, Raging Bolt is the Pokemon that you can get with the download.
I said this earlier to Costa. The art is absolutely beautiful.
Isn't it? It's absolutely
fantastic.
Majestic. I love it. It's so intricate, so vibrant, and I think it also does really capture the scale of Raging Bolt. It is a big Pokemon.
It's a bit, yeah, very big. But to pick this up in your TCG Live account, you can use the code BURSTRAW EUIC24. You have until the 15th of April when this event is running until 6 AM UTC, and it is limited to the first 100,000 trainers to pick this up. So make sure you do try and redeem this while this event is running.
And Pokemon Go is also getting in on the actions with some very interesting Twitch drops. So if you're engaged with the broadcast, you can get yourself this amazing team just by following along and engaging with the Twitch broadcast. So get on over there, make sure that you are getting all this exclusive stuff that we are offering you at home in terms of giveaways.
Brilliant. Every single one of them for each of the games is just such a great gift to take advantage of here to celebrate the European International Championships this year here in London. But like I say, get over to Twitch, make sure you get those drops from Pokemon Go. I'm a bit jealous that I'm not going to be able to grab any of them.
I know. I mean, maybe in like the downtimes we can be checking out Pokemon Go. And I have to say, as I was walking around the broadcast earlier, I was catching a little bit of Pokemon Unite, and it's so interesting. You know, we're here playing like a single player game, and they've got like a whole squad, a whole team.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how different kind of their approach to Pokemon is, but you've still got like your favorites, and they've got all the like customization
I know,
as
right?
well. It's super awesome. I love it.
They're one of the Crustle outfits.
It has like the Colosseum on its back or something.
Amazing.
And it's really
I'm
cool.
like, bring that to VG.
Yeah, my favorite's the Snorlax in like the chef's
Yes.
suit, which is just, you know, of course Snorlax is cooking up something in the kitchen, right? Like he's always hungry.
Chef Snorlax.
Yeah.
I do love it, yeah.
But it brings a good atmosphere here, right?
Terra
Having all
Aura
4
as well.
games.
They get to use
Yeah.
mythicals and everything.
That is so true, because I think there's Mew as well.
Yeah.
They have Urshifu, just like we do, so there is an Urshifu.
Is it as good as Unite? Is it?
It's
is
pretty
it VG?
good. I mean, I've seen it out there. I don't know necessarily what it does within the composition of a team, but it's out there at EUIC.
Doing things.
Yeah, it's punching things, I assume. It's doing pretty good. My favorite is the Gyarados, well, because it starts off as a little Magikarp, and then obviously it will evolve into a Gyarados, and it's been really interesting seeing that Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, because it's a Pokemon we've had a lot in video game as well in seasons past. But definitely when I kind of look at their meta and our meta, Urshifu's the one that springs to mind.
Yeah, I just, all I have is a picture now of like the start of a Unite game and a Magikarp splashing around,
Well, it's
doing
particularly
nothing.
when you've got like Buzzwole, that's apparently really good in Pokemon Unite at the minute. Buzzwole versus Magikarp. Who's gonna win? It's a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, you need to race to get that Gyarados, and then everything's scared of that.
Yeah, and then everything changes. I mean, I'm kind of glad that we have things maybe a little bit more. I mean, it's different when you look at the way that we play to how like Pokemon Go play, where there's certain Pokemon that just are not meta with us. I remember when like Noctowl was a big thing in Pokemon Go, and I kind of forgot that was a Pokemon, and yeah, I know, I'm that person.
But they have Medicham. I mean, Medicham had its time in VG.
It's
but
kind of,
Medichamp's
yeah.
very good, isn't it? Chargerbug as well.
I know, Chargerbug does great.
Brilliant Pokemon. I mean, I've probably not seen it so much in VG, but another Pokemon that we don't see too often in VG is on Arash Marty's team. As we're taking a quick overview of the teams here, as we're getting set up for this round 6 here in London for the EUIC 2024 Championships.
Yes, we definitely kind of segued off into other Pokemon metas, so let's bring it right back to video game. And that Urshifu we've been talking about, we've got an Urshifu apiece here on Arash on your left-hand side, and Alex Gomez on your right-hand side's team. And, you know, the Urshifus have been really interesting in terms of which Urshifu is going to rise to dominance. Both of our trainers here have opted for the Rapid Strike style, so we are going to be running those water-type moves. But I want to talk about that Clefairy. You know, it really is a Pokemon that can be so bulky with the Eviolite and can provide a lot of redirectional support. Is that the position it's got here on this team for you, Lee?
Yeah, 100%, and it's a Pokemon that Arash is familiar with from previous formats. We've seen Arash have a lot of success with this actual Pokemon in past years, so no surprise to see him utilizing it in this current climate as well. And I think it goes along really nicely with some of these Pokemon like the Ogerpon, the Half-Flame Mask, and that Rapid Strike Urshifu in particular, to not only give you the Friend Guard, support the extra defensive capabilities that the Friend Guard gives you, but also to have that redirection support. And then you've got the Helping Hand as well as another option to boost those attacks when you're in the right position. And if you really want to get cheeky, you've got that little Sing that you can throw out at the right time to maybe put something to sleep.
sometimes it's like the one thing you need in order to gain momentum in a match. And taking a look at these Pokemon, although I'm not surprised by some of the choices, taking a look at that Urshifu Rapid Strike, it's running Ice Punch.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in a while, and I fully understand it for a lot of the coverage with flying type Pokemon and, you know, being able to get that 4 times super effective damage onto Pokemon like Landorus, for example, is really, really nice. But Surging Strikes has a lot of coverage too.
It does. I think the Ice Punch really good at the moment in the current format because it does give you a way to catch things like Rillaboom on a switch in. A lot of these teams that we're seeing are using that Incineroar Rillaboom kind of mode to pivot in and around support maybe those set of Pokemon so you can catch it on a trade-in along with that Landorus and Carnip, and also you get good damage onto the Raging Bolt as well before it terastallizes.
Yes, and taking a closer look at Alex Gomez's team, some really familiar faces, that classic Fire Water Grass core with the Rillaboom, Incineroar, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. Very interesting, though, the Terra to note on Alex's side. A lot of Urshifus that we see are running this Water Terror to really boost up the offensive pressure of its Surging Strikes and Aqua Jet. But here we see a defensive choice in the form of that Fire Terrestrialization.
Yeah, and when you're facing down again against something like a Rillaboom that's so prominent at the moment, it's a really good option against that, where you can terastallize and don't really care about the Wood Hammers or the Grassy Glides or even those stray U-turns that you could see coming out into that slot. So it really opens the door where you can then take advantage of that, get a close combat off. Probably 2 close combats from Rapid Strike Urshifu is going to be enough to take down a Rillaboom. Rillaboom generally having these Assault Vests. Both these trainers here are running the Assault Vest on their Rillaboom, so it would, you know, the defensive side is probably going to be the weaker one, although Rillaboom still good on the defensive side as well.
Yeah, and defensively speaking, there is a lot of fire on this team. 3 Pokemon having that Fire Terror on Alex's side, and particularly that Chi-Pao. Chi-Pao we see almost 9 times out of 10 running that Focus Sash, whereas Alex has opted for the Clear Amulet, an ability that stops things like Intimidate from taking effect. It's not going to allow that Chi-Pao to have its attack stat dropped, or any of its stats, to be fair, and I think that does allow Chi-Pao, that is a very offensively strong Pokemon, particularly when you stack it with Sword of Ruin, to be able to still deal those heavy hits and guarantee those knockouts.
Yeah, and it's really nice because you're going to be able to get around things like those Icy Winds and Electro Webs as well, and prevent your fastest Pokemon essentially from having those speed drops and being in a really awkward position. So taking advantage of that, and also the Icicle Crash being opted for from Alex, making sense with that Clear Amulet. You don't want your Ice type attacks to be weakened. Clear Amulet's a perfect thing to get around that Intimidate that we're seeing so heavily used at the moment. Something that Arash isn't actually using on his team, so doesn't really need to consider it there, but there is the Raging Bolt, there is the Electro Web that you are going to have to watch out for, so really key item, really good spot there, Lou.
And I think a lot of those spread moves, like you mentioned, the Electro Web and the Icy Wind, because they're so prevalent at the moment, things like the Focus Sash gets very easily broken, so it's nice to kind of switch things up. Let's dive a little deeper into Arash Omadi's team. The Ogerpon is running a really interesting set. Yes, you've got Spiky Shield, Ivy Cudgel, but there is no Follow Me. Instead, we've got Focus Energy.
Yeah, and that's a really dangerous attack. You know, if you get that set up, boosting that critical hit chance on the already boosted Ivy Cudgel, it's very dangerous, especially if your opponent is trying to cycle Intimidates. It isn't going to make any difference if you're just critical hitting every turn.
Very true. So let's jump into Swiss round 6 here at EUIC. Arash Omadi leading out with the Raging Bolt paired up with Clefairy. On the opposing side, Alex leading strong and offensive with the Incineroar and Urshifu.
Yeah, nice lead here from Alex. Pretty easy where he's got the fake out support here to prevent anything from attacking that he doesn't want to this turn, and just free up a bit of room for the Urshifu to maybe get a big attack off here into either of these targets. Of course, has to worry about both of the threats from an electric point of view from that Raging Bolt and the Clefairy that doesn't have an attacking option, so you don't really need to worry about that. Only the Raging Bolt this turn, because that is going to threaten heavily, but we are going to see that Clefairy leave the field, the Friend God leaving with it, so you haven't got that defensive bulk, but maybe the Raging Bolt here tries to go for an attack, maybe protects here while the Rillaboom comes onto the field.
I guess you're switching out that defensive support in the way of having a fake out in the following turn. Incineroar on Alex's side just locks down that opposing Raging Bolt as Urshifu tries to go for these Surging Strikes into the Clefairy. A fantastic switch by Arash, bringing in this Rillaboom that is not going to mind taking these at all. The wonderful thing now for Arash as well is Rillaboom's got safely onto the field. You can have fake out pressure in the next turn, or you could even go bold and go for something like the Grassy Glide straight into that opposing Urshifu.
Yeah, and the Urshifu is in a position now where it really does want to switch out. It is pressured from both sides of the field here. Like you say, you've got that Grassy Glide pressure. You don't really want to leave and not get any return from your Urshifu. So it's likely here that Alex does switch it out. Could he maybe this is where Arash could maybe take advantage, start getting some momentum swings here with these two Pokemon. It has to be careful, though. The Rillaboom is in a position where Fleblitz might pick up the knockout, so still has to be careful if you are dedicating things into that one slot.
And there are no switches. Alex actually going strong here with the Fire Terror type on the Urshifu. It doesn't have the capability to switch out with something like a U-turn, so if it's going to stay on the field, let's give it a little bit of a protective barrier. Urshifu goes straight for the close combat, fastest thing on the field. Huge amount of damage into the opposing Raging Bolt, but it does now leave itself, even though it isn't Fire Terror, very vulnerable thanks to the defense and special defense drop. Raging Bolt goes for this Dragon Pulse into Incineroar, does a huge chunk of damage. It cannot afford to take another one of these, particularly with the Wood Hammer that really puts it down into the red.
Yeah, it's a huge turn here from Alex. A really bold move to go for that terrestrialization. We talked about it at the top of the match. Going for that in the face of Rillaboom, it gives you a lot more comfort. Now, we are seeing the Incineroar go for the parting shot into that Raging Bolt, so lowering those attacking moves, especially because it has had the booster energy already, so kind of keeping that in check so it's not hitting as hard. And now you're getting the Chen Pao out onto the field. You're in a really great position here if you are Alex, because you're pressuring that Rillaboom now that doesn't have access to the fake out anymore with an Icicle Crash, and also the close combat going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Raging Bolt.
Exactly, and Alex in such a commanding position here on the speed side of things as well. We saw how speedy that Urshifu was. Raging Bolt would have to go for something like the Thunderclap to get that priority, and at the same time, Chien Pao so speedy and offensive, able to go for something like the Icicle Crash straight into Rillaboom, and with sort of Ruin on the field as well. That's going to be dropping the defenses of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think as well, if you are the Raging Bolt, if you do decide to go for that Thunderclap that Arash looks like he may be thinking about here, you've got to be very careful around the Chen Pao on Alex's side of the field, because it has got access to Sucker Punch and could be in range of a Sucker Punch taking it down. So you've got to be very careful from here, but we're not going to see that this turn. Alex is preserving that till later on this game, opting to bring the Incineroar back onto the field.
I like how the Chien Pao was kind of there as temptation, and actually it's just been switched out for the intimidating Incineroar. That's really going to put a spanner in the works for the opposing Rillaboom, but thankfully for Arash, he gets it out of there, bringing that Clefairy back in to bring that Friend Guard to help the Raging Bolt out a little bit.
And the Friend Guard's going to be so useful here. Doesn't have to worry about that Sucker Punch anymore, but does have to worry about a close combat. We know the speed interactions here between the Raging Bolt and the Urshifu. And the Raging Bolt now going for that Terrestrialization, pure electric type, going to boost that Thunderclap even further here. It is going to go lock that in. Is it going to be into the Urshifu? And if it is it enough? It is! Huge critical hit!
Absolutely massive damage coming out from this Raging Bolt. It's not messing around here on the EUIC stage. Urshifu is down and out.
That is so unfortunate. I don't know if it mattered. It feels like it would have mattered. It had taken a defense drop already. The Raging Bolt had been checked by the parting shot from the Incineroar previously, so you've got to think it would have been very close, but the critical hit sealing it up for Arash, taking a huge component away from Alex's side of the field, making it very difficult, but he still has that Chen Pao to come in now and put some pressure on. Has to worry about the Clefairy though.
Yes, exactly. Clefairy able to have a good utility with something like a Follow Me and draw in all of those attacks. On Chien Pao's side, things like the Sucker Punch, that will fail due to the Follow Me, Icicle Crash, and Sacred Sword. Well, Clefairy doesn't really mind taking those, particularly the Sacred Sword, thanks to its Fairy typing.
Yeah, and you've got an active Fake Out here from the Incineroar here, so it has just come back onto the field. So for at least one turn, you can prevent the Raging Bolt from going for an attack and maybe concentrate down onto the Clefairy, knowing that it's not got any attacking options. Chen Pao's not really threatened by it, so you can potentially get that Icicle Crash into it this turn, follow it up the next turn, and potentially remove that threat. Knowing that the Rillaboom's in the back as well, Arash still got one Pokemon to reveal. It makes it difficult to switch things around, especially if that fourth and final Pokemon is Ice Weak as well.
Exactly. Chien Pao does have a lot of momentum, and knowing as well that you cannot drop its stats does put it in this really strong commanding position. And I think Alex kind of going, hey, I've got Raging Bolt, I've got one of those too. Let me activate my Photosynthesis thanks to boosted energy, and we'll also get a special attack boost. So it's going to be a formidable threat. Raging Bolt on Arash's side, as you mentioned, just going straight for these protects, just making sure to burn through any potential fake outs that could have come through from the Incineroar that was there a minute ago.
Yeah, and a really nice protect here from the Clefairy as well, just to avoid any damage. But the Icicle Crash going into the Raging Bolt there, just in case it didn't go for the protect, really catch it out. Now you've got this similar situation here where the Raging Bolt on Arash's side of the field is still really threatened by this Chen Pao. The Clefairy obviously giving good support with that Follow Me, so you have to worry about that. Can the Chen Pao and then the Raging Bolt from Alex's side of the field double up into the Clefairy to pick up the knockout? If it doesn't and you miss it, you're giving more room to this Raging Bolt. The grassy terrain still on the field as well and helping out with that health recovery, making it even more difficult to take down.
This is where things get very intense at this point in the competition. These trainers want to make sure that they are taking this game one. Chien-Pao does go for the Icicle Crash. Raging Bolt able to take that really well, having dropped this Dragon typing. It retaliates with the Dragon Pulse, does significant damage to that opposing Chien-Pao as the Raging Bolt on Alex's side utilizes this opportunity to go for a Calm Mind, boosting up its special attack and its special defense.
Yeah, that's a huge turn here for Alex going for that. But the Sing coming out from the Clefairy and putting that Raging Bolt straight to sleep, saying, no, you're not allowed to take advantage of those Calm Minds anymore.
I mean, that's one way to calm your mind, take a nap. Do you know what I mean? Like, just switch off your brain, relax for a minute, and that's really, Clefairy's just trying to help out the opposing Raging Bolt. What a fantastic turn for Arasho Marty.
Yeah, really paying off there because you see that turn play out, you think, why is the Follow Me not coming out? But because of that Friend Guard, the Raging Bolt able to survive the initial Icicle Crash, and then the Sing paying off there, putting to sleep Chien-Pao going for that Protect this turn.
High risk, high reward, but that's what players need to do at this point. The Follow Me, the classic comes through from Clefairy, just drawing in all the attacks from his opposing Chien-Pao. Dragon Pulse, however, goes into the Protect. Not going to be any damage dealt into that Clefairy here as the Raging Bolt has to take that turn of sleep.
And it has taken a turn of sleep. The Calm Mind's a really nice option. Just a nice play there from Alex, because although you are asleep, you've still got that defensive boost, so it is going to allow you to take those attacks a little bit better from the opposing Raging Bolt on Arash's side of the field, opting there for the Chien-Pao, not really going after the Raging Bolt because that is a target that you've got to go after. But the Clefairy is the primary thing that you're going to need to take down if you are Alex. You've got to hope that you do wake up and you can then get a double off into it. I think with that Calm Mind boost that you've got on the Raging Bolt, if it does wake up, not going to see it this turn though, might have been enough.
Yeah, seeing some adjustments from Alex, not wanting to run the rest of this Pokemon stays asleep. Let's bring the Incineroar onto the field. The Intimidate's relatively nice, but I think the key thing is to enable that Fake Out to help Chien-Pao out later on in the match. Chien-Pao going for that Protect again here.
Yeah, and getting that double Protect off, that's pretty huge here to allow the Incineroar to come back onto the field. If it does get through this turn, it's going to have that active Fake Out, make it a bit easier for this Chien-Pao to get an additional Icicle Crash off this next turn, which might be enough to get rid of the Raging Bolt, or at least do some good damage to that Clefairy.
Because the thing is, the Incineroar wants to go for the Fake Out into the Raging Bolt so that it cannot go for a potential Thunderclap or that Dragon Pulse that keeps trying to target down into that opposing Chien-Pao. It then utilizes the Chien-Pao to maybe go for the Icicle Crash, get rid of the Clefairy, and then you can kind of set your sights down onto that Raging Bolt to close out the endgame.
Yeah, and if you do predict the Protect on that Raging Bolt here, you could maybe even double in on that Clefairy this turn with your Incineroar, got Icicle Crash, Flare Blitz, and hope that that is going to be enough, especially with the Sword of Ruin ability active, that you can get rid of that support option. Then from there, your Chien-Pao in a great position to deal with that Raging Bolt, especially without that Friend Guard in support. So the Clefairy, the big thing that you need to really try and take advantage of here, especially with that Fake Out that was now active.
Honestly, Clefairy's putting in some work. Raging Bolt on Arash's side, just going for the Protect, as is the Clefairy. I think Arash being really calculated, knowing the Fake-Out potential on Alex's side, and just trying to burn through them, not allowing Alex to be able to get momentum or the upper hand in this match. As you can see, Sucker Punch was coming out from the Chien-Pao as well. It is going to fail thanks to the Protect, but Alex is really just trying to get that priority on the board.
Yeah, and if you're Alex at this point, do you then now go, knowing that the Clefairy and the Raging Bolt have just attacked, maybe Icicle Crash into that Raging Bolt, and then hope that the Clefairy goes for the Follow Me, and then you're just doubling up into it anyway, or maybe if you don't see the Follow Me, you do catch it out and potentially pick up a knockout there.
Again, lots of protects in this game. Both these players know when to switch on the offensive or play defensive in this case. Clefairy once again drawing in those attacks with the Follow Me as Raging Bolt once again goes for a Dragon Pulse into a Protect. These trainers are trying so hard to get the knockouts, but are falling victim to these defensive plays. Incineroar, however, says, I've had enough of this. Let's get some damage on the board. Flare Blitz, big damage into the opposing Clefairy, and it's just able to hang on as well. Perfectly timed.
That's a huge play here from Alex to try and get a step closer to closing this game up, putting things back in momentum swings for him. But this turn here is going to be the key one, because you've just protected your Chien-Pao. It's going to be time to potentially attack with it. Or do you maybe switch it out into your Raging Bolt and try and just remove the Clefairy with your Incineroar here? But no, opting to keep and preserve that Incineroar as it goes out, preserving that Intimidate for later. Raging Bolt coming back onto the field for Alex.
It's a tale as old as VGC time, seeing the Incineroar jump in and out of the field to intimidate and fake out later on. Once again, is see the Follow Me, but the Clefairy actually avoids the Icicle Crash. Chien-Pao finally going on the offensive, but to no avail. The Dragon Pulse will connect this time, and it will be a knockout. Suddenly seeing a little bit of change in pace in this particular set.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Alex, because that Icicle Crash, we do know it's not got the best accuracy, does miss the Clefairy there, pulled in from that follow me. If it hits, you've got to think it would be enough to take it down. Then that friend guard's gone. Like I say, you would lose your Chen Pao for your trouble. The Raging Bolt on Alex's side of the field still has to wake up, but you're in a position where you have got that fake out support. You've still got it this turn. You can slow down the Raging Bolt on Arash's side, at least for one turn, and hope that your Raging Bolt wakes up and then has enough to be able to damage the Clefairy, remove it from the field.
I think we know what's coming with this next turn. Incineroar's joined the field for Alex. There's going to be a fake out, so Arash is naturally going to go for the double protect. And although it is a very kind of safe play, it's optimal at the end of the day, because unless you want to play that game of trying to predict where the fake out's going and maybe making a switch, it's really not to your benefit. So just going for the double protect, scouting out where the fake out's going and what the partner Pokemon wants to do is an option for you. And of course, the Raging Bolt on Alex's side is still sleeping, so we are going to see just the forfeit locked in.
Yeah, forfeit here from Alex here, not wanting to continue with this one, wants to reset as Arash takes game 1 in this round 6 tie-off.
Yes, amazing to see such a interesting end to that game, actually. At the beginning, there was a lot of offensive plays from both trainers, a lot of pressure being put on the board, but for me, the turn that really changed it around was when Clefairy went for Sing. You know, Alex was in a great position going for that Calm Mind, and you could really see him setting up towards the end game, trying to gain a little bit of dominance in the match and make that special defensive wall, but as well offensively pressured. Raging Bolt, things like the Dragon Pulse and the Thunderclap could have done a lot of damage to Arash's side. However, being put to sleep just really kind of stopped him, had to put him on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, and I do feel as well, a little bit like this Thunderclap, I think this is the turn here that we're recapping. The critical hit here was huge, I think, because of the terrestrialization on the Urshifu. I really feel, even though the defense drops had happened, it probably would have survived. And I think this is where a big bit of momentum swung for Arash here. And I think you can see maybe was a little bit unfortunate with picking up a knockout there and took away one of the big key aspects for Alex in this game. It made it very difficult. Like you said, another real key pivotal turn was punishing the fact that that Raging Ball went for a Calm Mind and went for the Sing into it, and it really paid off in that situation. Made it difficult for Alex to again gain any momentum from that time on. And like our old buddy Adam would say, if you want to win the raffle, you've got to buy the ticket.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Clefairy's definitely got a ticket for that front row there. It really was the thorn in Alex's side a bit, because yes, it went for the Sing, but actually as I reflect on its interactions with the opposing Raging Bolt, it's not like the Raging Bolt can go for Dragon-type moves into it. It's a Fairy-type. And then if you keep going for Follow Me, Thunderclap's going to keep failing. And actually taking a look at Clefairy, it has no offensive move. So actually, that Raging Bolt has no way to hit the opposing Clefairy. Also, Clefairy has no way to hit it back.
Yeah, it's a bit of a standoff there, isn't it? Because you're then relying on things like your Incineroar that you're going to bring, and then your Urshifu. So if your Urshifu goes down like it did there, and I think Arash keeping that in mind for maybe not having to rely on a critical hit going into this game too, but then planning around trying to take it down the best he can as quick as possible, then the options for Alex become very limited to dealing with that combination of the Raging Ball and the Clefairy, because then if you're really just relying on your Raging Ball as your big offensive threat, then it's not really going to be the answer that you're looking for.
I really hope both trainers are cognizant of the fact that a Raging Bolt Clefairy endgame wouldn't end so well, because neither Pokemon would be able to touch the other, and it would be a very interesting way of playing out game 2, but let's hope that that doesn't quite come to fruition. I think one other thing I want to really credit from both these players was the way they played with the Protects.
Yeah, I think it was really pivotal throughout that match. A really good identification there, where there was real key turns where both players were trying to get into the right position. You had on one side Alex protecting that Chen Pao, getting the Incineroar onto the field, getting that fake out support active. And then on the other side of the field, you had the Clefairy, and it was going for that Sing. The Raging Bolt maybe protecting, or the Clefairy protecting, double protecting when necessary to burn that fake out whenever Alex got it in position. But we are seeing a bit of a change up going into this game too, Lou.
Do you know what? I love this. The Golden Go coming for Alex, paired up with the Rillaboom against the Urshifu and the Rillaboom of Arash Omadi's side. The Golden Go, a fantastic adaptation, considering Clefairy gave Alex so much trouble. Why don't you have a Pokemon that can deal super effective damage to it with Make It Rain?
Yeah, and it's a really nice adaptation here. Gives you a lot to think about if you are Arash. You can't freely bring in that Clefairy like you did in that turn 1. You've got to really prioritize getting rid of that Golden Go as soon as possible before you're able to utilize that Friend Guard, the Follow Me support, and even those cheeky Sings. So we'll see what goes on Ogerpon here. Of course, you've got the Urshifu out on the field at the moment. Does pressure a lot of damage onto that Goldingo with something like the Surging Strikes, but you have to be careful around the Rillaboom. Both of them on each side of the field have active Fake Out here, although the one on Arash's side isn't going to really be able to take much use onto that Goldingo that Ghost typing.
Yes, and Ogerpon coming onto the field as well, another fantastic adjustment. Being able to have that fire typing and a powerful Ivy Cudgel into either of Alex's Pokemon here is not going to be appreciated in the following turn. Fake Out from Arash Omadi's Rillaboom into the opposing one enables the Goldingo on Alex's side to capitalize on the fact it's got away scot-free here, and it can go for this nasty plot. Being a Ghost type, it didn't even worry about that Fake Out.
Yeah, that's a really nice play there from the Goldingo. I mean, from Arash's side of things, going for the Fake Out into the Rillaboom, just keeping that Ogerpon safe in case maybe even a U-turn comes out onto that side of the field to position, pivot out. You're preventing that, and then you've got something on both sides of the field that are under pressure now going into this next turn from that Ogerpon that can apply a lot of pressure. Goldingo in particular doesn't want to waste that nasty plot here, so maybe a protect as we see a reposition.
I also like this adjustment here by Alex, bringing that Rillaboom out of here and bringing in a Pokemon that isn't going to worry about checking that opposing Ogerpon, is indeed going to be that Incineroar or an Ivy Cudgel, or even any Grass type move is not going to be anything that Incineroar is going to worry about. And I think Goldingo wisely going for the Protect as well allows Arash. Oh, I love this play. I was going to say allows Alex a bit of protection, but then Arash can capitalize on that as well and go for that focus energy. The critical hits are going to be fierce. This is something Alex has to watch out for.
Yeah, and this is really dangerous here because the focus energy, like you mentioned, boosts that critical hit rate. And the Goldingo almost going to be forced into terrestrializing. If it can get through this next turn, you've got the Incineroar positioned well from Alex to go along with that Goldingo. So making sure you've got the Fake Out into that Ogerpon this next turn so you can potentially get a Make It Rain off. Now, the Clefairy has to be very careful here, but it's an easy turn for Arash just to say, okay, this is fine. I can just go for the Spiky Shield and then the Protect, burn your Fake Out, and then I'm really in a great position going into this next turn where I've got the Follow Me with my Clefairy again, and then I've got this Ivy Cudgel that I can throw out into your Goldingo with my Ogerpon.
And this is where things get very interesting. That Goldingo being able to have been boosted up is now actually leaving the field. It's in too vulnerable a position, and Alex brings in its Water type in the face of a potential Ivy Cudgel. As soon as Clefairy joined the field, it's actually left us as well in replacement of this Rillaboom, which is fantastic positioning for Arash, identifying that the Water type's going to join the field, so I need my Grass type there to be able to apply pressure to it.
Yeah, and I think the Incineroar here not opting. This is a brave decision here from Alex, predicting maybe a double protect here, going for that parting shot into his own Urshifu here to make sure that it is off the field, it is in the back, you can cycle that Intimidate in, and you can get the Rillaboom back onto the field now in a position where you've got that active Fake Out again. You can slow down that Ogerpon on the other side of the field and maybe even reposition the Urshifu out for the Incineroar this turn to drop another Intimidate.
I mean, you can understand that, right? Arash has been going for those double protects the whole way through this set, so it was a wise prediction, but really interesting to always see those side kind of afflicting moves happen in order to get that ball position. The Rillaboom's in prime position on the field now as well. If I remember correctly, I think Arash's is the faster, but we might have to double check that interaction.
Yeah, I think the faster of the two, so you have to be a little bit careful here, but it's so easy for Alex here just to protect the Urshifu and then bring in the Incineroar once again. Here, you're going to drop that Intimidate. Although the thing is about the focus energy, don't really worry about the Intimidate drops because you've got that boosted critical hit chance. It's going to override that. It's going to just be able to do as much damage as you need it to, and we are going to see the terrestrialization kicked in here.
I honestly think it's a stroke of genius because, as you've mentioned, the critical hit will negate any of those drops. And although we see a lot of Swords Dance Ogerpon, you still need that critical hit in order to be able to, if you've taken a lot of Intimidates, for example, be able to go through. So it's really interesting to see that come into play. The Fake Out comes through from the Rillaboom as the Ogerpon does indeed go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar that switched in, does a significant chunk of damage with that critical hit, but Incineroar going to be able to take that really well thanks to his typing.
Yeah, the terrestrialization here from the Urshifu really nice. It is going to be able to do it. Decent amount of damage to the Ogerpon on the opposite side of the field now. Not really going to have to worry about the Grassy Glide or the Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom either. So in a pretty comfortable position. You just need to be able to manage it better this game than what happened last game. You don't want to get taken down to a critical hit like it did with that Raging Bolt from Arash in game 1. And I feel like in this position as well, you resist the Ivy Cudgel here from the Ogerpon. So you can pretty comfortably sit in front of it and try and get some big damage off.
Here comes the second Ivy Cudgel, being a little bit more precarious towards that Incineroar with another guaranteed critical hit here thanks to the focus energy as Urshifu goes for the Surging Strikes. This will also give out some guaranteed critical hits, and it looks like it's going to be enough.
It will be enough. The final and third one is enough to take down this Ogerpon. It's Critical hit twice into the Incineroar. You can see the damage that it's doing there, but Incineroar doing a great job to be able to remove this huge threat from Arash's side of the field, and Alex taking an early lead in this game.
Do you know what? There was so much effort that Arash put into that Ogerpon, but unfortunately, it really didn't get to dominate through it. It just went for 2 Ivy Cudgels into the opposing Incineroar, not really able to get any knockouts or get some big damage on the board. Arash has to reassess now.
Yeah, and one of the ways he can reassess is with his own Urshifu. The problem is with Alex going for that Terastallization into the Fire type, it's now weak. But we are seeing a Will-O-Wisp come out into that slot and burn the Urshifu. A huge turn here from Alex.
I love the nod of respect from Arash there, seeing that play and just being like, yeah, you've got me. That was a fantastic call by the Incineroar, being able to burn that opposing Urshifu and make it a little less formidable on the field.
Yeah, caught me mid-conversation there with the Will-O-Wisp firing out there and just talking about the type advantage that you have. Alex not in the best of positions because of that fire typing. The water typing going to do a lot of damage, but the burn is huge here. Now the Clefairy coming in, you've got to deal with that, of course. You've got to contend with those Follow Me's and the Friend God, but you're in a decent position here with that Rillaboom still intact in the back to bring onto the field and not really have to worry too much. Of course, you have to worry about the close combats, but if you are committing to close combats, then maybe gives your own Urshifu a little bit of room to close combat back in return to try and get some damage off onto the Urshifu if you can stall out the Follow Me from the Clefairy.
Exactly, and if I was Arash, I'd be more concerned about the Golden Go that's hiding in the back. It hasn't joined the field since the beginning of the game, but there doesn't seem to be a way on Arash's side to be able to go through it. The Urshifu was burned, the Clefairy has no attacking moves, and what can a Rillaboom realistically do to an opposing Golden Go? So it's a very interesting position that Arash is in at the moment, with Alex seeming to be firmly in the driving seat. Here does return the Golden Go, a double swap actually.
Yeah, we're going to see a Terastallization from Arash's side of the field, and it's likely going to be on to that Urshifu, which is the Water Terra type, boosting those Surging Strikes that it has access to alongside the Aqua Jet. And it has got the Ice Punch. It hasn't got close combat. We identified that at the start of the match, and the Surging Strikes is what this Urshifu is opting for into the Rillaboom, but because of that burn not picking up as much damage as what Arash would like to be seeing.
Yeah, even without the burn, it's a tall order for the Urshifu into an opposing Rillaboom, but that really is negligible damage for a move that does 3 critical hits. Clefairy once again going for the Sing and finding its mark into that opposing Rillaboom. This could be a little bit of breathing room for the Urshifu to try and get some more damage on the board, maybe switch things up and go for something like that Ice Punch in the next turn, but the burn's hard.
The burn is really hard, and the Sing hitting once again is huge for Arash because you're bringing the Rillaboom onto the field if you're Alex with that active Fake Out to potentially slow down the Urshifu this next turn, put the Clefairy in a really awkward position, and by doing that, you've got the opportunity to then go for a Nasty Plot, and then from then on out, you've got the pivot to the Incineroar, and you can really start to try and craft a win position with that Goldingo and pressure and remove that Clefairy pretty easily. But the Sing really putting a spanner in the works here for Alex. Got a lot to do as the helping hand comes out from this Clefairy.
Yeah, everything needs to be happening for this Urshifu right now. The Rillaboom is, of course, going to be taking a nap, not able to go for any of his priority moves here in this turn. As Urshifu goes for the Surging Strikes, it is Terra Water boosted, it is Helping Hand boosted, but there is also a burn, so it is underwhelming damage, but will do a significant chunk to the opposing Golden Go. Another Surging Strikes will be able to get the knockout afterwards, as long as Golden Go doesn't have anything to do too tricksy in this turn.
Yeah, and if we are going to see it return with a Shadow Ball here, not wanting to go for the Make It Rain just yet, just get some decent damage onto that Urshifu. But you saw how much the Surging Strikes did. The burn really helping it survive here. It does have the leftovers, it does have grassy terrain in effect, but the problem is with that Unseen Fist ability, you can't really protect in front of the Urshifu. You need your Rillaboom to wake up, you need that support, and you need to be able to remove the Urshifu before you feel like you can really move forward in this match with the Goldingo to close things out.
The question is whether the Urshifu needs the Helping Hand now in order to get that knockout on the opposing Golden Go. Clefairy's in an interesting spot where it cannot go for something like a Sing into the opposing Golden Go, thanks to its good as gold ability, not allowing status moves to have any effect. So Clefairy really can't do too much to Golden Go at this point. It could go for a Follow Me, however, try and draw in a Shadow Ball, but then if Golden Go goes for the Make It Rain, that's going to be a difficult spot for Clefairy, as well as, you know, wasting a turn when you could have gone for the Helping Hand, let's say.
Yeah, and I think if you don't go for the Follow Me, you risk taking a Grassy Glide if that Rillaboom does wake up, and that will really be a detriment to Arash at this point. So it's safer just to go for that Follow Me, and we are seeing that with the Surging Strike, like you say. Is it going to be enough to pick up the Goldingo? It's going to be very close. That's 1, 2 is going to be and it's going to be enough.
It was close though, and particularly with that burn, you never can fully calculate how debilitating it's going to be until you see it in action. But the Golden Go is out of there, and that definitely was a threat for Arash, you know, making sure that the Rillaboom isn't going to have to deal with it in a one-on-one basis, because it looks like the Golden Go was going to be able to run away with that. Another turn of sleep for the opposing Rillaboom here. Now, the issue is, how do you now deal with the Rillaboom? Unless Clefairy wants to keep putting it to sleep, I don't see, other than the Ice Punch, what the Urshifu can do.
Yeah, and because you are burnt as well, the Ice Punch, even Help and Hand boosted, isn't really going to be probably cutting it. I think if you stall out the grassy terrain, it probably will help you deal with the Rillaboom a little bit easier. But again, it's so easy for the Rillaboom at this stage to maybe just switch out to something in the back and then reposition, get it back on the field, activate that grassy terrain. And you're likely going to either wake up this turn, and if you don't wake up the next turn, you've got a guaranteed wake up the following turn after that, where you can then start launching off those Wood Hammers, Grassy Glides, supporting with the Fake Out, etc. And one Pokemon to really help support your Rillaboom, bringing it onto the field now, dropping an Intimidate, along with that active Fake Out, is the Incineroar.
And if we really analyze the way Arash has played this set, there's a Fake Out on the field, very likely to see the double protect come through on Arash's side, and I think that's what we can see him locking in here. Of course, Alex will be able to capitalize on that, and the thing is, you can then burn through another turn of sleep on that Rillaboom. So I understand why Arash is doing it, but as you can see, Alex going, I'm not even going to Fake Out, I'm going to kind of psych you out here and make an adjustment, bring my Fire Urshifu onto the field, and allow one turn of sleep to go through on my Rillaboom. So hopefully it's going to wake up soon.
Yeah, we are going to see the double protect here. Clefairy just not wanting to take any damage here, as it is joyfully going for another protect in front of these two threats. But the Rillaboom, like you say, does wake up, trying to get that U-turn off. So,
oh, it does.
Into the Urshifu. Here he's going to be able to get the Incineroar back onto the field and have that active Fake Out. This is a great play from Alex, positioning-wise, predicting that double protect.
Honestly, consistency can be key, but sometimes it can be the thing that puts you on the back foot. Alex reading so perfectly how Arash is playing that out. And look at this, another Intimidate down on the field. Fake Outs back in. I mean, Arash, what are you going to do? Double protect again? It's too risky.
It's too risky here, and you've got that Fake Out where you can go for it into the Clefairy, prevent that Follow Me for at least a turn. Or you can go for the Fake Out into the Urshifu, go for the Surging Strike into the Clefairy, try and get damage off there. But if you're confident that your Urshifu, if you're Alex, outspeeds Arash's, then you can go for the Fake Out in the Clefairy, stop that Follow Me, and then go for that close combat into the opposing Urshifu, potentially pick up a knockout and take one step closer to clinching this set and tying it up, take it into a game 3.
That was such a beautiful turn. The fact that the Rillaboom also woke up, could go for that self U-turn, and critically, Alex identifying that the one thing Arash doesn't want is Fake Out on the field, and he guaranteed that it would happen in the next turn. Clefairy able to bypass with priority that helping hand, but to no avail. The Fake Out went down into the Urshifu. There will be no damage coming out on Arash Ahmadi's side of the field. However, Alex Gomez is going to try with a Surging Strike into the opposing Urshifu, but it's not going to be able to get the KO this particular turn.
Not this turn, but you've got to say that the chip damage with the burn as well is going to stack up here. It's not going to be enough to pick up the knockout, and especially with the grassy terrain in effect here, really helping heal up that damage. It's a nice play there from Alex, where he's able to kind of capitalize on a situation, getting the Fake Out into the Urshifu there and going for the Surging Strike, just in case we do see a Follow Me there from the Clefairy, but opting to protect this turn. But now that Urshifu on Arash's side of the field, falling ever so closer to being susceptible, getting knocked out, and I think that's something that Arash has to worry about here. He does still have the Rillaboom in the back to potentially bring in and use that Clefairy while it's still active.
The temptation's got to be to go to Follow Me on the Clefairy and then go for Surging Strikes on the Urshifu, try and go into the Fire Urshifu on the opposing side. But that Rillaboom, as you said, Lee, is sneaky in the back. It could easily come through. So possibly you want to use Clefairy to go for a Sing into that slot. Maybe it'll hit into the Urshifu. It's been pretty accurate so far in this set. And even if, you know, there is the switch, then Rillaboom might be taking another nap in this set.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you would risk if you're Alex here, because the Sting's so low accuracy. We are seeing that Incineroar switch out for that Rillaboom. It is going to come back onto the field now, and it will have that Fake Out active after this turn. The grassy terrain set up once again.
But where did Arash go with the Surging Strikes? The Helping Hand is there. It's boosted. It's got same type attack bonus. It's got Terra Boost. But instead, the Aqua Jet on Alex's side, it's not enough, though. Tries to be able to get the knockout before Urshifu on Arash's side can move. But no, Arash will be able to go down into the opposing Urshifu and knock it out.
Even with that burn, going to be enough to 2-hit KO with that help and hand boost. And the Urshifu on Alex's side of the field going down this war of attrition between these Urshifus. Arash's has come out victorious here, and Aurora taking a step closer to closing this game out.
You've got to credit this little Clefairy, that friend guard ability coming in clutch, being able to enable its partner Urshifu to take that Aqua Jet. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to take too much more. However, that burn is ticking away. The HP is incredibly low on that Urshifu, and Alex still has that Incineroar. Now, Arash might want to go for the double protect, but can he even afford to with the burn?
I think he can do in this situation because with the grassy terrain being in effect, it's kind of cancelling out the burn. So
it goes first, right?
Yeah, it goes first, give you that bit of recovery. So you'll be in the same position going into the next turn. So you do double protect here, I think, in this situation. And then you've got an option to take down that Incineroar. And I think from there, you might be able to weave in and out with your own Rillaboom, the Clefairy support as well, to deal with that remaining Rillaboom. That's one way to look at it, at least. But we're going to see how things play out here, Lou.
Well, as usual, Arash going for the double protect here. Alex Gomez is down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon, so we cannot see any switching shenanigans here, although Rillaboom is trying to go for the U-turn just for the damage into that opposing Clefairy. No fake out from this Incineroar, of course. Instead went on to the offensive with that Flare Blitz. And you can really see Alex kind of going, this Clefairy is really causing me some trouble. It's caused me trouble all set. I want to get rid of it now, but it's going to stick around for at least one more turn.
Yeah, and one more turn is probably one turn too many for Alex here. It is going to be in the position where it just can't click that follow me this next turn. It's going to pull in any grass type attack from the Rillaboom, any fire type attack from this Incineroar, and it's likely both of them, they might be able to pick up the knockout onto it, but will that be enough for the Urshifu then in this situation to potentially get the knockout onto the Incineroar? Or could you see maybe even an Ice Punch onto that Rillaboom?
This is what I love, though, Clefairy being so useful as a supporting Pokemon, going for that follow me, bringing in the Grassy Glide, not taking too much damage from it, but most importantly, protecting the Urshifu so it can go for these Surging Strikes into the Incineroar. Doesn't matter that it's burnt, it's going to be more than enough to get the KO.
And that is a huge turn here from Arash, able to pick up the knockout onto this Incineroar. Massive here, leaving Alex with these lowly Rillaboom against the Rillaboom, the Urshifu, and the little Clefairy that could on Arash's side of the field.
Honestly, the redemption arc for Arash Omadi in this game too has been incredible. Alex Gomez was in such a strong position, but I think when that Golden Go went down, that's when things really started to unravel. The battle is cancelled. Arash Omadi is going to take this set.
This is an incredible win from Arash, and like you said, the whole theme of this whole game has been the Clefairy. How useful it was the star of the show. The follow me, the friend guard, the positioning, the protecting.
The singing.
The singing all the way through was incredible. And Arash taking the win, going 6-0 here in the European International Championships here in London and progressing on with another victory.
And faced with such adversity in that game too, it definitely looked a little bit tricky for Arash at one point, but it does just show the caliber of player he is. At the end of the day, he's a previous world champion, and you can see why. He constantly was looking for those win conditions, played perfectly with that Clefairy, and knew exactly when to go for those defensive and offensive plays. I have to credit, though, that one turn by Alex Gomez where he knew the double protect was happening and he ensured the fake out would still be on the field was just masterful.
Yeah, it was so good, and you could see him doing it earlier on in the match as well. Just didn't quite pay off, but like you can see here, once that Urshifu had terrestrialized on Arash's side of the field, even though the burn was, you know, the Will-O-Wisp play as well from Alex, we aren't mentioning that. It was so pivotal there, because if you hadn't got that, this match would have been over way before
it slowed the pace down massively.
Massively, put a lot of pressure on Arash, but like you say, even after that, playing it perfectly, Alex doing all the right things, a real war of attrition between two top trainers.
And this was a big moment too, you know, using that Urshifu that had been so good for Alex, particularly with that defensive Terra typing, I think was really, really nice. The issue is when you're coming down against a water type that's also going for the water Terra, that's where things get a little bit difficult for you. But in the face of Pokemon like the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom and even the Clefairy, that particular Urshifu was in a really prime position.
Yeah, you just want to, I think if you're Alex in this situation, you really wanted to say, like earlier on in the match, maybe take some advantage of the Golden Go, because if you can utilize that, make it rain in the 1 or 2 turns that it was out on the field, instead of maybe getting the nasty plot, because after that the Ogerpon came in, it was so pressured it had to leave the field, right? If you make it rain early on in that game, you get some utility out of it, you don't mind switching it out, but you kind of wasted a turn essentially. And there was another opportunity later on in the game where you think, could have maybe got a make a rain off there, but you can see the logic. You want to get that Shadow Ball off into the Urshifu to chip it down, but yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, credit to both players. What a spectacular event match for us to have here at this event.
I literally have no words. Like, you couldn't ask for a better caliber of play between these two amazing trainers. And Arash Ahmadi, I want to hear what he has to say following that intense set. So let's kick it over to Charlie for the winner's interview.
Trainers, what an absolutely masterful gig that was that Arash was showing us there on the stage. A singing Clefairy, Rillaboom providing the percussion, and the Ogerpon Half-Flame getting pumped by all of that music going on. And Arash, you must be feeling pumped right now.
Yeah, that was like a really good game against my friend Alex. And I don't feel super good about game 1, but game 2 was very competitive. So yeah, it was a good set. Like game 1, I was like way behind at some point because I misread the list. I thought he had a Scarf or Shifu.
Oh.
And like he CC'd me and it was funny. But then like I crit, but like I thought maybe there was some small roll to KO there, but yeah. And then game 2 was competitive with the Clefairy and everything. Like game 2, he didn't bring the ball. Let's talk about that later.
Yeah, your Clefairy was so accurate, singing into the right slot, able to put those Pokemon to sleep. And you were really able to solo that game with the team that you had. But that second game, as you were saying, that was a longer, more stamina-based game. So how are you feeling in that game too?
Yeah, like game 2, he adjusted really well because like Clefairy like nullifies what both would be able to do. So he had adapted and brought a different plan, which was really good. But yeah, game 2 was a lot of repositioning and it almost went to timer. He got like super, in a super well spot with the Will-O-Wisp. Like I think I was really unsure because like if he didn't Will-O-Wisp, I would have been a great spot sending out your Shifu that turn. But yeah, he did. So it was super close from there. I needed to hit the Sing and Rillaboom not to wake up turn 1 too. So
yeah, I saw your nod when the Will-O-Wisp landed into your Urshifu. You were thinking, yeah, good play, Alex. Good play on that.
Yeah, and like when he switched out your Shifu, no, the in-scene and side U-turn, that was amazing too. Like
yes,
he played super well.
Yes, yeah, U-turning his own Pokemon in order to get it out. It was fantastic. But Arash, you're the one who came out on top. How has this team been doing so far? I mean, you've got an unbeaten record, but have the Sings been landing today?
I would say I landed about 50% of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's about right. I think
yeah,
that
it's
move
like
is
more
generally that accurate.
Clefairy is like good redirector, especially for the bolt thing I was talking about.
Yes.
So, and I've been playing this team at locals, so I'm used to it. So yeah, so far pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fingers crossed for you, Arash, heading into the rest of the day. How are you feeling heading into the next part of day 1?
I think I've been playing pretty well, but you know, there's a lot of super strong players here, and anything can happen. So we'll see.
Anything can happen, absolutely. Now, Arash, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur, there we go. That's 3 for Bulbasaur, 3 for Charmander. We've had no one say Squirtle yet.
Because it beats the first gym, so...
Right. Yeah, fair enough. That is a true competitive player answer there. Beats the first gym, go for Bulbasaur. So does Squirtle, not so much the second gym in Kanto. Any shout-outs you want to give, Arash?
I wanna shout out my friend Marco because like we've been talking like over the last year, 2 years, like all the time about the metagame and like theorizing stuff. So I want to make this shout out to him because if I'm able to play this well, it's also thanks to him. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much, Marco, for your help to Arash there.
Marco Fiero, he's also playing the tournament. So
yes,
I hope he's doing well.
Fingers crossed for you too there, Marco. Well then, trainers, Clefairy was left on this field going for Sing, leaving Arash's team to be able to do its thing.
Great interview there, Charlie, and great to get some insights from such a phenomenal player in Arash, and a great choice of fair start Pokemon as well in Bulbasaur.
See, I was Team Charmander. I was having this conversation with Costa earlier. I was definitely the Fire-type gym leader, let's say.
I was Bulbasaur. There's Bulba. Bulba.
I mean, they were just such great first partner Pokemon, right?
Yeah, they're brilliant.
The iconic trio.
They are. Did you see Costa's impersonation of a Venusaur earlier?
No, how did I miss this?
I'll have to go back and watch that.
I think we all should. That's something to do after the broadcast, I think. Scroll back through the feed.
Clip that. Hashtag it, play Pokemon. Send it our way.
We do many impressions back here, mostly of Gastrodons, and I have heard that a Gastrodon is currently 5-1. Flavio Del Pidio has only had the one stream game as his loss, and Gastrodon is still running supreme here and on track to make it through to day 2. Fingers crossed, so who knows?
It's incredible, especially with the Pheasantipede as well, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too much of in this format, and just an incredibly versatile Pokemon. But talking about potentially niche picks, we can have a look at our caster predictions. How do you think we're getting on?
I want to do a little deeper dive on yours, actually, because that Tyranitar, I know it's one of your favorite Pokemon.
Yes.
So, and I picked the Gastrodon, so you had to go with the Nuller one, I suppose, but we actually did see it on a team today.
Yeah, Len doing us proud, the Tyranitar clan. So, yeah, and Len going to carry us all the way through. So, rooting for Len, because he has got that Tyranitar. The Excadrill there, I do think it's a really good option into this format. You know, I think where we kind of came into this format thinking Weather Wars could be a thing. If you position Excadrill well, I mean, you might have to go crazy, maybe go Terra Ice on it or something crazy like that. But with that
rogue.
Yeah, I mean, really rogue. But, you know, there are options for it. And I think with that Sand Rush ability doubling its speed, it's seamless speed control as well, which I always really like, where you're able just to make a switch, pivot out, get speed control in your favor, take advantage of things from that side of the field. And the steel and ground typing is really nice as well. King Gambit, we talked about with Sierra a little bit earlier on, matching her pick. And the Volcarona as well, something else that I really do think could do well this weekend. I think with the ability to not only Quiver Dance, set itself up, the Flame Body ability, really good, especially after terrestrializing, depending on what you're facing. And just generally a very strong Pokemon.
That's the thing. The King Gambit, I was really expecting to see a lot more of, if I'm honest. Like, I thought they were really solid choices by you and Sierra for this Pokemon with potential segment, because it has had a lot of consistency, and there are a lot of trainers who are just like, I believe in King Gambit.
Yeah.
You know, it's carried me so far. I'm not going to give up on it now. I'm bringing it to EUIC, and I just haven't seen it really come to fruition on the broadcast yet. Again, I kind of want to talk a little bit generally about these future Pokemon. Pokemon like the Iron Crown, for example. These Pokemon I haven't seen a lot of either. It really tends to be the kind of past Pokemon that are really the ones coming to the forefront. And I think a lot of the time it's because maybe the weather is able to be utilized a little bit stronger, because you do have some more natural sun setters than, you know, electric terrain setters, let's say.
Yeah, I think that could be a big part of it. I think where the photosynthesis is an easier ability to activate, right? Where you can kind of use a booster energy to activate it by yourself, but you've also got the ability to kind of punish sun teams if your team isn't a sun team and take advantage of it that way. Whereas if you go into the electric train, how often do we see electric train? I mean, Pincurchin, I don't know if I've ever seen one in...
I've seen people try them, I'm going to be honest, but I haven't seen them try them to success. I think we missed the days of Tapu Koko, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be amazing. And, you know, other things that get it in Scarlet and Violet that might be on the horizon as well. But I do like the pick there with Iron Crown on your side, on your picks, because I do really feel like it's very potent when you get it set up next to that Indeedee, and it's very scary. The Tachyon Cutter move, double hitting, steel type attack is very scary, especially when you're putting something like a booster energy on that, and then you've got the expanding force as well. It's like, oh, if you're not prepared for that, I mean, it really just cuts through things on your side of the field.
That's what the damage is really at. The expanding force being able to hit both targets in Psychic Terrain, as well as getting the natural boost you get from Psychic Terrain, and the same type attack bonus. And, you know, if you want to throw in something like a Psychic Terror as well, there's really very little other than, you know, a Dark type Pokemon that's going to be able to stop the big damage that can come through from an Iron Crown. But it really does come down to ball position. And I think one thing I'm really seeing from a lot of the Pokemon so far today is this very kind of hyper-offensive but fast utility that's coming through, and possibly getting the right ball position set up for a Psy Spam team does take maybe that extra turn or that extra slow pace that will enable you to be KO'd before you're able to get the knockout yourself.
Yeah, it probably is exactly what you're saying, just that step too far in this kind of fast-paced offensive format, which is quite strange to say, because I think one of the things you can really look at recently is the Global Challenge. And a lot of teams up in that higher upper echelon of results, there's a lot of Psychic spam teams in there. There's a lot of Iron Crown in there, Indeedee, Hatterene even popping up
I
in a few of
missed
those
that
teams.
Pokemon. Oh, it was great.
And having a lot of success, you think, wow, well, if you do well in that best of one format, you're comfortable with it, could it translate into this sort of thing? I mean, we're still early on in the tournament, so we've got plenty of time to maybe see those Pokemon pop up. But like you say, you would expect to see maybe a couple of them by now.
That's the thing, the global challenge is so different. Best of one, closed team sheets. It's a very different dynamic to the teams we see here. But fingers crossed, we might have a few more coming up for you. One of the other really cool things at the venue, though, is the prize wall. There's lots of really cool goodies there, and I believe Charlie's checking it out. So let's go see what he's found.
Hey trainers, Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined at the prize wall with Mishka here at EUIC. Now, we all know the competitors are competing for prizes at the tournament, but so are the spectators, Mishka.
Yeah, welcome on the prize wall. As you can see, we have many nice things which you can get by playing the side events. Side events are very fun thing. You can have a side event for Pokemon Go, for Pokemon Unite as well. The other judges find out very interesting way how to play these events. And yeah, it's so much fun. And then you get the tickets, which you can exchange for the prizes here.
Very well put indeed, and it's something that I've enjoyed at previous events as well. I don't know if you remember, Mishka, but last year at EUIC, I exchanged my tickets. You handed me a silver Squirtle.
Oh yes, the Celebration Squirtle, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it was a special edition for 25 years of the Pokemon. You have the silver plushies, and you get the Squirtle one. Yeah, that was
I did.
Fun.
Squirtle is my choice. Squirtle is the starter that I went for. And, I mean, just look at all of the goods that we have on display here. Just anything for any Pokemon fan, no matter your area of expertise. And this is running throughout the event, isn't it?
Yes, you can play, I mean, if you're a competitor, you can play side events later on if you like. And, yeah, we have many plushies. Have you seen the Squirtles?
Oh, show me the Squirtles. Yeah.
Look at him. Like, or...
There he is, my boy.
You have the small one, you have the big one as well. We have many, even the Bulbasaur, the biggest size of the Bulbasaur.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Look at this.
He's here for a good time.
So yeah, and of course you can get boosters as well, and many like really collectible stuff, which comes for the Pokemon cards as well. And we have a mystery box, which is fun to play as well. So if you like surprise, and you just want to be like, you don't know how to spend your tickets, you just want to be surprised, and you want a pack, you do the mystery box, which is very fun. So, yeah.
So there you go, let fate decide what prize you're going to get at the prize wall. Thank you so much for talking to me, Mishka.
You're very welcome. Come to the prize wall, see us.
We'll be getting back to the action very shortly, trainers. Just one of the fantastic things you can do if you attend an event like this.
Welcome to today's Pokemon Spotlight, where we're roaring into the scene with Incineroar. I'm Lou Josh Cromie and a big Incineroar fan.
And I'm Jamie Boyd, who isn't quite convinced about the heal Pokemon just yet, which is why Lou and I are going to discuss its strengths and weaknesses with you today. The Fire Dark type from Alola first pounced onto the competitive scene when it unlocked its hidden ability, Intimidate, and has been a popular team building choice ever since, peaking at around 4/5 usage at the height of its glory. But the question is it still viable in the 2024 season?
Many trainers, like me, still fully support the credibility of Incineroar. Having the Intimidate ability, and thus able to lower the physical attack stat of physical attackers like Chienpao, Ogerpon or Rillaboom, gives Incineroar an advantage as soon as it switches into battle.
It might be a solid ability, but with greater use this season of Pokemon like Dragonite and Entei, with the Inner Focus ability running around, and the prevalence of the new Clear Amulet items on teams, it's not as easy as it used to be to drop those attack stats. You really need to study those team sheets to ensure Incineroar isn't going to waste an Intimidate on Pokemon it won't affect.
True, but that isn't the only trick Incineroar has tucked into its paws. It has great move utility, such as the supporting move Fake Out. Fake Out is a priority move that allows you to flinch an opponent on your first turn on the field, allowing your partner Pokemon the opportunity to deal out some big damage or set up for later in the match.
Once again though, Fake Out is not unstoppable, as new items like Covert Cloak and abilities like the aforementioned Inner Focus stop Pokemon from being flinched, again preventing Incineroar from being able to shine. Additionally, a lot of Pokemon run Ghost Terror in order to prevent Fake Out from connecting at all, so you have to be careful.
It's not the only supporting move it gets though. You've got to admit that Parting Shot, Taunt, Snarl, Will-O-Wisp and the new addition of Helping Hand to Incineroar's move pool are all incredibly useful moves for this fiery feline to have. It helps to debuff opponents and control the pace of the battle.
That's a valid point. Incineroar's move pool is solid. Alternatively, if a supportive role isn't quite your playstyle, Incineroar also has good natural attacking capabilities, so you can utilize it as a more offensive pressure on the field. Moves such as Flare Blitz, Knockoff, and Close Combat provide some great coverage options. But then the issue is that Incineroar can only run 4 moves, so deciding which moves you want to lock in for the tournament is a difficult decision.
Let's not forget Incineroar's very interesting typing that helps support it in competitive play. The Fire Water Grass core has always helped enable consistency in team building, and Incineroar can use its fire typing to be a part of this reliable core and allow it to pressure grass types like Rillaboom or defensive grass terrors. Additionally, its dark typing can prevent expanding force users from overwhelming your team, while also keeping pesky ghost Pokemon like Fluttermane or Golden Go in check.
Well, it might be able to counter Fluttermane's Ghost typing, but it's still going to take neutral damage from its Fairy type attacks. Pure Fire type Pokemon like Entei, or even Incineroar's pre-evolution Torracat, are able to resist these attacks with greater effect. Furthermore, Incineroar's Water, Fighting, and Ground type weaknesses can be a challenge to navigate around, especially with Pokemon like Rapid Strike Urshifu or Landorus popping up a lot. You're forced to pivot Incineroar in and out of the battlefield to protect it consistently.
That's why Parting Shot, defensive Terra types like Grass, Water, or Ghost, or even useful items like Assault Vest or Citrus Berry can give Incineroar more longevity and protection throughout the set. There are plenty of tools at your disposal as a trainer to help you support Incineroar cover its weaknesses and be a dependable ally in battle.
After all that discussion, it does seem like Incineroar still has potential in the 2024 meta, but it may not be the top cat like it used to be. That wraps up our Pokemon Spotlight on Incineroar. Remember trainers, every Pokemon has its strengths and weaknesses, but it's how you use them that truly makes the difference in competitive play.
Absolutely. Don't forget to try Incineroar out at your next event and see how awesome it can really be.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は、想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロワレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Honestly, the action just keeps going here at the EUIC event. Honestly, the broadcast has been phenomenal. The players have been the top tier caliber, and the Pokemon have been engaging too. There are still a few more rounds to go, and I guarantee we have some interesting games for you to see.
Oh, 100%. And at this point, too, the games have been so much fun, but it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty, because, of course, we're at the win-it-in stage of our competition.
I love it.
So this is where this is our first batch of players that are going to make their way into day 2, of course. We have 6-0s trying to compete for that 7-0 record. And getting undefeated day 1 is great, but that day 2 is that first hurdle.
That's the thing. You want to be able to get into day 2 to be able to try and compete in order to go all the way into the top cut, and then who knows, Championship Sunday. And once you lock in that 7-0, you're guaranteed. But then I sometimes wonder, do you take the pressure off at that point, or do you want to try and go the 9-0 in and give yourself that advantage tomorrow?
If you can just get it over and done with now, you might as well, because honestly, day 2s could be absolutely brutal. Stories of heartbreaks of, I lost the first round, hey, we go from everyone in that day 2 to down to a top 8 cut. So that is a tough one. So just win out now. Just win 9 rounds. It's easy. Win rounds of Pokemon.
And the standings are pretty close as well. We have some incredible players with some phenomenal records. Let's check out the 6-0s first and all. Some very familiar names here. Brendan Zhang, Oliver Eskelin, as well as Arash Omadi, who we've just been able to feature in an amazing victory.
Yeah, there's some fantastic players that have come out to compete. And they've definitely not just came out here, but they have showed up in the biggest of ways. 15 people that undefeated 6-0 record, 1 match away from clearing up the match. Fantastic. And even sitting at a 5-1, sure, you have to be winning 2 more, but you're so close. You can kind of taste it.
One trainer who is at 5-1 is that Flavio Del Pidio with the Gastrodon that we showed earlier. You know, still doing really, really well. But some other amazing 6-0 players, Joshua Lorsi, Victor Medina, a player who I know a lot of trainers over in Europe are rooting for, as well as Maurice Uteg from Germany. So much still to play for. The competition isn't over yet. There are still 3 more Swiss rounds for our players to battle it out through in just day 1 of competition.
I know you're biased and you're going to call out that the Gastrodon
yes,
is
I will.
But I feel like for those watching, you got to talk about the Pheasantipity.
Okay, fair. It also has a Pheasantipity that's very cool. Like, you can talk about the Pheasantipity. I've got the Gastrodon covered. How about that?
All right, we got it. That's why we're the perfect team.
Yeah.
But the fact that we have some really, really strong players, but some really interesting teams as well, I think that just makes it so much more fun. Notable matches going into our round 7. We're going to be featuring Joshua Lorsi going up against Victor Medina, but it was a lot of really stiff competition of which would be the broadcasted match. Brendan versus Oliver, also such a banger.
Honestly, amazing matches at the 6-0. Luca versus Maurice, as well as Megan versus Michael Kelch, our runner-up from the previous World Championships. But honestly, as soon as we saw this pairing, Joshua Lorsi and Victor Medina, I was hoping that it was going to be able to come forward. Victor Medina is a trainer who I'm kind of picking to take it all. He actually finished top 4 at both last year's EUIC and NAIC. So could it be 3rd time's the charm? You know, getting all the way into top 4 and then going even further? Who knows? One formidable opponent, though, that he's got to get through is Joshua Lorsi.
What's really funny about these 2 trainers is that they finished 5th and 6th respectively at LAIC. Joshua Lorsi in that 5th place spot, Victor Medina in that 6th place.
Wow.
So both of them really being able to prove that they can go that distance in really recent times of Pokemon. And of course, trying to push on a little bit further, I think it's fantastic. Lorsi as well from the NA scene has been pushing through quite a lot of these events and has been putting in the work. So to see it pay off to get these sort of results at huge competitions, the largest competition we've had to date, I'm not necessarily surprised.
I remember seeing Joshua Lorsi right back at the very first European International Championships in 2017 as well. So it's great to see this consistency from such an established trainer, as well as the teams. Like, Sierra, we got to talk about these. On Victor Medina's side, a lot of familiar faces that I'm sure we will dive deeper into. But I want to talk first of all about Joshua Lorsi's, because Iron Hands. This was a Pokemon that was good in previous regulations. Marco Silva did win LAIC with this Pokemon, but since then it has disappeared off the face of the earth. And guess what? It's back.
There's definitely a couple of rogue Iron Hands running around, but it has definitely not been that force that it was before. Most notably, got to see it get 2nd place at that Charlotte Regional Championships, piloted by Nicholas Donnelly. Looking at this Iron Hands, of course, we've gone away from the times of that Assault Vest instead of the Clear Amulet. This one's a little bit more on the offensive end, but as well, still having that fake out pressure gives you a little bit more wiggle room, especially when you could be trying to go and, hey, have this powerful Blood Moon Ursaluna just take numbers and names. This is a Pokemon that can be a little bit tricky to get in the right situation, but when it is, it can thrive.
And this Iron Hands really does seem to be the perfect Incineroar counter. It also has that Fire Terra type to be able to give it defensive capabilities, as well as the Clear Amulet, stopping it from taking those Intimidates and being able to hit back with a hard close combat to try and get the knockout onto Incineroar.
Not Team 2, piloted by Lorsi, we have the speed and we have the slowdown, Trick Room as well as the Tailwind. So 2 different option modes to be going up against this team coming out from Victor, as well notably that Farigiraf with the Armor Tail to stop the priority. And there definitely is priority over on this end. A couple of the reasons why we haven't necessarily seen the most Tailwind, Raging Bolt, Chin Pow, Rillaboom, even their Shifu Rapid Strike with the Aqua Jet, so much priority shut off by that one single Giraffe.
I think that's a great observation. Priority has definitely been a key to trainers trying to establish a little bit of that speed control without having to go for certain moves. And the Farigiraf is the perfect option to be able to come in. Doesn't have to be necessarily on a Trick Room team, although Joshua Lorsi does have the capability to utilize that with Pokemon like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it just is such a threat that as the priority trainer, you cannot safely click those buttons.
The one thing about it, though, is it's a Pokemon that feels like it always wants to do a little bit more. And one of those things is maybe have a little bit better bulk to be kind of surviving. And Victor definitely has a lot of really powerful Pokemon over on his end of the field here. And if there is going to be a situation where Joshua is going for the speed end of things, Urshifu Rapid Strike does have the Choice Scarf to try and not quite match, but at least try and live up to a little bit of that potential there. So there is a lot of Pokemon that can be hitting really, really powerfully over on Joshua's end. So that is also something to be wary of, because if you bring this Farigiraf out to stop that priority, well, it can just be felled by some normal attacks, and then you kind of lose that piece for the rest of the game.
Very true, and I want to talk about the Urshifus as well, because we have seen a lot of Urshifu Rapid Strike, but actually Joshua Lawson is running that single strike variant as well, the very classic composition of, you know, Wicked Blow, Close Combat, Sucker Punch, and Detect with that Focus Sash. And it's interesting to see this Pokemon coming through in dominance. Something like a Wicked Blow can be incredibly devastating into a full range of Pokemon on Victor's side.
Especially, too, what's nice about the Wicked Blow is that the Urshifu single strike, there's a lot of Pokemon that you can just hit neutrally well with that Wicked Blow, as opposed to the Urshifu Rapid Strike, where Water Terrestrialization as a defensive type to be taking those hit better is quite popular. As well, of course, well, you're not going to get walled by a Wellspring Ogerpon. There's no Wellspring Ogerpons here. We just have the Heartflame Ogerpon over on Lurcy's end, so you don't necessarily have to worry about that going on in this matchup, but definitely a reason for that type of team building.
And the fact that Lawsy has the fast and the slow mode, I'm interested to see which one he's going for. Iron Hands and Farigiraf on the field. This normally smells like Trick Room to me, whereas on Victor Medina's side, it is that Raging Bolt and Landorus.
And at this point, too, you can't be pressuring over on the other end of the field here. The Raging Bolt, this is going to be the Calm Mind leftover set that you can be going for a Calm Mind and setting up for. So if we do see a little bit more of a passive turn, we can be looking for that setup. Of course, then you do have to worry about that Raging Bolt, maybe even just taking some powerful hits from the Iron Hand. Since it is a clear amulet, you are building for offense. It is something that can do a lot of damage in a Trick Room situation. The Fake Out to stop the Landorus from firing off an attack, but there's the setup.
Absolutely love this play. Victor Medina capitalizing on the fact that he doesn't really have a way to stop the Trick Room from going up, so instead going to make sure there's some defensive capabilities in its face by going for that Calm Mind. Trick Room has indeed been launched by Joshua Lawsy, and those turns will start ticking away. If you're Victor Medina, you want to find a way to either get some KOs in this time, but also burn through the Trick Room turns to get that speed advantage at the end.
The one thing about the Iron Hands, especially for a more offensive set, is it actually has some really nice coverage moves going on forwards. And you, with the Raging Bolt staring down the Farigiraf on the other end, you don't want something like a Dazzling Gleam to be coming out and dealing some damage here. It's going to be Terrestrialization at this point. That is going to be into the Fairy type. Notably, though, you are still weak to something that the Iron Hands can be throwing out into it, though it won't be doing that significant damage considering the weight of the Pokemon. Landorus on this turn, just the Protect.
Yes, Victor stalling through these turns, trying to keep that Landorus a little bit safer. The Close Combat was actually the move of choice into that Protect, so no damage from this Iron Hands on this occasion as the Farigiraf is able to go for that Psychic. Fantastic defensive play by Victor going for that Protect. Now what is this Raging Bolt going to do? It's the Dragon Pulse is the choice.
+1 special attack firing off in the Farigiraf that will bring it down to about 3rd health, so you can get the Citrus Berry recovery there. It'll be close whether it does survive past that one next turn, though. Great opportunity for Victor not to be taking any damage on his end of the field there, but you still have to be really, really careful. There's going to be a couple of things that won't really appreciate the swap-in given, and the Landorus, it's such a powerful Pokemon, it feels bad to give it up for free.
Exactly, and Landorus is such a threat. You can understand why Joshua was trying to, you know, double into it, remove it from the field. But you also, if you're Joshua, want to make sure that you've got Pokemon on that can deal big damage out. So the Close Combat coming through, kind of underwhelming, and you are going to get the defense drop here on both defense and special defense for your troubles. That will leave you a little bit more vulnerable to a follow-up from Victor's side. The Psychic comes through, is enough to be able to get the knockout, though. So Farigiraf getting a KO.
So one powerhouse Pokemon is going to be taken care of in this. Raging Bolt, Dragon Pulse, and the Farigiraf again. Won't even find out if it was going to be close. Critical hit will seal the deal. Trading 1-for-1 Pokemon over on this turn.
This is where things get interesting, though, because as the Trick Room trainer, you can now bring in one of your sweepers, and Blood Moon Ursaluna is fantastic at this. However, it is a special attacker, and that Calm Mind on the opposing side, on Raging Bolt's side, is going to help Victor out from withstanding these attacks.
And with Frigoroth gone as well, bringing in the Incineroar, you do have access to your priority moves. You do have access to your Fake Out once again. So there is something that can be stopped on this turn of Trick Room. And with no capability and no way of setting that back up, you are limited for time for how often that Dimensions and that speed is going to be in your favor. You are also at that -1 defense and -1 special defense too. So the Iron Hands at any point doesn't really feel the safest.
We have previously seen Iron Hands go for something like a Volt Switch, but that's not something Joshua has the utility for. So if you want to get the Iron Hands off the field, it either has to be KO'd or has to be a hard switch, and that might be too much risk. You want to use these Trick Room turns in order to get damage on the board. So if I was Joshua, I would keep this Iron Hands in play, try and go for something like a ferocious close combat into that opposing Incineroar, because that's not something it can ignore.
Fake Out, that'll be into the Blood Moon Ursaluna to make sure no damage done from that turn. Close combat fired back into it, not even picking up the KO, bringing it down to just a sliver of health. Now -2 defense and special defense. Raging Bolt still gets an action here. Dragon Balls fired off into it. Iron Hands just barely surviving as well.
These clutch survivals on both Iron Hands and Incineroar in this turn, really bringing up the adrenaline of the match. Iron Hands now in a position, thanks to the Trick Room, where it can try and either finish off the Incineroar or try and get some physical damage onto this opposing Raging Bolt. Incineroar, however, in a very precarious spot.
Both of the Pokemon, both of the survivals here, you will have one more turn to be acting with that Iron Hands now with that survival, which is absolutely clutch here. And you still have a little bit of time to be making use of this Ursaluna. And you need to make sure you can do it fast. You can protect on this turn. You also on Victor's end can just be targeting down that slot. So hopefully you can find that mileage with that Iron Hands, but protect from the Raging Bolt as well.
I like the Raging Bolt, though, staying on the field and preserving it well. So going for the Protect is a really nice play. The Wild Charge was indeed targeting down that slot, so a great call by Victor, just making sure to keep this Calm Mind boosted Pokemon on the field. The Flare Blitz also going into the Protect, so a very null and void turn. Both trainers, you know, playing defensively as Trick Room ends.
And then now it's going to be speed, more so in Victor's favor, considering the slower Pokemon over on Lurcy's end of the field here. And the Raging Bolt is still sitting at full health here. And it still has this +1 special attack and special defense boost. So it is something that can be putting off that pressure. And at this point, we still haven't seen idle Pokemon. We won't this time either. Dragon Pulse, that'll be more than enough to take care of that last final 3 HP.
I also like the fact that now Trick Room's over. You don't even have to worry about going for a Thunderclap. You can just go for these Dragon Pulses and get some really good damage out on the board. Just making sure to get those KOs. Ursaluna is able to retaliate and get the knockout on the Incineroar, however.
And at this point now, you only did a little bit of damage to that Raging Bolt with that Hyper Voice, considering the spread damage attack and that special defense boost that it already had here. But finally, this Iron Hand's going down. There is another threat in the back. It'll be the Heartflame Ogerpon over for Lurcy, but it will have to match up against this Rapid Striker Shifu over on Victor's end.
Both trainers down to their last 2 remaining Pokemon, so there can be no switchability on the field. Ogerpon, with the offensive pressure it can give out physically, can be a really good counter to this opposing Raging Bolt. However, Urshifu, being that offensive pressure, very, very speedy with the Choice Scarf, can hit hard with those surging strikes. It's not something that Joshua wants to take necessarily on either Pokemon. The Ogerpon as well, I don't know if it has enough in the tank to be able to get a one-hit KO. Well, it won't be one. It's taking a little bit of damage on Raging Bolt, but be able to get the knockout here. Maybe Ursaluna has to invest into that terrestrialization, even though it's specially defensively boosted up on Raging Bolt's side. It might give it that extra bit of damage to enable Ogerpon to get the knockout.
This feels so bad, especially if you're having to use something that could be dealing damage in this situation that's not able to then maybe have to go for that follow me instead. So the Ursaluna can be taking the brute force of that because, hey, Victor, there's a lot of power still on that end. Terrestrialization coming out now here, trying to make the most of the damage coming out with this Terra Normal Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And if you're the Urshifu on Victor's side, what do you lock into here? Because it must be tempting to go for the close combat into that Ursaluna, but then you're going to be dropping your stats the whole time. You probably want to go for that Surging Strikes, but no offensive moves coming out from Ogerpon. Instead, the Follow Me, drawing in that close combat. So it doesn't get the knockout, but now Joshua knows that the opposing Urshifu is going to be vulnerable to extra damage.
That Ogerpon still just surviving. It won't survive that double up though. Dragon Pulse coming out, and it's now just this sole Blood Moon Ursaluna. Of course, you're going to get more damage coming out with this Blood Moon, but having to take down these Pokemon one at a time. Targeted into this Raging Bolt will be enough to be taking down the KO. 1 Pokemon apiece for these trainers.
Calm Mind is nothing in the face of that Terra-boosted Blood Moon. Such formidable damage cannot be used twice in a row for very good reason. Now the question is, the close combat on the Urshifu, it's Choice Scarf locked. Surely that's going to be enough to get the KO on Ursaluna.
Yeah, at this point too, the super effective hit. I mean, we talk about the amount of damage that Urshifu can do for a reason, right? So, hey, if we just have the craziest Ursaluna out there imaginable, then you know what, I'll eat my words on that one. But all things considered, think that this Ursaluna there's no shot here.
We have seen some, you know, clutch 1-2 HP survivals, but as you can see, it's looking a little bit difficult for Ursaluna. It can go for something like the Hyper Voice, but to be able to hang on after you've taken already a significant amount of damage against something like close combat is just too high to climb. But let's have a look. Close combat comes in, and nobody's surprised there's a knockout.
I don't have to eat my hat this time around. Ursaluna is gonna go down, and with that, Victor to take this first match here in our round at 7. Great match, great play too, even just taking advantage of like, hey, I can't stop the Trick Room. Right away, I'm gonna get set up with this Raging Bolt, and it did a lot in that match.
I agree, and I like the way that Lawsy was able to get that Trick Room set up nice and early, had good Pokemon in the back to be able to sweep through Trick Room, but then also the speedier Ogerpon maybe for when Trick Room was over. However, I think the one thing that Victor did really well was protect the Pokemon wisely, going for the protects on the Landorus and the Raging Bolt, for example, at opportune times when Lawsy maybe doubled up into that slot, just burnt through those Trick Room times, which meant that Lawsy couldn't capitalize on them.
And at this point too, even when Victor did let the Landorus go down, it was after it had protected one turn and had essentially soaked up a double up into that. Then the second time it went down, well, that's one turn of Trick Room that has essentially been wasted at this point. Not essentially, it was wasted. And then you didn't need it to be winning that match. Look at that. The boy who lived, that Incineroar just holding on a sliver of health there. And hails that you can't pick up like that. Devastating. Sure, the Iron Hands following that same thing, but the Iron Hands was dealt with once the Trick Room had ended.
Honestly, I'm just gone. This was such an incredible match. So many clutch survivals there. And although Blood Moon Ursaluna, I believe that was one of our Costa prediction choices as well. I want to say it was Costa had it on there. It did a good job. The Blood Moon was very powerful into this Raging Bolt, and I was surprised that even with the Calm Mind, it went down. It just wasn't enough to go against that Urshifu. And I think when you think of the Battle of the Urshifus, you can see why this Water Terra Urshifu, particularly with the choice Scarf, is so dominant right now.
Yeah, so now I'm looking at where there can be adjustments going on into this next one, because we got to see already that Victor did a really good job of playing around that Trick Room. Lawsy does have 2 different modes to his team. He does also have a faster mode to his team with this Tailwind to just kind of outspeed in that sort of way. It does feel a little bit bad in terms of the fact that maybe you're not wanting to bring the Farigiraf to that. There can be priority, but we got to see that the Farigiraf, all it really got to do was set up the Trick Room. It hit an attack into this Landorus that needed to be a double up anyways. And then, well, it got KO'd and priority was unlocked anyways. We got the Fako coming up from Victor, and it was kind of a little bit of a spiral from there.
I agree. The Psychic going down into that opposing Landorus was very unfortunate at the beginning of the game. Yes, Farigiraf was able to go through and try and get that knockout later, but as you said, it kind of was underwhelming despite that. Even if it had gone for something like a Helping Hand and then Lawsy had called correctly the right target with that Iron Hands, it might have been able to play a little bit more of a role and provide more synergy. But I think if Lawsy wants to go for that Trick Room mode again, obviously you have to bring the Farigiraf, but maybe find a way to get one of those sweepers like the Blood Moon Ursaluna onto the field more effectively.
It's even a case, too, that even looking at Ursi's team, I feel like it's really easy to get caught up in, hey, well, the Trick Room didn't go right. But there is even just like that Protect that made things go awry. So either viable, we will see the faster option this time around. Leading to this game, too, it will be the Tornadus and the Ursaluna side by side.
This is definitely a shake-up for the books. Lawsy bringing in the Tornadus that isn't known for Trick Room, but instead known for Tailwind, trying to boost up the speed very quickly and effectively on Lawsy's side, maybe allowing that Ursaluna to get some damage on the board before Raging Bolt can go for a Calm Mind.
Where this is tough, though, with the Urshifu being led over on Victor's end of the field, this threatens into the Ursaluna so much. So basically, you can get the speed on your end, but the damage capability coming out from the Ursaluna and the fact that you have an offensive Terra as opposed to a defensive one makes things a little bit tough. And if you're just having your Ursaluna just get KO'd and the Raging Bolt starts getting set up, well, then it's also going to be a really, really tough situation here. So being able to see the swap coming out to potentially soak up a close combat could be a fantastic switch.
You have to know when to protect your Pokemon, and this is a fantastic adjustment here. The Taunt coming through, actually, really love to see this. No Calm Mind can come through from Raging Bolt now, but the speed is still going to be in the corner of that opposing Urshifu. It was indeed locking in that close combat that's still with a critical hit, does huge damage to the Iron Hands, but critically the Ursaluna is safe in the back.
Yeah, that is not the damage sponge that you want at that point. The taunt did stop the Raging Bolt from having that setup, though. It'll also be stopping it from a Protect. So it will be a Pokemon that Victor has to be swapping out if he doesn't want it to be falling into a potentially type of fate going on into this turn. Though I don't think it necessarily seems to be too threatened by either of these Pokemon right now. You could just start trying to deal a little bit of damage over onto Lorcy's end.
And this is where we've seen Iron Hands be so good in previous formats. It's on the field now. It can go for something like the Fake Out, enable the Tornadoes to be able to try and get some damage out on the board, particularly against the Urshifu that still has that fighting type. If you want to go for something like the Bleakwind Storm, as long as it's able to connect, that will still deal significant damage.
Urshifu swapping out. -1 defense and special defense, absolutely no thank you. Incineroar coming in instead. This will also have the Fake Out pressure going in on that next turn. The clear Amulet onto the Iron Hands, no stat drop coming out from that Intimidate. Drastalization will be coming out here, though, quite early in this game number 2, and that'll be yet again the Raging Bolt.
Victor's not messing around here, wanting to make sure the Raging Bolt, even though it cannot go for the Calm Mind, that it has that defensive capability and can still apply pressure on the field. Becoming the Fairy type does give it a lot of nice coverage, particularly against the Iron Hands. The Fake Out going down into that slot means Raging Bolt will not be able to capitalize on its shiny new form, though.
It is going to be taking some damage from the Bleakwind Storm. A miss onto the Incineroar this time around. Now, Ictor is just going to be gaining a little bit of health back. Sure, you didn't necessarily get the boost that you wanted on the Raging Bolt, but you're not really taking the most damage anyways. We still haven't had Tailwind set up, so there could be the chance to just try and go for it now at this point. But at this point, it's like turn 3 and really not too much has happened.
I'd have to start worry about the Thunderclap coming through from Victor's Raging Bolt there into the Tornadoes if you want to go for another Bleakwind Storm per se. So possibly you're right, the Tailwind could be the safer play here, or you could try and utilize the opportunity to switch up the board position. The issue again is the Incineroars here for Victor can go for that Fake Out, can enable the Raging Bolt to just get some damage off on the board, but that Tailwind has finally come into play.
Be so risky to try and go for it when you could still be doing some damage. Close combat into Incineroar. Super effective hit. Would be more than great to get the KO this time around. A big piece of Victor's team gone. So that is a great way to start taking a little bit more momentum going on forward. Dragon Pulse now. The Iron Hand's already so low, and since this one doesn't have the Assault Vest, well, yet again, we're trading Pokemon.
Yes, and this gives both our trainers the opportunity to bring in one of those Pokemon from the back. Considering the Tailwind is now up on the field, this could be a nice opportunity for Lorcy to bring in something like maybe the Ogerpon in the back to be able to capitalize on this. Because as you mentioned before, the Choice Scarf on that Urshifu still does cause a few problems for the slower Pokemon on Lorcy's side, even in a Tailwind environment.
And the thing is you have to make sure the attackers that you have are doing the most in this situation. So the Heartflame Ogerpon coming out, not surprised at this point. It is still difficult when staring down this Raging Bolt, the damage output that you can be doing at this point, but at least you do have ways to be hitting into that Urshifu with something like a Wood Hammer. And since this Urshifu is Choice Scarf, it doesn't have a Detect.
Exactly. This is where things always get interesting for me when it comes to terrestrialization, because if you've got the Ogerpon on the field, you want it to start really trying to pack a punch and go through a lot of these opposing teams. Urshifu retreating here for Victor, wanting to keep it a little bit safer for later, maybe when when Tailwind is not on the field, and you can get that speed momentum once again. Tornadoes just shutting down this Raging Bolt, does not want any Calm Minds, not here today, making sure it cannot go for any of those setup moves, as Ogerpon just goes straight out for a Wood Hammer, catches the Landorus, does about 2/3 of damage.
There'll be a lot of damage done. Some recoil, though, and follow-up Dragon Pulse into it. Won't be enough for the KO, but Victor knowing that, hey, there is a potential of a taunt, or maybe even just wanting to start dealing some damage into this Ogerpon, just going on the offensive. Does mean that, again, there is still no Protect going out. You don't have to worry about a setup. But now from Joshua, you have to look at what options you want to be having here. I mean, it does have to be attacking time with the Tornadoes. You've already set the Tailwind and the Taunt. What else can you really do?
That's the thing. Tornadoes is sitting very pretty on the field, but it's not doing a lot of damage. I think living in fear of that opposing Thunderclap that can come through from Raging Bolt. And Raging Bolt shut down at the moment. It doesn't have a choice but to go on the offensive.
Yeah, it could be the Dragon Pulse to be safe, or saying that, hey, what else can Lorcy really do? Go for it. Instead, into the Ogerpon, but the survival, not very effective hit, and that is going to be a huge survival. Ivy Control followed up, hitting into the Raging Bolt, will bring it down low. Bleakwind Storm, that will be the double connect, enough to take care of the Landorus. The Raging Bolt so low.
Honestly, Tornadoes got away by the skin of its teeth there, able to go and get the knockout on the opposing Landorus with the Bleakwind Storm and dodging out of the way of a Thunderclap that was actually aimed for its partner. But even then, Lorcy's Ogerpon knew the stakes at play and was able to hang on.
And that is going to be such a key survival going on into this. Urshifu is going to be coming out into the field. And again, choice Scarf. You have to pick your move, and that is going to be the move you're stuck with for the rest of the match. Ogrepon, you do have to be worried about the fact that there is still that priority potential coming out from that Raging Bolt, but that is something that could also be aid around.
I love this play by Lorsy here. You can go for something like the Follow Me, draw in the potential Thunderclap that threatens your Tornadus so heavily, allowing the Tornadus to go for that Bleakwind Storm. It looks like it might be able to get the KO onto that opposing Raging Bolt, and at the same time, it's going to deal super effective damage to that opposing Urshifu. You know it can't terrestrialize. Raging Bolt's already done that. That would be some good damage as long as it can connect.
That's the biggest if. Aqua Jet from the Urshifu, that will be the connect here at that point to take that Ogrepon down. And now down to that Tornadus. Thunderclap, since one Pokemon was already taken care of, well, this one's going to be fired off. The Tornadus will survive. Super effective hit, and the Bleakwind Storm, well, it's missing, and it won't take care of that Raging Bolt. The Urshifu surviving as well.
Doesn't manage to sweep the Urshifu off the field either. It's still hanging on. I mean, what an interesting interaction with those priority moves as well. Even though there was the Follow Me, being able to KO it with that Aqua Jet enabled Raging Bolt to be able to still deal big damage, but it didn't get a knockout. Tornadus is still in the game. The issue, however, is the Ursaluna. What can it really do against both of these Pokemon, particularly when the speed is not on its side?
Well, the thing is we still have this opportunity, maybe go for it, unless Victor wants to be trying to take care of the Tornadus on this turn. But this Ursaluna does have full health, and it does have access to spread damage moves. And sure, these two Pokemon have survived, but they're not necessarily too healthy. And what was scaring down the Ursaluna before, which was so scary, was the close combat. We don't have access to that anymore, and we still have the Terrestrialization. So you can get out of that Water-type weakness and fire off this attack.
That's such a good point, actually. The Choice Scarf completely locking it into that Aqua Jet. It's a huge amount of pressure on Victor to have gone into that move because it cannot switch it up for that close combat. Once again, the Blood Moon Ursaluna in this end game going for its Terrestrialization. The Hyper Voice will be devastating to both these opposing Pokemon.
And that's the Blood Moon Ursaluna save for this Aqua Jet. It will be no speed, but unless this Raging Bolt can deal with this bear, we're getting so intense.
Oh, it gets it off.
But Calm Mind instead, trying to have some sort of ability, but with this move, this will connect both. Surely this KOs.
That's the thing, I think the Calm Mind has come too little too late. The taunts from that Tornadus have really helped out for this end game. Joshua Lorsy forcing into a game 3 here.
And really showing with different modes to the team the flexibility that it has and playing out of some really, really tricky situations as well. Of course, Victor having access to those priority moves was something you had to dance around the entire time. A super dangerous tango, but finding really good ways around that. And it was a really nice play from Victor to have that Aqua Jet into the Thunderclap. It was such a nice play, but the issue being you are now locked into that Aqua Jet that then loses you that end game when you are staring down a full health Blood Moon Ursaluna. So now we have to see in this game 3 where these trainers' minds are at. Because if you're Lorsy, well, the Tailwind mode won me the game. It wasn't a free match, though. And Victor now can play into that and has those kind of options. So I'd be really intrigued if he wants to kind of go back to try and catch Victor off guard or just straight commit.
For me, it was all about the Raging Bolt on Victor Medina's side. The fact that it was denied that Calm Mind, met that Thunderclap right at the end that finally was able to connect on the Tornadus wasn't enough to get the KO. I think with possibly a boost on it, it might have been able to try and do something. But unfortunately, not being able to get that defensive capability up meant that the Hyper Voice towards the end was also able to easily secure the knockout. This was big damage as well. In game 1, we saw the Incineroar just hang on, but then I think the follow-up here just enabled that one precious piece on Victor Medina's team to fall very early on.
Yeah, and whether Lorsy knew that was supposed to be a roll or that he just got unlucky in that game 1, or not, being able to get the KO is so huge. Big survivals coming out too. I mean, that Ogrepon being able to take that hit to fire off, start dealing with the Raging Bolt. When you look at how much was returned, maybe it doesn't seem so significant at first, but it's the consistent damage that takes care of the Raging Bolt. And even that endgame, once it was finally not taunted, Calm Mind, well, it's not going to help you out in this case. You've already taken so much damage, and this Hyper Voice is more than enough to take care of things, especially in the terrestrialized form.
And Tornadus was able to sit very pretty on the field. I think in game 3, if Victor does see that, he might want to try and remove it from the field a little bit sooner. Stop it going for these Tailwinds, stop it going for these taunts.
Well, it's going to be big adjustment coming out from Lorsy, reminiscent of that game 1 here. Iron Hands Fergraph yet again, and Raging Bolt Urshifu over on Victor's end. This I'm a little bit scared. This Urshifu could definitely be dealing some damage, and the Raging Bolt, again, if it doesn't feel threatened, can start setting up.
It's a very commanding start by Victor here. A lot of offensive pressure on the field. You can go for something like that Calm Mind again, but also Lawsy applying pressure with that Trick Room, maybe trying to get that sweeping momentum going through. The Terrestrialization coming straight out onto the Raging Bolt to no supplies. 3 out of 3 for this Raging Bolt going into its Fairy Terror.
Must really love that Raging Bolt giving the little heart to put on top of its head every single game so far. Urshifu not going for a super powerful hit other than that U-turn. This will be a chance to pivot out and actually pretty significant damage into the Farigiraf, all things considered.
Yes, nice to be able to get a good chunk onto the Farigiraf to leave it in a little bit more of a vulnerable spot going forward. And particularly with the Landorus coming in, this is a Pokemon that can apply great pressure to the Iron Hands with something like an Earth Power going forward. To no surprise, finally for this Raging Bolt, it's able to get that Calm Mind up when it wants to, boosting up its special defense and special attack to make it a little bit more formidable going forward. Of course, there was no fake out coming through. The close combat doing nothing to that Fairy Terror. A fantastic defensive play by Victor Medina.
And that's going to be a special defense and defense drop for that Iron Hand. Not posting it in the best positions, even with the Trick Room, the dimensions more so in its favor. And it feels bad when you're taking all of that in return for a Raging Bolt that's taken 25% health.
Yes, and now Iron Hand's in a dangerous spot. Yes, it can try and go for some decent damage here, but the issue is that Earth Power coming through from the Landorus is going to hurt thanks to the close combat drop it took previously. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Joshua try and double down into that Landorus like we saw in Game 1, but if there is a Protect, it's going to be null and void.
And it's whether Victor wants to go down that road again, knowing that Lorcy has that information or not. He will not. So this double up into it. First off, the close combat. We got to see it didn't do too much before, but the Farigiraf, of course, being slower, and that follow up there with that Psychic into the Landorus. It's not going to be enough this time. Landorus on a sliver of health. The amount of survivals in this game is crazy. And now Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt will get rid of the draft.
And I'm worried for this Iron Hands if this is an Earth Power going into it while it's at -2 special defense. That is going to be a one-hit KO. Joshua Lawsy down 2 Pokemon early doors in Game 3.
You might have the Trick Room, you might have the Dimensions, but Victor fully in control to be kicking off that Twisted Room, getting the double KO. Ursaluna and Ogerpon, an opportunity to get something that could be putting on more pressure in that Trick Room, but it is an uphill mountain from here.
This is the thing, Trick Room's up, so you've got to utilize it. You're not going to be able to get it up again. The Trick Room user has been put back in its Pokeball, but Ogerpon doesn't necessarily want to be in this Trick Room environment either, so you might see Lawsy try and switch onto that more supportive mode, going for something like the Follow Me. But if Victor plays defensively enough, you can easily stall this out.
And the weird thing is despite the fact that you want to be taking advantage of the Trick Room, even a well-placed Protect, we got to see how far behind Lorcy fell in the first game when Victor had a well-placed Protect. So you can maybe even go for that. There is also the tricky situation that, sure, the Ursaluna does like to have these slow speeds. This Ogerpon, however, does not. This actually is a decently speedy enough Pokemon to where things are actually get kind of difficult given that. And the Landorus isn't necessarily the fastest over on the opposing end. So big decision. This could be a huge read to go on into this.
And you can see the time that Lawsy is taking. This is a critical moment in this set. Only a few seconds left on the clock, and we're going to see Terrestrialization coming out the blocks here for that extra oomph behind the attacks. This time, not on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Instead, it's going to be on that Ogerpon, dropping its Grass typing and using Embody Aspect to give it a +1 attack stat.
Try and make sure the attacks coming out are going to be dealing the damage you need, especially when you're staring down that Raging Bolt over onto the opposing end. But Protect, it's not wanting any of that. The Landorus already on a sliver, protecting as well. So no damage coming out from Lorcy, and now you have the information of what is terrestrialized in that turn.
You said it just a moment ago, Sierra, that if Victor has a well-placed Protect, that can completely derail the way the Lawsy is trying to play through. And if you see this double Protect, not only does it stall through one turn of Trick Room, but it gives all of that critical information, as well as just stopping Lawsy from gaining a bit of momentum.
Yeah, Victor just playing this super, super safe going on into this too, because there is the potential where you could be trying to, hey, well, I'm not expecting this to get hit or anything else, especially since that Hearthflame Ogerpon out of Trick Room potentially could maybe set something up, though you do have that Urshifu in the back, so maybe not worried about that too much. But now you have spent the Protect on both ends, so unless you want to be going for that double, you have to go ahead and take those attacks and surely let this Landorus get KO'd.
Yeah, Landorus is in a difficult spot where it has so much offensive pressure and so much capability, but it's also a prime target for Lawsy to try and target down. Landorus actually going to be preserved by Victor, maybe wanting to try and bring it out a little bit later to apply some pressure with something like that Earth Power into the Ogerpon.
And Incineroar coming in, the embody aspect, the terastallization for the Ogerpon to get that +1 attack, it's actually brought down to neutral. You needed that damage output, and you're not going to get it. Hyper Voice is going to be doing a good, respectable amount of damage to both of these Pokemon. Dragon Pulse into the Ogerpon is significantly more, though. We will get a chance to fire off another attack. This will go into the Raging Bolt, but it won't be enough. That Intimidate was absolutely crucial.
You can see what a role stats are playing in this game. The +1 from the Calm Mind being so devastating with that Dragon Pulse, really putting Ogerpon in a detrimental position, as well as you mentioned, the Intimidate coming through, stopping Ogerpon from getting the KO in retaliation.
And at this point, too, with the Incineroar hitting the field, you're forced into this double protect, and you're losing your Trick Room turns because, hey, this one Pokemon isn't necessarily too healthy, and you cannot let, hey, the potential of the Blood Moon and then just the Raging Bolt targeting into the Heartflame Ogerpon. So you're forced into the double protect, waste the turn of terastallization, but that does not feel good either way.
That's the thing, the Thunderclap can just clean up here into that opposing Ogerpon, as well as allowing the Incineroar to go for that fake out and slow the Ursaluna down in its tracks. Yes, Joshua's going for the protect on the Ursaluna and on the Ogerpon here, but as you mentioned, it goes through one turn of Trick Room. It just starts spelling a little bit of disaster for Lorsi's team here.
Yep, fake out from Incineroar into that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Of course, you have to put so much respect on that. Raging Bolt with the attempt into the Heartflame Ogerpon. Like, it had to be what it had to be, right?
Yeah, there wasn't really too many other options for Victor here, but at the end of the day, there wasn't a lot to lose, to be fair, from that particular turn.
Whereas Lorsi had everything to lose, and then that was the final turn of Trick Room here. And as you said, there is that Thunderclap pressure coming out from the Raging Bolt. The Ursaluna does have a lot of health here at this point, so if you can get through and target in, that could be really, really nice. You could even look at a potential KO. So there is that capability, but as soon as that Urshifu comes in, it's going to be just game, set, and done.
That's the thing, Victor just needs to get rid of this Ogerpon, and then, as you mentioned, the Urshifu in the back can absolutely clean up against this opposing Ursaluna here. Close combat surging strikes, he's got a whole utility of options here. Landorus actually going to switch in, just keep maybe the fake out pressure for a little bit later on, as the priority Thunderclap deals with that Ogerpon, and now it is Blood Moon Ursaluna against the formidable team, all 4 Pokemon remaining of Victor Medina.
Victor's been playing safe, play even safer. You can have your 2 Pokemon, you can have your Urshifu and your Incineroar in the back. Fake out, regardless, you're going to be taking the KO and just get rid of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So it's great, double KO over on this turn, but the Pokemon preservation, that's going to be the key thing in this. And with the Ursaluna not having access to, even it would not appreciate the close combat, but it can't even get out of any weaknesses here.
Particularly with its speed disadvantage, and I think it genuinely got those 2 KOs just to spite me from saying that it was up against 4 Pokemon remaining on the other side. But as mentioned, even though Victor only has 2 and it's 2v1, that's not necessarily the most impossible of situations. The fake out pressure, the fact that the Iron Fist will go through the opposing Pokemon just means that Victor can clean this up.
Not too surprised to see that the battle had been called, and with that, Victor Medina to take a 2-1 here, now 7-0 here at EUIC, and making his way into day 2.
I love to see this. Victor Medina, a trainer I have rooted for, and honestly, keep an eye on him throughout the rest of this EUIC. He's going to be trying to go all the way, and with a 7-0 record, he's already making a claim for it.
I mean, he definitely has the list of titles behind him, the amount of top cuts, especially at ICs that he has had, coming off of that 6th place at LAIC. So to see him make day 2, especially in such a spectacular fashion, not necessarily the most surprised. If you weren't already keeping an eye out for him, I'd honestly be shocked.
Exactly, and of course Joshua Lorsi isn't down and out of the competition, has taken his first loss so far, but there are still 2 more rounds, and all he needs is just 1 win in order to advance into day 2. So yes, you've taken 1 loss, but you can still redeem yourself easy peasy. I say that.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Okay, well, it's a 50-50 odds, I'm sure, but it works.
You'd rather make it if you don't. But no, Lorsi also a very, very skilled player. I mean, when we're talking about LAC results, again, got that 5th place and has been really showing out at these NA events. So sure, that sucks to have your record now not be undefeated. It always is never the most fun thing to be taking the loss on stage, but you're still in a great position in this tournament, and being able to see the adjustments that he's made and the plays that he's made, no wonder he's made it this far. It's a tough in that game 3, because realistically, that's when we got to see the return of the Trick Room, and it could have been the thing that threw Victor off. Unfortunately, it just wasn't.
Well, that's the game 3 situation. do you go with the strategy that won you your game, or do you completely shake things up for that final match? And in this case, it got really, really intense, where Joshua went for the strategy that actually was the game he lost. Unfortunately, there was still no way through that opposing Raging Bolt. It's been the superstar standout Pokemon for me in this set, and Victor piloted it to perfection in this Game 3.
The amount of survivals coming out from both trainers' Pokemon, it reminds me of the games where it's Cineroar clutched it out so you wouldn't feel sad. I felt like that was the entire match there. Trainers must really love their Pokemon here, but it definitely made for a really roller coaster of a match, so it was exciting stuff.
And I think we really saw the interaction benefits that stats do have, whether it was, being boosted up by Calm Mind or even being dropped by Intimidate, or the close combat drops as well onto the Iron Hands were incredibly significant. To get the Oko from that Earth Power just meant that, Lorsi was already on the back foot.
Well, at this point, Lorsi might have been on the back foot, but Victor Medina 1 foot forward, making it further as competition, day 2 now, and he's on the main stage over as Charlie to talk about it.
Victor living up to their first name there, being the Victor here in Swiss round 7 at EUIC. Victor, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling very nervous, and but feeling great.
The nerves don't need to be there, Victor. You're having a fantastic run so far, unbeaten here at the European International Championships. That's something to be really proud of. And it seems like staying calm and collected was the keynote of that match with Calm Mind, Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Calm Mind, Raging Bolt. I mean, all the team is very standard. The main builder is Taro Okada, and I think he made a really, really good team. And I think I just like to play a lot of good Pokemons and good team. So this team is perfect for me. It's just good Pokemons together.
And it's clearly working very well for you this game. Now, in Game 2, of course, the Taunt was able to shut down your Raging Bolt over on Lorsi's end. Tell us about your thoughts in that Game 2.
Well, in Game 2, I think it was a bit of a 50-50. Either I faked out the turn or I didn't. I didn't fake out the turn, and he read it very, very good. And he closed combat into my Inthin, and that was when the game ended completely. So.
Yeah, there you go, and that was the writing on the wall. But then in Game 3, very early double knockout over on Lorsi's end. Talk us through that.
Yeah, in Game 1, he KO'd with Psychic Close Combat plus Fake Out. So I thought without the Fake Out, he couldn't KO my Lando, and I was right.
Yes, yeah. Very fine margins, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But again, just like your Raging Bolt, staying calm and collected yourself. With 4 Pokemon available to you right up until the very end in the face of the only 2 that are remaining over on Lorsi's end for most of that match there. So, how are you feeling about this team? It seems like pretty good heading into the rest of the day.
I think this team is pretty good. I feel it's the team to beat.
Okay.
So it's just like I like to play this type of teams that it's very standard, and play a lot and try to win as much as possible.
Yeah, well, let's hope that it continues to get the results there for you, Victor. And so, Day 2 potentially on the cards for you. We'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll have to see how that goes. What I'd like to know, Victor, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Bulbasaur, for sure.
Bulbasaur, okay.
Yeah.
My goodness, Squirtle is having a terrible day at the office. Squirtle has no votes so far. We've got 4 Bulbasaur and 3 Charmanders. Stay tuned to see if Squirtle is able to claw anything back here, Victor. But finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yes. Shout-outs to my eSport team, Sport Maniacos, Juste, and all the Indeed Armarouge players out there. But shout-outs also to my prep group, Antonio, Miguel, Sufi, Team C, Tab Nation, and my family. Especially my mother, who is suffering right now, I know, watching the stream.
Hang in there. Thank you so much for joining us, Victor's mum. That's fantastic to hear the number of people who are behind you, Victor, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Well, Victor Medina claims round 7, and right now for Victor, it's heaven.
Amazing to see these trainers already making Day 2 of the competition here at the European International Championships. There's still 2 more rounds to go, so for you viewers at home, there's still a lot of action to catch up on. But for some of our trainers who maybe are now advancing in, the pressure's off a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little.
You don't want to relax too much. It's a lot cooler to say that you made Day 2 at the largest Pokemon event ever at 9-0 than 7-2.
Yeah, that's
only like 1 or 2 people can say they did it at 9-0.
Exactly, and that's kind of like, a screenshot nobody can ever take away from you.
Exactly. Except maybe the person that beat you round 9, so they actually got the 9-0 and you now have the 8-1, but It is what it is, but it's getting really tense for the competition. There's only a handful of people that have now made it into day 2 since those are undefeated, so it's really exciting, but we're gonna have so many more by the end of the day.
And I think as well at this point, there's a lot of X2 trainers out there who really have their tournament lifelines on the line, and they've got to keep that resilience and that determination to be able to go through the whole day. And I can tell you, I would just want to fall straight asleep after such an intense day.
Of course, things are heating up. Things are getting intense, but we gotta chill and relax. We can relax for a second. We want to know how everyone else is enjoying their tournament experience. We have a couple more posts to be showing. Karina and Cap at EUIC and Lucario. Oh, there's the Lucario. Hello, the Captain Pikachu as well is incredible.
He is in full form, having a whale of a time here. Looks like that's in the Pokemon Center, and I absolutely love to see this.
No, that's awesome. I need to meet Pikachu. I haven't met Pikachu yet. Can you believe that?
Can you? Oh, I mean, I haven't met him at this EUIC so far, but I met him at the last one, and, you know, he was dancing around, gave me a little high five. Definitely, even if you're in the venue, you know, watching this broadcast right now, go find him. I'm sure he's around.
I just get nervous. Like, Pikachu's a big star.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't want to...
Yeah.
You know, I also have Lou the Pikachu right here, so, you know,
I'm the little version.
Yeah, there you go. But, you know, hope that you're having an absolute blast. You've been enjoying EUIC, and so glad you got that picture with Pikachu and got to share it with us. Next post that we have here, the Kitakami. I haven't even seen this
This is
yet.
so cool.
What? We have been back here because there's so much to cover over here. Kitakami activity area, Pokemon EUIC, pretty cozy. Highly recommended to check it out when you come by.
I'm going to that Tatsugiri fishing booth and spending my days there. If I'm late to broadcast, you know where to find me. I'm fishing for Tatsugiri.
Yeah, I'm so jealous. Yeah, we're going to have to take a walk down there. Yeah, please show us your EUIC experiences because it is very different than ours. I didn't even know this was here. That's so cool. Parents' photographic adventure?
Oh, look at all the pictures of the Pokemon in the background. That's so cute. You can see the little corfish. Oh, I love it.
Absolutely amazing. We're definitely going to have a battle at the ring toss later.
Oh, yeah.
I will destroy you, but...
Most likely, because I have no hand-eye coordination. I will do better if I'm aiming for your hoops, if you know what I mean. If I'm aiming for, like, past the stand or aiming for, like, the wrong target, then I'm more likely to hit my own.
Betrayal. All right, next post. We're not ruining this friendship over here, all right? That's what I'm looking at. Are we ready? Of course not. We're just going to wing it. You mean we're just going to slither wing it? Unfortunately, the slither wing did not necessarily, you know, pop off and go for that 7-0 record. But Pyron was the only slither wing here at EUIC, which is deserving of so much respect.
Honestly, Pyron, you have no idea the smile that Sierra is beaming right now, seeing the Slitherwin on the screen, and particularly with that beautiful card art as well. He's looking ferocious. Maybe will be picked up in usage following this just, you know, formidable presence.
Everything about Slitherwing is majestic. Look at that stance. Like, even if Slitherwing didn't necessarily pop off, that stance suggests otherwise. That is like a do not mess with me, I will mess you up type.
But he also looks so fluffy and cuddable, you know? You just want to go cuddle him. You might get burned and, you know, it maybe won't be so good, but just like how cute he is.
It's pretty cute.
He's pretty cute and fierce.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the category.
That's the category. Here's viable paradoxes, not so viable, like cute and fierce. But some good stuff here. Of course, we won't see it on here. But if we're looking at the viable paradoxes, there's a couple of other ones kind of leading that charge. Fluttermane, Raging Bolt. Yeah, enough said.
Yeah, and you know, I want to talk about another Paradox Pokemon I haven't seen a lot of today is Fluttermane. You know, when normally it is absolutely flooding the broadcast, I've seen it, you know, sneak in here and there, but I haven't seen it really rise to dominance. And when you actually take a look at the fact that only 42%, that's less than half of the competition are running it, it maybe has fallen out of the popularity chain. Yes, it's still one of the most consistently used, but what this is really telling me is that EUIC trainers are trying new things. They're maybe bringing more counters to Fluttermane as opposed to wanting to run it themselves.
The interesting part of that conversation as well is obviously as a broadcast, we only get a really small sample size of the meta that trainers are thinking about. But what we have seen on broadcast is we've pulled multiple previous IC winners, multiple regional time winners, world champion. So the pedigree of the trainers that we've pulled, and they're not necessarily all using the Fluttermane, it then kind of makes you question, like, what teams are the Fluttermane on? Is there a reason why some of these top trainers are not using it as much? Or what is happening to the trainers that are? There are still so many players out there that are doing really well that might have it. So I don't want to get too necessarily caught up on it. But it is very interesting, the teams that we have seen and how they've kind of adapted and survived without.
This is what I mean, though. I think when we look at, day 2 usage, that Flutter Mane percentage will drastically increase because it will be in a lot of consistent teams. But just interesting that at one of the biggest tournaments, when, you're kind of thinking, what Pokemon should I bring? What's a really good pick? You might, kind of bank on Flutter Mane a little bit, but it seems to not be the case in day 1. But I think the maths will be very interesting tomorrow.
It's definitely interesting, too, because when you look at the Flutter Mane and the Lando Eye percentages, I think that's where maybe you don't see as much as the Flutter Mane if you're looking for a strong special attacker on your team. I mean, you can only have so many, and Flutter Mane, Raging Bolt, Landorus, Incarnate, all having that special attacking. You don't necessarily want all 3 on one team because that's going to be maybe a little bit. And hey, that could be a super powerhouse team, but if you're only needing 1 or 2 of those Pokemon, you're going to have to pick and choose. So to see them all kind of side by side, very close in their percentages that makes sense to me.
And I'm liking the Genie Magic on here with Tornadus and Landorus. You can take a little moment of silence for Thundurus. It's not really out there right now. Maybe we'll see it again. But I think when you've got such consistency from, the Tailwind mode. I keep saying Trick Room on that Pokemon today. I'm definitely getting them the wrong way around. But Tailwind on that Tornadus just being so prevalent, as well as the other supporting moves we saw, like Taunt, for example, can be really effective at shutting down an opponent's strategy, as well as then on the complete flip side, the offensive powerhouse of that Landorus, just showing why it's so well utilized.
100%. And if you don't want to say the Tailwind or the Trick Room, you just say Zoom or Room.
Oh, I like that. I mean, they sound similar, so I'll probably still get the confused knowing me, but it's worth a try, right?
I tried, but it was great to see coming out from Lucy in that last match why Tornadus isn't necessarily it isn't a bad call going into this type of event with the different utilities that it has with something like that Taunt.
But it has weaknesses, and I think that's very, very dominant at the moment with the rise of Ice-type Pokemon, like, for example, the Chien-Pao, and even we saw a Urshifu with Ice Punch earlier. So there are Pokemon trainers who are really trying to tech some kind of ice capability on the team, because even though it's not defensively a good type, offensively it has a lot of coverage.
It does. So it's actually funny you say defensively it's not a good type, because I know even at Vancouver we talked about will we say Articuno? We didn't.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, well maybe EUIC because this is where Articuno kind of started. Will we see it? Okay, well not really, but I'm not too surprised. I'm just disappointed, Lou.
I honestly think that Articuno came out of nowhere and just blew everyone away. Froze off the competition and just did phenomenally well with the combination of that Alolan Ninetales as well. And I think the critical thing for me was more the fact that you had the Snow and the Aurora Veil. So that synergy was really, really strong. But the issue is once that tech's kind of out there, or you're not necessarily the trainer with the instinct to run it, it can be very, very difficult to pilot. So maybe isn't the most consistent choice.
All right, well, wish lists. You already got to see your Gastrodon, but on the more atypical things that we might see that we haven't maybe necessarily got to see, what are you kind of hoping for in these next 2 rounds?
Well, I'm not casting them, so it's okay to say.
Yeah, that's why you can wish for any crazy stuff that you're like, hey, I don't necessarily want to catch this, but I want to watch.
It's not necessarily left field, but I just want to see some Dondozo.
I knew as soon as
I want to see it, okay? It's one of my favorite synergetic forms that we see with the Tatsugiri. I don't want to see Dondozo on its own, and I know that's the thing people are running at the moment, but I want to see it with Tatsugiri. I want to see the OG combination come through and, show that you still can rely on it.
I feel like we've gotten to a fast enough format now that I'd be okay with a Dondozo Tatsugiri. I promise that's not a spoilers. We don't have the next round up. We actually have no idea. We do have a video, though, as we're getting ready for our Swiss round 8.
Welcome, trainers. I'm here with Narayan and with Corey at EUIC 2024, 2 of our fantastic competitors. How is the day going for you, Corey?
Yeah, it's going good. The level of competition's been really high today. Obviously, that's to be expected, but it's different when you're here and you're playing against such good players. But no, everything's been going good so far.
Good. Well, congratulations to you for your record so far. And how about you, Narayan?
Well, I'm not doing too well in the tournament, but it's great to be here just to see all of my friends internationally and make new ones as well.
It's quite an amazing venue, isn't it? All of the lights and just the spectacle and size of it. Absolutely incredible. Now, I wanted to ask you guys a few quiz questions about EUIC, the history of this incredible tournament from Chisingdra to Quizingdra. Let's get into some trivia going on here. So, what was the first season that EUIC was ever held? 2017? 2016. It was 2017, so congratulations, Narayan.
Thank you.
Commiserations there, Corey. So now moving on to our next question. Who won the very first EUIC? And you have a multiple choice for this one, okay? Was it Michele Gavelli, Ben Kiriakou, Miguel Martí de la Torre, or Nico Davide Conietta? So that is Michele Gavelli, Ben Kiriakou, Nico Davide Conietta, or Miguel Martí de la Torre. Slightly different order there. What are you thinking, Narayan?
I think it's Miguel.
You think it's Miguel? Okay, how about you, Corey?
Miguel.
Miguel as well. Easy. Yes, it was Miguel Martí de la Torre winning the very first EUIC. Now, thinking a bit more recently to last year's EUIC, which Treasure of Ruin Pokemon featured on the winning team? So you know the options, Wo-Chien, Ting-Lu, Chi-Yu, or the... What's the one I haven't said? Chien-Pao, thank you very much. What are you thinking, Narayan?
It's Ting-Lu.
Ting-Lu. Ting-Lu. You know your history, trainers. This is fantastic trivia knowledge. Congratulations. So far you're on an unbeaten record, Narayan, and you've just dropped the 1 point. So let's see if this final question will turn it around. And that is, last year's EUIC was players with which regulation rule set? Was it A, B, C, or D? Narayan?
C.
Regulation C.
Congratulations. Correct. So that means, Narayan, you are the champion of the EUIC trivia. Well done, and Corey, very, very well played. Commiserations.
Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, well. Well, there you go. There's so much more EUIC history to delve into, stretching back to the 2017 season. So make sure to check it out and make sure that you're tuning into all of the rest of the action this weekend at EUIC.
名前は海老沢空で、来たところは福岡県から来ました。
Can it get through this one turn against the Amoongus?
This is the question. Does Amoongus have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。主な選出を決めて、このポケモンはこのポケモンに有利だなっていうポケモンを、なるべく選んで使ってました。場所によるけど、行けたら頑張ってまたチャンピオンになりたいから思います。トルネロスというポケモンと、追い風役とトリル役が混ざった構築は読み合いになるので、ちょっとジュニアで優勝したけど、大人の大会でも、緊張なくプレーしたら優勝できるんじゃないかなと思います。対戦、このジャパンチャンピオンシップスに敗退した人も、また諦めずに来年、挑戦してもらいたい。
Behind the teal mask is a Pokemon with an adorable complexion, but one with immense power. The DLC's flagship Pokemon is one you need to prepare for or even use in Regulation Set E. At a glance, Ogerpon has high attack and speed stats, and a powerful signature move called Ivy Cudgel. But the really interesting part is its masks. Each mask gives Ogerpon a different ability and changes its type and Terra type. Which one you choose for your team will make a big impact. Because when Ogerpon terrestrializes, it takes on a brand new ability called Embody Aspect, which boosts a particular stat depending on the mask worn every time it joins the field. Ogerpon's default form is the teal mask, making it a pure grass type. Its Defiant ability makes it a huge deterrent to intimidate users like Landorus Therian form. The teal mask is also the only form that can hold an item as well, making it highly versatile. And when you're on the back foot, you can Terra and get a speed boost to turn a match on its head. Holding the Half Flame mask makes Ogerpon a grass and fire type, and gives an attack boost when Terra'd. Ivy Cudgel now becomes a fire move, complementing the grass coverage very well. And with Mold Breaker as the ability, you can crucially hit Heatran with fire moves right through its Flash Fire ability. With the Wellspring mask equipped, Ogerpon becomes a grass and water type. It has Water Absorb to heal up from water moves, and makes great use of Follow Me, thanks to the special defense boost it gets when terrored. Finally, the Cornerstone mask adds the rock typing. With this mask, it has the sturdy ability, so it can survive any one move. Plus, it gains a defense boost when it goes for the Terror to be able to take on even more attacks. Thanks to the vast array of abilities, types, and free stat boosts on offer, Ogerpon will find its home on any team. So trainers, which mask will you choose for your next tournament?
Beware the Blood Moon Beast. Gather round, trainers. Charlie Merriman here with a cautionary tale of Blood Moon Ursaluna in competitive Pokemon. Whereas Blood Moon Ursaluna and the original Ursaluna are both dual normal and ground-type Pokemon, they also have key differences. Crucially, whereas the original Ursaluna is a preeminent physical attacker, Blood Moon Ursaluna has a very high special attack stat, and it makes full use of this with its signature move Blood Moon, a normal type attack so powerful that it cannot be used twice in a row. With access to Hyper Voice, another normal type move that deals damage to both of the opposing Pokemon, it's no wonder trainers often opt for the normal Terra type on their Blood Moon Ursaluna, and a held item like a Life Orb or a Weakness Policy, all of which boost the power of these attacks even further. Now you might think, well, I could just switch in a Ghost-type Pokemon, which would be immune to Blood Moon Ursaluna's normal-type attacks, but you would be sorely mistaken. Blood Moon Ursaluna's signature ability is Mind's Eye, which allows it to hit Ghost-type Pokemon with normal and even Fighting-type moves, additionally preventing any drops to its accuracy and ignoring its opponent's evasion boosts. So how on earth can you counter Blood Moon Ursaluna? First of all, like the original Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna is very slow, so opposing trainers using this Pokemon will often try to set up Trick Room to reverse the speed order for a few turns. Deny your opponent's Trick Room, and you might just be able to knock out Blood Moon Ursaluna before it can do all that much. Dusclops is a common Trick Room setter, which can additionally activate a Weakness Policy on Blood Moon Ursaluna with its Brick Break move. But Dusclops is weak to Ghost and Dark-type attacks. So, one great counter would be Single Strike style Urshifu, not only because of its Dark-type Wicked Blow move into the Trick Room setting Dusclops, but also because its Fighting-type Close Combat is super effective against Blood Moon Ursaluna itself too, and it can break through Protect. Fluttermane is another good answer, pressuring Dusclops with a super effective Shadow Ball, and with its non-Ghost type moves, hitting Blood Moon Ursaluna itself on its much more vulnerable specially defensive side. In fact, Single Strike style Urshifu and Fluttermane both also make great teammates for Blood Moon Ursaluna, along with Dusclops. Shifu has physical attacks to complement Blood Moon Ursaluna's own special attacks, and Fluttermane offers flexibility, a faster mode of battling that can operate outside of Trick Room. No Pokemon is totally safe from the huge normal type damage Blood Moon Ursaluna threatens, not even Ghost types. Mind you, keep an eye out for this Blood Moon Beast, trainers, for it has the power to eclipse opposing teams.
Well, look at here, trainers. It's almost like there's a massive competition going on here this weekend. I'm surrounded by such incredible VG talent. We've got Killian DeQuesne, we've got Marcus Dion, and we've got Dylan Salvanera. Dylan, how is your tournament going, briefly?
Unfortunately, this round I just got knocked out of day 2 contention, but, you know, still got to go strong, can still get points. So, and especially since for me, points would matter a lot, especially for that round 1 bye at Worlds later this year.
Yeah, well, we keep our fingers crossed for you, Dylan. And you're running the Skeledirge team more or less from Vancouver. So let's hope that you can clinch out those points that you need. How about you, Marcus?
I'm 5-2 currently. I've got my 1 RNG loss. I've got my 1 matchup loss. Now it's just cruising. So, yeah, we're hoping to clutch it out. If I don't, I'm just here for vibes. So, you know.
The vibes are certainly coming here at EUIC this weekend. And Killian, or similar record to Marcus, I believe.
Yeah, 5-2 as well. Just need 2 more, then hopefully secure day 2 with the Iron Crown, so we'll see.
Yeah, let's hope so, Killian. Trainer who's been doing fantastically well in the EU scene here with some really good finishes this season. So let's hope that keeps up for you, Killian. Now, I've summoned you here today because we have some quick-fire questions, a Rapidash round, if you will, here at Charlie's Chill Zone. Again, not at the couch, but this is chill enough. We've got some Pokemon-flavored questions ready to go for you. So, you ready? Quick-fire? Let's do it. Killian, Team Magma or Team Aqua?
Team Magma.
Aqua.
Aqua.
Aqua has it, and that's my favorite as well. So good choice, guys. Good choice. Fair enough, Killian, but not this time. Okay, Mac Bike or Acro Bike? Dylan.
Say that again?
Match Bike or Acro Bike? Gen 3.
Oh yeah, Mach, 100%.
Acro.
Mac Bike.
Mac, yeah, okay. We're favoring the speed over the acrobatics there. Interesting. I'm gauging the kind of people we're dealing with here at UIC. Okay, what's next? Omanyte or Kabuto?
Kabuto.
Omanyte, easy.
Omanyte, easy again.
Yeah, I'd say Omanyte as well. I like this, Killian. We're not agreeing. We're not agreeing very much here. I might have to ask you to leave. I'm joking. Okay, where are we going to go next? Let's say the proudest shiny that you own. Killian.
I'd say Roaring Moon.
Roaring Moon, it's a cool one.
Lake of Rage Gyarados.
Yeah, it must have worked really hard to get that one.
I did. It was a long and troublesome journey.
Making it all the way to the Lake of Rage. Dylan.
Honestly, has to be my favorite Pokemon, Celesteela.
Celesteela, shiny Celesteela, very nice. How long did that take?
It took a while. I think in the Dynamax Raid Adventures it took like 300, over 300.
Dedication, that's what you need if you want to get those sweet, sweet shinies. Okay, what about next? Favorite type, Killian?
Dark.
Water.
Steel.
Dark water, steel. There you go. So, more of a single strike Urshifu, more of a rapid strike Urshifu, and more of a terror Urshifu, I guess. Okay, and how come? I want to expand on that one a little bit. How come Dark?
Yveltal's my favorite Pokemon.
Easy. How come Water?
All of my results are with a funny fish, so that's pretty much it.
Just a general funny fish or one in particular?
Any of them. Dondozo, I guess you could call Pelipper a fish. Urshifu Rapid Strike. Yeah.
I'm not sure Urshifu is quite a fish, but vaguely. It's got that swimming motion,
it's
hasn't
close
it?
enough. It's close enough, I'd say.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. Why Steel?
A lot of cool Pokemon, Celesteela, Golden Go, Corviknight, bunch of tanky offensive Pokemon.
Yeah. Fair enough. Steel is the best defensive type in the game. Okay, very nice, everyone. Where are we going to go to next? I'm going to ask a question I've been asking all of our players that we featured on stream this weekend. Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle? Start with you, Dylan.
Ooh, this is a rough one. I have to go with Blastoise or Squirtle.
Good, because no one has chosen Squirtle so far on stream. Marcus.
Well, I'm also choosing Squirtle, and it's not for any, I don't really like any of them. It's just because I don't like the sun, and Charizard and Venusaur both benefit from the sun. So that's it. That's all. That's the only.
You say you don't like the sun as a person or just in Pokemon?
Both.
Fair enough. I think you and I both need to put on the sun cream liberally, Marcus. How about you, Killian?
Bulbasaur for me.
Bulbasaur for you. Well, fair enough. It's a really hard choice to make, but it's good that we're showing Squirtle some love, finally, right here at EUIC. Okay, let's have one more. What's your favorite Generation 9 Pokemon? Marcus, we'll start with you.
That is really hard. I am going to say Glamora.
Glamora, good choice. Dylan?
I want to say Sandy Shocks.
Sandy Shocks?
Skeletors, bro. Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, bro. Not Skeledash. You did get bro. Killian, how about you?
It's gotta be Iron Crown.
Iron Crown, yeah, of course, the Pokemon you've been doing so well with this season. Iron Crown, Future Paradox, Sandy Shocks, Past Paradox, and Glamora, present day.
Something. One of them.
Yeah, certainly.
Area 0. We know that.
Yeah, true. Can be found in Area 0 and in the Underdepths, no less. Well, thank you very much for that. I hope that's got your brains firing, getting you fired up for your next round. Before we go, any quick shout-outs you want to make, Killian?
To my girlfriend, Sophie.
Sophie, if you're watching, hope you heard that. Marcus?
Skill Shot Dragonite, you're my hero.
Simple as that.
Pokemon we've seen picking up in usage this tournament with the scale shot. Really cool tech. Dylan.
Mom, I love you, Mom, and also everybody in the Mason server.
You heard it here first. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Killian, Marcus, Dylan. Good luck for your next rounds. We've got Swiss Round 8 coming up, trainers. Do not move a muscle.
From the floor over to the caster desk. Thank you so much, Charlie, for giving us a bit of insight there. I heard a bit of a Sandy Shocks affair going on there, Sierra. I'm not sure if you had any initial thoughts about that, whether...
I don't really think I have many thoughts on Candy Shocks because I frankly forget it exists a lot of the time. Not necessarily viable in VGC. Let's talk about some real Pokemon here, folks.
Ooh, shots fired.
I can't say that when I stand slowly, but you know what I mean.
Hey, I was accepting it. I wasn't going to bring it up, but then again, you know, who knows? We'll see how Slitherwing's go. Is it just one Slitherwing that was in, or?
One Slitherwing.
Okay.
Actually, I have to, before we hop into this real fast, was it 4-2? No, sorry, at a, was it 4-2, but then just took the loss of Febzy for 4-3. But, like, you know what? I think that is the best Slitherwing has ever done at an event. Since
at an IC as well.
Yeah, and an IC. So I think this is a pretty, like, big win for Slitherwing, honestly.
You heard it here. Yeah, it's a very good day. You know, still up for title, and, sorry, not title, points, potentially. But, of course, we are here for Swiss Round 8, of course, for the 2024 European International Champion. And we're definitely at the tail end here, Sierra, and there's a lot of time that's gone into this, a lot of tired trainers, but still trying to battle it out to get that coveted day 2, which is, at this point, highly contested.
And they just got to push through a little bit further because, of course, you want to get that day 2, but the matches are just getting more and more tough because it's only the best of the best that are kind of still at this point from our day 1 competition. And with just 2 chances left, the matches are difficult, nothing is for free, and wow, like the match that we have coming up is just absolutely incredible.
Ooh, it's going to be spicy. I think these are 2 trainers that we keep on revisiting season in, season out. We're going to have representatives from NA versus EU, which is great to see. It's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Justin Tang versus Aurélien Soula.
Yes. So this is the Titan matchup. And oh my gosh, I have to just say, it was really difficult to know what match for this one. It was difficult.
There are too many choices. That's the issue here at these ICs. I feel like every other match we've been having at least international champion level matches, and just being able to sort of see both of these trainers, which they're at X1 at the moment. They're still in for contestant in order to go ahead and get day 2. So one of them at least will be able to lock that in.
I have an idea. I watch one game, you watch the other, and we both say what's happening in our own match, all right? Can we figure that out? No, it should be absolutely amazing, though. And, of course, having that X1 record, you're not out if you lose it, but it will make things a little bit more tough. You do have to be winning your last match of the day, and, of course, when you're looking at that day 2 of the competition, we talk about that 7-2, making it to day 2. That is only the first hurdle. You still have to be getting through the day 2 of competition, looking at our standings to see who has been going on that run. I mean, the 7-0 still have a chance to be undefeated so far.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think there's a lot of familiar faces. Oliver Eskelin actually leading the front right now, being seed number 1. We know previously is a finalist at a European International Championship, only falling 1 point behind Eric Rios. So a lot of very good players, not only EU side, but also other regions too.
And when we're looking at 7-0, everyone on the left side has secured their spot in D2, whereas looking at the left with the 6-1, still have to be winning out that one more. So I like that we do get representation from everywhere at this point. If you travel long and far to get to this competition, you want to make sure that you can be here and you can compete.
No, most definitely. I think at this point, it's sort of up for grabs. You've already sort of made some great strides in being able to get that position going. But we said there are quite a few 6-1s as well that we do recognize and have actually seen a couple of them up on stream today. I don't know, Sierra, do you have any initial favorite highlight Pokemon that we've seen so far?
In Flavio Dopidio, who is now 6-1 with Pheasantipity and Gastrodon, which is, in my opinion, the absolute craziest thing out there. Because, I mean, it's a Pheasantipity. And we got to highlight it earlier, and it was a really tough matchup against a really strong player in the Fezandipity. We did see the one-hit KO onto the Urshifu, which is really hype.
Yes.
But then, other than that, it seemed to struggle a little bit, but obviously showcased so much more. So that, I think, is like one of the most exciting things for me. One of the most exciting. Looking at our notable matchups, well, like you can tell what is then, you know, also on that list. We're going to be featuring, as we said, Justin Tang versus Aurelian Zula, but so many fantastic matchups there. Even going along to that bottom one, 6-1.
Yeah.
Edu versus Brendan Zhang. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, we've got world championship caliber trainers just battling it out. So I'm really intrigued to actually see what kind of teams they've been opting to go for. We know Edu, at least, does try to prefer going a bit more on the balance side of things and maybe even integrating any sort of Japan balance in his effort as well.
Yeah, and having that consistency, I mean, balance is just so strong. Looking at this field, I mean, it's definitely good for getting through a long day, whereas Brendan Zhang, looking over on the NA part of things, always a little bit off that meta, looking at stuff like the Roaring Moon historically played, and obviously really, really good at piloting it. So it's still comfort, but just in a different fashion.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you need to be able to make sure you're playing as comfortable as possible. Like we said, there are 9 Swiss rounds that you've had to sort of maul through. We are on the penultimate one, so you just need to be able to try to lead this way through, have that final sort of rush and push in order to try to reach that top spot.
But we can't talk about our world champions anymore. Let's talk about the other champions that we have. Special event champions, going up against multiple regional champions. This, I think, is a really exciting match. And for the biggest reason, I mean, when we look at Justin Tang, he was a breakout star last year, whereas Aurelian Zula, this is a player that recently aging up into Masters, I believe about a year and a half ago.
Yep.
And the accomplishments never stopped. I mean, special event earlier this year, incredible and consistently top cutting.
Yeah, they progressively kept on improving event by event to the point where they just hit the ceiling of finalist and then ran into that same issue another 2 times in a row. And most recently, of course, the Utrecht special event, running 16-0, undefeated through the finals, unfortunately only falling through to Nikhil's Articuno team.
That's the rough part. So it's a story of redemption,
yes,
which I think is cool. And hey, I would take a bunch of second places at regional special events if it means that I can get the first place at the international following, right? I think it's a good trade-off.
Yeah, no, it most definitely is. So I think being able to sort of reach that point where you can be a bit more confident in your play, get that consistency going is really key here. And it's been such a great highlight to be able to see so many well-known trainers actually come through with it.
And now, as our players are getting ready for the stage, can talk a little bit more about what they're running. And we've seen a lot of this Landorus Eye, this Raging Bolt, this type of core kind of going on. I had said earlier that, hey, maybe you want to pick which special attackers that you want, maybe not running all of them. Aurelian said, hey, I'm running all of them. And this is just a team made up of some of the strongest Pokemon we got.
And I think actually seeing one of the Pokemon that we haven't encountered so far today, that Porygon too, you know, having the flexibility of the download ability in order to either get a special attack boost depending on the lower physical side of the opponent's side is quite nice. But more importantly, it's such a Pokemon that increases its longevity and sustainability over time thanks to the recover and its immense bulk via the Eviolite.
An issue that we've seen with Porygon too is that a lot of Pokemon can deal a lot of damage. So this Porygon 2, you need to make sure it's really set up for success. But the Pokemon that Justin has around this Porygon 2, definitely some really strong power picks. King Gambit and Gouging Fire is a core and a combination that we get to see. Normally when you see one, you can't see the other here. The Howl to be raising the attack and having the Dragonite as well. You can just stack those attack boosts and the inner focus on the Dragonite. You can't be intimidated down. So looking to potentially set up and start dealing massive amounts of damage over to Aurelian's end of the board.
And I do want to call out, Sunny Day on the Gouging Fire is something you don't commonly find at all. And it may be synergizing quite nicely with a Flutter Mane there if, for example, Photosynthesis would be boosting the special attack stat in order to further promote that damage output.
It's a nice way to get best of both worlds. You get choice specs as well as the Photosynthesis boost. Talking about Aurelian's team here, Raging Bolt, Landorus Eye, Flutter Mane. These are strong Pokemon we've seen before. This will be the booster energy on the Flutter Mane, so it will be something that is potentially saved if we do see that Sunny Day come out before the Flutter Mane comes out. But it does mean that it is going to be just that one thing coming out. You don't have the double up like Justin has. What I do like here is there is that form of speed control, Icy Wind on the Flutter Mane. You don't necessarily get to see it too much nowadays, but it can definitely give that little bit of boost when you need it.
And I think being able to also pair that up quite nicely with an Assault Vest Raging Bolt with Electro Web allows you even more further speed control focus.
This Landorus Eye, even though we've seen it so many times today, we normally get to see the substitute, but this one instead going ahead and running that taunt to potentially try and shut things down. When you're looking at things like this, Howl, looking at this Porygon 2 wanting to go for a recovery at Trick Room, you're not expecting that move coming out from this Landorus. So that is definitely something to be kind of watching out for if you're Justin.
Yeah, that's a great call out because we will likely be seeing, if the Flutter Mane comes out, the speed stat being the choice of increase via that booster energy, which may allow a sort of situation like you called out this Sierra, where you get the Icy Wind off, Gouging Fire can immediately be threatened if that Landorus Incarnate has a lot of investment in its speed.
Yeah, I love the little differences that these trainers have on these teams to really make the most of their team here. Raging Bolt as well, a lot of the times today we've seen this leftover set that with the Protect, this one with the Assault Vest, you're looking to make sure it can be surviving through the turns while you're just dealing out damage, or going for something like the Snarl and Electro Web. You have a way to lower the speed, you have a way to lower the special attack.
Yeah, I think being able to have that flexibility is why this set is so prominent, and it allows more room for immediate responses based on, let's say, leads. So you can easily lead that Pokemon and then just have multiple sort of options available to yourself based off of what your opponent is trying to start off with.
And maybe if the leftovers Raging Bolt is the more typical one, maybe the strongest then by default, having these extra ways of controlling the pace of the game, not just in the actual speed, but the amount of damage that the opponent is going to be using, I think is super, super powerful. The Snarl I don't think we'll see too much, but the Electro Web is definitely, that could be a little bit more important here. The one thing you do have to be watching out for when you do have this Icy Wind and the Electro Web is that King Gambit though. The King Gambit, it doesn't have necessarily the speed, but the Defiant to kind of force you away from those moves. If you try and go for them, that has to be on your mind.
And I think that's a really good way of being able to perhaps bring a two-core mode if you're Justin on this. So maybe leading with something that may be trying to bait out those sort of moves from the Raging Bolt over on Aurelion's side, and then have either King Gambit, maybe even paired up with Porygon 2 to lie in the bench at the back, waiting for their opportune moment to be able to be introduced onto the field.
Definitely a barrage of different ways for Justin to be setting up the board here. So we'll have to see if he can get that momentum to be kicking things off here and where to be finding it, which is what makes me like this version of this Porygon 2 team more. I wouldn't even call it a Porygon 2 team, but something that I like, the fact that you actually have offensive options here paired with it.
Yeah, and I think some very strong offensive options. We've got Flutter Mane on the special side. Really, that in combination with Porygon 2, if of course the download boost is procced, is pretty much all you need. And being able to actually have Ghost Terra as an option is actually cool to see as well.
Well, we're getting the Porygon 2 and a way to be putting some pressure on. That'll be Porygon and the Gouging Fire to kick things off for Justin. Landorus Incarnate and Rillaboom Aurelion. And right away, see the Drews. You also get to see the Photosynthesis with that booster energy. The speed, no surprise there.
Yeah, none at all. And we did actually see the special attack increase as well via the download, which automatically adds a lot of pressure over on Aurelion's side, and maybe even a focus down from them too. Maybe the fake out will likely try to target down the Porygon 2 because it just has a lot of room for being able to maneuver itself. But more importantly, the Gouging Fire always does have the option of going for any sort of offensive move straight off the bat.
It's whether you want to keep the Porygon 2 honest, or if you're worried about the potential of that Terra Ghost coming out and making sure that nothing's going to be happening. The Terra that is coming out, though, will be the Landorus Incarnate, making sure you're not going to be taking a bunch of damage from that potential Ice Beam. No fake out on the Porygon 2, instead into that Gouging Fire. Yeah. So the Porygon 2 can attack, but might not be for much.
Might not be for much at all. However, Sludge Bomb does focus down in that slot. No Earth Power there, maybe anticipating a Terrestrialization on that side of things, but the Ice Beam focus does target down the Lando, so really nice defensive Terrestrialization over on Aurelion's side in order to allow themselves a lot of more of resource management versus Justin.
That is still a lot of damage dealt onto the Gouging Fire at this point, and now that there has been that Terrestrialization coming out from Aurelion, sure, your Terra has been spent, But this Porygon 2 is not offering that same amount of pressure as it did once more. Sure, the Ice Beam into the Rillaboom could do a bunch, but bringing the Dragonite in here means that you're not going to be taking a super effective attack. It'd just be Protect, something we don't see too often coming out from Rillaboom.
Yeah, especially accompanied by that Meadow Plate. But at this situation, being able to get that additional attack boost over on Dragonite's side with that switch in via the Howl is such a nice little side play from Justin, as the Gouging Fire is now down for the count. All it needed was, of course, that guaranteed 2-hit KO via the Poison Terrestrialization of the Sludge Bomb.
Get that attack boost while you still can, and a free opportunity to be pivoting into something that can help you a little bit more here. Porygon 2 coming back out onto the field. Dragonite at the +1. At this, right now, you still have that Life Orb. So you're at the +1, and you actually can be doing a significant amount of damage, unlike the Assault Vest that we saw necessarily earlier on in the day.
Yep.
And the Gouging Fire likes that speed because it has that booster energy, but now that you have this Dragonite on the field, something like that Trick Room to twist the dimensions in your favor could actually lead way for this Dragonite to do some damage.
And it's such a nice little interaction, being able to essentially have that Howl support on the side. Not only do you have the equivalent of, let's say, a Choice Band on your side, you've got additional damage and the potential of being able to freely select your moves and get any sort of protects into it.
Dragonite Terrestrialization, normal type, and extreme speed. This has been used so much in VGC so far. No surprise there. More than handedly enough to take the Landorus Incarnate down. Wow. This Trick Room's not going to be for the Dragonite. It's going to have the priority, but instead the Porygon 2 can do it for itself and get the dimensions in its favor. Of course, it will be after an attack coming out from this Rillaboom, but Targonite into the Dragonite instead. Actually going to be trading KOs.
Yeah, so much damage being executed from both sides of the field. The Dragonite, even though it did get that huge KO onto the opposing terrestrialized Pokemon, does have to unfortunately forego that mechanic as the Trick Room is now set up. So this may be a bit of a setup of perhaps in Kingambit entering that Trick Room mode phase of the game.
That still hurts a little bit. That Woodhammer would have been initially resisted so much had there not been the Terrestrialization, but anticipating that, hey, I need a little bit more with this extreme speed, going out of it and then going to be a neutral hit, so definitely tough. You do have now the dimensions in your favor. Ogerpon Heartflame going to be hitting the field over on Aurelion's end here. Looking over at this Ogerpon, there's not going to be the double Grassy Glide coming out, but still a lot of damage if given the opportunity to attack, which it looks like it could, because Kingambit sometimes needs to set up a little bit before it could deal that massive amounts.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you could get any sort of Stray, Snarl, or Electro Webs, but none of those are, of course, in play this game. But Kingambit, maybe in combination with Porygon 2, if you double up on one side, may be able to do enough damage.
You see the nods coming out from Justin. Protect onto the Heartflame. Ogerpon is the double up into the other slot. Ironhead's going to be to kick it off. And Terra Blast from Porygon 2, the follow-up. Rillaboom's not going to be able to survive that and goes down.
Yeah, enough damage, of course, really well read there from Justin's side, and able to identify the correct and appropriate focus down there. The Protect, the Spiky Shield would have been great if Aurelion did, of course, bait that double in, but being able to sort of forego that. Now bring in the Urshifu, it does have a really good chance of being able to at least pick up a KO here, but the redirection is in play.
Yeah, follow me. Make sure that everything's going to be targeted towards that, and you keep that Urshifu safe. Assurance will be the first to act there. It's still going to be above half. That could be such a dangerous attack, but not at that point. But the follow-up Terra Blast from Porygon 2 is putting in the work.
Wow! All of a sudden, you see this combination, even though the Kingambit hasn't been boosted, it deals so much damage, but guess what? It is actually retaliated with a KO of the close combat there, so the redirection really coming in clutch there.
That's why you had to keep the Urshifu safe, dealing out massive amounts of damage. That, of course, is going to be that lowered defense and special defense. Now 1v1, the Porygon 2 has that special attack boost. The Urshifu, that special defense drop. The Porygon 2 has to be putting in the most work now, and it has all match. Urshifu detecting through this turn, though.
Yeah, as we do have 2 Trick Room turns remaining, Aurelion wanting to go ahead and burn that additional turn, allow the Focus Sash to stay intact in order to get 2 consecutive close combats, hoping to guarantee the KO.
Ice Beam, see how much damage this does. See if you can get the freeze, and it will be the survival. Close combat followed off in return. The Porygon 2 surviving as well. But with the Trick Room expiring, the Urshifu and surviving will be able to pick up the KO on the next turn.
Yeah, very well played endgame from Aurelion, being able to capitalize off of that. You do have the really nice addition of the Follow Me redirection on the Ogerpon, and the duality of being able to optimally choose the mode that you want to go for, as Aurelion's going to go ahead and pick up this game 1.
what a match between these two trainers. We knew it was going to be a good one, but coming down just to the wire. Now we have to see where we can change things up in this game too. And that's always a hard one when it's such a tough match and such a close match, because it could have just been a roll at the end. You could have had the roll, it could have been the freeze. There was a couple of different things. Both players really playing to capabilities. I think the biggest thing that's calling out to me is the Dragonite Terastallization. But also, if you don't Terra and you don't get the KO, then it also would have been something we're talking about now, like, hey, maybe if you Terra, you know?
Yeah, the sort of maybes and nuances of the different modes, as we do have the Howl and the Dragonite switch in at the opportune moment in order to be able to capitalize off of that. Maybe the Landorus was within range, like you're saying, Sierra, that Justin didn't need to commit to the Terastallization and have that available in the back with the King Gambit. But, well, it's left to be seen. We do know, of course, it did guarantee that KO at least.
Yeah, so you take the one, and hey, maybe we'll know now in this game too. We might see a different path going off from there. So it's one of those really, really tough calls. I like the little shrug. You might not have been at that moment, but I'm gonna pretend that it was. That is how I'm feeling it. But yeah, it was definitely a really, really close match. I'm really surprised at the amount that Porygon 2 is able to accomplish in that. I know it got the trace into the special attack, which is gonna be helping it out. But still, it was putting in work once it got that Trick Room set up.
Yeah, and I picked up on something very interesting. The King Gambit is confirmed to be slower than the Porygon 2 under terms of Trick Room, so it was able to move first. And that's not usually the pair-up synergy combination you would expect with Assurance and Porygon 2, so maybe that's sort of like an anti-hard Trick Room mode option of offensive pressure that Justin can sort of apply depending on the matchup.
I'd be looking more at this Assurance with the other faster Pokemon that Justin has on his team. If you have this Fluttermane with like a Dazzling Gleam or Gouging Fire with the Breaking Swipe, you have these spread damage attacks that, hey, especially with the Gouging Fire, you get the other capability and you get to follow it up. We're talked about, to quickly say about the Fluttermane though, and that's what we're seeing from both players coming out in this game too, paired with the Wellspring Ogerpon on Justin's end and Landorus for Aurelion.
Yeah, we've got Choice Specs on one side versus Booster Energy on the other. The Booster Energy does have the option of opting to go for immediate speed control in order to guarantee the outspeed, but then it has to be very cognitive of a Terastallization of the Ogerpon in order to essentially take all of the especially offensive output that Aurelion does have available.
This one's always difficult when it's a Fluttermane v Fluttermane, but it looks like Justin might get this one right. Protect coming out Aurelion's Fluttermane. Actually, the double protect. All right, we're keeping it safe. I was going to say, this could be a massive call. We're keeping it safe. This also, too, does secure that you know what Justin's going to be locking into with that choice specs, so you can play around that, have that information going on forward.
Yeah, it's a really safe scout and smart to be able to at least anticipate and follow up on it. So now that you've got a bit of a understanding of what move it's slotted into, maybe you can actually Terastallize outside of that weakness if you are the Fluttermane, for example.
Yeah, and Aurelion, you now know that, hey, there is the Shadow Ball. You saw that it was targeted into the Landorus, but you do have to be aware that it could be targeting into your own Fluttermane, and either go for the Terastallization, spend it right on this moment, which does mean your Landorus can be weak to something in the back, and you already saw the Porygon 2 earlier, and Aurelion doesn't know if it was brought this time around. King Gambit, though, this will be the one hitting the field, an Icy Wind firing off into it. It will be the double connect in King Gambit. It might be slower, but it's definitely going to get stronger with the Defiant now activated to give it +2 to its attack.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely lethal Pokemon to go up against if it can survive, and it just barely does. Earth Power, what a great focus from Aurelion there in anticipation of the switch up. Shadow Ball is enough to pick up the KO, and all of a sudden Justin has picked up a KO and also has a +2 King Gambit.
That survival was key, and not being able to get rid of it. Sure, it is a slow Pokemon. Sure, it's on a sliver of health, but you do have the priority. Facing off that Urshifu coming back, I mean, in perfect time, though, since there is going to be something that can be outspeeding, and King Gambit, sure, it might resist the Dark Hit, but it can't quite at that health. But then focusing that down, you are then at mercy at the Fluttermane over onto the opposing end. And already, even just looking at the fact that there's Urshifu over on Aurelion's end, it doesn't have a defensive Terra, so you're still actually going to be taking a lot of damage from that potential Fluttermane in the first place.
Yeah, and I think the important part there is to be able to at least break that Focus Sash to allow your Pokemon in the back to be able to capitalize off of that. Maybe a faster Pokemon, being that Gouging Fire will allow yourself more room to be able to enable the partner Pokemon. Fluttermane, though, does feel a bit threatened at this current point. You can break the Sash, but you're likely susceptible to a KO.
Yeah, so Fluttermane going to be swapping out for that reason. Sure, you could have pressured into the Urshifu, but also playing it safe. bring the Ogerpon in onto the end of the field here as Sucker Punch into the King Gambit.
Nice.
Hey, you might have had the priority, but I am the faster priority. Take it down. Perfect Pokemon for Aurelion to have in the back to be bringing out for that situation. Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon.
Oh, wow.
Still a super effective hit. And either the Fluttermane or the Ogerpon in that slot would have been so heavily threatened. Ogerpon will survive, but barely.
Just barely, and this is a Pokemon that is so well known for its special defensive Bolt. Obviously, it hasn't been able to capitalize off of Terrestrialization and have the +1 and removal of the grass type typing, should I say, to take that a bit more better. But the most important key factor here is the survival. You do at least have the option of a redirection and maybe start setting up this Gouging Fire.
And only the Gouging Fire with the redirection on a low health Ogerpon. Don't think it's going to make it too far, though it was an attempt at the Sucker Punch, so that is going to be null and void. Howl will bring an attack boost to both of the Pokemon currently out on the field, making sure at least the Gouging Fire in the following terms. And hey, the Ogerpon, if you ever get there, take it out. But no, Landorus will be attacking into it. No reason to try and set up anything else. And that is already going to be final 2 Pokemon for Justin.
Yeah, this is a lovely place for Justin. He's trying to capitalize at least off of the momentum that he's able to get with that redirection. Now you know the Fluttermane has to lock in. So you're either going to go for the Dazzling Gleam lock-in and at least try to get the Breaking Swipe, break the Focus Sash, and either force a Terrestrialization over on Aurelion's side, or at least deal so much damage that Aurelion's going to start running out of resources.
And you do still have your Terra, so you are threatened by the Sucker Punch over on the opposing end, but going into the Terra, you can then defensively make sure you can be taking that hit a lot better to try and make sure you can be doing as most that you can on this turn.
Yeah, as we do see the Terrestrialization, it is going to be the Fairy, and it is going to be trying to go for absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage right now.
All right, Landorus, that will be the Protect, though, not wanting to take that ridiculous amount of damage potentially coming out here at this point, as Sucker Punch will fire off into the Fluttermane, taking that hit just so much better. It'll actually be a Heat Crash, not the Breaking Swipe coming out. So instead of breaking the potential Sash, instead targeting into the Landorus, the Dazzling Gleam, it'll do so much. But of course, no Sash broken means that Urshifu will stick around.
Yeah, it will indeed, but I actually quite like this position for Justin because at least you're limiting the switch out potential that Aurelion has on their side. So you're forcing the Landorus to either take all of that damage or Terrestrialize or have to switch out.
And that'll be the thing there. So the Landorus sure you protected past turn, but actually going for the double protect and hits it. 1 in 3 chance. And you're gonna get it this time around. Sucker Punch, a little bit more damage onto this Fluttermane. It's gonna be huge. Heat Crash again, null and void. You see the look on Justin's face.
Yeah, he's not gonna be happy. That is a very unfortunate situation. Like Aurelion playing to their outs, naturally speaking, they want to be able to allow more room for that final 4th Pokemon to contest with the Terrestrialization mechanic there and at least force a 50-50 mind game on what Justin needs to anticipate and focus down on. So hence why you see such dismay in Justin's face there.
Sometimes you just have to go for it, and if you hit it, it pays off in dividends. Heartflame Ogerpon, the last and final Pokemon for Aurelion here, and now this is where we'll see that Breaking Swipe come out. But at this point, two spread damage attacks. Like, will you even get the amount of damage you need?
Yeah, maybe Aurelion can try to focus down on getting a 3rd Protect, but no, we got that Poison Terra, which is likely an indication of at least trying to go onto the offensive.
Or at least just making sure that you are going to be surviving past this. Follow me, coming out from the Heartflame Ogerpon. Make sure if there was a single target, it is going to be redirected at this point, as Breaking Swipe is going to be the force. It does do a significant amount of chip, bringing each one down just about a 3rd. But when we see the Dazzling Gleam, that one I don't think is going to have the impact it needs.
No, as it is double resisted right now from both Pokemon on Aurelion's side. Not even close on being able to pick up a KO, allowing Aurelion to do exactly that. The Gouging Fire is out. You can see, unfortunately, in Justin's face, this is looking like a locked-up situation. Unless, Sierra, there's a double crit.
Hey, I mean,
right?
I mean, there has been some crazy things that have happened, and with no other option, you just have to go for it. Dazzling Gleam into the final 2 Pokemon. Such little health, barely anything there, but the Wood Hammer is going to seal the deal for Aurelian Sula to take this series 2-0.
And what a way to do it. Justin really trying to play to all of his outs there. Unfortunately, just falling short at the literal last moment. And yeah, what an emphatic match. Even though it's a 2-0, Sierra, it was so close because all it took was one incorrect move in order to essentially direct a different outcome to that set.
Well, you say as well, one incorrect move, but it wasn't even an incorrect move at the end. That was the downfall. It was just a correct move, and sometimes you just have to roll the dice. You go for the double protect, knowing that if you do not get that double protect, you can lose the game. And instead of trying to pivot, hey, what else can I do? You just go for it. Hey, sometimes it pays off. You don't always get that chance, but it does, and you can just take so much momentum from that. So it was really, really well-fought match, and with that, hey, day 2 for Aurelian.
I mean, that's looking great, looking mighty fine. I'm kind of not surprised, but I'm also very proud of Aurelian just being able to just keep that consistency going. Of course, it's not all over for Justin. Justin still does have that one shot right now, that one opportunity to be able to go ahead and try to seal himself into day 2 as well.
That's the thing, but that's where it gets scary because you have so much pressure on yourself going on in that. So sure, you have that one chance, but you need a second to breathe, especially too after a double protect. You really need to breathe. You need to go just listen to some music for a little bit, focus up, but there's still that chance.
Yeah, I mean, you do need to go the extra mile, per se, to be able to at least, pull out all the stops as best as you can. But having a bit of a sneak preview, that was such a nice switch in there. But unfortunately, Aurelian covered so well. Even though the Defiant proc was there, you had the double up of the Earth power.
And that's the thing too, and it was a survival that could have been everything, but when you bring the right Pokemon to the match, or Shifu in the back then for Aurelian, then all of a sudden it was a King Gambit that never really got to capitalize, and that's one of the things with King Gambit as well. You don't necessarily get to always capitalize off of those boosts that you're getting, which puts you in a really, really tough position.
Yeah, and that's sort of the nuance of being able to try to get the most advantageous board position as you can. We saw there, the redirection was great from Aurelian. You had that availability. Of course, that was sort of to a fruition of the double protect play, which they were able to capitalize off of. But, it's unfortunate. It's part of the game, naturally speaking. But Justin was honestly playing so well to his outs, and was just there. Absolutely. He could have forced it to a game 3, no doubt.
I mean, you're saying Justin playing to his outs. I still think it was Aurelian playing to their outs in that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, more so it was Aurelian playing to their outs, but it's more so that Justin was doing everything appropriately correct. And he was essentially, if there was no RNG, let's say, likely would have just forced the game 3, right?
It's so tough. I think it's this type of Pokemon that you really get to appreciate how skilled players can be at this game and those back and forths and really trying to push on forward. So I really do have to applaud both of them. But of course, we have to give the biggest applause to Aurelian, who is over on the stage with Charlie now for their interview.
The last month or so.
Trainers, what a thrilling match that was. Justin Tang trying to set up that virtual environment with the Porygon 2. Aurelian Sula remaining resolute and playing all the way through. But Aurelian, you were saying that you feel like maybe you were gifted that game too.
Yeah, I think I got bailed pretty hard by the double protect. I think if I click Wicked Blow instead of Sucker Punch on the first protect, I have much better odds. Assuming Wicked Blow into like Terra's Sucker Punch picks up Flutter Mane. So yeah, I think that was like a pretty big misplay on my end, and I think Justin deserved a game 3.
Well, fair enough, but at the end of the day, game 1 did go your way as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I've been talking, like Justin and I are friends, we've been talking throughout the day, so I knew he was using Goading Fire, and as the matchup wasn't like that great for me. I had like Photable Line into like the more standard Goading Fire team that revolved around leading Real Lando. When I saw his Goading Fire didn't have Burning Bulwark, I regained some hope, thinking I could pin that slot with like Fake Out of Power if it doesn't switch. I did not read the list that well, and at lead I realized the PG was Terra Ghost, so I couldn't just fake out that one. So that's why I just faked out Goading Fire and Terra instead. I think I guess the early game didn't go like super well. I think like the turn when he Terra Dragonite to KO. KO Lando, and I managed to KO Dragonites that's Terrat out of Dragon Flying for something that's neutral to Grass. I think that's I was quite favored after that turn. I just had to not get frozen, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not, we don't see Extreme Speed Dragonite so often these days in Regulation Set F, but Justin Tang pulling out all of the offensive stops there. And then in game 2, Justin taking it from the virtual environment that Porygon 2 set up to being real as steel with that King Gambit. But you got the Icy Wind drop with the Defiant boost, but then the Earth Power, which still didn't quite KO.
Yeah, so it was like I just clicked like protect to like scout exponential like Terra from Ogerpon, the Spiky Shield from Ogerpon, or and the move like that Flutterman locks into. But like going into like turn 2, I was like, there's no way it's just letting me clicking Sludge Bomb, sorry, on the Ogerpon. So either Spiky is clicking Spiky Shield and I don't particularly mind that, or he's clicking Terra and Earth Power does more, or he's switching to King Gambit, which would be worse because it gets a Defiant boost, so I should just click Earth Power to cover for that. That was my thought process.
And it worked out well for you, Aurelian. So, how are you feeling about this team? How are you feeling about your tournament?
So, right now I'm feeling quite good about the tournament, considering I had like basically no up going in. About the team, well, I really like the team, but I thought it was like quite outdated. I didn't have much time to practice between like Gushford and now. I tried finding other stuff, but like nothing clicked. So I just went back like yesterday. I just went back to go back to that team since it was like what I was like most comfortable with by far, and I guess it's worked out.
You seriously had no hope going into the tournament?
I mean, kind of like. I mean, my ladder sessions went like awful like in the past few days. I tried like so many versions of so many different teams and like couldn't like figure out anything that clicked. So I just went back to like the old team that I thought had like pretty awful matchups into most of what was like standard, but I guess they worked out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the Aurelian Sula difference, everyone. Now, Aurelian, I want to know, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
I think I'm going to have, like, considering when I was a senior, I top cut walls with Charizard. I think I'm going to have to go with Charmander.
Oh, it's Charmander. Squirtle is having a terrible day, I tell you, Aurelian. We've got 4 Bulbasaur and 4 Charmander. There's no Squirtle yet, so, or at least Royal Players on stage there isn't, so we'll have to see if round 9 will turn things around. Finally, Aurelian, any shout-outs?
Yeah, so, yeah, shout-outs to, like, really, like, everyone who's supported me. Like, shout-outs, like, so, as usual, like, my parents for bringing me to events. Kyle for being with me for like the most of the prep. Sorry, couldn't like figure out anything that was like a good team really. And like anyone, like everyone who supported me throughout the years, really, thanks.
So many people that go into creating a trainer as fantastic as Aurelian. Thank you so much, Aurelian. Merci, and we wish you all the best. Bon chance for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks.
So trainers, coming up soon, it'll be Swiss round 9, and this is the point in the competition where everything's on the line.
And with everything on the line, that's where we truly get to see the best of the trainers here at EUIC. And I feel like we've already gotten to see the best throughout the day, which is just fantastic for our final round of Swiss.
Yeah, I think we definitely have, but of course we do have one final round to be able to try to go ahead and send us off into, of course, the very courageous and dangerous day 2. But before then, we do have a couple of little bits of Pokedex entries I think at some point we will be covering, as well as a couple of the usual promos that you at home or wherever you are will be able to go ahead and hop straight into.
So who's that Pokedex entry? The real competition that happens here at these events.
Oh, no. I'm not going to be that good, Sierra. I'm just letting you know, right?
All right, well, try our best. This seems to be the Iron Serpent mentioned in an old book. The Iron Serpent is said to have turned the land to ash with its lightning.
Why was I thinking Earthworm in the beginning, but then the lightning just completely changed that?
Maybe you are really bad at this.
Well, I wasn't lying. I was kind of saying I'm not the best at mispronouncing. Okay, all right. So let's think realistically. Burning ash, or land, sorry, to ash with lightning. Iron Serpent.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know how the players do it through 9 rounds of Swiss because my brain is already fried. I'm looking at this and I feel someone in chat is like, this is so easy. What are these casters doing? But my brain is gone.
What kind of serpents are there? Like,
it has to be a paradox. But like, I don't know what the phrasing, if it's future or past, because like I said, brain fried, end of day.
True.
And it's something Iron Serpent.
But like, all I think is Iron Hands, and that's definitely not a serpent.
Okay. Okay, my brain might be fried, but at least it's still there.
But there's a lot of electricity and light going around. So, okay, so in an old book, there has to be what?
I love it when the other casters and people want to like jumping in with their guesses.
Yeah.
Because they're right. So Ben accidentally leaking the answer to us. Miraidon?
Oh, okay.
It is literally, it's like Paradox name is Iron Serpent.
Okay, well, I mean, that was totally on us though, right? Like
It was 100% us. We developed the information, we looked through it, we combed through it, thought through all of our viable sources here.
Actually, yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, it's correct.
I think we're gonna have to take a punt and go for Miraidon. Oh no, sorry. Can you imagine? No, Miraidon, yeah.
It is Miraidon.
Okay, all right, Miraidon!
Please, chat, those watching, give us a little grace. It has been a long day. I read this and I'm like, I know I should know this, but like, it's just not.
It was the old book that threw me off. Because I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
it's a past paradox rather than future, but it makes sense.
And then it says
Both books,
Iron
right?
Serpent, but it's like old book because technically in the future, like a normal day, our day book is an old book.
The professor
Whatever.
threw us around.
Potato.
Yeah,
You know, it's like that. But we're one for one.
Yeah.
We totally came up with that by ourselves. I think it's been a long day. We deserve that. All right. Its wings pack devastating power. A light fluttering of its wings can blow apart regular houses. As a result, this Pokemon chooses to live out of the sight, deep under the sea.
Lugia. Has to be. Lugia,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, no, that's...
That feels Lugia.
Yep, no, checks out.
All right.
I don't know, could be Wingull.
Now that's some wild imagination. Like, can you imagine a small window just like chilling in Hoenn and all that?
Who said it was a small Wingull? What if you see like this giant, like whaler-sized Wingull rising out of the sea?
Run generation. Maybe Dynamax, I guess.
I don't know. That's the fan art that I want to see is this giant Wingull. I think it's good, but yeah, it's an angry Wingull. But yeah, Lugia I think is.
Lugia? All right, we are locking in with Lugia. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that was a good one. See,
I've redeemed myself somehow.
I think so.
Just for this one time
Me too.
until I. Oh yeah, totally.
Me too. All right, next one.
Cool.
Two for two. This Pokemon lives on sheer cliffs. It sidesteps opponents' attacks and lunges for their weak spots with this claw. Oh, it's a cloth. It literally lives on the cliffs.
It does. It does sidestep. It does lunge, I guess.
It has claws.
It does have claws. But is it... Oh, I guess it doesn't describe the speed of which it lunges. Unless it's just the sheer size of it. Because when we're in the game, it just like pops down, doesn't it? It's just like a huge terror, right?
Well, it also, like the first time you encounter it, it like scuttles over the cliff.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it does. Okay, all right.
And then like the other time it lunges.
But like, that's the only Pokemon we can even remotely think of a reference with that, right?
I don't think any other crabs live on cliffs.
Unless it's just like a stray Krabby or something, like a Kingler. It's just like...
It's just a
just
really
lost.
strong crab, you know. It's the cloth.
All right, okay.
You gotta do the claws when you say
Sorry,
the little cloth. All right, lock it. We're good. Yeah. Look at him. It's a pretty good impression too.
No, we did.
You gotta widen your eyes a little bit, but you can do it, right?
Oh my god.
All right, 3 for 3. So good. We're doing a good job.
We are. Oh, damn it, I forgot. Sorry. Again. There you go.
All right, tissue on the surface of his body is curiously similar in composition to an apricorn. When irritated, this Pokemon lets loose an electric current equal to 20 lightning bolts.
Interesting. Okay.
Similar in composition to an apricorn.
That's gonna be a toughie. We got confidence.
Oh, it's the Hisuian Voltorb, right? Because like it's literally made of like the apricorn stuff.
Oh wow! Yeah, you're totally. That has to be it. You're so good.
Thank you.
You're so
Thank
good.
you.
That's
Thank you.
really good.
If it's anything else, like I just like first thought, best thought. So first off, but I also like apricorn, lightning. I can't think of it. Yeah, so it's a Hisuian Voltorb, the one with the angry eyebrows.
All right. Okay, we're locking in. Yeah, we gotta lock it, right?
Yeah.
well,
it's the electro. It is the same thing. It's the same
evolution
thing.
line,
It's the
right?
same thing. That's what we said.
It's a total win. Okay. All right.
It's
well,
literally the apricorn lightning Pokemon.
yeah, that checks out. That completely checks out. Okay. Which, by the way, I wish that we can see more of its usage. I'm just so sad it's so underutilized. Like generally with VG.
I don't know what to tell you. It's like that sometimes. Join the club. I'm still waiting for that Slytherin. You know what I mean?
I mean, you don't usually have electric grass, though. That's the thing.
That's true. All right, final one. We're undefeated so far, technically not. It uses special lenses in its eyes to sense things about its opponents, like their body heat, and attacks once it identifies a weak spot. Oh no. I have no clue.
Which Pokemon is like associated with Lock-On?
Which one has special lenses in their eyes?
Something lenses. Oh wait, this could be like a Venomoth or something.
A Venomoth?
Yeah, because it's got. Oh wait, which one has Tintin Lens as an ability? Maybe that. No.
So like.
See what I mean?
Yeah, but I feel like its whole eye is a lens as opposed to special lenses in his eyes. I know this one's super, super far out, but like Iron Valiant, because it's like, you know, it has like
the razor.
weird like razor eyes.
Yeah.
It is a little far out there, but like I don't really know what else. I feel like the body heat, like it senses things. Like the body heat is kind of like the weird thing, but I also don't feel like a typical like bug Pokemon with like its tinted eyes could do that. So I feel like it would have to be like a future thing.
I see what you mean.
Iron Moth?
No,
I would like I think Iron Valiant. Like I'm good with that. You can do your own guess if you don't want to be like wrong with me, but like I don't know what else.
I kind of don't want to be wrong with you, but then you've hard carried this segment, so I'm not sure.
I don't know. Like I don't know. Like I don't. My brain's done, guys. I don't know.
I mean, it's still a fair guess, but if there's a Pokemon that can pick up on any heat signatures, just naturally you think, oh yeah, that could totally do it. I feel like it'd be a bug Pokemon of the sorts, right?
I don't know. I don't like. Maybe I skipped like the class where they taught us about bugs. I just don't feel like they
Academy
did that.
Stuff.
I skipped school. They gave me a free out. I was out. I had my one class and I was outie. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like I said, I'll gladly be wrong, but I just.
Okay, you go for Iron Valiant.
All right.
And I'll go for Moth. Okay.
All right. I still think you're more wrong than me, Bobo.
All right. Okay. What? What?
This is a really, like, I mean, it kind of has, like, wing capes, right? So maybe it's a moth. Is it a moth?
Well, it's definitely not a bug type.
It has lens in its eyes, and it has a little cape wingy thing, so I think it's a moth.
I get it, like, snipe shot. Like, I get it. But also, where is islands? Okay, I didn't make it in time. But, like, I don't see any no lens, right? Unless it's a scope lens. And you run, but that's not natural, is it?
Yeah, you know, like I'm okay taking the loss on that one.
It's 4 out of 5, right? Sierra, I
Yeah.
think we've done a really good job.
I think so too. I think that's more than fine. There's ones I'd be like upset to be like wrong about, but I think no, we're doing good. We're doing good. But is that it for us here? Is that it for
I hope so.
No. We're leaving on a positive record here. We're taking it at the 4-5. We're going to be heading to a quick break before we're back here with our Swiss Round 9 here at EUIC.
Or are we?
Win their second game here in the group stage. Let's hear those.
Simon. Now, we're going to do a very quick game here, everyone. This is a game I've come up with. We're calling it Unknown Scramble. I'm going to give you a letter of the alphabet. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. You list down as many Pokemon as you can think of that begin with that letter. And then at the end of the time, only unique answers will count. So you want to go for the more niche the Pokemon, the more likely you are to score. Are we understanding?
Yep. Brilliant.
Okay, we feeling ready?
Yep.
Yes. All right, let's do it. And the letter we'll start with, why don't we start with the very first one? A.
Ooh.
Go. 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. And if you're just joining us, these trainers will be writing down as many Pokemon as they can think of that begin with the letter A, and only unique Pokemon will count between them. Let's see if they can channel the power of the unknown in Pokemon and be able to come out on top. Okay, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bonus second, and we're done. All right, and when you're ready, turn your board around and let's see what we've got. Okay, so we're a little bit thin on the ground here, but what repeats have we got? So Arcanine, that's unique, you can have that. Aromatisse, very nice, that's unique, you can have that. Abra, also unique. Alakazam doesn't count, different Pokemon. Then Alakazam, also unique there. Ampharos, yep. What is this Ambros here?
That was supposed to be Ampharos. I was like,
Okay, so Ampharos doesn't count there, and Nilope and Apon do. So that's 2 points for you over there, Simon. You got 1 point there, James.
Great.
And that's 3 points for you, Cameron. So congratulations. Hope you were playing along at home there as well, trainers. As many Pokemon as you can think of that begin with the letter A. Hopefully we'll be able to do another round of that very soon. Shall we just get in one more round of this game now I understand, and make sure we're playing along at home as well. And we're going to go with the second letter of the alphabet, of course. It's going to be B. So in 3, 2, 1, you're going to have 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, what are these trainers going to be coming up with? Any Pokemon you can think of, people at home that begin with the letter B. You can chuck out your answers in the chat as well. Are you doing better than our trainers here on the stage? You let us know in those comments. That's about 20 seconds left, everyone. Like that you've got the fridge off here as well, Cameron, just cheering you on here. There's no priority moves that are going to be faking you out as you're playing this game. All right, and 10 seconds left. Concentration on our trainers' faces. How are you doing at home, everyone? How are you doing listing those Pokemon beginning with the letter B? Let us know. Okay, and 3, 2, 1. Bonus second, and we're done. All right, and are we ready to reveal our answers?
I'm not sure if my last one counts.
Turn it around and let's find out. Okay, we'll start with you this time, Simon. We got Breloom there. That's unique. Baggin, you guys are on the same wavelength there. That's a repeat there. And then we've got Bisharp as well. So that is going to be unique. So that's 2 points for you, Simon. Unfortunately, it's just the bravery that's going to count for you there, James. And then Cameron, Blastoise, Binacle, Barbaracle, Blood Moon. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. We'll call it a half point. I mean, you win anyway. That's 3.5 points there. Of course, Blood Moon referring to Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's good niche Pokemon knowledge there, Cameron. How are you feeling?
Yeah, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
And you're at a record, all of you today are at a record of 3 and 5 here at EUIC, yeah. But you've won the victory here, Cameron, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
I say that. You don't earn any championship points, but hope you've had fun with that. So, Unknown Scramble, there you go, channeling the power of those alphabet Pokemon. Thank you for joining me, Simon, James, and Cameron. We're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back very shortly.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can
And guess what? We are back here for the 2024 European International Championship, and we've got round 9 on the front. I myself am Costa, and Sierra has transformed into a Lee.
Yeah, I don't look as good, do I? You'll have to make do for this last round.
You'll do just fine. Oh. But of course, yeah, we're at the penultimate, or should I say the ultimate final round. We are looking to try to get things on track and get the final pairing up. But at the current moment, I believe there are still some some matches that are undergoing. So we're going to have to try to go ahead and entertain your lovely selves as well as ourselves whilst we are waiting for everybody by going ahead and having a bit of a run through over specifics around what we've been encountering today.
Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, we've had an incredible run today of, we've had 8 rounds already. We've said it so many times, featured so many top level players each and every round. It's been a brilliant day so far. We've got 1 round left today to kick us off into this Friday, into that rest of the weekend. But we can have a look at the top 12 Pokemon used in day 1. Costa, is there anything that really surprised you today when you kind of came into this morning? Because to me, honestly, there's a few things that I think, that's kind of interesting there. But for the majority of things, it's kind of what you would really look to expect at a high-level event like this.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sort of notion, because we got Incineroar, Fluttermane, Raging Bolt being top 3. I guess is a case of Ogerpon, Wellspring, Mask isn't within the top 3, but then Raging Bolt is a sort of sufficient and expected substitute there. Landorus creeping up to 4th though. I do kind of like that, and we had called out earlier on in the season that Landorus will likely start rising in usage, so being able to actually see it go ahead and clinch up to the 4th spot actually pays dividends.
Yeah, I do like the idea of that, because like you say, from the very beginning of the format, I think, especially when Raging Bolt was kind of just picking up that little bit of momentum, it felt like Landorus Incarnate could be that Pokemon to really come in and be the disruptive force there. I think when we first had Landorus introduced into the Scarlet and Violet formats, everyone initially thought it was always going to be that Landorus Therian form that had so much success in previous formats, but Incarnate form with that sheer force, with the Life Orb, the ability to utilize that Sludge Bomb, the special attacking move, Earth Power as well, and then the Substitute Protect, just that standard set, really just propelled itself up these usage stats, and it keeps on climbing. It'd be interesting to see where it ends up at the end of this format when we kind of wrap up before moving on to the next one.
Yeah, I feel like it's not going anywhere too far as long as Raging Bolt is still going to be very close in its headlights, given how well-versed of a Pokemon it is and the different sort of sets that you can run for it. But we do have swiftly following the 2 grass types, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Mask, and Rillaboom. Rillaboom, it's such a staple Pokemon with fake out pressure, with having most of the times Assault Vest, but I've noticed that we're starting to pick up on the grass boosting items at Meadow Plate and the Miracle Seed in order to get that additional damage output. And I think James Evans did something very similar, but rather than capitalize off of that and have a very offensive Terra, opted to go on the defensive with a Fire Terra choice.
Yeah, and it's a really nice option. I think the damage output, the increase to damage output that you get from those Meadow Plate and other damage boosting items, I think is really valuable for the Rillaboom in particular, because when you look at some of the other options here, you're seeing players kind of locking up the Assault Vest on things like Incineroar, things like the Raging Bolt. It takes it away from the Rillaboom some of that time. So being able to maximize the damage output on that side of the spectrum while also bolstering the defenses of something else like a Raging Bolt is really useful, and you're still maximizing the potential from those Pokemon.
Yeah, but going into uncharted territory, being caster predictions rather than the top 12, we were given the investigation request to look for unique Pokemon with potential. I think we've seen this graphic a couple of times today, so I would probably want to ask you, Lee, what stands out the most out of all of these predictions?
I mean, Sierra's doing well with the Gouging Fire. You've got to...
I thought you were about to say Slither Wing. I was gonna abstain to that, but
I mean, she's doing well with that. I mean, it's on that #1 slot.
Well, it is on this graphic's #1 slot, but
it is, yes. I think the Gouging Fire. We've seen Keen Gambit do pretty well a few occasions today. Outside of that, I mean, you know, Charlie's really struggling today, isn't he? I mean, the Frostmoth, unfortunately, the Skeleturgeon. I think you were really clutching at straws with the Kingdra again.
Okay, right. I agree with the Kingdra. Sorry, Charlie. But with the Frostmoth, there is some utility to it. It does have the ice scales. It does have Quiver Dance potential. You know, it has the additional defensive boost if it's paired up with Snow Weather. So there's something, albeit not as much, but maybe something more than Kingdra.
I get that, but would you just not use Articuno? I mean, just pick Articuno and, you know.
And call it a day.
I mean, yeah, really, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'll stop picking on Charlie for a minute.
All right, how about picking on yourself?
Yeah, well, we haven't seen any Excadrill. I'm a little bit sad about that. I do think it's got potential. Obviously, a lot of the players here have maybe tried it and just thought it's not right for this format, unfortunately. And obviously your Terrakion as well, I think, is another one.
Yeah, and I think there is a Sebastian Ernst, which is a very well-known friend of us. Actually rocking 6-2 last I checked.
Really?
Potentially going into day 2 with Terrakion.
Terracot.
With a Terracot, Whimsicott on its side. So there's some chance, there's some opportunity for it to be able to get that day 2.
He's holding that torch for you. Like all your eggs in one basket.
Well, yeah, it's working so far, 1 out of 2. So.
I mean, you've got the Ursaluna, you've got the... Well, no, Iron Moth, I think, is a good shout as well. But I think that's enough of this for now because we need to talk about the giveaways that we have this weekend. For those of you that did miss it earlier or throughout the broadcast, we do have a mystery gift available to celebrate EUIC this year here in London. And it is for Marco Silva's Iron Hands, the one that he used in the Latin America International Championships. Now, when you go into your game in Scarlet and Violet, you can go into the mystery gift section and use code FAKEOUTEUIC, and you will be able to receive this Pokemon, and it is running until the 8th of April, 23:59 UTC. So there is a limited time on this. Make sure if you are wanting to pick this up to take advantage of this while it is running.
And do make sure that you do reach a story progression of at least unlocking the mystery gift in order to do so. However, next we do have the TCG giveaway as well, being that very extravagant Raging Bolt illustration card here, the EX. And yeah, we did touch on it a bit earlier on, Lee. It's just majestic.
It is. I've said it before. I'll say it again. It's a beautiful card. And if you would like to pick it up in your copy on your account of TCG Live, you can do so by using the code BURSTRAW EUIC 24. It is on the screen now. You can redeem 1 per account, and it will be running until the 15th of April.
Indeed. However, we are going to wrap final things up here with the promos with the Go Twitch drops, where you can watch and earn on the way through the broadcast as well. You know, you can chill, you can relax, have something nice to eat, whilst being able to guarantee being able to earn points that can allow you certain drops, where you go ahead and have access to certain candies or also any other resources that you can go ahead and try to get through. So yeah, there's a lot for you to be able to capitalize off of just going ahead and continuing watching this great broadcast, of which has been this amazing day 1 here at EUIC.
Yeah, and across all the games that we're featuring here at the European International Championships this year, you can take advantage of all of those gifts across the whole spectrum. So make sure you do, and you might play all 3 of those. So make sure to grab those while you have the opportunity, because they're not all running forever.
I have been actually having the stream on the side with my mobile, so I've been trying to earn those as we go. We sort of gave the suggestion earlier, and so far it's actually worked. I've gotten quite a bit.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I'll have to do the same tomorrow myself.
Don't miss out. But yeah, that being the case, like we said, there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of hype going into this. We do have the final round that we are looking forward to going ahead and featuring very shortly. But if there's going to be one highlight moment so far for yourself, Lee, from today's broadcast, what would it be?
I really enjoyed that Arash and Alex Gomez match earlier. I thought that was a really great match. So probably my highlight from today so far. Anyway, we've got 1 round to go. And what about yourself, mate, before we throw it over to Charlie?
I would probably say That's a tough one. I think there was Flavio's Pheasantipity, even though he wasn't able to go through with it, the fact that he was able to bring it, and last I checked, he was X1.
Wow, yeah, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure maybe still X1, so a good
Yep.
chance of going through. Well, already through with X1 at this stage.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like pretty amazing to be able to do that, even though
Incredible.
we didn't see it on show at that time. But talking about shows, we do have Charlie on the lounge, so we're going to go ahead, throw over to himself, and we'll be back shortly.
Okay, here we go. Hey trainers, I'm here on the floor with Oliver and with Carmine, two of our players from the EU region. Welcome to Charlie's Chill Zone. How is the day going for you, Oliver?
It's going all right. I'm 5-3 at the moment, so far I'm trying to beat my record from last year, so going well so far.
Very good, and with an iron boulder, I understand.
Yes. I ran that back in Utrecht, and I got 9th, and I'm still to this day don't know how, but I haven't quite been able to do it so much justice today, but if I get 6-3, I'll still be happy.
Very briefly, how would you convince trainers to play iron boulder?
Why would you do that to yourself? It's not the greatest option, but I think people should start experimenting with it more, because there's so many different things that you can try with it. You can try the more defensive sets with Sword Stance and Booster Energy. You can try the Clear Amulet things to ignore the Incineroars, do big damage. Or you can do what I did with Choice Band and just do massive damage with Mighty Cleaves as quickly as you can.
I've been known to run a Choice Band Iron Boulder myself, actually, as well. I like your style. How about you, Carmine?
Well, first of all, hey, congrats on it, because I've been playing your team apparently, and I didn't know. I tried to recreate also with some other friends, and hey, Iron Boulder is cool, guys. Don't worry about it. And yeah, I mean, for me, it's been all right. I wish I could have done better to actually earn my day too, but for me, AIC is always like a very humbling experience that realized me like how much of gap for me there is to get like a very good trainer, like kind of level like day 2. And so like now I'm 4-4, and then I'm gonna go back to the drawing board when I'm home, like reflect on what went wrong, what could be improved, and then probably get back in Stockholm.
Yeah, it's really touching words to hear. It's really important to take the time out when you feel that you need to. And still, a whole month left of Regulation Set F, so a lot to play around with here. Now, it's time for Chizingdra to become Quizingdra again. Time to ask you a few questions, just a little bit of VG knowledge. We feeling ready?
Yeah, as I can be.
Let's try. Let's
give it a go. Okay, here we go. So, question 1. Which of these berries will confuse your Pokemon if it has a nature that reduces special attack? Okay, so if your Pokemon has a nature that reduces special attack, which of these berries will confuse your Pokemon? Yapapa, Figgy, Mago, or Wiki?
I got it. Wiki.
You think it's Wiki? Okay, Oliver?
I was going to say Ayapapa, but I think he's right. I think it's Wiki.
You're changing from Yapapa to Wiki?
I think I'm going to go with Wiki.
All right, well, I'm pleased to inform you you're both correct. Wiki. EU with all of the trivia knowledge. Okay, congratulations on that one. Here's number 2. Which of the following Pokemon is not part normal type? Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Which of the following Pokemon is not part normal type? Okay. Go-Goat, Grafaiai, Arboliva, or Azurill? What are you thinking, Oliver?
I think it's not Azrael, because I know that's a trick question, because its evolutions have a fairy typing. And I've forgotten what your first answer was, but it was that.
I said Go-Goat, Grafaiai, Arboliva, and Azurill.
It was Go-Go. It was definitely Go-Go.
Go-Go, okay.
Oliver is right, Go-Goat.
Okay, now, I'd like to inform you all of that Azurill is part fairy type, is normal and fairy rather than normal and water. But you're correct, it is Go-Goat. Congratulations, very good. Okay, here comes question 3. Now, there are some moves that can never miss, but which of the following moves could miss? Okay? Aerial Ace, Close Combat, Swift, Tachyon Cutter. Aerial Ace, Close Combat, Swift, Tachyon Cutter. Which of those moves could miss? And we're not including the dig or fly turns in that. What are you thinking, Carmine?
I've been missing close combat before. Especially on a muck, running like a special. So with minimize, sometimes it happens that they reduce like the evasiveness, so they increase the evasiveness. So I've been missing close combat on this dark type.
Okay. Speaking from experience, how about you, Oliver?
Same here. There is a reason I have changed Close Combat to Sacred Sword on my Iron Boulder. I have not been enjoying some of the minimized strategies that you come across on ladder. Those mucks are annoying.
Very good indeed. It is indeed close combat. It's a move that is 100% accurate, but the other moves can never miss. Tacking Cutter, Swift, Aerial Ace. Fantastic, and I'm sure you found out the hard way that Alolan Muck can make close combat miss.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. There's been this like Smeargle plus Muck team going around, and you just like with Power of Alchemy, it gets the Moody boost, and then starts becoming very menace to deal with. So yeah, my poor Shifu could not land his wicked blows. Either it's close combat. So I was like, okay, yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna get this.
And with the Flamigo in the back as well, that team is an absolute nightmare. Oh my goodness, yes. Alolan Muck. We haven't seen any Alolan Muck on stream, but who knows? The weekend is young. Despite the prayers to Arceus, we might still see an Alolan Muck on stream. So, those are your questions, both 3 out of 3. Very good. So your tournament might not have gone as well as you expected. Good to see the sportsmanship there. At least your trivia is on point. How are you feeling about that, Oliver?
I mean, it's at least I'm winning at something. Yeah. My trivia knowledge is, I expected to do worse, but here we are, and working as a team, we take the win.
Yeah, fantastic. I should have put you in isolated booths, really, so you couldn't hear each other confer. Okay, so those are the VG questions I have for you, but let's just go for some more quick-fire questions. We'll just do the one favorite Pokemon. Come on.
Oh, so my favorite Pokemon is Gyarados. I have a Magikarp in my backpack that I bought yesterday at the Pokémon Center, and it's been great. So I've done my first CPs in Barcelona with Gyarados, like shouting those Terra Blasts in front of the Among Us, and it was so good.
Gyarados, very nice indeed. And briefly, Oliver?
For me, it's got to be my little guy, Dedenne. He's just a small little critter, and he clicks Nuzzle and Parabolic Charge, and sometimes he has Plus and does way too much damage for how small this little thing the brat is, and I love him to bits.
It's a very cute Pokemon as well.
Oliver, I don't really like your Dedenne.
Dedenne would do very well indeed into Gyarados. Thank you so much for joining me, Oliver. Thank you for joining me, Carmine. Well, trainers, we're here at EUIC, hooray, but we're very nearly at the end of our very first day.
Thank you so much, Charlie, for that great interview there. And props to both those trainers for getting max points on the quiz as well. They did very well.
They did very well, and a couple of those questions were actually very tough, you know. You need to be able to properly grind yourself through the nuance of all the items and the sort of mechanics and features going into it. You know, like the Wikiberry, dropping the attack if it's like a incorrect nature in retrospect is something that not every trainer will be fully accustomed to.
No, definitely not. I did get it right, though, so I'm just going to put that in there.
Yeah, very humble, I see. Very, very
I actually saw the answer sheet, so I already knew.
Oh, wow, okay. All right, we've got a cheat over here.
No, I'm honest as well. I admitted it.
We've got an honest cheat, sorry, everybody.
I'll take that.
But, I mean, those were great questions, though. It was great hearing from the trainers to great sports there, Oliver as well as Katamine. But yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement that's been going through the day. We are reaching the final step and countdown right now. Swiss round 9. It's going to be a win and in, folks. So, yeah, you won't want to miss this, will you?
No, I don't think so. I think it's really difficult going into this round because, you know, it's great for one player. They're going to advance into tomorrow, which is brilliant. But then the other player's so close to advancing, and they're unfortunately not going to advance. And they've done so well to get this far in the tournament. So it's a bit of sweet at this point of the day. It's been really exciting, but you've got to kind of factor that in as well, that everything is on the line for these players coming into this last round when it is that winning in. You know, really the whole tournament is on the line right now. And I think that's what makes it exciting for us to watch here and for you at home. So, maybe not so much for the players, but as a spectacle as well, generally quite good matches as well.
It's sort of like the very raw phases of VG that get highlighted when there's so much running on the line and there's a lot of emotion and exhaustion and there's a lot of factors generally going into it. So not only do the trainers have to be so well accustomed to their teams where they understand the flowcharts, they need to be able to trust it to an extent where even, let's say, when they're battling under exhaustion, generally speaking, they can rely on it to be able to at least cover certain ground and then enable you to have to make those critical decisions and, you know, try to reduce the amount of brain power and energy that you need to apply.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the more experienced you are as a player, the more you'll be kind of used to this point in tournaments as well. So our next match is going to be really, really brilliant one. I'm really looking forward to it. And I think everyone at home will enjoy it. Like I say, I think because we're at that point now of the day, and it's just kind of hitting home for me personally. I'm sure it's the same for a lot of our players out there, that this is going to be make or break it time for whether or not you make it into tomorrow. Because if you make it into tomorrow, it doesn't matter what your record is. It's a fresh day, right? It's a fresh start, and you can carry on and go from there. All that counts right now is just getting over the line.
Yeah, I mean, if you can afford it and do the best that you can and get, not have to rely on an X2 and get an X1, it favors you by being able to place yourself a bit better into day 2 Swiss, which, it's still a continuation. However, like you said, just being able to at least get cross the line is really what everyone wants to be able to do. Having the achievement of a day 2 at such a stacked tournament, as well as now the official largest VGC tournament, it's such a great accomplishment.
Yeah, it's incredible, really. And like we've said from the top of the show today, the player base here this weekend in London is absolutely stacked. So, I mean, you get into day 2, huge accomplishment already. We can take a quick overview of the standings here as we go into this last round of Swiss. Victor Medina having a great show earlier on stream, still undefeated today, alongside Arasha Marti and Jan Prosecco and Tim Edwards, all 8-0 record. What an incredible accomplishment by all 4 of these players.
It really is, and it's such a great variety of regional representatives that we've got ahead of us. Miguel Paquete from Portugal, really leading strong. Oliver Escalin, we know, being such a great trainer in his own accord, doing incredibly well with consistency. But the most important thing here, Lee, is the fact that everyone here has guaranteed that day 2 right now. They're just trying to go ahead and get the best rating that they can going into day 2. But I got to give a shout out as well to Aaron in 14th there, 7-1, fellow co-caster across the pond. Definitely showing that he's still got it.
Still got it, always has had it. You beat me to it there, but yeah, Aaron having a really good run in today and going into this last round. He's got the pressure off now, can just enjoy this last round. I'm sure, like the rest of the players here want to finish the day as they mean to kind of go on with a win, of course. But the pressure is off for this group of players. They've done all the hard work now. They just need to think, wrapping things up today as best they can, and then reset, go rest up tonight to come back and do it all again tomorrow.
Indeed. However, we do have the pairings, of course, for the final round. I know that trainers are looking to go ahead and get things all set up. It is going to be, of course, that win and in that we did discuss about. So emotions are going to be high. Excitement is also going to be equally high, especially because of a couple of interesting Pokemon that will be coming through to the fray. And there it is. Stream match. It's going to be none other than Wolf Glick versus Sebastian Ernst.
I don't think we could have picked literally a better match to round off what has been such a brilliant day.
No doubt.
Obviously, I don't really need to say anything about Wolf. We know all about Wolf. Incredible player. The accomplishments Wolf's achieved, what he does for the game outside of just VG is incredible. And then going up against another veteran, Sebastian Ernst, and a very well-known German player from back in the day, a previous caster as well. So really nice to be able to feature Sebi. And this match has just got the makings to be an incredible one. And you've already touched upon what Sebi's running, but we'll get into the teams in a moment.
Indeed. However, we do have other notable matches which are absolutely fire as well. Aurelien Sula versus Alberto Lara, Niels Dunlop versus Eduardo Cunha, Lucas Ceribelli versus Francesco Piopero. And yeah, it's just everywhere you look, it just keeps on giving such fire matches.
Yeah, and well, it's no surprise really, like I've been saying, repeating myself a bit with how stacked the tournament is. It is rounds like this, and it has been like this all day, where you're looking at matchups where you've got the likes of Niels Dunlop, household name, against Eduardo Cunha, a previous world champion, and then Aurelien we've had on stream already, performing so well. Such a hot streak at the minute, and coming into this event and being able to kind of back up those regional results from recently, going up against a pretty tough test against another very formidable foe from the US in Alberto Lara. It's going to be an extremely good match. Of course, these players have already progressed into tomorrow. So, like we've already mentioned, the pressure's off for these, but some absolutely brilliant games.
Yeah, exactly. I think Alberto Lara being no stranger to our broadcast, being able to get that Oceania finalist placement last season with a very interesting team. I think it was a Klefki overnight.
Klefki.
Yeah. It was just so well placed and so off meta, where you sort of look at the archetype and you're questioning things, but then you look at who's running it and piloting the team, and you're like, okay, Alberto's actually found something really nice, and we just haven't been able to have the opportunity to check it out.
Got the keys and locked it.
Oh!
Yeah, I had to do it.
Lock
sorry.
it in.
Sorry.
That was good.
I apologize.
Bad but good.
Did the last of it. Probably won't.
At least for this day.
At least for today.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
We shall find out soon. But yeah, I think it's going to be really hype to be able to see Wolf. I think Wolf has quite literally won every single official title there is to win in terms of official competition. Every single time it's been introduced. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a uphill climb for any opponent going up against Wolf, especially when he's on form. He's already locked in his world championships by obviously being a regional champion this season. But yeah, he's still going for glory though.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that, you know, Wolf would probably want on his CV as well is EUIC champion. I'm pretty sure it's something that he hasn't.
He's gotten top 4 at EUIC in the past.
Yeah, but you know, when you're collecting accolades like Wolf does, I think you're probably looking at all of these big tournaments and saying, I'd like to tick these off at some point. He's more than capable of doing it, and you know, I think that's the task in front of Sebi going into this match. You've got to really, you know, coming in, obviously not probably in the position that you would like to be. I think both players would probably be in that position where they would like to be a bit more relaxed going into this last round and think, take my foot off the gas because I'm already in day 2. You don't really want to take it to the last round to kind of clinch that spot, of course. But yeah, what an incredible game. It's going to be tough for both players, of course. You know, we've got Sebi on one side of the field, who's playing a team he's very comfortable with. We've already talked about the ability, bringing a team that you have that comfort level with and how it can kind of propel you into a tournament and make it easier for you, less strenuous and things like that.
Exactly.
So he's got that on his side. You need to put that into consideration going into this tournament because it's been a long day, right?
Yeah, especially if you run something a bit off meta and sort of niche to an extent, where you know that most teams don't try to factor in that strategy. Sure, you can have some sort of rough answers to it, but there could be certain strategies that you need to have sort of foolproof answers to in order to sort of not allow any certain type of modes, who knows, maybe like a beat-up mode of sorts to just run through your team.
Yeah, well, the beat-up mode is an interesting one because let's have a little talk about it. You already mentioned on your caster previews, Terrakion was one of your picks, and you did mention that the Terrakion is still in the tournament.
2 of them were.
2 of them?
2 only.
Of the whole day?
Of the whole day.
Wow.
So that's a really good ratio, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there.
I think there were 84 King Gambits when I checked. Not that I was counting.
Counting or anything, yeah, like who would? But I think King Gambit is just one of those really reliable Pokemon, whilst Terrakion is a bit off-center to what you would expect. I think Oliver, that we just saw on the floor there with Charlie and Katamine, had been rocking the Iron Boulder with the very sort of prestigious futuristic version of it, but being able to actually see the OG Terrakion is quite nice.
Yeah, especially paired up with that Whimsicott as well. And then you're obviously looking as well in this team. Is there a Trick Room mode here with that Farigiraf? And you would probably say, yes, there is. The Farigiraf has the ability to twist the dimensions. So you've got both forms of speed control here with the Whimsicott, Farigiraf. You've got Tailwind, you've got Trick Room, you've got a lot of flexibility with a lot of big hit as you look through the team there. The Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu, the Glamora, all Pokemon that are very dangerous if left unchecked. But we're going to kick off, pass it over to yourself to take it over for Wolf's team.
Indeed, we've got Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Choice Scarf, Incineroar, Safety Goggles, Fluttermane, Booster Energy, Amundia, Citrus Berry, Landorus Incarnate with the Sheer Force and Life Orb, and the Focus Sash, Tornadus Incarnate, which actually rocks that Rain Dance, which pairs up very nicely with that burst mode of the Urshifu pairing with a Choice Scarf and being able to just absolutely dispatch great amounts of damage.
Yeah, and we'll come over to this side of the field, and it is going to be Sebi's team. The Whimsicott, the Farigiraf, Glamora, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, and that illustrious Terrakion.
Covert Cloak, not something you typically see.
No, not something you see very often at all. It does give you the immunity to that fake out though, which is very nice, especially at turn 1 if you're in a position where you look at the Whimsicott, it's got the Terra Ghost, right? So you Terra Ghost, and then you're immune to fake out, and then you go for the beat up potentially into the Terrakion, it can't be faked out either. Then you can just launch those rock slides off. If you are getting the Terrakion up to +6, it's going to be hitting very hard. And it also has that handy upper hand move as well, which is a priority attack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's a really good sort of utility tool to be able to just shut down any priority moves coming out from the other side. It hits very powerfully, especially whilst being dispatched by a Terrakion with a fighting type as same type attack bonus boost. But yeah, I think it's sort of one of the niche picks that do incredibly well in closed team sheets, but still have some room in open team sheets.
The question I would ask you, Costa, going into this match, looking on just paper here, the Urshifu that Wolf's got feels like it's going to be really problematic for Sebi to deal with, especially when you look at the Tornadus here. It's got access to the Tailwind, it can match the Tailwind from the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott hasn't got access to Taunt to be able to shut that down. So you're going to have to match for match, but then you've got the Urshifu with the Scarf that already puts itself above that Terrakion. So we'll answer that question later. We're getting into the match.
Oh, getting into the match indeed, and like you correctly pointed out there, Lee, we do have the Tornadus and the Urshifu being such a prominent threat for Sebastian's team at the moment. So really good call out there from Wolf versus the Glamora and Whimsicott. So you've immediately got some really good offensive pressure coming out of the Glamora. It does, of course, have the potential of terrestrializing into grass, so it may force a U-turn play from the Urshifu, so something that Wolf is going to really have to take into consideration.
Yeah, and it has nice access to those sludge bombs, to the earth powers. You can fire into that Urshifu here and really start doing some good damage, especially if you do go for that terrestrialization. We aren't seeing it here, just the Tailwind coming out from that Whimsicott and the Meteor Beam straight away from this Glamora.
No Tailwind from that Tornadus, allowing the Glamora to get ahead and get that speed advantage. Special attack boost, and the Meteor Beam does connect. This is same type attack bonus, ladies and gents, but it's not, of course, enough to pick up the KO due to the typing resistance. Their Surging Strikes, it doesn't even need to connect with a third hit there. It will be picking up a KO, but most importantly, the Toxic Debris will now have 2 sets of layers on the field. So any grounded Pokemon from Wolf's side that are not immune to the poison typing will have to be wary unless there's another poison type over on Wolf's side.
Yeah, and he does have that poison type maybe lurking in the back. We'll have to wait and see, but the Amoonguss could be an option here to come in and just soak up those toxic spikes to get that away. We're going to see Blinkwind Storm into the Whimsicott, not quite enough to take it down, activating that Focus Sash. So going to stick around for at least one more turn here.
It will indeed, and there's actually a speed drop on that Whimsicott as well. Most likely not going to come into play because Whimsicott is an enabler of sorts for its partner Pokemon, so Sebastian is likely going to want to try to bring in a sweeper of sorts. And now that we know that Wolf's locked into the Surging Strikes from Urshifu, it means that Terrakion really needs to take that into consideration and likely have to try to exhaust its terrestrialization in order to cover and resist it with a grass type. But no, we actually have the Farigiraf.
Yeah, it's probably a better option to bring in right now, I think, instead of the Terrakion. Like you say, it would be awkward. You're kind of having to commit that terrestrialization in front of this Urshifu, knowing what it was locked into. So to try and get around that, circumvent it a little bit, the Farigiraf feels like a good option here. Going to be able to soak up attacks from both sides of the field pretty easily and potentially maybe even just pick up a knockout on that Urshifu, or at least pressure if the Amoonguss is the slot that is going to come in for that Urshifu in this situation.
And I do quite like the Farigiraf coming here, sort of adds to the dual speed mode that Sebastian does have available to himself in case there was a Tailwind setup from Wolf's side. But we do have the terrestrialization now on the Urshifu. It will be the Water Terror, and we're looking to get very offensive here.
Yeah, it's going to be boosting that attack even further and boosted further by the rain from this Tornado, setting up the rain that'll last for 5 turns. A Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Whimsicott, not enough to pick up the Urshifu, but the Hyper Voice following up, picking up a huge KO on the Urshifu here before it is able to attack.
That is such a speedy Farigiraf. You see that Wolf wasn't actually anticipating the Choice Scarf Urshifu being outsped by this Farigiraf, so really nice touch there. As, of course, it does get that special attack boost due to the Throat Spray.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there for Wolf losing the Terrestrialization now, but such a surprise from Sebi doing so well, training that Farigiraf not like you would expect it to be, and really catching Wolf off guard with that big hyper voice, and then at the same time activating that throat spray, giving it a +1 to its special attack, becoming a real threat going forward. The Amoonguss coming in now for Wolf, allowing him a little bit more room to adjust.
And having Psyshock at +1 of its special attack is such a great utility. Wolf doesn't have Terrestrialization left, but the Fate is will allow so much damage coming out from this Hyper Voice. Not enough to pick up the KO on the Amoonguss. It does get rid of the Tornadus, but it does allow the Farigiraf to now be susceptible to a likely Spore into the slot.
Yeah, that's the big question here. The Amoonguss surviving, getting that Citrus Berry, which is so good, and the Spore coming out now into that Farigiraf. Gonna put it to sleep and give Wolf a little bit of room to breathe here, because this Farigiraf is becoming such a threat very, very quickly.
And I think Sebastian did take into consideration a potential Incineroar lurking in the back, and may have not felt confident going for the Psyshock focus into the slot, hence why trying to optimize with a better middle ground play of a sort of boosted Hyper Voice. But we did see the special attack boost via the boost energy on the flow domain.
Yeah, so we'll be hitting it a lot harder, of course, having to rely on the Dazzling Gleam to really do that spread damage. You want to remove the Whimsicott as soon as possible. You've seen it be really disruptive with that fake tears. You don't really want your Fluttermane taking any of those, but that's what we're going to see. It is going to be going into the Fluttermane, lowering that special defense by 2 stages, meaning if this Farigiraf can wake up after this turn, it will be doing a lot of damage.
It will indeed, but prior to that, the Whimsicott will be going down. So this is quite crucial and dependent on what the final Pokemon is over on Sebastian's side, as the Sludge Bomb will be targeting down the Farigiraf, not quite enough to pick up the KO, as the Tailwind will expire. So this is the part of a dual speed control mode of a team that Sebastian would have really liked having the Trick Room set up.
Yeah, I think if you could have potentially set the Trick Room up there, it would have put you in great. Well, it would have put you probably in a worse position, because you've got the Amoonguss out, and Wolf's able to check that with the lower speed on that side of things. So covering speed spectrums quite well here. The Fluttermane now in a nice position where it is going to be able to take advantage of the Beads of Ruin that's come onto the field from the Chi-Yu. Going to be able to knock out the Farigiraf pretty easily with the Dazzling Gleam based on the previous damage. The Chi-Yu not in the greatest position now. The Rain's up, not really going to be able to get the most out of those fire type attacks that it might want to rely on, especially against the Amoonguss.
It may even have to come to a Snarl, but likely you want to try to at least guarantee the KO onto the Fluttermane and allow the Farigiraf, depending on when it can wake up, to dispatch of the Amoonguss. But this is quite crucial right now. The Fluttermane is at -2 of its special defense. This is Beads of Ruin that's on the field. Choice Specs boosted, and of course the Terrestrialization here, wanting to perhaps avoid and completely ignore that Amoonguss.
Yeah, this is a really clever Terrestrialization here. Immunity to Spore now because of that grass typing. The Dazzling Gleam coming out, picking up the Farigiraf, taking the Chi-Yu down to 50% health.
But it's quite crucial right now, because it depends on whether there is a connect from him. No, actually Snarl avoids the Amoonguss, doesn't pick up the KO on the Fluttermane, but my lord, the amount of damage, and there's the Sludge Bomb, absolutely reading the Terrestrialization, allowing the Amoonguss to pick up this game 1 in what is a complete turnaround.
What a ferocious end to this game, and Wolf looking like he was on the back foot there in the losing position, but at the last moment, getting that Sludge Bomb off into the Chi-Yu, being able to pick up the knockout, the Snarl missing onto the Amoonguss, unfortunate, but the Fluttermane hung on, took down the Farigiraf. What a quick, fast and furious game that was.
It really, really was. There was a lot of Tailwind situations from Sebastian. Having that Farigiraf completely outspeed Choice Scarf Urshifu is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just something that no one would expect, and it makes sort of sense with the composition Sebastian's brought, given the fact that there's no Pokemon to completely capitalize off of a Trick Room mode.
Completely wild, because in that situation, I was thinking, oh, you've got the Tailwind up, but with the Farigiraf having the Trick Room, you feel, is it going to be able to outspeed in this position?
Right.
It did. And it really did. And I think it caught not only us off guard, but I think Wolf off guard as well. Really, you know, probably wouldn't commit to that Terrestrialization in those normal circumstances. Bit unfortunate for Sebi, really didn't get the most value out of the Glamora. Got some nice damage onto the Urshifu, but really you kind of want to get a little bit more out of that Pokemon. Maybe bring something else to that you know, to deal. What I mean, if you were Sebi going into this next game, what would you bring to deal with that Urshifu? Because I think that's the main priority. If you are going to tackle the Urshifu, you want to remove it from the field, and then it frees up some of your other Pokemon to come in to do the work.
I might not even change up that much, if I'm completely honest. There could be a case of bringing, I'm not sure, the Flutter main itself straight off the bat, but then you're sort of susceptible to things. And yes, there is a Chi-Yu with a Terra-type grass, but it ends up being a mind game of whether there's a U-turn or a focus of the Surging Strikes in there.
Yeah, that's a really good point, I think. Yeah, and you're also committing to that terrestrialization very early on in the match. And when everything's on the line here for Sebi, he needs to go into this next game to tie it up. He needs a win here to take it to a game 3 to keep his EUIC dreams alive. So really committing to something that could be viewed as a little bit careless, potentially, based on probably a 50-50, something you want to try and avoid. It's very difficult, but here we go, Costa, getting into this Game 2 and Round 9 at the EUIC 2024 Championships.
Here we go. This is going to be a very critical game here. Tornadus Urshifu, same leads from Wolf's side, but we do have a change-up over on Sebastian's side, being the Farigiraf. It is well-placed to be able to at least deal very respectable neutral damage, whilst adding to mind games of whether there's a Trick Room set up or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. If a Trick Room goes up here, you're expecting maybe a Tailwind from the Whimsicott. Do you go for Tailwind yourself with the Tornadus? I think Wolf's got an easy turn where he could potentially go for the Rain Dance, Terrestrialize again, and go for that Surging Strikes. Whatever you're going to hit, I think on Sebi's side of the field is going to take huge damage from that kind of bolstered attacking option. So really there is an option, but if you do allow the Trick Room to go up, it could be detrimental. Maybe this is why we potentially are going to see a bit of a switch up.
Ooh, as Fluttermane does switch in, and we do know, of course, it has that booster energy, it will most likely be indicative to the speed heightening, but no, it's actually, of course, it is a special attack as we've seen. So wanting to try to commit in this scenario is going to be tough, because Sebastian really needs to get this turn 1 call right if he wants to try to push this game 3 potential.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down really to this turn, how it plays out. We are seeing Wolf start off with the Terrestrialization on that Tornadus here. The Dazzling Gleam fired out, no Tailwind from the Whimsicott, doing some respectable damage to both targets.
Oh, but we have an avoid of the Whimsicott there. It doesn't actually get its damage dealt there. Focus Sash broken. We do have the Hyper Voice focus here, so just wanted to guarantee some sort of damage, maybe pick up the KO if possible into the Urshifu. However, having the double ghost interaction there with the Hyper Voice is such a nice play there.
Yeah, such a great play from Wolf. I think we need to talk about it a bit, but because of that Hyper Voice, could proccing the Throat Spray, you want to avoid that great Terrestrialization from the Tornadus. You kind of realize after it starts, you're like, the Hyper Voice, and it's exactly what happens. Tailwind now coming out from the Whimsicott, going to try and get some speed advantage, but matched by Wolf's Tornadus as well.
Well done. This is the sort of scenario that Wolf was trying to hope towards in order to at least bring stability and a stalemate in terms of speed control, as Psyshock will be targeting down the Fluttermane and just barely misses the KO. Really good damage from this Fluttermane, being able to now essentially bring both of Sebi's Pokemon down to orange.
Yeah, and that's pretty huge. You know, I think having both ghosts on the field, you put this Farigiraf in a position where it is locked in a way where it can't get that special attack boost. So as long as these ghosts are on the field, you can't utilize that Hyper Voice, and you can't really get the maximum benefit from this Pokemon. We are just seeing the Fluttermane protect, along with that Farigiraf protect on Sebi's side of the field, and the Whimsicott going to fire off a Dazzling Gleam.
It will, and if, of course, the Tornadus does somehow go down here, Wolf always has that option of bringing the Urshifu Choice Scarf straight into the fray, but the Bleak Windstorm does connect this time round. It does, of course, pick up the KO onto the Whimsicott, so at least Sebi will have a Pokemon he could bring in right now in order to capitalize off of this, but it's going to have to be able to completely answer and not fall down to the offensive pressure of this Fluttermane, and that seems to be its own mirrored Pokemon.
Yeah, well, we know why. Fluttermane is one of the most used Pokemon here. We are seeing that booster energy activating on the Fluttermane and boosting the speed on this Fluttermane, so meaning that the Fluttermane on Sebi's side of the field going to be the fastest one out of both his and Wolf. So I think you've got the advantage here. Both Tailwinds are set up in this position. You can potentially get rid of the Fluttermane here on Wolf's side of the field, or go for a Dazzling Gleam here and potentially pick up a double knockout if nothing switches or protects.
I think what you have to be worried about is an Amoonguss switch in here, but having the potential of the Psyshock available on your side of the field means that the Amoonguss isn't really safe to actually switch in here, and it's going to be a tough decision for Wolf to take into consideration.
And neither's that Urshifu as well. That is not going to want to switch in on a Dazzling Gleam or a Psyshock. Exactly. So you're pinned, really. If you want to make a switch, you've got to go for the Amoonguss and hope that Sebi doesn't get that slot right.
Oh, but we're going to have to see how it turns out. It is going to be the switch up. Amoonguss does come in, but does Sebi Sebi target down correctly here and try to get that guaranteed sort of scenario playing out to himself as we have the terrestrialization over on Sebi's side.
And it is going to be the Flutterman going for that Fairy Terror type, boosting those Fairy type attacks going into this next turn. Going to be enough to potentially pick up a knockout on that Tornadus, and if it does, it leaves the Among Us open for a Psyshock.
It does, however, the Protect does come out. It means Tornadus is trying to allow itself room to get another Tailwind set up to have that advantageous speed control over Sebi's side as the Whimsicott has been felled. But Amungus taking that incredibly well, which is naturally expected. But Hyper Voice rather than Psyshock in order to allow this Farigiraf more room to have even more damage output in the subsequent turn.
That is a very brave play, but I think in these situations, at this setting, at the tournament, you need to take these brave decisions. The Hyper Voice risky in front of two Ghost-type Pokemon, but pretty sure that Wolf would have to switch out in that scenario, taking advantage, getting that Throat Spray activated while the opportunity is there. Now the Farigiraf in a position where it can go for that Psyshock into the Amoonguss slot pretty freely now. Anything that switches in there is going to take huge damage. Yes, you can get a Tailwind up with your Tornadus if you're Wolf, but at the same time, you're probably losing both of these Pokemon.
You are, and it's quite tough because you want to at least be able to allow the Tornadus to have another Tailwind set up towards the mid to end game. So that's why I feel like it's a bit tantalizing making the decision on, do I allow my Flutter Mane to go down and have Tornadus as a win condition later on to allow my Urshifu to be enabled by speed advantage?
Well, we are going to see the Tornadus switch out. Wolf wanting to preserve that for later, like you say, wanting to get that Tailwind and set up at the right time. Fluttermane going to hit the field once again for him, but very low health. Very susceptible to going down here. The Amoonguss not wanting to go down freely, protecting this turn, going to avoid any damage coming out. The Dazzling Gleam from Sebi's Fluttermane going to be probably enough to pick up the knockout onto Wolves.
But I'm quite curious, there may even be a play here for Sebi to try to go for Trick Room, but surely you can't when you're facing an Amoonguss, even if there's a Choice Scarf in the back and Tornado. So this sort of forces a lot of pressure onto Sebi's final Pokemon in order to dispatch of the Urshifu in one way. And we know that that's not exactly a real solid scenario for himself. Sure, the Fluttermane does have speed advantage, but now the Tornadus is going to be able to get the Tailwind set up and allow the Urshifu to potentially sweep up the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be in a really good position. Like you say, it comes down to what Sebi's last Pokemon is here. The Tornadus can go for this Tailwind this turn. The Amoonguss has just protected. Do you go for another Protect here to try and avoid the knockout? It could be an option. You go Tailwind, Protect. If you get the Protect off, you're in a way better position with the Urshifu. But if you don't get the Protect off, you're really looking, like you mentioned, the Urshifu to come in under these Tailwind conditions to really clean up potentially 3 Pokemon.
There could even be a case for the Tornadus to go for Protect in order to allow itself that room to have Urshifu immediately available in the field and sort of force the scenario for Sebastian, as we do see Dazzling Gleam once again being dispatched by this Fluttermane. It will be followed up by likely a Psyshock. There's no reason not to go for it in order to guarantee a KO onto the Amoonguss, as the Tornadus was already guaranteed.
Yeah, really good call there. The Protect on the Tornadus, probably the best play possible here because you want that offensive threat next to the Tornadus when you get that Tailwind set up, rather than setting it up now, losing potentially both of these Pokemon and everything, then being on the Urshifu's shoulders. At least if you do it this way, you're able to pick things off as you go, and then maybe the Tornadus can stick around a little bit longer, especially if you see a Hyper Voice come out or a Dazzling Gleam. At least it's spread damage and not that single target.
And this is quite nice as to the previous play of having the Throat Spray enabled from the Farigiraf, because now at least you can guarantee even more damage output. But the Hyper Voice isn't as easy to go for given the Ghost Terror on Tornadus.
We do see the Tailwind now sit up. The Urshifu is going to be going first. It is going for the Surging Strike. It goes for 1 critical hit. 2 critical hits.
Oh, that's close.
Is it going to be enough?
Oh, it may not even be enough, and it's not enough, allowing this Fluttermane the room to get that damage dealt onto it. It moves, it goes for the Moonblast. It will be focusing on that Urshifu, and it is out for the count. And all of a sudden, it looks like we're having a game 3, Lee.
It's a huge survival here from the Fluttermane, being able to take that Surging Strike. The rain not up, not boosted, and now we see a Trick Room from the Farigiraf. Now the Amoonguss has left the field. It's a perfect setting, counteracting that Tailwind and locking this game up for Sebi in style, taking it, like you say, to a game 3.
Lovely little piece of tech right there. It's sort of the Farigiraf opting as a anti-Tailwind mode, per se, for any sort of Tailwind mirrors.
Yeah, and the only thing really holding Sebi back from being able to do that earlier in the game was that Amoonguss, picking up the final knockout onto the Tornadus and tying this up, everything going into this game 3.
And no reveal of the final 4th Pokemon there, which could be quite crucial into having a bit of an insight over the strategy that Sebi wanted to employ there. But I feel like there was a lot going on there. It did really feel like a battle of the Tailwinds and who's going to be sort of left with that advantage of the speed control. And Wolf did a really good job in order to at least match the Tailwind, but it was from the point that the Flutter Mane was such an obstacle, having that booster energy in the speed versus Wolf's own booster energy in the special attack, that really sort of threw the balance off.
Yeah, and I like you say, Wolf did really well to mitigate the attack damage from the Farigiraf very early on. The really smart play of identifying that the first thing Sebi's going to want to do is go for that Hyper Voice. Well, I'm going to Terastallize and switch into my Flutter Mane, get a free switch here, and I'm going to get away with it. And then from there, it looked like he had complete control of the match. Sebi then really playing very well with the tools that he had kind of at his disposal, utilizing the Flutter Mane, maybe identifying, saying, yeah, your Flutter Mane's doing a really good job. I'm going to utilize my Flutter Mane because I've got the booster energy. I can also get the Tailwind up, but I'm going to have an additional speed boost, which is going to give you a hard time. Surviving the Surging Strikes, though, was the biggest thing because you expect in those situations, especially if you've got the speed boost with that booster energy, probably not going to be the most defensive Pokemon, but contrary to belief, Sebi proving us wrong once again with how he's trained his Pokemon. The Flutter Mane surviving and getting that crucial knockout onto the Urshifu.
It really was pivotal. And you know that the Urshifu, given that it couldn't even outspeed the Farigiraf under Tailwind conditions when it is Choice Scarf, is likely an indication it is Adamant Nature. I think that's the preferred nature when you run Choice Scarf sets in order to get as much damage as you can. So the fact that Flutter Mane survived that just really pays dividends as to how well trained in bulk that Flutter Mane was.
Yeah, completely, and I think it really throws a spanner in the works for both players here. Going into Game 3, if you're Sebi, do you go down the same game plan as you did that first game? But there's the alarm. We're going into Game 3.
Game 3 it is. This is going to be the final match of day 1. And what do you know? There's a Terrakion and a Whimsicott over on Sebi's side versus the Flutter Mane and Tornadus over on Wolf. So there's a lot of damage potential coming out in this very explosive Game 3.
Yeah, the Terrakion switch up from Sebi here puts a lot of offensive pressure on, especially with that beat up and Rock Slide combination there. The Tornado is going to be threatened by that. Of course, the Flutter Mane on Wolf's side really well positioned here because the Tailwind plus a Dazzling Gleam or a Moonblast probably be enough to take down that Terrakion. It's going to have to go for that Terastallization, but it looks like that is exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, it's sort of forced in the scenario, so well identified that it is going to be opting for that Grass Terastallization. Wolf is going to really have to hope if he tries to go in on the full offensive side of things, it can pick up a KO on the Terrakion.
Yeah, and I think that's the big key here. We're going to see a Tailwind first from this Tornadus, and then it's going to be followed up by a Dazzling Gleam. No Tailwind from the Whimsicott here, it looks like. We're going to see a Dazzling Gleam come in return, and the Terrakion left to go for a big Rock Slide here, taking down that Tornadus, and breaking the sash and doing some respectable damage to that Flutter Mane.
Very nice play from Sebi's side, wanting to at least guarantee he could dispatch of the speed control potential from Wolf earlier on in the game in order to allow himself that room to be able to completely capitalize off the speed. So this may even lead to a very safe Tailwind setup from Sebastian's side in order to match that speed and maybe a bit of a defensive play over on that second slot.
I think if you are Sebastian as well, you might want to switch out the Terrakion here and preserve it for later. You are guaranteed to get your Tailwind up with the Whimsicott if you want to here. And that might play to his advantage later on in this game because Wolves will end before Sebi's does, if that is the case and we see that play out here. So that's something that Sebi might rely on and try and get that Terrakion into the position where it has the speed advantage over these big threats initially.
But no switch outs here, just matching the Tailwind, so perhaps going for the read here. U-turn does focus on the Terrakion. It does pick up the KO, so relatively safe play at least to try to get some pivot action going for Wolf. Unfortunately, Terrakion, as quick as it came onto the field, it has left within one turn's rate. However, the Flutter Mane is now allowed to get that KO whilst Wolf is going to be bringing the Amoonguss in.
Yeah, the Amoonguss coming back onto the field now. A really nice play here from Wolf, taking advantage of the Tailwind he has in effect. Sebi trying to keep pace with that Tailwind, of course, but for the troubles of losing the Whimsicott and the Terrakion here, so going down in numbers, down to the last two Pokemon. There could be that pivotal turn, though, that we talked about here, where both Tailwinders on both sides of the field have now gone. The only speed control that you've got if you are Sebi is going to be that Trick Room, but the Amoonguss is always the threat here, the problem. But you've got that Chi-Yu coming onto the field now that breeds of a Ruin alongside that Farigiraf that has the ability to activate that Throat Spray. And not only that, pressure the Amoonguss as well, because it has got the size shock, of course. You've got to remember that. And there is no safe switch for that Amoonguss this turn. If it goes out, the Urshifu is going to come in. The Amoonguss does have the ability to Terastallize though, so it does have that at its disposal here and could be pretty good in this situation, especially against that Fire-type Chi-Yu.
I'm going to be a bit surprised. I'm going to call out a bit of a surprise situation. I didn't expect the Fluttermane not to be brought here. It was so good with having the availability of getting additional speed control via the Icy Wind. So Sebastian may have to even try to rely on, if he can pick up a KO on the Amoonguss and get Trick Room set up, he should be able to run this game through.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I think Wolf identifying that, going for the Moonblast and that Protect onto the Amoonguss. Not quite enough to pick up the Chi-Yu. It goes all in on the Amoonguss, but blocked by that Protect here, leaving the Farigiraf to go for the Trick Room.
There it is, but unfortunately, it feels like we're in a scenario that the Amoonguss does have the advantage. So Sebastian did really need to hope the Amoonguss Protect wasn't coming out there, neither the Terastallization, and all of a sudden, we're now in the dominion of the little mushroom.
Yeah, we are, and it can't really go for a Spore here. Put either of these targets to sleep. The Fluttermane not in the best of positions here, of course, but there is going to be the problem where Wolf's Tailwind's going to end, and Sebi's is still going to be intact, even though the Trick Room's up.
Yeah. I think that is a very likely situation too. However, we do have the final Terastallization reveal being the Water Terror on the Amoonguss, just wanting to make sure it is no longer susceptible to any sort of outrageous overheat KOs.
Yeah, and this is really going to protect it well if it needs protecting at all, because the Sludge Bomb picks up a big knockout into that Chi-Yu.
Yeah, it really does, and it sort of allows the scenario where at least you're going to have the Fluttermane going down now, but you have the redirection available on this Amoonguss, so I wouldn't be completely surprised seeing a Throat Spray enable activation via the Hyper Voice in the following turn. But the problem is, the Amoonguss already locks this game down.
Yeah, it could put the Farigiraf to sleep this next turn, to freeze up the Urshifu just to close this down. Unfortunately, you can go for the Surging Strikes pretty carefree here if you are the Urshifu on one side of the field and lock this down. Unfortunately, just not got the resources to see out this end game.
And there it is, the Spore targeting down the Farigiraf. Of course, this has sort of been a end of business play. Surging Strikes following up straight after. We know there's no recovery options on this Farigiraf, so even if it doesn't pick up the get KO'd in this turn, it will be in the following.
Yeah, the big question is, will it be the Amoonguss picking up the knockout with the Sludge Bomb, or will it be that Urshifu with the Surging Strikes? Unfortunate for Sebi, he is in the position here, the Tailwind ending for him now, but not in the best spot. When the Amoonguss is still on the field, the Trick Room was just not the favorable play, but we aren't seeing the Amoonguss go for an attack, going for a Rage Powder instead, protecting that Urshifu.
It is, and this is going to be going ahead and spelling the end of our day one here in the EUIC. Surging Strikes goes ahead, gets the job done, and we've got Wolf Glink going into day two.
Absolutely incredible game for us to cap off an absolutely incredible day. Commiserations to Sebastian, a hugely massively well-played game, but even bigger congratulations to Wolf Glick, who is progressing on to day two of this tournament here in London this weekend.
And in what fashion as well. Very critical conditions from the board state positions of both of these trainers. It was very tantalizingly close onto whether, you've got the advantage of speed control. That was the name of the game, essentially. So do you have the additional jump onto the opponent via the Icy Wind potential or Tailwind, staggered Tailwinds, as we saw Sebastian was able to have there. But the most crucial point was he was hoping to try to pick up a KO onto the Amoonguss. It just said, you know what, I'm just going to take a one-turn break, check out, see what the Farigiraf's going to do, and it just set up Trick Room. It's like, okay, cool. Thanks for having me, bro.
And that was the problem in Game 3, and I think identified by Wolf so well. Coming out the traps here, Sebi going with that Terrakian lead, getting the Rock Slide off, removing the Tornadus turn 1, eliminating that Tailwind from the rest of the game. You felt like Sebastian was in a great position, but utilizing that U-turn was huge. Taking down the Terrakian, making it... essentially terastallizing it to get around the Fluttermane weakness. You're weakening yourself against that U-turn, which was at its detriment, unfortunately.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit disappointed that Terrakion was the sort of piece that led to the destruction of its remaining partner Pokemon there. It's quite tough because Sebastian was sort of in a position where he was trying to play on whether Wolf makes that read. And it's like, you know what? No, I'm going to expect Wolf to go on the defensive, not try to go on the offensive there. But Wolf was like, I don't have any other safe option. At least I guarantee being able to bring that Amoonguss in with the U-turn onto the slot, even if, let's say, it's a new Pokemon that Sebi does try to rotate in instead.
Yeah, and what do you think about the idea? I really thought we were going to see the beat-up combination played out in turn 1. I think beat-up and then the Rock Slide, which the Terrakion had room to do. We saw the Tornadus lock in with the Tailwind, and then the Fluttermane fire off the Dazzling Gleam. Terrakion surviving, Whimsicott taking a bit of damage. Beat up, Rock Slide, you potentially take down both. You don't take down the Tornadus there, but you might take down the Fluttermane, and that could swing the balance a little bit differently in that match. But of course, ifs, buts, and maybes, don't need to hear about that because we've got Wolf ready on stage to talk us through that last match and what it feels like to progress to day 2.
You'd be forgiven for thinking we were back in 2011, trainers, with that Whimsicott and Terrakion on stream. But no, we're here in 2024 at EUIC with your winner of Swiss Round 9, Wolf Glick. Wolf, how are you feeling?
Oh, thank you. Wow, an applause. I feel very stressed. Oh my goodness, that match, I looked at it and I was like, ah, okay, like Tornadus pretty strong, Urshifu pretty strong, and then I started playing it and I thought, why did I think this was in my favor again? It was so difficult. So very relieved, very stressed. I think if you looked closely, my hands are shaking, but you can't see that because you're at home and I'm here on the stage. So yeah, overall really good.
Good, well you can breathe a sigh of relief right now, Wolf. Yeah, and I mean, speaking of going back in time, speed, time in general seemed to be a big element of that match. First of all, game 1, that Farigiraf under Tailwind, that outsped your choice Scarf Urshifu. How are you feeling then?
I was like, turn 1 happened, and I was like, great, this is good. And then turn 2 happened, and I thought, well, that's just about the worst thing that could happen. I asked Sebi after the set, because I was like, oh my goodness, your Farigiraf is so fast. And it was coincidentally 1 speed point faster than my Urshifu. So it was close there, but he did have the speed advantage, and I didn't even consider it. So yeah, when Urshifu went down, I thought that it was a pretty good chance that I was going to lose, but I honestly don't really know how I won game 1, but I think I somehow managed to do it. I think dodging a Snarl definitely helped.
Yeah, it seemed like your back was against the wall, but then just able to turn it around, Sludge Bomb into the Terra Grass Chi-Yu, that was crucial. And then heading into game 2, saw some Trick Room going up instead. That went to Sebi. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so I mean, I again felt like the lead was in my favor, but Sebi just continuously, like, got the right calls. Like, in that position, I'm thinking, okay, well, I can, like, Rain Dance and just Terra Water Surging Strikes and take out Farigiraf, and if he does anything other than Tailwind, then, like, I'll just get a kill for free, basically. But, yeah, he just kind of called the bluff and said, like, you know what, like, I'm not worried about you, Wolf, and missing a Bleak Wind, which, I mean, it's Bleak Wind Storm, so you're going to miss, but missing a Bleak Wind on the Whimsicott, giving it an extra turn, like, yeah, like, I didn't really have much for the Farigiraf. It felt like after that, I kind of passed up on taking the KO the first turn. So, and the speed booster Terra Fairy Fluttermane was so strong. I was trying to position to an endgame where, oh my god, I'm going so in the weeds, sorry. I was trying to position to an endgame. I was like, well, Urshifu and Tailwind could probably clean this up because the last Pokemon's probably Chi-Yu, but I just couldn't get through the offense. The speed of the Fluttermane and the damage of both of them. But yeah, I was a little bit stressed when I lost game 2, to say the least.
No need to apologize for getting down in the weeds, Wolf. It was fascinating to hear from you about the nuts and bolts of that matchup. And then zooming ahead to game 3, Trick Room came out towards the end, but slightly too little too late. You were able to get the advantage early doors.
Yeah, so what I noticed about both games 1 and games 2 was that I terastallized really early, and both times I found myself really wishing I had terastallization later, especially for Amoonguss, so it could, like, deal with the Farigiraf a little bit better. So I like did this kind of cheeky turn 1 play game 2 with Terra Ghost to deny Hyper Voice, but it didn't really get me that much ground in the end, and so I thought, like, okay, I'm going to save my Terra, and I wanted to really focus on preserving Amoonguss, because I thought that Amoonguss in the endgame against Fluttermane, if I Terra Water, I can handle Chi-Yu and Farigiraf, and I can redirect attacks from my partners. Like, that was really my main focus of the game, and I think ultimately it also helped that it made it so that I wasn't susceptible to losing to a Trick Room sweep, which could have really been very dangerous there. But yeah, holding Amoonguss, just saying, if you set up Trick Room, like, I have the most valuable Pokemon, I think was a really good decision, and I think ultimately is what led to my victory.
Amoonguss being the MVP. Who could have seen that coming? Amoonguss. Not that good in VG, is it? Yes, it really is. Okay, so Wolf, you've made it through to day 2.
Huge relief for you. How are you feeling?
You know, I feel relieved. I had a really strange schedule today. I played against 2 more standard teams and 7 teams that I played against almost none of in my practice. So I'm a little disappointed in the sets that I lost. My opponents were incredible and they played so well, but both sets there were games where I had a pretty high percentage chance to win and just managed to outplay me and steal it back. But I feel like if I'd been a little more dialed in, I would have been able to find a win there because my position was just so much better. So I had hoped to go 8-1 or 9-0, but honestly, I'm just so grateful. And Europe has such strong Pokemon players. Coming to EUIC and making day 2, of course I would have liked to do better, but when facing off against one of the strongest regions in the world and some of their best players, I definitely can't be upset with myself at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Lovely to have that little shout out to the EU region as well here. Wolf coming up against it, but coming out on top for this day at least. And you have the luxury now, a bit of time to reflect heading into day 2. Now, Wolf, tell me. Question on everyone's lips. Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I love all the Kanto starters, but I'm gonna have to say Squirtle, and my reason is when I was a kid, my mom, when my brother and I were moving slowly, she'd be like, all right, off we go, like a herd of turtles, and then we discovered Squirtle because I got into Pokemon, and to this day she still says off we go like a herd of Squirtles, and I really love it. So yeah, I think Squirtle because of my mom.
What a touching note. We've had 3 Bulbasaurs and 3 Charmanders today. You're the first Squirtle in our winners' interviews. That is absolutely fantastic to hear. Sigh of relief, sorry, 4 Bulbasaur, 4 Charmander. So Squirtle really not getting much love. So thank you for that there, Wolf. Finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I just want to say a big thank you to Sebi, my last opponent there. I mean, I know from first-hand experience that being 1 win away from making day 2 and just barely not doing it, especially on stream, it feels really bad. And he just handled it with such grace and class. And yeah, he's such a stand-up guy. And yeah, just a real gem, honestly. And so if I was gonna play against somebody on stream, I was happy to play against him because I knew win or lose, I could be happy in the outcome. Yeah, and of course, I have a lot of support from back home. A lot of my friends and family are watching. And of course, my Pokemon friends here, Aaron, Brendan, Billa, Marcus, Yuki, Dylan, Trey, Ed, all back home. I'm sure there's people I'm forgetting as well. My lovely producer, Doug, who's here helping us with the video that we'll hopefully be able to make on this. Fingers crossed. We'll see how tomorrow goes. But yeah, I really feel ultimately, I'm just a regular guy surrounded by extraordinary people. And yeah, I definitely feel that when I come to these events and see other people, my friends, and trying their best and doing so well. And yeah, my loved ones and family back home rooting for me. So yeah, I've just been extraordinarily lucky, and I really don't take it for granted.
Touching words indeed there, and I said it at the start of the day, I'll say it at the end. It takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Thank you so much, Wolf. Well, that truly is the World Champ difference, and for Wolf, that win was immense.
Lovely words indeed. Thank you, Charlie and Wolf. And of course, we did have the final fixture there of our broadcasted stream matches. Wolf going ahead and wrapping up that day 2 in what was a very high-octane set versus Seti.
Yeah, incredibly octane, high quality, everything on the line, fast-paced, knockouts.
Yeah. You name it, it just had everything.
I mean, yeah, it was just an incredible set from both players, and I think Wolf's words there just really echo every single one. You know, I think that it's really hard lines on Sebi. It's got to feel bad, but I think, yeah, both players need to have, obviously Wolf going on, continuing in the tournament, but I think Sebi in particular needs to really give himself a huge pat on the back and congratulate himself. I've said it all day and I'll say it again. How tough the field of players is here. The quality is just incredible. Yep. To get to this stage in the tournament is no mean feat. He's done incredibly well along with every other player here that has finished maybe just short of the line. You've got to give yourself a huge pat on the back. Pat on the back.
You could go for the bat as well, yeah.
You could do that.
If you want to.
You could. But I mean, yeah, you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. I do. But I think, yeah, I couldn't have said it any better, if I'm completely honest. The fact that we've got so many trainers of such high caliber on the field just vying for this opportunity is just incredible. And it's sort of fitting for it to be now the official largest VG tournament. It's, there's a lot going for it, and we've just been in day 1, Lee. We've still got another 2. That's insane.
Yeah, just absolutely... Yeah, crazy, isn't it? It's crazy that we've got 2 more days basically to go, which is so exciting, especially after a day like today. But because we've got 2 more days, we can take a look at what the players are going for. You know, the prizes here.
Yeah.
We've got for the Masters Division, first place, $15,000, Costa.
Yeah, it's a bit of pocket money that you can take home, can't you?
Pocket money?
Yeah, a very, very huge wallet.
I would like to be your son in this situation. If that's,
Would you?
That's considered pocket money.
I mean, that'd be great. But no,
well, not for you, because you'd be the one giving me it.
Very, very fun. But I think, yeah, 50,000 for the winner. But obviously, there are other placements with such high monetary value. Second place getting 10,000. Third, fourth for like the semi-finalists, 7,000. And even in the senior and junior divisions, the winners will be walking away with 5,000 under their belt.
Which is brilliant. And you go right down to 32nd place in the Masters Division, getting $2,000. Incredible.
Imagine.
Incredible, you know. I mean, it's an absolutely huge accomplishment just to get into that top 32 of the field here. So you do get rewarded very well for such a good showing.
Yeah, and for good reason, because this is next to Worlds, the highest level of competitive play of tournaments. You know, like regionals, we have them all year round. There are only so few ICs to the build-up, of course, for that coveted World Championships later on in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, and if you are following along at home, make sure to check out all of our social channels. You can follow, obviously, if you're watching this, you're probably watching on one of the 2 platforms, YouTube or Twitch, but make sure you do hit that notification bell to make sure that you don't miss any of the broadcasts when they do go live on the weekend. Of course, Costa has mentioned that today is day 1, so we've got a full schedule in across the board with all of our games. Tomorrow we've got Pokemon Go, TCG, we've got Unite, and of course, more importantly, we have VG, is where you want to be.
Yeah, don't tell the rest of the games that we sort of like blubbed that, but yeah, it's where the secret sauce is.
Yeah.
at least definitely from what we've seen so far. But yeah, I think being able to see all of the action, I've gone past the other games as well. Seeing the crowd in person being so excited and ecstatic has been really, really rewarding as a member of this community, because it just goes to show that there are moments of joy and excitement that transcend each individual game.
Yeah, of course. And we are going to wrap up the show from us on the desk. So thank you so much for joining us all here today. But we are going to finish up with Charlie, Lou, and I believe Sierra over on the couch.
The tree for like no reason.
We've got Incineroar here joining us on the couch, Pokemon trainers. Of course, what famously WolfClick's favorite Pokemon. Here joining us with Super Sierra and Lucky Lou. Sierra, we're at the end of day 1 of EUIC already. How are you feeling?
Honestly, tired. I'm gonna blame the the jet lag on that one, but honestly, it has been so much fun. So we've gotten to see such great Pokemon throughout the day. Honestly, the best of best competition, which is so exciting when you're looking at, like, I don't know, the largest Pokemon competition we've had here for VGC.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge competition and huge things at stake for all of these trainers here, whether they're looking to qualify for Worlds, just do well at this event, getting that little bit more CP. It's all going on, Lou.
Exactly, there's been so much at stake for all of these trainers, whether it's the World Invite, whether it's trying to get those elusive championship points to maybe be in, like, you know, the day 2 race, these kinds of different things. However, it has, I think, been for most trainers about having fun and making awesome memories at EUIC.
Absolutely, and awesome is exactly the right word. The spectacle going on in this venue, it cannot be understated. Now, how are those Swiss standings looking? Let's take a little look at the trainers who are doing well here at EUIC. We've got, of course, Victor Medina there, Alberto Lara, Oliver Escalina right out in front. WolfClick won our previous game there. Eduardo Cunha, a previous world champion. There are so many names that we're familiar with and ones we're less familiar with, Sierra.
Which is the exciting part, because of course there's all these stories that we've been following all season long and that are all looking for the glory of becoming international champion. But of course, stories, they always need a spot to be written out for the first time. So the fact that we have a nice variety, I think is really, really exciting. And it kind of leads to some of the best competition, because then you never really know what's going to happen.
Exactly, Lou.
I'm looking forward to seeing Flavio Delpidio. I just want to get that out there. This was the trainer who Sierra and I got to commentate earlier, running that Gastrodon with the bug typing, and it's amazing to be able to see that one of my favorite Pokemon has made it through to day 2. It's not just there as a gimmick, it is a viable choice in the meta right now.
I'd love to say the same about King Dralu. I really, really would. But alas, yes, the Terrabug Gastrodon trainers, you're not going to want to miss that match when you go back and watch the action from today. If you missed it, where were you? You're going to want to be making sure that you're front row and center when we kick off the action tomorrow. And, you know, there's still so much of the competition left to go, isn't there, Sierra?
Oh, 100%. This was just day 1. The internationals.
Yeah.
We have all of the action. We have 3 days of Pokemon because 2 isn't quite enough. And tomorrow, too, that's going to be all the trainers that weeded their way through that day 1. So it's definitely not a day that you won't want to miss. And we also hit the kicker for an extra round of Swiss. So even more Pokemon.
Super exciting.
So much more. And there you go, trainers. You can see there when we are kicking things off tomorrow, 9 a.m. GMT. And if you're early birds, don't want to miss a beat of the action, then make sure you're setting those alarms as well. I mean, we'll be here bright and early, Lou. And what are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow?
I think for me, it's always interesting looking at the day 1 usage stats and then looking at day 2, because we were talking about this earlier, like Fluttermane maybe only kind of rocking in that 44-ish%. I think tomorrow we're going to see a lot of the higher usage on those Pokemon that have actually found the consistency in the current meta. So I'm looking forward to seeing which Pokemon are going to rise to the top. I'm hoping for a few surprises, though. I kind of want the top 12 that's been really standard at the moment to maybe be shaken up a little bit.
Exactly. Is it going to be those unique picks? Is it going to be the reliable ones? We will have to find out tomorrow. Make sure you're there, and you're going to want to be following those channels as well, so you're not missing a beat of the action. Get over on Twitch, get over on YouTube, and follow along with EUIC here. One of the biggest events of the year. We could not be more thrilled to be hosting EUIC at the Excel in London this year. So make sure you've got everything on pause this weekend so that you're ready to tune into EUIC. Now, we're going to reward you for tuning in as well. We've got so many goodies that you can grab, not least Marco Silva's Iron Hands. Of course, Pokemon, they did so well at LAIC, at different international championships. Lou and Sierra, you were both there. Sierra, tell us a little bit about this Iron Hands.
I mean, when you go back and see this finals, because we talk about those stories, Tiago had a fantastic run through the tournament, but this Iron Hands handled him here in the finals. It was so well played by Marco, and really showcasing that a Pokemon that had kind of fallen off a little bit in wayside of that popularity in the meta still had a really, really strong capabilities and a bit of a different look. And we've even seen it a couple times on stream today. It has not really gone anywhere, even if it's not the most popular. So this is one you definitely want to pick up.
Absolutely, and sticking with those electric types, what if you're feeling a little bit of TCG? Well, here comes Raging Bolt. Look at that art. That is so cool. A little bit of a rainbow going on there. Burst Roar, Bellowing Thunder. We've certainly seen Raging Bolt dishing out enough damage to warrant that nickname right here. Get that Raging Bolt EX special illustration card, Lou. It's a really cool one.
I mean, this is the thing. Even if you're not into the Pokemon TCG, because the way Raging Bolt is so strong in VG at the moment, you want to pick it up as a little EUIC memento, right? It's beautiful artwork. It might even get you involved with the game, so make sure to receive the special illustration Raging Bolt EX before it expires on April 15th at 6 UTC.
Make sure you're getting in there, trainers. But what if you're feeling some Pokemon Go? Oh, we got you covered on that front as well. You can earn essentially a competitive team over on Pokemon Go. Lickitung, Lantern, Umbreon, Gligar, Medicham, Charjabug. I'd wish we'd see any of these in VG, but Lou, given you our resident Go-caster as well, tell us a little bit more about this.
Honestly, this is the nice thing about engaging with the Twitch broadcast. If you're able to just watch, you will be able to get access to these drops and then get them in-game. So you can get, as you said, Charlie, a winning team. It is competitively viable, and it might be a really good way to start out your competitive Pokemon Go journey.
Yeah. That's awesome, too, because it can be really difficult to start getting those competitive Pokemon in Pokemon Go.
Oh, yeah.
And to just have them for watching the stream, watching your favorite players is amazing.
I'm going to have to try and get those Twitch drops myself.
You should.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have to squeeze that in somehow. So we're here at the end of day 1, and Lou and Sierra heading into day 2. What are your hot takes? Sierra?
Well, I already crushed my first hot take, is that there was going to be exactly one Slithering here, and it would do pretty okay, which it did.
Yeah.
It did. It was the highest placing Slithering that we've ever had. So I already crushed that one. Hot take. That's pretty... I'm going to think about this. I'm handing this over. I'm throwing you under the bus. Sorry, bud.
No, that's okay. I mean, I think we all know what I'm going to talk about, right?
Oh,
any guesses?
Gastrodon?
It might be a Gastrodon. Yeah, to
shocking.
nobody's surprise. Gastrodon, you know, it is a Pokemon that has definitely come out of nowhere for this meta a little bit, and I'm really just interested to see it do well in Day 2. It would be, I guess, the wishful take rather than the hot take. Obviously, this little guy is going to be everywhere. If you haven't met him yet, this is Incineroar, and you're going to expect to see a lot of Incineroar running around. I don't know if there's going to be anything too unique, but I want to see more weather. I think that's probably going to be my take is, you know, on the broadcast, we only get to feature one match per round, and I actually would like to see a little bit more of maybe some of the diversity out there in terms of the weather teams.
Okay, and what was that, Incineroar? What was your hot take? He says he's going to win. That's Incineroar's own hot take.
Is that a hot take or just like a good take?
Well, it's hot coming out from this fiery cat, isn't it?
Okay, that's fair,
isn't
that's
it?
fair.
Sierra, this Incineroar needs a name. What are we calling it?
I feel like a Larry.
Larry, yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Oh, wait, there's already a gym leader, Elite Four named Larry. We need a different...
I was going to call him Bob, like a bobcat.
Should we call him Larry Bob?
Larry Bob?
Larry Bob.
Larry Bob.
Why not?
I feel like we can workshop this.
Okay, we'll workshop it later. We'll let you know what that name ends up being.
You can let us know on socials.
Do you have a quick hot take for us yet, Sierra?
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a couple of more unconventional things here in our top cut, in our top 8. I mean, a lot of teams that we've seen out there. We've seen some conventional. We've seen players really spicing things up. And I think our top 8 is not only going to be filled of those balance of those teams we would typically see.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. And as Lou says, what are we calling Larry Bob? Are we sticking with Larry Bob or are we going with something else? Let us know on social media. Use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Okay then, everyone. That's it. That is us ready to go. But make sure that you're tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.